Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembei TV, Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. I trust all is well with you, even as we continue looking at the 100 days of Kenya Kwanza administration. The scorecard must be out as the days are running out in the next I think 5 days or so. And so what do you give to Kenya Kwanza in their first 100 days? Has the lives of Kenyans improved in what way? And are they worth the vegetables? Wanatosha mboga ama hawatoshi? Tuambiane ukweli kwa masuala haya. And of course, there is the looming strike by the doctors that already been, pushed. What is your take? Is the country in the position to handle a strike with this Kenya Kwanza manenos? Ningependa tu kuangalia hiyo kwa kina pia. Of course, we'll analyze the speech by Baba in the US in the summit where there were 49 presidents, and Baba was also featured into the same. Naomba kila mmoja tukaribie, tuanze masuala haya kwa kina na tumakinike ili kusikwe na yeyote ambaye atasalia nyuma kwa mambo jinsi yanavyoendelea. Well, the link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. I want you to make use of it. Karibu studio, tuanze kuongea masuala haya. Siku 100 Kenya Kwanza imefanyaje? Inaonyesha dalili ya kuendesha serikali vizuri na kuendesha nchi vizuri, ama kuna mushkili hapa na pale? Na huo mushkili unaonyesha nini? Nini dalili ya mvua? Wanasema ni mawingu. Sasa ningependa tuangalie mawingu haya ya siku 100 ya Kenya Kwanza yameendaje na kuna kuwaje. Karibu, asante sana. Na ukitupata tu tafadhali karibisha wawili watatu ili tukamakinike pamoja. Sera Serange, karibu sana. Boss Lady, asante sana. Fatan Abdullahi Muhammad, karibu kwa show. Hi to you. Kuna Vema Justin Olunga, karibu kwa show. Thank you from Siaya County. Asante sana, the only county in Kenya, and others. We salute you. Thank you so much. Kuna Mwingai Munyuka Dimba. I was Baba's diehard, but now let the current government do the work peacefully. Period. There is no problem. You are entitled to your changing mind and your decision. Kuna James Mwangi anasema niko ndani from Kitale. Karibu sana. King Abel wajaribu kugonga ndo. Sorry? Watajua hawajui. Okay, thank you. Let's go on please. Kuna nani mwingine na mwacha nje? Okay, of course, kuna Dahi Abdi, thank you so much. Nan Tyson, Wiseman, Uhuru, we are in. Asante sana. Okay, everybody, welcome. Let's get talking. Let's look at this keenly. Let's mark the performance of Kenya Kwanza, their first 100 days. Wametosha unga, wajatosha unga. There are those who are asking for the government to do their work peacefully. I don't think there's anybody disturbing their peace. They just need to sit in the office and do what they are required to do. But all in all, iko mambo mingi tu ambayo hii Kenya Kwanza imesababisha, na hayo mambo ndio tunaangalia kwa kina, tuambiane hawa viongozi wanaongoza ipasavyo ama kuna nini. And then before that, I just want to play the speech by Baba, and then from there we can discuss further. Karibisha mtu, usitazame peke yako, na share in all your WhatsApp groups, all your Facebook groups. Let the whole world tune in as we begin to discuss tonight and be able to analyze these manenos ipasavyo. Karibu sana, tusonge mbele.
Enemy. Yet the truth is that the government has no money of its own. It's only our taxes. For every money stolen from the government will most likely raise more taxes or cut down on services provided to us. Then there are our institutions, the courts of law, the anti-corruption agencies, the police, etc. There's every indication that the thieves do not sleep as they look for ways to steal. They use the stolen money to hire the most crooked lawyers or buy judges and other officers in the chain. We are witnessing very clear cases of collusion in our courts, with investigators and prosecutors. Consequently, we are witnessing a trend where suspects rush to court to stop the DCI and the DPP from arresting and charging them with corruption. And then the courts are granting such suspects their wishes. This is curious and disturbing. I'm not sure that a chicken thief out there can go to court and get such a favorable ruling. If the suspects feel that they should not be arrested and be taken to court, and the judges agree with them, what are we supposed to do with those suspects? When a man who has stolen money meant for drugs in a local hospital asks judges to stop his arrest, and the judges agree with him, what are the mothers whose children died for lack of drugs supposed to do? I'm equally not sure you can tame graft when you allow those charged with it to be out on bail and return to their workstations, cleanse or interfere with the records, then return to court a year later. What kind of thief, with his or her senses intact, would return to office and safely guard document and contact they know will be used against them? I am not sure that we are keen to get to the bottom of the problem, or we are just going through the motions. Finally, there is the issue of time. How long should one corruption case take to start and to be dispensed with? Is it a year, a decade, or a generation? Societies have stemmed the tide against corruption, and those that have insisted on dispensing swift and severe punishment were kind of shock and awe. Such societies understand that the corrupt who go unpunished or who take too long to be punished become heroes of sorts and continue to undermine the values of society and pillars of the state. It is my hope that our experiences as shared here will lead us to a permanent solution and not another conference on how to deal with thieves in suits. I want to just give two examples. You remember here, about 5 years ago, we had a visit here by a head of state from Korea. President of Korea was here. She went back and she was found to have conferred certain favors to a friend of hers. She was impeached by Parliament, charged in a court, like Justice Maraga's court equivalent of Korea. And she's serving a 25-year jail term in Korea. Could that happen in Kenya? Not only in Kenya or in Africa. Some drug lords, suspects, could not be found guilty in our courts here. They were out on bail, and they were taken to America. And there they have been there in remand for 2 years. That the right to the innocence before found guilty, notwithstanding. And there in America, they have been able to cooperate and have a plea bargaining, and they have been able to actually tell it out, all in America. Why is it possible there and it's not possible here? Where people tried in absentia in Jersey Island, found guilty there, that we're not able to find them guilty here. We're not able to expatriate them to go and face trial, yet we are demanding that the money should be brought back here. Contradictions. So we must bite the bullet and go that extra mile to deal with this cancer of corruption. The Parliament is also accused. Parliament gets about allocation of 2% of our total revenue. It employs only 1,000 people. The judiciary employs about 7,000 people and gets 0.5%. 46 billion against 15 billion. And then they're saying that they are not adding themselves money. They're adding themselves money for sitting allowances. Mr. Speaker, I was being economical with facts. Didn't they say that they did not want to recognize the Salary Review Commission? That Parliament as an independent institution has a right to raise their salaries the way they like. And the same thing also happens with the county governments. Over 70% of the revenue that is devolved goes purely for recurrent expenditure, with very little to show for development. This is also another form of corruption. Sitting allowances. Every day you find them fighting, I've not been put in this committee, I've not been put in this committee, I've not been given overseas trips, benchmarking, and how do they call the other one? And bonding. That's where our public money goes. So we need to face this directly and openly and deal with it. This is when we are going to be able to slay this dragon of corruption.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We trust you are well wherever you are. Thank you so much for joining us. We continue to urge you to invite as many as possible. As we look at Kenya Kwanzaa 100 Days Scorecard, what have they laid down as a solution to what is bedeviling Kenyans? And are they up to the task, or what is happening with their first 100 days as they run out in the course of this week or next week? Well, we need to be candid about this and be able to tell each other the truth. I'm happy that everybody is on board, and I want everyone to come forth and be able to be forthright and tell us what has Kenya Kwanza established. Kuna mtu hapa anaitwa King somebody amesema ni Hustler Fund. Hustler Fund is all that the hustlers needed, and now that they have it, they are good to go. Is the Hustler Fund all that the hustlers needed? And how has it performed? Is this what is going to salvage the situation in the country? Will the Hustler Fund take care of the elderly people because the fund for the elderly was withdrawn? Will the Hustler Fund take care of the subsidy, what the subsidy for education was doing? Since January is here and we'll be taking our children back to school, but this time there will be a difference. Whatever slot that the government was footing on behalf of the parents, it's no longer available. So the parent has to dig deeper into the pocket to see to it that the children go to school and stay in school. And of course, the doctors have threatened for a strike. I think they have already given the strike notice. And the looming strike of the doctors, is the country in a position to handle the doctors' strike? And how will this go down? Do we have Kenya Kwanza government, does it have a muscle to go through this particular trial as their first trial, if we may put it that way? Ningependa tu tuangalie hiyo kwa kina, alafu tuambiane ukweli. Karibu kila mmoja tafadhali, tusi delay. Okay, leo unajua ni siku ya Bwana, alafu tukimaliza namna hiyo tungatuke mapema because we have to be in church by daybreak. So let's come in. Those of you who want to be in the studio, the link is in the comment section. Harakisha njoo mara moja tukazungumze haya masuala. Hakikisha kwamba wewe ndiwe wa kwanza kuchangia katika mjadala wa leo. Usingoje kwa sababu muda unaendelea kuyoyoma. Karibu. Let's talk. Let us look at this even as we continue with the conversation.
Is threatening to drop a bombshell in regards to how the commissioners conducted themselves in the last general elections. She is among the chair of 4 IEBC commissioners who were suspended, and a tribunal was set up by President Ruto to investigate their actions. The other 3 embattled commissioners have already resigned, meaning it's only Irene Massett who will face the tribunal. She has already revealed that she is receiving mounting pressure to resign, but will not give in. She even said that she received a call from an unknown caller who directed her to resign. Irene Massett is even expressing fears for her safety, something she had told the tribunal chair appellate Judge Aggrey Muchalule, who directed that her bodyguard, driver and official vehicle be reinstated. She is also displeased with a report that was aired on NTV Kenya, which revealed visits to an apartment she was residing with the chair of 4 commissioners by high-profile politicians and leaders. She termed this as being unfairly targeted and that the report was factually inaccurate. She revealed that while in that apartment, the IEBC commissioners received visits from friends, relatives, lawyers and politicians from both Azimio and Kenya Kwanza. Irene has also reacted to the parliamentary committee that investigated their actions. She said that the report impartial, irrational and full of bias. Kenyans are now waiting for the tribunal hearings, where IEBC Chairman Wafula Chebukati is one of the lead witnesses, and Irene Massett is planning to drop a bombshell that will shock the world.
Haya, mambo ni kama hayo tunaposubiri kuanza vikao vya tribunal ambayo vinaangazia masuala ya IEBC na jinsi walivyoshughulika na uchaguzi wa August 2022. Irene Massett hapo anasema yeye yuko tayari kwenda through the entire process, isipokuwa kuna vitisho na kupigiwa simu kutoka sehemu mbalimbali wakitaka ajiuzulu, lakini yeye ameamua kukaa ngangari aende through the whole process ili aonyeshe jinsi yeye yuko innocent na nini kilichosababisha yale yote ambayo yalitendeka. Kuna nini fiche ambacho wanataka wafiche katika IEBC in they are insisting that the four commissioners resign, and so we close that particular chapter. Since the tribunal is already gazetted, ready to start the sittings, let the sittings go on. Kuna due diligence hapa, nasema tunataka kujua ukweli wa mambo. Kwa hivyo hiyo maswala Irene ashikilie hapo hapo mpaka tujue ni nini kilichojiri Bomas na kwingineko katika uchaguzi huu. Rais huyu ni yule tulichagua ama ni yule alijichagua ama Chebukati ndiye aliyeamua? Mambo haya yote tukayangazie ili tukajue mbivu na mbichi. Nashukuru tu sana kwa wote ambao mnaendelea kujumika nasi katika kipindi cha leo. Tafadhali wale ambao mnapaswa kuchangia, mnachelewesha mambo, karibuni tafadhali tukasemezane. Na kama mnaona ni mapema sana, basi tutangatuka and then we get back. Okay, let's share some more videos, even as we ventilate generally the 100 days of Kenya Kwanza zimekuwa vipi, na wewe unaona inji is it on the right track ama kuna kitu ambacho kinaleta kizaza. Let's look at this and learn more, sharpen each other the more as we continue with the discussion. Thank you.
But we also are just as stupid because we allow it to happen. We're just so happy that we're mixing with these Europeans. We should be glad that they invited us. They've all been called to come to America right now for the US-Africa Summit. Guess what, my brothers and sisters? Did you know there was no agenda? No. There was no agenda. Just come so we can learn more from you, or now we can continue to exploit you even better. Do you think any of those leaders would leave their countries to go meet with another leader without an agenda? It happened during President Obama's administration. It's happening again now. In not only bringing the Barbarian Kingdom together, but also incorporating all of South Africa and, of course, indeed, the entire continent. My name is Arkana Chiombo-Rikwao, born in Zimbabwe. I'm the former African Union ambassador to the United States. During my tenure, my mandate included mobilizing the African diaspora from all over the world, not just continental Africans, but also African Americans, Afro-Latinos, Afro-Caribbeans, all people of African descent, to come together, to unite, and participate in the building of the Africa that we want. We must be very clear as we embark on this journey of retaking our Africa back to where Africa once was. I'm talking about the Africa that was the center of the world. I'm talking about the Africa that taught us what it means, we as humanity in general, regardless of our color, what it means to be human, what it means to be civilized. I'm talking about an Africa that once was the center of the earth. The question then becomes, my brothers and sisters, what is ailing the Barbarian Kingdom? What is ailing the Limpopo? What is ailing South Africa? What is ailing Africa? How did we get here? And as we move on this journey, we must understand the genesis of where, no matter where you meet us as a people, we are the most endangered species on earth. Be it black people in South America, go to their communities. What ails them also ails us here in Africa. Black people in America, black people in the Caribbean, the world has put a system in place to see to it, no matter where we are as people of African descent, we are subjected to the same pressures that is always going to be difficult for us to find ourselves having a leg up. I'm talking about the world's financial systems that were created in the 1940s with the sheer understanding that their success is based on the failures of developing nations. Of course, the majority are in Africa. I'm talking of world trade systems that were put in place to make sure that Africa will continue to be the provider of raw materials in order to create jobs for the Western world. I'm talking about the colonizers from the West, who, as they were giving us the liberation of our countries in the 60s, late 50s into the 60s, they simply gave us fake independence, made us believe that we are now free. But what they never gave us, which was really what really matters the most, was economic liberation. The multinationals that existed in all of Africa prior to liberation, they have never left our beloved continent. So it is the multinationals from colonization continue to be in Africa to do so. In actuality, Africa remains under economic colonization. We must understand that those multinationals continue to siphon trillions out of Africa every day, beginning with right here in Limpopo. We have our people surrounded by all these mines. Where is that money going? As we speak today, 75% of all the minerals traded at the London Stock Exchange are coming from Africa. And none of them are owned by us, Africa. That includes minerals coming from a region right here where we are standing. You fail to benefit from what belongs to you simply because of the policies that were put in place back yonder. The question is, where do we go from here? What I find most disturbing is the fact that we as Africans, we don't understand the fundamentals of what has been done to us. Allow me to highlight a few areas that I think if we are to understand why this ailing African tree of life cannot come back to life.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We trust you are well, even as you continue with our broadcast. Kuna Baba Haley. How are you? Your picture is failing. Are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Good, good, good. How are you doing?
I'm good.
Okay, welcome. Give your views.
I think the best thing that the Ruto administration has given Kenyans is creating offices for the first daughter, and because most of the promises they made during the campaigns, they have not been implemented, and I think the hustler is still suffering even more than he used to suffer during Uhuru's regime. And I hope that the hustlers have learned their lesson, that campaigns are very sweet. These people come with very sweet language, but once they get into office, now they start taking care of their own families and their own interests. Because, for example, was it the conference that was in Egypt, the COP27? Kenya had like the second highest number of delegation to Egypt, and at that time we still have drought in the country. People are dying of hunger and hustlers are suffering. So I hope that the hustlers, especially the hustlers, I hope they have learned their lesson, that some promises, especially when they are too good, you need to think twice about it. Yeah. And
Okay, thank you. Sasa hii ofisi ya first daughter inasaidiaje hustler?
I don't know how it's helping them because because now she was talking about it. She was talking about it proudly. So I don't know. Maybe someone should tell us how it's helping the hustlers. Because if she was talking about it, it means she was proud about it. Joe, hata alikuwa na introduce in a foreign country. Was it in Uganda?
It was in Arusha,
Yeah.
Tanzania.
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe the hustlers should come and tell us how it's helping them also. Because I've also seen them defending her on Facebook and on other social media platforms. Yeah, and now you're just left wondering if it's just like being I don't know, because I don't see how you should defend such a thing. It's not helping you in any way. And then you also hear stories of now telling us she also used to sell smokies and kachumbari or at campus. And you just know they are lies. She's telling lies, and she's just trying to make the hustlers think that, oh, I was like you. Yeah. It's
Okay.
just a pity.
So wewe unaona the Kenya Kwanza government ni mpangilio wa watu wa kuhadaa wa Kenya watubebee mali.
Yeah, I really think that is what it is. Because now you see, when we're now being told about the hustler fund and everything, and this is money that has not like been approved through parliament. We don't know who's the owner of the money. Maybe it's just some individual benefiting from it. It's not even the government, because if it didn't go through parliament, who is it? Where's the money coming from? Yeah.
I remember Kalonzo saying there is no legal framework for the
Yeah.
provision of the fund, and so nobody's an obligation to pay.
Yeah, and I think we have a case in court on that issue, and I can foresee that hustler thing being quashed. So I think hustlers will benefit from that. Yo mia tano, at least they won't have to pay it. But I think in future Kenyan elections, we need to have a system whereby we filter the people who should make decisions for us on the ballot. Because you see, there is this thing called wild beast voting, whereby people are just following a wave, and then they make very fundamental decisions on behalf of the entire country, and they're the majority. They make very fundamental decisions that affect even the smart voters who know what they're doing. Yeah. There should be a criteria of people who know what they're doing to vote.
But inasemekana in Kenya we don't have elections, especially when it comes to the presidents. We have selection.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what Kenyan vote for. The selected one has to go through.
Yes, but for you to be selected, you also need to have like some mass following. Yeah,
where is the mass? If I have a mass following, why do I need selection for?
I think that selection gives you some more weight.
The selection is supposed to rescue me from the masses, because the masses are voting me out. The selection brings me up, regardless of what the masses have said. So what we have as election is, in my opinion, is an insult to our intelligence. eti tuamke asubuhi saa 9 tupange foleni tupige kura, alafu mtu amekaa tu
Yes.
na list anangoja kutusomea ati the 7th
Yes.
day at
Yes. Yes.
that in itself is a mess.
Yes. And Kenya is a joke because hata mi unajua I was wondering like even just from a moral perspective, someone who's 55 years old, and then you are vying, you are competing against someone who's 78 years old, and this 78-year-old person is the 5th term at the presidency, and it is his very last attempt as the presidency. And then, as in, even from a moral perspective, it doesn't make any sense that you should use other dirty means or other shortcuts to shortchange this person and to just. I really felt bad about it because kama ni age mate ningekuwa ni Kalonzo and this guy, it would have made a lot of sense. But Baba, it's the 5th time and the last one, and the guy is very old, and you just play games and like you snatch away. I think after it's a curse. I don't know. That is very wrong.
No, that's Kenya for you. That's Kenya for you. And I think we have not been always like this. Our
Yeah.
politics changed. You know, we had respect for the elders.
Yes.
If in the 90s, you remember the tussle between the Young Turks and Jaramogi.
Yes.
Jaramogi
Yes.
Gingo Dinga, and then of course Kenneth Matiba and all that. Masinde Mliro. They
Yes.
were not age mates of Jaramogi, but there was that age group whereby if
Yes.
Jaramogi gives a ruling, everybody submits because of his age and his experience. The same thing went for
Yes.
Jomo Kenyatta. The reason why Jomo
Yes.
Kenyatta was given the presidency or the prime minister was
Yes.
because he was older than Jaramogi, and
Yes.
due to respect, and of course he had a
Yes.
cloud. So all these are no longer coming into play in our day. Our day is
No.
unaweza vuta mguu
Yeah.
wa nani uangushe nani upate, na mshapata
Yes.
umepata. It doesn't matter how you got it, you just get it.
Yes.
With that
Yes. And
as a way of doing
yes.
things. Yes, go on.
Okay. I was saying it would have been it would have been understandable if this young person like wins genuinely. For example, if I am 28 years old and competing against a 50-year-old, and then I get more votes genuinely, there would be no need for me to feel guilty about anything. But now, when I have to like steal from his basket again or use some other methods to take away, yeah, it's wrong. And then also you see very young leaders like there is this woman rep of Wakirinyaga. I don't know if she's 29 or something. She's still very young, and she goes on national TV and she's like, as in, there's no respect. As in, hata kama you are in opposite camp, there are things you can't say about someone as old as Baba. And when you are as young as that girl is, that day I was watching her on TV and I was very annoyed and I was very mad because it shouldn't be allowed. It should not be told. Hata kwa TV they should like, yeah, it was wrong.
Our society fabric has been broken completely. We no longer have, and you know,
Yeah.
that is one of the things that is going to end up making the country ungovernable. Because
Yeah.
when there is no respect for the elders, there is no respect
Yeah.
for law, then everybody
Yeah.
is going to go wild. And when everybody goes wild, the people in power are going to feel it. So
Yeah.
your story Pangwingwi, when it comes now, it turns. The court turns
Yeah.
inside out. and then
Yeah.
sasa warudie sasa waambie Kenya Kwanza tupangwingwi.
Yeah.
And
That is true.
they are midstream. So what is going to happen? Are they going to change to Napangwangwa?
Washapangwa. They have already been arranged. Yeah.
The you know, Mwanadamu is a very, I would say, a very dangerous animal, in the sense that, in the sense that you can't hold him in hostage forever. You may think that you have got him,
Yes.
and you have covered all the base, and there is nothing that can be done. But eventually, something comes out and proves otherwise. And when that otherwise shows up,
Yeah.
mambo yanaharibika tena.
Yes. That is true.
So
But
let's listen out to this first, and then we continue the conversation. Wale mnataka kuingia studio,
okay.
tafadhali jitahidini, karibuni mara moja, tusonge mbele. Leo hatutakaa sana kwa sababu lazima tuende kanisani, wala ambao tuko Kenya. So let everybody come in good time.
Okay.
Just a moment. Just a moment. Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. Let's keep the conversation going. What is your take? The scorecard ya Kenya Kwanza, hebu nione vile inaendelea. Kuna Maina Sitima na CCTV anasema Kenya Kwanza hoye, tuko sawa na the 50th president of the Republic of Kenya, William Ruto. Okay, wewe uko sawa. Alafu nani huyu? The rain started beating, that is Farah Haji anasema the rain started beating us the moment Jaramogi paved way for Kenyatta to lead this country, the blunder of the century. Okay, haya, unaona hivyo. Sawa sawa, all the same, thank you anyway. Kuna nani huyu mwingine? Let me see the scorecard. Right after scorecard ya Kenya Kwanza, how have they performed? Kuna ile amesema all they needed was hustler fund. Hustler fund has been given, and that is all that matters. What is your thought on the same? Okay, Pamela Kagame anasema this is a true leader, he's speaking the truth just like President Raila. Richard Okemwa anasema 100 days of Kenya Kwanza in office has created more problems than before. Everina Nyango anasema Ruto is a Freemason president. Haya ni maoni ya wananchi wa Kenya. Okay. Why are, hey, okay, the question about Irene Masit being asked to resign. They say, why are they telling her to resign? They are already scared. Well, we are waiting for the same. Okay, thank you everyone. We appreciate everyone. Please tuendelee pamoja. Nani huyo ambaye anafungiwa nje ya studio? Usichelewe. Karibu wale ambao mnataka kuchangia, tukasonge mbele kwa pamoja tunapoangazia masuala haya. Kenya Kwanza imefanyaje siku zao 100? Wamefaulu, wajafaulu? Wamepata asilimia ngapi? Kulingana na hesabu zako wewe kama mdadisi na anayeangazia masuala haya kwa kina. Thank you everyone. Please, let's keep the conversation going. Keep it sane, keep it civil. Let the whole world enjoy the conversation, even on the chats. So wale mnaingia studio, tafadhali karibuni. I think we continue with this speech as we await those who want to contribute on the matter. Karibuni, tuendelee.
Above the ground, on the street, which are the issues they want us to focus on, and they never want us to look at the issues below the ground. The issues above the tree, above the ground, we're talking about poor access to healthcare, poor access to education, poor leadership, poor infrastructure. These are all the trees, the leaves, the branches, the fruits, the flowers of this tree that come and go from one season to the other. They want us to continue to be stuck on stupid, talking about those issues. The question is, why is it that we don't have enough funds to build better schools? Why is it that we don't have enough funds to build better roads? Why is it that our leadership is being sold to the highest bidder? Goes back to the issues of the root. Allow me to talk about issue number one, which is pivotal for us to understand if Africa is going to move forward. If we are going to take a position right here in the Limpopo, in the Barbary Kingdom, to do something about what is happening in our backyards. I'm talking about the issue of the mind. When the colonizers came to Africa centuries ago, they made some of the most amazing people on earth. People so powerful, with well-established religious systems, educational systems, people so strong that they didn't know how were we going to conquer such a people. So they sought out to defeat us where it matters the most, which is the mind. They sent missionaries to come to Africa and teach us about religion. They told us about a place called heaven, where there are angels, the most beautiful. Everybody wants to grow up to be an angel. And they said those angels are white. And they said there's a place called hell. And there is a devil, a monster that everybody needs to shy away from, the mean person. And that devil is black. And prior to that, we had gone to school. They taught us about the colors, white, blue, black, orange, yellow. But they picked up two colors, black and white. They gave attributes to the color white, and they gave attributes to the color black. And as an afterthought, they said, oh, by the way, angels we told you about, they're white, just like us. We may not look like this white sheet of paper, but don't worry about that. We are telling you that we are white, like the angels. And you may not be black like this tablecloth, but don't worry about that. We are telling you that you're black, like the devil. And when we call you black, you own everything, all the attributes that we have given to the color black. And when you call us white, you give us all the attributes that we have told you come with the color white. This was centuries ago, my brothers and sisters. And what did we say? We said,
Amen.
We're great with them. I call that number one lie. I don't know about all of you. If I were to ask all of you, where is heaven? Can you point where heaven is? All of you. Where is heaven? It's up there, right? I know about all of you, but I got my own ideas about where heaven is and where hell is. You see, somewhere up there, and I have my own ideas of the gates to heaven and the gates to hell. They have done a great job of creating an image on us of nothing but lies. So as we go around, I often say in the United States, when you're filling out forms, there's only black or white. Why is it that the Chinese are not called brown Americans? Why is it that the Mexicans are not called brown Americans? Because the color brown was not the issue. The issue was to introduce white supremacy. The issue was to destroy the African where it matters the most. The issue was to make the black person, the African, believe that you are inferior. And when we go to church and worship the angels and the white Jesus, we're worshiping them. So we're continuously defeated. There's some subliminal messages everywhere, reminding us that that which we represent is undesirable. That when you look at your own brother, you should be scared. That when you look at your own brother, you can't trust him because you see yourself as the devil. I mean, I don't know how many of you have seen the video of a 5-year-old little black boy. He was given 2 dolls. One was black and the other one was white. He was asked which doll was beautiful. He pointed at the white one. Which doll was ugly? He pointed at the black one. Which one was nice? He pointed at the white one. Which one is mean? He pointed at the black one. He was then asked, which one looked more like you? And reluctantly, he pointed at the black one. A 5-year-old is defeated before he even begins his life. No self-respecting mother. No self-respecting father, aunt, uncle, grandmother would have sent that 5-year-old and told him that you're ugly because of the color of your skin, that you're mean because of the color of your skin. But because the subliminal messages are everywhere, he is born into a world that teaches him that you're inferior. My brothers and sisters, chiefs and kings, this is 2022. When are we going to denounce this lie? This lie is so powerful. The same 5-year-old boy is going to grow up to be the next minister. So when you ask this minister and say, Minister of Finance, you understand what the World Bank is doing, that the average African country is spending over 1/3 of their GDP on loan repayment. Some countries it's over 50%. And then the same people, they will ask you after they have stolen your lunch through the World Bank, why can't you make it? Because you're still making me pay loans that go back to apartheid. You're still making me pay loans with high interest rates when I've never defaulted on my loans. When countries that have defaulted on loans, they get better interest rates from the World Bank. Remember, the world financial systems were designed to see to it that Africa was forever defeated. So line number 1 We're talking about the 5-year-old boy who's going to grow up to be the next president of Africa, the next minister, the next CEO. When you go to the boardroom table, when you go to those meetings with a colonized mind, a mind that says, I'm already defeated, a mind that says, when you look in front of the white person, your knees buckle in, garbage out. The issue of the mind, whether we like to face it or not, it is a serious problem for us, even here, more importantly, in South Africa, when you can see fellow South Africans looking negatively at other Africans from outside Africa. What is wrong with this picture? What are you thinking? Think of what the world went through to rescue South Africa. And yet we have too many of us who are so goddamn stupid and colonized that they can't see facts for what they are. When you cannot see something so simple, how then do you think we are going to come together and begin to deal with issues of the Barbadian Kingdom? How then do you begin to come together and deal with issues of the Limpopo, of South Africa? Like that 5-year-old boy who is just now grown, but still defeated where it matters the most. I call that issue number 1 of the issues below the ground. We must wake up as a people. We may not like each other as individuals, but when it comes to issues of the Barbadian Kingdom, we must stick together like superglue. When it comes to issues of South Africa, we must stick together like superglue. When it comes to issues of Africa, we must stick together like superglue, because, my brothers and sisters, that's what the rest of the world is doing. Ask for the voices. In my case, you talk about the United States. Ask for the voices of the Chinese diaspora, loud and clear. Voices of the Mexican diaspora, the Irish diaspora, the Jews, the German Americans, the Italians. They stay together like superglue. But when you ask for the voices of us Africans, you might as well go to the graveyard. We are missing in action. Until we address issue number 1, everything else that we try to do will not succeed. So those who try to tell you that South Africans are better than the rest of the Africans, stop right there. When you fall for that sort of thinking, remind yourself you're that 5-year-old little boy. And you have a responsibility as an individual to wake yourself up. Ask not what your neighbor has done, what your friend has done. The question is, what have you done? What have you done to wake yourself up so you can be a better citizen that can be part of a whole that's going to do what it takes to liberate our beloved kingdom of Barbadia, to liberate our region of the Limpopo. It starts with you, the mind. We then go on to other issues such as what the World Bank financial policies that are totally against the development of Africa. The World Trade Organization policies that are totally against the development of Africa. The useless, toothless bulldog, the United Nations, that's simply there to further their destructive agendas around the world. Have you ever wondered, the 5-member UN Security Council is made up of some of the worst perpetrators of human rights abuses around the world? Does that even make sense? So why are they still there? The largest group of members of the United Nations are Africans. 1.4 billion people, 54 nations were not on the table. Why do we go to the United Nations?
Take pictures.
Have you thought about it? We go to the United Nations so we can vote on their issues. We don't go to the United Nations to vote on issues pertaining to Africa. Absolutely not. So that 5-year-old boy was grown up to be the president, was grown up to be the minister. They're just so happy that they got a visa to go to America. So whether they accomplish anything or not, it doesn't matter. We have no business going to the United Nations. There's nothing there for us. So until the 5-year-old boys can come together and take a position and say, until we are at the table, until 1.4 billion people have representation, we are not coming. World Bank has meetings twice a year, in May and in October. We all know, the ministers of finance know, that the frivolous loans that we are being made to pay, the policies they are pushing on us that are detrimental to the development of our countries. Why can't the ministers take a position and say, we've done an analysis of what we have paid so far. Our loans have been paid 1,000 times over. So as such, we are not going to pay you. You may say whatever you want to say about President Mugabe, but when we were having issues and the White World Bank was jumping in, they said, you print money. When you need money, so shall we. It is that bold leadership that is needed to speak truth to power. But some of you may not know. You see, the world runs on the US dollar. So when the US needs to pay its loans, guess what? They just print the money. Because they're the ones printing the money. They don't have to have the money, they just print more paper. But because you use a different paper, you gotta buy real dollars in order to pay your loans. The world is fucked up. I'm sorry, pardon my language. I need you all to understand how ridiculous this system is. World Trade Organization, I can share with you the story of cocoa out of West Africa. Over 60% of the world's cocoa beans come from West Africa, up until a few years ago. If West Africa decided to add value to the cocoa beans, the tariff on the value-added products was so high that it wasn't even worth adding value to the cocoa. Why? How dare you try to take away my jobs? There is not a single cocoa plantation in Switzerland. And yet, all over the world, Swiss chocolate, Swiss. Why hasn't the World Trade Organization said, Switzerland, where are your cocoa fields? Where are your tea fields? And yet everything comes out with Switzerland. These are serious crimes that are being committed against Africa. But why aren't we coming together and say, you know what? We Africans, we love chocolate. We are going to make our own chocolates for African consumption. The problem is, we want to make the chocolates and send them to Europe. Why? So you can turn around and come through London and many other ports and buy these chocolates and bring them to your families. That's your chocolate, for heaven's sake. But we also are just as stupid because we allow it to happen. We're just so happy that we are mixing with these Europeans. We should be glad that they invited us. They've all been called to come to America right now for the US-Africa Summit. Guess what, my brothers and sisters? Did you know there was no agenda?
No.
There was no agenda. Just come so we can learn more from you, or now we can continue to exploit you even better. Do you think any of those leaders would leave their countries to go meet with another leader without an agenda? It happened during President Obama's administration. It's happening again now. At least you can give it to China and say, when China called on the African leaders, which again I have a problem with, one man wants to meet with the African leaders, and they all gotta go to Beijing. Why can't you come to the African Union? You're the one who wants what we have. Don't make it look like we're trying to help us. No, let's make no mistake about this. Africa does not need the world. The world needs Africa. But they make us believe that, oh, we are going there because they're going to help us. Well, let's China made a simple agenda. We're going to talk about trade. We're going to talk about aid. We're going to talk about investment. Tell us your issues. Tell us what issue you're having with us, and we can try and meet each other halfway. It was a meaningful meeting with an agenda, expected outcomes, and delivery mechanisms, and follow-up. They're going there now to the United States. There is no agenda. No. Why are we there? We're just glad that we got our 6-month visa, re-entry visa to the United States. Hallelujah. My brothers and sisters, yes, while we blame others who have sought out to destroy us, we too must own some of the blame. It starts with the mind. Next time you run into a South African who tries to tell you you're better than somebody from Nigeria. I was at the airport in Johannesburg one day, and 2 Zulu boys were talking, I could tell from their accent. And one says, when was the last time you were in Africa? And that one scratched his head. He said, 2 months ago. They were at the airport in Johannesburg. They didn't think they were in Africa. I was giving a lecture at NYU in New York City. And when I finished talking to this young man from Morocco, he got up and he says, but Ambassador, I'm from Morocco and I've always been told that I was from the Middle East. Now this is a master's student who is from Morocco, and he said he grew up being told he's Arabic from Middle East. I said, son, if I were to give you the map of Africa right now, where is Morocco? He said, in Africa. And I said, you very smart graduate student. You just figured it out, that Morocco is in Africa. I rest my case. Son, I just have to repeat it. You're African. A graduate student from Morocco had to be told that you're African. The disease is deep. And most of us in this room are suffering from it. We are not just at home sick. We are not in the medical clinic, waiting room of a doctor. We are not in the wards, general ward at the hospital. Instead, we are in the intensive care with this disease. And until you accept that you're sick, how do you go to look for help? I'm a medical doctor. If you don't come to me, there's no way I can help you. Let's accept that we are suffering from the legacy of colonization and we are in the intensive care. And each and every one of us needs to have a serious conversation with the image in the mirror. Why do I think the way I do? Why do I not trust my brother? We can very easily give thousands of dollars to those who don't look like us to invest, but we can't trust our brother with $1. It's a serious disease. So as we talk about what we can do with the natural resources right here in this kingdom, we had a beautiful presentation last night. I'm sorry I was tired. I kept dozing off, but I tried to pay attention and listen. It was an analysis of what is wrong with what's going on in our kingdom. We can't be surrounded. Thank you, my brother. We appreciate your presentation yesterday. We can't be surrounded by all these minerals, and yet we are poor. Something has got to give. We must hold accountable all these owners of these mines. They must honor their social corporate responsibility, and I'm sorry, 10% is not enough. At a minimum, 50%. Now, if you think about it, if all of you were to come together and unite and just stand your ground and say, that's it, pay up, Jack, or out. You don't even need the police. The Malawi people did a very good one time. This was about a Chinaman who beat up and killed a young Malawi boy, all because he asked for a gallon of petrol to put in his motorbike so he could go a kilometer away and come back and pay him. Not sure how that ended up with the boy being killed. So because the policemen get paid, the locals knew that nothing was going to happen. So they decided they were going to take care of it because enough
was enough.
Was enough. So when the police tried to come, they beat up the Chinaman and they killed him. When the police tried to come, they said, come on, bring it on, we're ready for you too. They had their machetes. So the police ran away. It was the previous president. Then the president was in his car, getting ready to go to that region. The head of the news, they also sent a message back, and Mr. President, come on over. We're waiting for you. The president quickly got back into his palace and delivered a speech and said, you Chinese, you better treat my people right. So he addressed them from the comfort of his palace. We don't want to have to get to that level. But at what point are we going to say enough is enough? And I can tell you as a black woman, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. That's it, plain and simple. How long can they continue to abuse our children? How long can they continue to abuse our men? Well, if they want to see a mad black woman. The women in Liberia, when the war would not end, they said they were going to march naked until those men would meet and have meaningful meetings that will bring an end to the war. They also said activities of the bedroom are going to end. I don't know, some of you are true. This is a true story. Boyfriends, husbands, no activity in the bedroom until the war is over. Exactly 30 days the war was over. The things we can do. Because sometimes trying to follow the rules ain't gonna work. We gotta do what we gotta do. But this BS, my apologies, I have got to use this language. Sometimes you gotta tell the folks like it is. This BS has got to stop. We're taking back our millions. We can no longer continue to be poor when we're surrounded by riches. Unity of purpose is what this moment is calling for. I hope next time I come back, we'll find nice organizations in Bapedi Kingdom.
Yes, ma'am.
People who are going to say, I may not like you as my neighbor, I may not like you as my brother or sister, but when it comes to the issues of Bapedi Kingdom, we are going to stick together like super.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm looking forward to coming back to continue to have the conversations. This is an amazing kingdom. I've learned a lot. I was talking to my VP, by the way. I must introduce you to my team. My Vice President, Damien Cook, please stand up. He's an African American from Jacksonville, Florida. He's one who is awoken, one who has taken the journey, and the one who is saying, I'm coming home. Welcome, my brother. Welcome back for sure. And then I have my naughty son. I only claim him when he's good. Philip Chabata. He is the regional director for African Diaspora Development Institute, SADC. We will be coming back. There is a project that we would like to discuss. My sister, where is she? Project we'd like to discuss. And that's how we're going to enter into ADDR. And thanks to our VP, he said, Ambassador, we must come back. I see a lot of possibilities in this kingdom. I have my son, I just acquired him. He's, I said, you must come to Zimbabwe. I don't know, some of you. You know, there's a study that was done that Zimbabwean wives make the best wives. So I'm going to get him a Zimbabwean wife. Now I might get in trouble with my sisters. I've got him crash over there. There you go. His testimony. And we'll see where we're coming from, Zimbabwe. We had our honorable, he's an MP from the region that borders Limpopo with Zimbabwe. He's traveling with us. He was one of President Mugabe's security detail for 37 years. Wow. So he protected our president, and boy, does he have a story to tell. He's writing his memoirs. We shall get to hear all about it. And of course, last but not least, my brother, Bishop, Reverend Maponga. He said, ditch the bishop, ditch the reverend. Okay. The reason I respect him so much, you see, the Bible is a good book, and the Bible speaks the truth. But then those who read the Bible, they mistranslate it. We start with, why Jesus Christ? Come on now. Jesus Christ, what does the Bible say? Hair like wool, crimson skin. Is that how you describe what they call white person? When Mary and Joseph were running away from King Herod, where were they told to go?
Africa.
They were told to go to Egypt. Because if he looked like them, they would have sent him to Europe. But they knew in Europe he would stand out like a sore thumb. So said, go back where you belong, where you look like those that are there. So in fact, I would like to say, Jesus Christ, a black man, born in the Middle East, grew up in Egypt. May I rest my case, ladies and gentlemen, that Jesus Christ was the first African diaspora. But they don't want us to own him. But we don't need to wait for them to tell us. Jesus Christ was black. Even Reverend Billy Graham, he had a nice video where he says, Jesus Christ was not white, he didn't look like me. He said Jesus Christ was a dark-skinned man. The man who helped Jesus Christ was a black man. Yes. So stop lying to the world. That's exactly what Reverend Maponga is saying. He said, I've read the Bible. We are lying to the people. That has got to stop. But again, we need not wait for somebody to tell us. We are victims of the teachings and trainings of the missionaries when they first came to Africa. Teach them how to read, but not to reason. So you read the Bible and you talk about Jesus with crimson skin, hair like wool, you just bypass it. Why aren't you stopping and then going back to your pastor and say, what's up? What's wrong with this picture? Can you please take down that white Jesus, blue-haired and blonde-haired, blue-eyed and blonde-haired Jesus? That you look around homes across Africa, churches across Africa, they have a blue-eyed, blonde-haired Jesus. What a lie. Doesn't that make all of you feel stupid? Let's not continue to victimize ourselves. While we were taught how to read, we must also reason. I thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that is a timely message that each one of us needs to embrace and begin to think differently. I believe there is something about Africa that we are yet to realize and come to terms with. But if that happens, I think we're well able to run the affairs of this world without the West and other parts of this world who claim to be more important than Africa and Africans for that matter. This is one school of thought that I'm intimated to, and I believe we need to consider it seriously and also begin to caucus around it so that our thinking and planning goes beyond just discussing Kenyan issues and begin to talk Africa issues. And that's why I chose to bring up that particular speech just to stir us up into a mentality that that is cross-cutting. Our African problem are similar. Our what bedevils us is almost the same. Our bad leadership is running across from the north to the south, from the east to the west. Can we get together and just sort these matters? Because if we only deployed 50% of our resources, we are able to feed the entire world. Why are we beggars? Why are we apologetic about everything? Why do we see that we are being given a favor if something good comes to us? Why is it that these people take more than they give to us and all that? Without preaching animosity or trying to stir up any form of bad mouthing anyone, I believe we need to begin to tell each other the truth. We have enough that can take us through. Our dependence mentality and our relying on external help needs to come to a stop. Let's mobilize our resources, put them to good use. Let's come up with an education system that is able to enhance the full development of our African people, other than depending on an imported education system that demeans, that belittles, that makes robots out of our children. And the future doesn't look good with those kind of, schooling. Why do we have different education systems for different places? And what is the aim? Why should we have, selected divisive kind of developing of the people? As much as we are diverse in our cultural and backgrounds, I think we are all humans, and being human means we can be trained and we can be built and we can be enhanced, sharpened to be contributors to our generation. And so I invite everyone to look at this keenly and let's talk widely. And I believe this is also an something that will kind of help us begin to break forth as a people to begin to address matters that are of great importance, not only in helping our country or our county or our region, but Africa as a whole. Our founding fathers saw it in their wisdom that Africa will only be free when each and every part of Africa is free. He said, as long as our brothers are still under colonial rule, we cannot celebrate our independence. Let us get together. Let's assist each other so that we get off the yoke of independence. It was the African unity that brought about the acceleration of independence. And so, as we go about our politics, our looking at different issues, we need to get sick and tired of the dependence syndrome that we have been uh, indoctrinated with, that there is nothing we can do for ourselves. We have always to stretch forth our hand, and somebody has to pick us and help us to get from where we are to where we ought to be. Now, it seems that some people are off air today, na kwa sababu hiyo inaonekana tutafunga stesheni mapema kama hawatakuja wale ambao wanataka kutoa maoni. This one is mad. Let him. I will not give my attention to his claims. Okay, Lynette Wabomba says doctors should not even give a notice of their strike. Their demands haven't been met. Mandamano is the best. After them lecturers, teachers, we Kenyans, Mandamano loading. You are not far from the truth. We will soon be there. Okay. Now, kama kuna swala lolote, tafadhali tulitoe saa hii. Kama halipo, mimi nitakwenda church. Let's get this you get to this and then we move.
To proposals made by President William Ruto to change the Constitution. LSK President Eric Theuri terms the President's proposals unconstitutional, with the lawyers' body asking Parliament to protect the Constitution. Citizen TV's Ayub Abdikadir reports on yet another attempt to change the country's supreme law 12 years after its promulgation.
The lawyers' lobby says President William Ruto's move seeking to change the constitution is unconstitutional and that Parliament should not consider the proposals by the head of state.
We therefore call upon Parliament, that is required under Article 94, subsection 4 of the Constitution, to protect the Constitution and protect democratic governance of the country and the citizens of Kenya, to rise up to the occasion and safeguard the gains made under the Constitution.
In his proposal, President Ruto said, "I propose that Parliament considers an amendment to Chapter 9, Part 4 of the Constitution to establish the office of the Leader of Official Opposition." The President bolstering his argument with the claim that the Constitution fell short in the provision of clarity on the full post-election fate of the minority side, saying the bipartisan approach between the majority and the minority sides does not extend to its full logical extent. The President also proposed the establishment of a formula that will guide the computation of the gender ratio in the National Assembly and to entrench various funds in the Constitution, including the National Government Constituency Development Fund, the Senate Oversight Fund and the National Government Affirmative Action Fund. The head of state also pushing for cabinet secretaries to be accountable to Parliament, with his proposal, and I quote, "I recommend and request Parliament to consider the formulation of a mechanism within its standing orders to facilitate the participation of cabinet secretaries and chief administration secretaries in parliamentary proceedings by responding to questions raised by members of the National Assembly."
The amendments are being initiated by the President contrary to the decision in the BBI case, and so therefore they should not see the light of day in Parliament, as there being a very clear precedent that has been set by the courts.
The Law Society of Kenya says President Ruto now wants members of the bicameral parliament to spearhead the process despite the Supreme Court ruling on the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020, affirming that the head of state lacks authority to initiate changes to the country's constitution. The core values and principles as laid out in Kenya's Katiba 2010 are transformative and progressive. And while it's inevitable amending the country's supreme law, many questions do come up. Is the process to change the country's constitution constitutional as the Constitution envisions? For those driving any amendment, have they lived by the principles of good governance and constitutionalism? 12 years since the promulgation of Katiba 2010, has the country's constitution been accorded the right environment to thrive? The process that led to the birth of the country's Katiba 2010 was people-driven and people-centered. How willing are those driving any amendment going to engage the Kenyan people who are supreme in a robust manner. Ayub Abdikadir, Citizen TV, at the Law Society of Kenya, Nairobi.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for joining us and partaking into our conversation. I find very interesting the comments by Kiprotich Ngeno. He say maombi ilishinda deep state na matusi na madharau. Ruto is God chosen and the most holiest man. He will lead for 10 years, the best president of Kenya. Niko tuna swali kidogo tu kwako Kiprotich. Swali ni moja. Mbona maombi sasa haijazi stadiums mpaka hakuna mtu anatokezea mkutano? Hii maombi ilikuwa tu ya kura. Ikishamaliza kura alafu haitaguza watu wakuje kwa mkutano mpaka tuanze kuwapatia incentives ya scholarship ndio wahudhurie mikutano, mpaka county commissioner anasomea chief in camera mbele ya dunia nzima. Kwa nini stadium iko empty chairs? Maombi yenu haya yako only one-sided. It only adds the votes but cannot change the hearts of people in their quest to hail their God-chosen, holiest man, bishop, nabi, and every other thing you have alluded to. Okay, he says the amendments made by President Ruto is good for Kenyans. We should change even the 2-term limit to age. I think you're here with an agenda, and it will be interesting to see how you wish to participate into the same. Bogon Rotich, uko nyuma ya camera. You put on your camera if you want to be on the screen and participate into the discussion. If you must hide, then we will not let that happen. Put on your camera. Let's see who is talking to us so that we are able to carry on with the conversation. I want to play a video or two, and then we see if we call it a day right now. So kina Kiprotich Ngeno na hiyo maswala yenu. Sisi tunasubiri kuona kama you guys are very you're not serious. You're not serious at all. God choice notwithstanding, the leadership of one William Ruto is wanting in every way, in the sense that dealing with the issues that is bedeviling the nation called Kenya seems to be a high stake for him. And probably that's why he's running from one nation to another, from one conference to another, from one consultation to another. What has he put in place as a solution to Kenyan's problem? Even the Hustler Fund is collapsing. It is already having legal issues in the court of law. So how do you suppose this your God-chosen president and anointed man of God, who you portray that God picked on him, the people are turning their hearts against him? That's a sure guarantee. He addressed chairs on Mashujaa Day. He would have addressed chairs on Jamhuri Day. Same for the scholarship woodwink. So just let us know, since you people seem to be closer to God, mnakaanga na Mungu kwa room moja, mtueleze tu huyu Mungu wenu anafanya kazi kivipi? Yaani anasikiliza tu watu wa Kenya Kwanza, hao watu wengine wote si wake, ama ni nini kinachoendelea? Ningependa tuangazie hilo kwa kina wakati tunapoanza mjadala wetu, lakini hii masuala mengine mnayozungumzia mimi sioni yakileta shangwe. Na kwa kifupi tu nataka tusikilize hii video. Naona watu wameanza kuingia, tukajadiliane kwa kina. Kuna msemo hapa, sijui kama tutauelewa, but let me see how it plays out, then we hear what you have. Bogon, giza janini.
Thank you very much. Tuikare thi. Waziri wetu Rebecca Meano na familia yako, watoto wako na majirani na marafiki, athĩnjĩri Ngai na kanitha witu ni date ya kigongona, mawaziri wetu wale wamefika, waziri Florence Bore, Zakaria Njeru, na mzee wetu Bwana Ezekiel Machogu, waziri wetu wa elimu, PS wetu wa interior Raymond Omolo, wa regional commissioner Esther Maina na county commissioner na wafanyikazi wote wa serikali, marafiki wetu andu aitu adaragwa muriega ringi, Ngai ni mwega na hindi ciothe, ngeithia iciarĩra-inĩ mwathani agocwo. No mũririkana gĩthũngũ, God is good and all the time. Koguo nĩ mũĩ gĩthũngũ nĩ kwĩrigithia mwĩrigithagia. Asante sana, tumeshukuru sana. Tumefika hapa kwa hii sherehe ya shukrani ya kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa yale ametendea huyu mtoto wetu Rebecca Meano, rais wetu Daktari William Ruto akamteua kama waziri wetu katika serikali yetu ya Kenya Kwanza na ya UDA. Waziri wetu Rebecca Meano, nasema pongezi, heko, congratulations waziri. Na hii maneno ya shukurani ni maneno ya maana sana. Unajua hapo mbeleni tumekuwa tukipiga kura, mtu akichaguliwa anapotea, hana nafasi ya kuja kusema asante. Tumekuwa na rais wetu pale Wanjohi katika ibada ya shukrani ya kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa yale ametutendea, ya kushukuru wakazi wa Nyandarua kwa vile walituunga mkono. Na mimi nataka nikuambie Rebecca Meano, that is a way. Mungu akikutendea mema, ukuje urudishe shukurani. Harare 10 mahonirio ni umwe wekire atia eke tukoragwo tuli ucio umwe wa gucokia ngatho. Watu ya Ndaragwa, huyu waziri hajapewa ati by accident. Hapana, hii kiti ni yenu, mumetafuta, si ati mumepewa. Hapana, si mumetafuta. Si nyinyi mlitajua hii serikali na ile dia muhete ohoro, ndamuhete ohoro kwa dia muhete ngimwira tubange na njambirete Ruto na ithuĩ tũke tũkae mũndũ arĩgethaga kũrĩa ahandĩte atiguo angĩ mendaga kũgetha na ndũhandĩte. Wahanda mbembe ũkagetha kĩ? Wahanda mboco. Ndĩrauga atĩrĩrĩ, arĩa tũrahandire twambe tũrekwo tũgethe, twarĩkia kũgetha kĩrĩa gĩgũtigara arĩa matanahanda moke moe maitĩka. Katiguo andũ Ndaragwa, kwĩ mahĩtia twĩkĩte tire tũrĩ raini ũrĩa yagĩrĩire. Niĩ nĩ ndamenyaga ũrĩa ndĩreka, ngĩmwĩra mũtigane na kĩmũndũ kĩu kĩa Azimio, kĩonia gĩkiuma thutha. Mũciĩ kana ndarĩ mũciĩ? Mũciĩ kana ndarĩ mũciĩ? Nĩ ndatũra gũkũ tu gwakĩonanagia thenema cia maheni, mũkĩmwĩra nja nĩ auti, mũndũ aumĩre na karia kĩte atĩa. Sisi tulitoa mwelekeo kwa jamii ya Mlima Kenya na tukaambia wetu wa mlima, tumetembea Kenya, tunajua pahali naenda. Tumetembea Madera, tumetembea Kakamega, tumetembea kila pahali, tukasikiza ground. Wakenya wote walikuwa wamejipanga na William Ruto. Tukaambia wetu watu hapa katika Mount Kenya, huyu William Ruto huyu ndio Wakenya wanataka kuwe rais, na ako na maono na ako na mpango, na sisi hatutaki kuenda kwa opposition. Rais aliondoka akasema watu waende kwa Azimio. mimi nikaongoza mlima, nikasema Rais Kenyatta, tunakupenda, tumekupenda bure, tumekuunga mkono, lakini hii njia ya Azimio hiyo utaenda peke yako, kwa sababu hiyo ni njia ya kupoteza jamii. Na mimi nashukuru watu ya Mlima Kenya kwa sababu walinisikiza. Leo kama hamngetusikiza, tulifuata rais aliondoka, hilo tigirarere la kioro tutigirarere la kioro watu, na watu ya mlima wamechanuka. Sisi tunaona mbele, na sisi tuko na akili, tunafikiria. Sisi hakuna mtu anaweza kutupanga kama hatuna akili. Lazima hata kama unatupanga ujue tuko na akili. Na ndio tulikaa chini tukaangalia tukaona hii kijana ya Sugoi, huyu alikuwa anauza kuku. Huyu mtoto ya kawaida anaelewa shida ya watu ya kawaida, na hapa Nyandarua inataka kiongozi amezaliwa na shida, kwa sababu iko shida Nyandarua. Washa tujipange na Rais William Ruto. Na adwa Nyandarua dimwiri adwa daragwa ni mwatu ikireo ya kama maana mwatu ikireo ya kama matwari hado hacheke twari hacheke ni manyi taka furaide makanda kia mandema na kengai yetu ngai ndio kahana ndege ya jeshi thigari iria cianyitaga ticio cinangeire ngai yetu na ngimera hindi yo ngimera ngai ndiriaga ngima na ndakomaga kayore katiguo ngimera.
Okay, due to public outcry, the video is off. So Julia, usini mute. Kwanza kuja huko kwa chairman, mimi nangatuka. All the same, I'm just painting that to help us understand the kind of trouble we are in as a people. If we let this kind of thinking as this kind of thinking into the steering seat, or rather the driver's seat of this great country, you seem to notice that there is no agenda, there is no building of the nation. It's all getting even, or portraying who is superior than the other, who is clever than the other, who has brains, who doesn't have brains. But all in all, this country cannot go on by one person or one community. Kenya is Kenya because of all of us, not one of us, and not one region. So if we don't appreciate that everybody matters in the country and everyone is important, then we are the wrong people to be in leadership in the first place. So I want us to get down to talking. Julia and Umato, tafutaneni tafadhali. Leo nang'atuka mapema, kesho ni church. I can't stay long, la sivyo nitamaliza kipindi like African folk song. Tukonane masaa mengine. Toroitich, umejificha, mbona? Shida ni nini?
Niko kazini lakini niko kwa giza. Natumai mnanisikia by the way.
Kusikika unasikika, kuonekana ndio uonekane. So
hata hivyo nakuanga mweusi, hata tukiweka mwangaza hutaniona. Lakini ni ule wa kawaida.
We jifiche, lakini sema.
Hii serikali mahali penye inaendelea kuenda. Anyway, unajua at least hata kama ni kuendelea na hizi speeches kama za campaign, watu waendelea sasa ile yenye economy ina run vizuri, wakati ile yenye wa Kenya kila mtu anafurahia, wakati everything inaenda smooth, hatuna malalamiko, hakuna kitu inaleta threat hata tu kwa Mkenya wa kawaida, hata mwenye apendi siasa. But so far bado hata mambo ya hii election haijakuwa haijasuluhishwa kabisa vizuri. Ndio watu wako mregarega ya mambo wako hata sijui nini. It's good by the way, I don't understand Kikuyu kwa sababu sitaki kuendelea kuchoshwa na vile huyo Gachagua anaongea. Yeye in fact hata anasema ati yeye ameongeza Kenya kushikilia serikali ya Ruto upande wa Mount Kenya. Yeye alibebwa Yeye hata ajui vile alikuja akakuwa deputy president. Yeye aliponea. Mwenye anajua vile walipata hiyo kiti ni Chebukati na Ruto. The rest hata wanashangaanga mpaka leo. So mimi niko nasema wenye wako wanaongelea hapa kuhusu sijui ati maombi ilishinda madynasty ama nini. Kwani maombi kama vile umeuliza. In fact hata hiyo ndio sababu mimi niliamua wacha niingie. Wacha nitoke huko kwa chat nikuje kuongea niulize hiyo swali kinang'eno. Hii maombi haijui bei ya unga inatakana kushuka. Kwani huyu Mungu wenu wako limited aje? How small is he? In fact, kitu moja yenye hii Ukristo ya UDA imefanya tumekuja kugundua kumbe by the way hii Ukristo hata sio vizuri, si mzuri. No wonder ile kitu yenye Raila alikuwa amesema siku ile hata in fact inatakana itilio maanani. Kenya is a very very secular nation. We are not Christians. We believe in God, most of us, but we are now even ashamed to call ourselves by those names. In fact, by the way, Christian is a pagan name, and it's good naona pagans ndo wako nayo. That's why even after wao kuchukua kiti walienda round na kutafuta watu kuwa nominate kuwa senators, wakaangukia watu kama kina Karen Nyamu. Disgrace to society. Hata hiyo bado watasema ni maombi. Ikifika hapo bado watasema ni maombi. So tusiringiane hapa mambo asijue ati ni maombi ama nini. At the end of the day Kenya ni yetu sisi wote. Tuache hizi mambo hata kwa comment section, tuache upuzi ya kuendelesha ni kama tunaongea mambo ya campaign kutupiana maneno ama nini. At the end of the day sisi wote ni wa Kenya na hao ni viongozi. Ruto ni president yangu kama ni vile president yao kinang'eno. Na hao wengine wote wenye wanajihisi walipigia kura UDA. But now push has come to show. What is showing? Really, tunaridhika na hii yenye inaendelea hapa hivi. Tunaridhika na hiyo show yenye tuliona inaendelea US where we are going to sell our birthright. Nana Ado alikuwa anaongea vizuri sana in defense of Africa, but the majority of Africa ikiwa led na Belringa mwenyewe, Bishop, Dokta mwenye tujiona akiosoma hata akifanya mtihani yoyote akaenda akapiga kengele, wakikubali kuwa wanataka kuingiana na United States of America kwa mkataba. Hii mkataba by the way, let's kumbuka ile inaitwa nini, World Trade Organization ama nini inaitwa nini, kuna hii organization yenye imefanya saizi Cameroon watu hata kufuga kuku imekuwa ngumu kwa sababu walijiingiza kwa mkataba mpaka kuna zile kuku za kutaga zinaitwa retired layers. Zinauzwa hizo nyama Cameroon. Wa Cameroon wenyewe wameshindwa kufuga kuku. Ndio hiyo sasa tunataka kufanya tena, tumejiingiza kwa mkataba na US. You never know kama tumesign mkataba ya GMO. Very soon itafika mahali tutasikia mbegu ya this year imechelewa kwa sababu tuliingia kwa mkataba hatuwezi tukagenerate our own seeds for the year 2024 or 2023 because we are in agreement, and like Mexico we cannot produce the seeds. We have to wait for US to produce for us, and since wao wenyewe ndo wamehold the longer side of the stick, hatuna say, tutakaa tu hapo hivyo kwa njaa. Huyo ng'eno, I'm very sure it's not even far, it's not even 20 kilometers kutoka penye yeye anaishi na penye kuna mkulima wa mahindi mwenye ameshindwa atapeleka wapi mahindi yake juu wanapatiwa ultimatums. Unaambiwa ati msipouza by siku fulani tunawaletea mahindi. Seriously, come on. Hii Kenya iko yani tutaendelea kushabikiana mpaka tufika kwa makaburi. Tutakashabikia upuzi ikiendelea. Unajua and wengi wetu wenye tunaweza kuafford kukuja hata kwa comments. In fact hata kama unaweza afford kuangalia reels peke yake kwa YouTube, that means you're well off. But kuna wale wenye hawawezi hata kutuma please call me, walisha exhaust hizo 5 zote kwa siku. They don't know watafanya nini, watakula nini, lakini maisha haiwahurumii. maisha ni ngumu for us. Tunaweza ongea hapa, tunaweza shabikiana, tunaweza cheka. Ni kama vile niliona kina Karen Nyamu vitu kwenye wanafanya, it seems normal, like maisha iko normal, lakini kuna wale wachochole wenye wanafikiria kuhusu ile kazi mtaani ambayo imechukuliwa. Wameambiwa tu mahindi ati watu watapelekwa kazi ya kupanda mahindi, kupanda vitu msituni huko hivyo. Kuna msitu iko wapi Turkana? Kuna msitu iko wapi Garissa? Kuna msitu ziko wapi huko hivyo? Tunakaa tunaendelea kushabikia. Unasikia hapo hivyo Shaulina amejitokeza ati yeye ako na ofisi yake, at the office of the first daughter, na tunaendelea kusema tu ni kazi ya Mungu. Really? Hii maombi yenu, si mungeomba busara kama Mfalme Solomon bana, mtuongoze hata vizuri tu kiasi tu kidogo tu. Imagine hii serikali wali cleanse State House, wakatoa pombe, lakini waliwacha wazimu ikatawala. Sasa juu yenye iko inaendelea ni madness. Ukiangalia priorities zao ziko upside down. Kila siku unasikia utterances na hizi statements, roadside statements zenye zinatokea zinashtua. Nasikia wanataka kutoa askari kwa hizi installations za serikali. Do you mean there is no any other way ya accommodate NYS kwa serikali bila kuguza hizi sensitive institution and installations yenye tutatoa polisi? Don't we recognize the contribution of the police, Kenya Police? Don't we even know our position sisi Kenya yenye imefanyika na banking sector, security sector, so that tunataka kuanza kudilute everything? Anyway, niliona juzi Ruto ametoka na akakimbia na nani South Sudan kwenda kujaribu kufanya damage control, but in reality kila siku sasa hiyo damage control ndio itaendelea for the next 5 years, because vitu wenye waliweka pledges zao zote zilikuwa zinaleta damage, and whenever they are going to execute one of their promise, na zote zinaendelea kuflop. One promise wakikeep, vitu 5 zinaharibika, so wanaanza kukimbia around the globe wakifanya damage control. Hiyo mambo ya kuhamisha port was a wrong move, and it has shown itself, and actually silently huko hivyo tu behind the scenes wako wanaendelea revert things back to the way it was supposed to be. So yangu sio mengi, yenye mimi nilikuwa nataka kusema tu, please wenye tuko comment section and I know tuko huko hivyo kwa sababu we have nothing else, tuko tu na hiyo kitu moja tu ya kusema tu ni maombi imetufikisha nini, lakini mimi niko nasema please be sober. Jaribu kufikiria, okay, campaign mulishinda, nini wanoma, mulishashinda na 7 million, na wenye wako kupiga kura wote tumwapea, serikali ni yenu, mufanye uongozi. Na please kama uko hapo kwa comment section, comment to kwa posts na tweets zao viongozi wenu, waambie wajaribu tu kuweka tu hekima kidogo tu, alafu hii ingine 2026 tutarudi kwa nini, tutaongea hiyo statement za campaign. Thanks.
Okay, asante Torotich, we appreciate that, na tunashukuru kwamba Kenya ni nchi yetu na tutaacha itokomee na uongozi mbaya. Kenya Kwanza siku zao 100 zimeonyesha kwamba hawana direction, na lazima Wakenya wajinasue wenyewe katika mtego huu. Si eti tungoje 2027. Mimi sioni 2027. By that time there will be no Kenya. I mean, I understand now Kenya Power imekuwa privatized. It will end up being mali ya mtu. As much as inaweza fanyika mali ya mtu, what service will it be delivering except hiking the cost of your power and making life impossible for Kenyans? Let's reason together, share our views. Julia, tafadhali mwanze kuja mapema, tafuta Mato Mwai studio. Naona kinyang'anyiro kinaanza sasa hivi. I want to play deficit videos that I have, ili niking'atuka niwe nimeng'atuka. But I want to appreciate everybody. Thank you Eli, thank you Wangira and Leo for rescue. Nilikuwa karibu kufunga kwa sababu niliachia studio peke yangu leo. nimekuwa hapo almost this is the second hour. But thank you. Leo unasemaje? Karibu.
Okay. Good evening and good morning, everyone. Wangira, Torotich, Eddie, Bernard, there is Ngeno. I don't know if he's gone or he is back. I hope everyone is okay. And I know today being the 100 years of the Kenya Kwanzaa in office, we now have legitimacy to ask them questions, to get answers from them, and also to predict their ending. Because from the 100 days now, we can be able to predict the ending based on what they've done. So even before I talk of maybe the Jubilee's 100 years and the expectations, I just want to respond to Ngeno. I joined when he was talking about some prayers, and the kind of prayers he was alluding to are Christian prayers. So being born and raised a Christian, I read so many stories about, in Christianity, our faith is based on Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ did had his followers, but he never allowed himself to be followed by hungry men. I mean, hungry for H, those ones who are hungry. That is why the Bible has got 2 records of Jesus feeding the hungry. He fed some 5,000 men and women and children who could not be counted, simply because in his mission, he knew that the first thing that people should get is their stomach needs to be full. And even if you look at the Old Testament, we had people like Prophet Elijah. When he visited a certain woman, Elijah multiplied the flour. Why was he doing so? So that this woman can have enough to feed herself. So what about our own Nabi who preaches, gives us hope each and every day, but giving us food is not among his priority? He gave us promises of lowering the cost of living. And I think life starts when your stomach is full, because if your stomach is not full, that is the beginning of the end of your life. So if you cannot prioritize food and something that people are going to feed on, then I don't think there's something good you can do in their living. Because giving me a QR code to join Arizona University, if I'm hungry, I won't help. It will not lower the cost of, it will not allow me to live. So however much Kiprotich and the people of the same faith or people of the same belief that this government was given by God, which I doubt. We were given this government by the Venezuelan God, Jose Camargo. Everyone knows that. So I don't know the gospel of Jose Camargo that they keep on preaching, this gospel without actions. So back to maybe the 100 years, we can strongly conclude that this government is currently flip-flopping.
It's 100 days. It's 100 days.
Yeah, 100 days.
It's not years.
Sorry, there are 100 days. You'll find that from the 100 days, you can say that they are just flip-flopping on their major policy decisions. If you look at like some of the policies that they are coming up with, they are not sure of which policy that they need to implement. There is that lack of coherence. They are not working cohesively. That is why today another minister will say this, the next day another minister says the other thing. I heard them talk about the SGR. They are reverting back the Naivasha dry port, which was politically fought. And they've now realized that Naivasha dry port was really a real deal that came at the right time. They've talked of extending the railway to Malaba. When Uhuru tried and talked of extending the railway to Kisumu, I had Gachagua going to Central and took the microphone telling people how Raila and Mzee wa Kitendawili have taken the development meant for the people of Central and have taken them to Kisumu. Right now, they want to take it to Malaba, and obviously it will have to pass through Kisumu. However much it will pass through Bomet, Kisii, Susu, and those other parts, but it will have to pass through Kisumu, and Uhuru will finally be vindicated. So before maybe we look at these 100 days, it is important for us to know what are some of the promises that these people gave us when they were campaigning. I had time today, Bernard, to look through that yellow 69-page document that they called the plan. They had a certain manifesto that was copy-pasted from some newspaper articles and some scholars' reports, and they put some photos, nice photos of Mudavadi and all those people who are in Kenya Kwanza, and called it a manifesto. So if you look at the first page, it was talking of the agenda. Ruto had 3-point agenda on the reasons why he was vying. The first agenda, he talked of to defend the constitution. That one was his first agenda in the first page of that manifesto, which was talking of defending the constitution. So within these 100 days, have he defended the constitution? We've just seen there that they are introducing, he wrote a memorandum asking the National Assembly and the Senate to consider changing the constitution to introduce the position for the leader of opposition, to introduce the Senate Oversight Fund. I don't know why they want to give these senators some other money to do what, which kind of oversight that they can't do besides the salary that they're earning. He wants to introduce some posts so that they can be able to reward ladies or women. I don't know, some women post. And we've seen those people who've been awarded. We saw Millicent Omanga last time. Today we saw how Karen Nyamu represented single ladies or the side chicks there in Dubai. So they want to create more posts to reward such ladies. And we also saw the first thing that he did, I think his first thing was to introduce the office of the prime or the chief cabinet minister, which was not in the constitution. He introduced illegal hustler fund. The case, the court said that they are going to mention it in February. They failed to clear it as something like an urgent case, so they pushed it to February. So by the time it will reach February, by the time the court will find it is illegal, already money would have been lost and nobody will be able to account for it. That one is still under him protecting the constitution. We saw him disobey the law. The court's verdict that illegalized the CDF and say that CDF was illegal. He went ahead through the advice of the former National Assembly Speaker, Justin Muturi, and cleared national government CDF legal and dispersed the money to these MPs. And currently, you know, the MPs, once they get that money, there's nothing they can do. They have at least pocket money they can walk around with. In his second agenda, I think he talked of institutionalizing politics, to do away with the politics of kingpin and to do away with the politics of patronage. We recently had some nominations in Bungoma. It really tells you that the politics of kingpin is not being done away with. We had Mudavadi telling the people of Western to rally behind him. So if Ruto wanted to do away with the politics of patronage, why would they use that energy to tell lawyers to rally behind Mudavadi as who, if not becoming the patron or the kingpin in Western? We had the other day, and even each and every day when Gachagua goes to Central, he tells these people to rally behind him, that in 2022, they were caught unaware, meaning they did not have a kingpin. So they want to make a kingpin early enough before we reach 2027. But one of the second of the agendas of Ruto, the second agenda was to do away with the patronage of the politics of kingpins and the politics of patronage. So we've seen it happening. We saw recently the office of the first daughter being created. If this one is not making is not the making of dynasties, then I don't know how we can call it. And you are told that this office is a private charity office, and this is an office that have met more than 37 government agencies, including the county government agencies. We have different charity organizations like the Plan, Shofco. There are so many organizations in Kenya that have touched the lives of Kenyans in one way or the other. But within a span of 3 months, they rarely even have 2 meetings with the government agencies. But these are private charitable organization that has been started, and within 2 weeks, it has met 37 organizations, including even the foreign organizations like the ones that she went to represent to meet in Tanzania. Then in his third agenda was jobs, and they are specific in that agenda. If you look at their manifesto, Ruto was specific that they are going to be creating 800,000 jobs each year. So if they were to create 800,000 jobs each year, a year has got 12 months. Well, that means if you divide by 3, right now you should have created about 200,000 jobs, if I'm not wrong, within these 3 months that we are having. We should be seeing 200,000 jobs. But how did he create these jobs? The first thing Ruto did, he did away with the kazi kwa vijana, which was employing, I think, over 200,000 jobs. Instead of creating these jobs, he reduced them. What else we saw him closing, supporting the closure of the bars and the restaurants within the estates. Majority of hustlers cannot afford to pay rent in the CBD so that they can run their bars. Majority of hustlers, somebody who stays in Kayole or somebody who stays somewhere in Njiro or somewhere in Kibera cannot afford to go and maybe have some party in CBD, then get back home. So they have to do it within the estate where they can walk in. And when they did this, we have several upcoming musicians who cannot get that platform to go and perform at maybe those big clubs that you see in town. So they do develop their career here within the estate. So you close those bars and you only open the ones for the rich. You know, most Kenyan musicians, I see the Ohangla and the Mugithi singers, they start singing in the estate before they reach the level of Sabido, whereby they can go and perform in Dubai. So those are jobs that have been destroyed. We have waiters in these hotels. We have bouncers in these hotels. The jobs have been reduced. Yes, the government promised you to give you 800,000 jobs a year, which is 200,000 jobs after 3 months. Then we also saw recently Pesa ya Wazee. It has been removed. These were they are not getting any money. They are no longer getting money. He removed the subsidy that was there in fuel. The boda needs this fuel so that they can be able to work to earn some money. So you've removed the subsidy that the Uhuru's government or the handshake government used to give them. They would comfortably carry their customers and go back with something at home. So you remove the subsidy and you give them 500 shillings. So will they be borrowing 500 each and every day so that they can fuel their motorbikes? These are the people you're claiming to be creating jobs for. I wonder how he's creating these jobs. What he's doing is specifically destroying jobs. In housing, they did mention something that they are going to build about 100,000 units per year, which is roughly 25,000 for 3 months. And I've not seen him doing so. What I've seen, he's been relaunching what had already been built by Uhuru's government. Like the ones you saw at Mukuru, I think it was Mukuru, those ones for railways. These are projects that had already been done by Uhuru. So he's been relaunching. We are yet to see the 100,000 he promised for a year. Somebody will say, oh, he's only 3 months old. But these 3 months are within a year. So if you want to make 100,000 and you've spent quarter of that year, you've not done a single one, then we can't predict your fall. We were promised NHIF. Every person was supposed to get NHIF. Instead, what the government told you, you have to borrow 500 and save 25 shillings. We are still waiting for the NHIF. What has been achieved so far is creating jobs for the rich. We saw a job was created from Dabadi. They created job for all those people who campaigned for him, and they had some cases. We saw their cases being dropped. And for the first time, when I was growing each and every 12th of December, I used to see the president releasing some prisoners, those with petty offenses. For the first time, I did not hear that. I don't know whether it happened. It is not in public domain, but I did not hear it happen. And I only saw some, not petty, but those people with some serious offenses.
Manaleo.
Yeah.
Muda tafadhali.
Okay, I'll continue.
Show.
Yeah.
Ukiweka mkururo ikiwa mingi namna hiyo tutakaa sana.
So we can predict that this government is not going to live for the next 5 years. I'm not saying that it is going. Maybe I don't. It will not live to its promises as we are moving on.
Oh. Yeah, mute. What did you say?
No. I'm saying we can just project roughly the 100 days can be used to predict the next 5 years. So nothing good is going to come out unless other forces or something happens in between to make them change their tune and change their ways. But if nothing happens, if we keep on praising them and saying that praise the Lord, the government was given by God, we are waiting for God, nothing will happen.
Okay, thank you. All the people dragging God's name into their political offices is all an excuse from where I sit. They are all con men, and they are using God's name to con Kenyans. God is for us all. God created all of us and is responsible for each one of us. He has no special preference. Kenya Kwanza have reduced God to be to be a UDA member and a UDA leader. That is not the God of the Bible or the God that we are serving. They have their own special God who they think is exclusively theirs and no one else has access to it. And that's what we are saying. They are strange gods. They will not bring them to Kenya and impose that strange God to Kenyans. We have seen them from far and we will not accept their God. We have our own God who is genuine and just, balanced, honors and respects the rule of law. Their own God can break all the rules. Their own God can steal from the wazes, can steal from the youth, can steal from every other, but is still holy and clean. That God is not worshipped anywhere in the world. So ninyi Mungu wenu wa UDA, tafadhali muendelee kumhudumia huko kwa UDA, mpake yellow kutoka juu mpaka chini na muabudu huko. Msimfanye Mungu wa Kenya. Mungu wa UDA sio Mungu wa Kenya. Na mimi nimesema, you can quote me anywhere, anytime. Tuendelee mbele. Bwana Wangira, toa maoni yako tukisonga mbele.
How are you, Bernard?
I'm well. Good to see you. Karibu sana.
Asante, Bernard. You know, this issue of the Kenya Kwanza government, what I will call the UDA government, being a government from God, you know, has taken me back to an argument that I once had with members of the Jehovah Witness. Because members of the Jehovah Witness believe that none of the government on earth here comes from God. And they argue, they will perhaps ask you that if, for example, the government of Russia is a government from God, then why does it behave the way it's behaving? You know? Oh no. So I tend to think that perhaps the Jehovah Witness guys could be correct that none of these governments that we have on earth is from God. That's just by the way, Bernard. Bernard,
okay,
you know,
just a moment, Mr. Wangira. Just a moment. Sorry. Sorry. Just give me a minute. Let me address teaching. You know, God chooses presidents and leaders. God loves Kenya. He gave them a God-fearing man, Dr. Ruto. Hey, Bwana Ngeno, just to educate you, Pharaoh was chosen by God. Okay. And it's written in the Bible, for this purpose have I raised Pharaoh, so that I can show my power on the earth. How did Pharaoh end up? So that you're chosen by God doesn't mean you're going to serve the purposes of God. Saul was anointed by God, picked and anointed by Samuel to be king of Israel. How did he end up? So that God has chosen somebody doesn't mean we have to accept the person. We can still reject. Jesus was sent here to save mankind. Has everybody accepted Jesus? So we have right to reject William Ruto, especially when he's oppressing Kenyans, whether he's sent from God or from hell. Case closed. Wangira, you can go.
I was just asking, you know, I just wanted to say what Gachago, I just wanted to know, to have a highlight of what Gachago was saying in Kikuyu. Because from where I come from in Budalangi, given the diversity of that place, it's very, very hard to hear people in a funeral, in a church congregation, or where people are congregating in public speaking in their vernacular. It's very, very hard to see our people speak in vernacular, because we are always considerate of other people who might not be understanding Kinyala. So perhaps I would be interested to know what Gachago was saying in Kikuyu language. And before somebody perhaps translates for me what Gachago was saying, let me just move to my next point, Bernard. Bernard, today I've been looking at a report released by the National Cohesion and Integration Commission The report is titled Elections Bila Noma, the 2022 Kenyan Experience. That is the title of the report. And in the introductory, they say that Kenya has for a long time, Kenya has had a long history. This is what they say. Kenya has had a long history of weak social cohesion. The word is weak social cohesion, occasioned by inequalities from pre-colonial and post-colonial policies implemented through Sessional Paper number 10 of 1965, which has undermined the sense of belonging. Those policies have undermined the sense of belonging and the facing of the shared challenges and opportunities in this republic. Then it goes on to say that these policies have entrenched feelings of exclusion and marginalization. Then they try to point out to what happened in 2007 after the 2007 general election. You all know what happened after 2007 general election. So, this is a very interesting introductory from a report of an agency that is a government-owned agency, the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, commonly known as the NCIC. Bernard, the truth of the matter is that people who are supposed to make the social cohesion in this country become stronger are the same people who are every day weakening the social cohesion of this country. And if you look at the utterances of a gentleman like our Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, every time he speaks, he speaks as if he's the Deputy President of Mount Kenya. He forgets that he's supposed to be the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. And that's why I wanted to have some highlight of what he was speaking in Kikuyu, because I wanted to be sure before I comment about it, because there's some, I've just read it somewhere and I don't know whether that was the correct translation of what he said. And perhaps if somebody can help me translate, then it will help me perhaps dwell further on what my thoughts are about Rigathi Gachagua. So perhaps somebody will help me before I conclude to just give in a half a minute to let me know what Gachagua was speaking in the Kikuyu language today when he was in Nyandarua. Ruto's 100 days in office, Bernard.
Okay, Wangira, I think Eli seems to have an answer to your question or something. Eli, unasemaje?
Thanks. I'm not perfect in the Kikuyu language. The advantage of having stayed or we lived in various parts of Kenya, including Nyeri. But in this internet age, also what you can do is listen to the person carefully. And also you can do Google Translate. It's the Kikuyu language is one of the few African languages that you can actually find many internet translations. They may not be perfect, but one of the things I had Rigathi saying there, which was totally, I mean, I don't know if the guy is crazy or he doesn't know what he's saying. He said something about Toti Gereria Kioro, which basically Kioro is like a public toilet. And he says in his reference to Uhuru Kenyatta wanting the Kikuyu people to be sent to a public toilet, which the reference was about the Azimio coalition, or whichever side Raila is on, and Martha Karua and Kalonzo. And he said that, he emphasized that this man, Uhuru, was trying. No, we love him very much. He's our person, he's our child, but he was taking us the wrong way. And he said twice, Tothi Gereria Kioro. He's taking us to a public toilet. So that's one of the things that I caught from Rigathi's speech. Very unfortunate.
Okay, thank you Eli. Thank you Eli. Nikiweka Biblia chini na inaonekana huyo ndio nabii. Nabi,
Habari.
ulisikiza hii maneno ya Kioro?
Yeah, I think it is a high time Kenyans disregard that person, because I think he has no courtesy, he has no manners, he's what we call tribal bigots. He's so full of thinking that Kenya is in the Kikuyu land, that there are no Luos, there are no Luyas, there are no Taita Taveta. He is a deputy president of the Kikuyu, and he's trying so hard to be the kingpin of the Kikuyu nation. And I don't think it can work, because when you become a leader of a particular tribe, then it is so difficult to cut across. And there is no way we can live in this country if we found ourselves here, Bernard and Kamau is in this country. We have to coexist. There's no way we can get rid of each other. Na hii hatred ya Wajaluo ati wakikuwa nasema sijui hawajatairi, hawajafanya nini. You hate so much someone to a point that you cannot, you destroy the future of your children. That you can destroy the future and even your economy, because you hate someone so much and it is in the blood. And that is what that deputy president is doing. He's just trying to excel in this outdated kind of politics, you know. And that is what hurts me, because I usually tell people, we are here together. We found ourselves in this country together. We have to coexist. And if that is not going to happen, then we should not coexist. Watu waishi kivyao vile wanataka, wafurahishane. Yeah? Central people and Mount Kenya people should leave their own country then. And then wengine waishi, because you cannot be referring to people as toilet, as uncircumcised. And you are a leader. You are the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. That is immoral, that is uncouth, barbaric, and stupid, for lack of a better word. We should be people who live with each other. I was just clarifying, I don't like mentioning that man, because whenever I see his teeth come out, I feel like vomiting. And I think he has that genetic of Moi. So every time he opens his mouth, it's so filthy. He doesn't represent the majority of the people of Kenya.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I think now it's clear enough, Mr. Wangira. Umefafanuliwa msemo uliotumika na Rigiji, na Rigiji ako na shida na Wakenya wengine. Anataka Kenya ikuwe wa Kikuyu na Kikuyu ikuwe Kenya, na wengine wote wajipange vile wataishi. Yeah, and from his tone, he's threatened. He wants to be the kingpin of Mount Kenya, but he is not up to the task. And so he's a small man inside who tries to flex outside and push away every other person, lest people come closer and discover that he is useless or minute, insignificant within him. So he's not secure in his own skin. And he uses his filthy mouth to keep away everyone, in order for people not to discover that he's not as big as he portrays himself to be. Karibu, Mr. Wangira. You can make continue with your submission.
Thank you, Bernard. You know, if there's one thing that the former president Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta tried, he may have succeeded in a small way, or he could have entirely failed. But one thing that Uhuru Kenyatta tried was to narrow the gap that then existed between members of his community and other Kenyan communities, because he wanted Kenya to be one country. But we are seeing a contradictory in Rigathi Gachagua, you know, who wants to widen that particular gap. And you know, that's not good for this country, Bernard, because we want to feel as Kenyans, we want to feel as one people, Bernard. You know, this issue of, you know, you being seen as a Luya, you being seen as a Kikuyu, you being seen as a Luo, you know, it's not serving us good. I remember the first time I traveled to the town of Arusha. Arusha is just here across the border. And I wanted to go to the Arusha International Conference Center That was, I think, 2005. I was attending a meeting of the East African community there, and I did not know where the Arusha International Conference Center was. So the guy I picked to drop me there, I made a mistake of asking him which community he was from. And you know what he answered me was that, najua we unatoka Kenya. So they know that they are only Kenyans who are interested in knowing which community a person belongs to, Unlike them, and in Tanzania, there are like 120 tribes. Unlike in Kenya, where we are around 43 or 45 to the maximum. So it is unfortunately that, in this age and time, our deputy president can be talking and behaving in the same manner, Bernard. And I understand that, even in terms of jobs, he was purporting that, members of his community have a right to get a big share, in the jobs that are being given out because, they formed this government, Bernard. So, it's not something very, very good. I'm not a public servant. I am a writer and a political analyst. Perhaps I'll never get an opportunity to work in government, but it doesn't look very, very good, Bernard. So let me just look at William Samoei Ruto's 100 days in office, Bernard. William Ruto came in with a lot of promises, Bernard. And it has taken me to the scripture. There's a place that it's written that caste is the one who trusts in man. I'm not very good at knowing the particular verses and chapters, but I know there's a place where it says that caste is the one that trusts in man. Then there's where it continues, blah, blah, blah. Bernard, I think if there is a group of people that is caste in this country, are those people who trusted in the Kenya Kwanza'S government, Bernard. Because what they were told is not what we are seeing happening today, Bernard. And just I'm just going to use less than 2 minutes, and I want to wind up so that I allow somebody else, Bernard. When President Uhuru Kenyatta left as president of the Republic of Kenya on the 13th of September this year, Bernard, we knew that people who are attending university education, if you qualified, you got a C+ and above, and you are admitted to a public university, then the government was going to cater for your education to a bigger percentage. Today, what are they telling us? That capitation, they are going to reduce the capitation. That's what they are telling us. Secondary school, the subsidy was there. In fact, day school secondary education was almost free because people were paying up to, I think, 10 or 15,000 in a year to be a day scholar. Today we are being told that you have to foot your entire secondary school education. The same is happening to boarding schools, Bernard. We don't know whether the same will apply at primary school, which was free education. When President Uhuru Kenyatta left on the 13th of September this year, there was something called Linda Mama. Linda Mama meant that if your wife was pregnant, the only thing you needed to do, when she was due, you took her to the nearest public hospital. And if you took her to the nearest public hospital, she could deliver and walk home without paying a cent. I understand that the Linda Mama program has been removed, which means today those guys who like playing that game, play it knowing that immediately your wife gets pregnant, start budgeting for between 50 to 100,000, put it aside so that ile siku ikifika, don't tell us kukuchangia pesa, tutakuchangia pesa ya bibi yako kwenda kuzaa, because Linda Mama no longer there, Bernard. Bernard, we saw President William Samoei Ruto, opposing every aspect of the BBI. In less than 100 days in office, he has written a memoranda to the two speakers of the National Assembly. Is he telling them? He's telling them that, we need to amend the Constitution, but we need to avoid that part of, the referendum. So he's telling them we need to amend, but we need to avoid that part of the referendum, Bernard. How can it be? Bernard, there's a saying in my village that whoever wants to conceive, must be ready to show his partner the nakedness, Bernard. You cannot go to bed with your wife and you want to put on your clothes, to remain in your clothes, Bernard, and you still believe that, Bernard, you can still relate and conceive. It's not possible. What William Samoei Ruto is telling us that, we can go to bed with our clothes and still produce an amendment in the Constitution in the name of a Constitution. That's not possible. The only way that we can amend this Constitution per his proposals is by going through the referendum, Bernard. If he succeeds in ensuring that we are going to amend this Constitution without taking those provisions to the people who approve of, Bernard, then we'll have set a very, very bad precedent in this country, Bernard. There are many, many things to look at. The Port of Mombasa, Bernard, he signed an executive order on the first day that he was sworn in. I remember that day was 13th of September, 2022. He signed an executive order. I remember it was executive order number 1, reverting the Port of Mombasa from Naivasha to Mombasa. What has really changed that now we are understanding that, all operations are now moving back to Naivasha? Why are the operations moving back to Naivasha, Bernard? What really changed in less than 100 days, Bernard? Kenya Airways, we are told that, they have gotten a strategic investor somewhere is it in America or Europe? Guys who are going to buy Kenya Airways, Bernard. So, things are going, they are running faster than they are supposed to be running. Today, I was just reading a piece, I think, online on Citizen TV online, where farmers in Mwea are asking the government not to import rice, Bernard, because they have 400,000 tons of rice. So they're asking the government, don't import, because we already have 400,000 tons of rice in our stores. Why is somebody thinking of importing rice in this country just less than 100 days after he became the president of the Republic of Kenya? We had the same problem with maize farmers, who are crying when who cried, when Moses Kuria told us that, they were going to import maize, Bernard. So, things are in a real quagmire. And I'm being told that the real character development will be in January, Bernard, when, we will be taking our kids to school, Bernard. You are going to meet fee structures, Bernard, that will shock you. That will shock you. I'm sorry, but, we are likely to have many, many kids dropping out of secondary school because of the way the government system is being run, Bernard. So it is unfortunate that we are only less than 100 days, and this is how things are working, Bernard. This is how the government is running. So we wonder, if we are only 100 days and this is how the government is running, what is likely to happen when we are 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, and when we get to the 5th year, Bernard? So it is a very unfortunate scenario. And just like I've told you, Bernard, you are a preacher, you can help me find that verse in the Bible that says, the cursed is the one who trusts in man. And I believe that those people who are now cursed are those who believed in the Kenya Kwanza Alliance lies. They believed in everything they were told by Kenya Kwanza Alliance. They believed in everything that they were told by William Samoei Ruto. But now the chicks are coming home to roost, Bernard. So it's going to get harder and harder for them, Bernard. Let me just leave it at that and allow somebody else to come in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Wangira. Let me deal with this. Just a moment. Okay, thank you. I think let's go straight to Eli. Eli, you can continue with your submission. I'm dealing with these demons. The comment section.
Mademoni, okay.
Mademoni is invading this channel.
We're freezing here in this part of Europe. The temperatures are very low. I think some of us are wearing 5 layers with heating in the house, but we're freezing. Hey, wacha tu. Anyway, I wanted to contribute just very 2 points mainly. The first one was not about the 100-day scorecard, because I believe that this regime that's in power has a very difficult time ahead, because there is no way that the people of the old money would invest in anything in this the way this regime is running the country, unless they get some powerful way of bringing people from other countries to invest. I can see that they've denied the Eastern powerhouse, the Chinese, from taking big parts in the infrastructure and development. So the Americans and the British are back in a big way. And we're not surprised that that is how things are going to be. And also, I'm afraid that the World Bank and IMF, I am not suggesting that this regime is not part of the economic problem. What I'm saying is the IMF and World Bank have a lot to do with the chaos that is in the policies of this current regime, because some of the things that are happening can only be suggestions of the IMF and World Bank, all these Bretton Woods organizations, plus their own ideas, this regime. So it's very unfortunate. It's not doomsday politics. I'm just saying what I think we all know will happen. The other thing I wanted to say is historical. President Moi, however much we detest him, there's one of the few things that Moi did was to disallow public speech by public officers in their mother tongue during public rallies. That was just a no. It was a way of Moi enforcing his form of dictatorship of divide and rule, but through making sure that there was a neutral language, mainly Swahili or the colonial English language. And it worked. In many ways, it worked, I think. So I do blame not just the political class from Kenya Kwanza, but Azimio and all the the so-called Council of Elders, this thing that started maybe around 15, 20 years ago, the obsession with Council of Elders, and every community now has so-called Council of Elders, and they wield some power. And so you can find that someone like this Rigathi can say what he likes in his mother tongue, thinking that people may not understand what he's saying, or it may only affect those people that he is addressing of his own community positively, and that it might not affect other people. So I think part of this is the long transition from Moi's rule. This is historical, and we just have to deal with it. I was checking, for example, even if we look at the let's take one community, the Kalenjin, right? And see how many sub-clans or sub-tribes are within the Kalenjin group. Often it's said 9 to 11, but I was looking at what the NCIC have. So the Kalenjin have the Keyo, Nandi, Kipsigis, Tugen, Pokot, Marakwet, and James, Aror, Bungemek, Cherangany. I've never heard of that Bungomek. It's my first time. Cherangany, Dorobo, El Molo, Endo, Ogiek, Sabaot, Samor, Sengwer, Senger, Terik, and Royce, which also I've never heard of. So those are 20, right? And what I'm trying to say here is a very, very difficult balance to enact by public officers once they've been allowed to go out there and talk trash in their mother tongue. It doesn't matter if they're from Western, Nyanza, Northeastern. I think there should be something like what happens in Tanzania, but that needs a very a very strong leader, like Kagame, for example. Not the best cookie, but in Rwanda, if you've been there, you don't start asking questions about, are you a Hutu or a Tutsi? So it's unfortunate that today again we're back to discussing the tribe. I believe that we shouldn't shy away from that, but there's a way of doing it, and when these guys are allowed to speak the way they do, even Luo leaders from where I come from, you know, some of the things they say in their public speech, you know, it's just unbelievable. But there has to be, if we're looking forward, there should be something that we can all follow. Maybe I'm not suggesting that the way Moi enforced cohesion, but something that is neutral. I don't know how that can be done. Maybe it's too late, but that's something that we should start looking at, discussing. This thing about Raila's speech in the US, I don't know what happened there. I don't know about his speech. I don't know what he said. All I know is that he has gone there not specifically for the Africa America themed conference, but to be told what to do in relation to the Kenya Kwanza government when he comes back. And this is so wrong, but you will see some changes. It's going to happen. They've done it to him before, and it will happen again. I don't know how this time it's going to work, but unfortunately, that's the way it's going. About the looming strike by doctors, honestly, the trade union sector in Kenya, and I'm not talking about doctors, stewards and all that kind of thing. I am talking about the trade union, the industrial strikes in Kenya was taken for granted for many years and actually captured by governments. I support any action, and we should support any actions that should better the lives of those people who have become, who are so patriotic to do such good work to help people in the country. I support that they should be allowed to, if the negotiations are not going according to their demands, they should be allowed to go out there and speak to the people and do a strike against the authorities. Yeah, it is unfortunate that there will be some consequences, especially because it's the health economy of the country. But some things just require people to demand change through trade unions. And trade unions in Kenya right now are very, very, very weak. And I think this needs to change. So I personally support anything the doctors or the nurses would do to change their lives, because they're treated really badly by the government. So thank you for these few minutes.
Okay, thank you, Eli, for that reminder. I think Moi had a point in banning vernacular stations. History has it that the application was done over and over, but he stood firmly against it. And probably we are where we are right now because of that aspect ya badala tujivunie utamaduni wetu, tunatumia utamaduni wetu kinyume na wengine, and in the process we are not building the nation, we are tearing it apart. Very unfortunate, but we pray that there will be a turnaround sooner than later. We'll go in a hurry. I believe mtu wa kubeba Biblia, upo haupo?
Yeah.
Nataka kuachia hiki kiti tukingoja Martin na nani na Julia.
Yeah, network yangu ndio inakuanga off and on inakuanga ile ya kuombaomba. Ile ya unaweka ya 10 inaanguka. Unajua tuliambiwa after 100 days itakuwa free, so I thought maybe
Wewe wachana na maneno ya itoti.
tukaambiwa tukiweka Biblia
Wacha nikwambie
chini.
Nikwambie kama Reverend Mshindi. Mtu yule ashaumwa na nyoka. Hata Lukamba inamstulanga. Sasa wewe ushadanganywa 2013, ukadanganywa 2017. Uliona 2022 ni double.
Kuna mtu mwingine aliniambia, alisema akuwa New York, nikipiga hiyo gengere peke yake, nikigonga hiyo kengere maisha itarudi, unga itakuwa 70. Kumbe hii ni kosokoso na hadithi za Abunwasi.
Bernard, you did not tell me about that that verse of the cast is somebody who trusts in man.
It's both in Jeremiah and Nehemiah. I will find it for you. But is there cast is you who trust in the arm of the flesh. When you trust in the arm of the flesh, you attract a particular cast, because God wants us to depend on Him and depend on Him alone in our endeavors. But the application of the same, we'll deal with that later. Wacha tusianze someone sahi. Itakuwa nzito. Nimlete Roda aendelee, alafu tusonge mbele. Roda, vipi?
Poa sana. How are you doing, everybody? Today I was in the church. Our church, we usually have every year we have a Christmas evangelization for the Muslims, so everybody know why we celebrate Christmas. So it was very nice. In fact, many people, they give their own life. The pastor expressed for them why do we, and most of them they come from Iran. Those under oppressions, under dictatorship. They are sad. They need this. So he was preaching for us, telling us Jesus, he came to set free for oppression. People are living under oppression. That's why he came in this Christmas. So it's very sad. People like Luther, he say he's a Christian and he go every Sunday and he knows Jesus, he came to bring love of God. That's a purpose for us. The love of God, he came to us. Jesus, who even him, he was a refugee when he was in Egypt. He came to us. That's why we celebrate Christmas. He came to us, his love, because we can be free for under oppression. Unfortunately, it's shameful, it's painful. People like Ruthon, he go to church every Sunday, and he know what is the gospel of Jesus Christ about the love of God. Instead of he spread the love of God to Kenyan people, he give them hope, love, and he's giving people oppression. So I doubt which kind of Christianity people like Ruto he is. Ruto need to hear the gospel about Jesus Christ. He need to be saved, totally saved, and to follow Jesus 100%. But he must repent. He must cry to God and to repent. He put his knee and tell Jesus, I need you, give me mercy. If he want to be free, if he want to be respected like the man of God, because that woman was, I don't know, is a woman or she was like a man of God fear. A man of God fear is giving Kenya people oppression. He is doing revenge, abusing our people, abusing our economy, abusing other community, killing other community. Which kind of Christianity he is? People, our God is love. And God wants us, we have a big heart. Like me, I was spreading the love for those Muslims. I serve them. I spread the love of God, even if they are another religions. And they are very good people. It's not that to be Muslim, you are a bad person. They are the family, they live normal life like the way Christian we are living. But they are living under anxiety. That's why Jesus came, to set people free who are going through anxiety. They need peace of God to be free for anxiety. But they are good people. It's not that they are bad, you know, but we have to tell them the meaning of why we celebrate Christmas. You know, it's very sad. Our country, we have to ask our questions. Which kind of God we serve in Kenya? I don't think so the God of Buddha is the same my God. No, I don't think so. It's very sad. It's very sad to have a Kenya, we have a president who is a Christian. Do you know many countries in Africa? I don't know, it was another country, I don't know, Zambia or some country in Africa. They get a president, a pastor. He was a pastor in the Pentecost. It was even here, the Christian newspaper, that it is a history, the nation of Zambia. I don't know if it's Zambia or Mozambique or wherever. They have and they, you know, they repeat nini again is erections, kwa sababu walisema it was not free, na akawin tena. Christian newspaper walikuwa wameandika ati wamepata president who is Pentecostal.
Chiluba.
Watu walikuwa wamefurahi kanisa za huku. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu they know there's something good when you are Pentecostal church, Christian. They know people from Mozambique, I don't know, there will be peace, they will live in the love, they will live joyful, they will see the fruits because they have a president who is and I know Mr. Christians, they have most of the Christian in Kenya, when they have the same expectation. They think that when the Ruto hit come the power, they think that he's a charismatic. I can say charismatic. So they don't, oh, when he come, our country will be more, you know, peaceful, love. We see, you know, we enjoy because we have he will give us freedom. He will not pressure, you know, they have another way of thinking. But they didn't know he's a devil. They didn't know who, they haven't seen now with the true color. Who person, you know, even Idi Amin was Muslim. He was saying, Idi Amin, he was saying that God told me to kill. That is the way the God of Idi Amin was doing. My God told me to kill Jewish, and he killed a lot of Jewish. You know, he was a big dictator in Africa. Everybody knows Idi Amin. We are speaking today about Idi Amin. Everybody know him. He's a big, killing a lot of people in Uganda, people they were living under oppression. He killed a lot of Jewish. In fact, even European people, they were bow for him. Yes, sir. Oh, yes, they fear him. Africa is the biggest whole world. They have a very strong dictator than even Middle East. Even than those countries, Middle East, where people they usually say, even Russia, even Putin is more better than Idi Amin or Ruto. In fact, I've never been Russia, but I have friends from the Russia. The problem with the president of there is like that, but they have more freedom than Kenya because it's a communist country. Actually, the Putin have a lot of feelings. You know, when his troops were killed, a lot of troops of Russia, they were killed. He was saying like this, and he's an Orthodox. He was doing the good love, the big love is to share the soul. That was a Putin. I was praying for the Putin, that God will save the Putin. Our church, we are praying for the present Putin, that will be saved, and the nation of Russia will get the revival. Because God loved Russia. You know how I was crying when I see his troops were killed with a rocket at 40,000, they died. It's painful when they are going to war in Ukraine, you know? So we cannot judge people when we don't spend time with them. So our country is not, we don't have a president who is a Christian. We know them with their fruits, with their behavior, with their personality, how they act, how they behave. But Ruto, he have not shown us how man of God he is. A man of God is a man of God, will do a great thing our country, who love his own country. He will stand with his own country. He have the heart for the forgive. He had the heart for the love. Even if people, they do whatever they want, you forgive them. You don't revenge, because the Bible, don't revenge. I'll revenge for you. But he's still avenging and punish people and not forgiveness, and he still have the anger and bitterness and hatred. Which kind of the present? Which kind of the Christianity? And he's the one who need to write the right to the darkness to other tribe. But we saw he kind of, the Bible said not everybody call the name of the Lord, they'll see the kingdom of God. We see them with the fruit. So we know them. He cannot try to lie for us. The way economy is going, things, people are under oppression, people they don't have job, people they are living, you know. We want a president who give a peace, a very peaceful harmony in our country, not oppressions. At people they can be themselves. People every community they can live their own life, and we want the president who is proud of his own community. You have to love your own community. You have to be proud for your community. You know me. I remember one time I went to Nigeria shop and I asked them, "Why do you speak English?" Because we are different tribes. They told me that's the way to work. It's not only Kenya. We have a tribe, whole Africa. Nigeria, they have 200 tribes. We cannot deny our tribe. We need to be proud. In fact, you know, sometimes one man was telling me, don't be afraid to introduce yourself. You are this tribe. Be proud for the tribe you come from. Don't be afraid. Every time even when we come here, we need to introduce ourselves. I come from this county. Don't be afraid, because we have to be proud of the language you speak and love the language because it's God created tribe. We are all, and when you are born again Christian, you are the Lion of Judah. So we need to love ourselves where we come from. That man, he told me, and he's a Luya man from Busia. He told me, be proud of your tribe. He was asking me, which area do you come from, Kenya? I told him, I come from Central. He told me, be proud of where you come from. I told him, I was thinking that is a tribe, but you asked me, no, that's not tribe. So if somebody asks you, I want to tell the early, you say yes. If somebody asks you where you come from, you have to say, I come from Nyaza. Be proud you are from Nyaza province. Don't be afraid. When you come Kisi, which county, Kakamega, which Kamba, Ukambani, be proud of Masai, Karejini, be proud of your tribe, where even if how you speak, be proud. And then when you love yourself and you love your tribe, you be always positive. And that's what we want in our country. People who love their own community. People who is proud. I am Karejin. That's the way I am. And I'm proud to be Karejin. I'm proud of my community. I'm proud of our old people. Because every community in Kenya, we have our old people who encourage. And utamaduni, every tribe, they have their own utamaduni. You have to be proud for your utamaduni. That's the way our country can move forward. If people, they don't love their community, proud of your community, proud of your utamaduni, it will not work like that. Because in Mungu aliweka tribe in Africa. In America, they don't have a tribe. South America, they don't have a tribe. It's God put Africa, and that's a fact. We cannot assume. That's a fact. And it's God create Africa. We cannot. And Africa, we are blessed. We have a very good leaders like Matip. That man from South Africa, he died. He make a legacy whole Africa. So Africa is not, people in Africa, they're not stupid the way people they think. This man from South Africa, even he win the Nobel Prize. The way the white people, they put him in the prison and he fight for South Africa. And when he come for the prison, he said, I will not cast, he said, I will not revenge. I will not cast white people back. They will stay here. And they will stay here. That man, he make a legacy from Africa and he win. And people like a Tutu from South Africa, those are people, the men in Africa are warrior. You know, we need to be proud. Like Nigeria, they always proud of them. Nigeria, they say, I'm originally Africa. That's how Nigeria, they believe. Nigeria, they don't even, Nigeria, they love themselves and they always proud. They say, oh, you know why? Nigeria, we have a movie, Nori movie, whole Nori Wood. You know, we need to be proud as a Kenya and to love where we come from and our tribe and the language we speak. Even if we speak like, we have to love ourselves. Then when you realize who you are, you start to love yourself and your community. Then everything you'll be always see the right. You always be happy. You never hate yourself because you are this tribe. Thank you.
Okay, asante Sister Rhoda. A good passionate someone. We will love ourselves and take care of each other. It's our duty to see to it that We are our brother's keeper, not just our self keeper, but our brother's keeper. Kama vile naendelea kusema kwamba Kenya ni Kenya tu wakati kila Mkenya ameshughulikiwa. Amani tunayotaka, utengamano tunayotaka, maendeleo tunayotaka hayatawezekana hapa mpaka siku ile tutaona kila Mkenya kuwa ni Mkenya na ni Mkenya ana haki zote za kuwa Mkenya, awe anatoka katika kabila la wachache ama kabila la wengi. Na tuelewe kwamba kiongozi yeyote anayepewa nafasi ya kuongoza nchi ama kusimamia swala lolote katika nchi analisimamia kwa niaba ya Wakenya wote, sio kwa niaba ya kabila lake, jamii yake ama region yake. Until we get to that place where the Minister of Education or the Director of Education in the county, the Director of Education in the sub-county, is there on behalf of Kenyans, not on behalf of his community, so that he employs only people from his village. So they turn the office into an adjustment of their village council. We must all move away from there. Tuone Kenya kama nchi kamili ambayo inatawaliwa na kuongozwa kwa niaba ya Wakenya. To be president, haimaanishi you are the best, haimaanishi you are the top. It simply means you've been entrusted with the responsibility of running the affairs of the country on behalf of Kenyans. And when Kenyans are not satisfied with the way you are running the show, wanapaswa kukutimua. That's why there is room for vote of no confidence, there is room for impeachment, there is room for picketing, there is room for demonstrating until a bad president is kicked out of office. So nataka kila Mkenya mahala popote ulipo usisahau kwamba wewe ndio mwajiri wa president, mwajiri wa deputy president, mwajiri wa hao watu wote. Hata ukiwaita waheshimiwa, hata hiyo jina mheshimiwa tutaenda kulobi kubadilisha. Waitwe watumishi kwa wote. Waitwe watumishi. Sisi ni watumishi na wachungaji. So pia waitwe watumishi. Wasienda hapo kujiita maboss wakati hao ndio wanapaswa kuwa wakikimbia sisi tukionekana. They have reversed the order that MP akikuja hapo kila mtu anakimbia. Yeye ndio anapaswa kuwa anakimbia akiona wananchi, kwa sababu wananchi ndio wanamlipa mshahara, wananchi ndio wamemwajiri, na akiwakosea watamtimua. If we get that order established properly, hii nchi itaongozwa vizuri. Lakini kwa vile tuko na kasumba ya ukoloni ya kufikiria kwamba mtu akipewa mamlaka ya uongozi amefanywa Mungu, so kila mtu amwabudu na msujudie, hiyo masuala yote lazima tuyabadilishe. Nashukuru tu sana na nimesema kwamba katika hii platform kila mtu aheshimiwe. A student who refuses to learn because the teacher is bad, the student is worse. There are no bad teachers. There are only bad students. Anybody who is willing to learn can learn from anybody. And being teachable is one of the surest way to grow and transform yourself into a better person. So if you have to make your teacher a certain way in order for him to teach you or her to teach you, then you are wrong, because you will not be able to succeed into getting what you're required to do. You must be diverse, tolerant, and able to ensure that you make sense of whatever that is going on in the best way possible. Tusiwe watu wa kuanza kuchagua ati huyu asiongee, huyu akiongea ati sitasikiliza ama nini. No, that is not the unity we are talking about, and that's not the respect that we are required to accord to everybody. Tafadhali kila mmoja, aswa watu wa comments, tafadhali let's respect each other. Na kama uko hapa na una push agenda ya UDA, you are the enemy of UDA. Wewe tuambie UDA siku 100 unga imekuwa 50 bob. 50 siku 100 transport ni bure. Siku 100 wamama wote wanafurahi sokoni. Tell us what Kenya Kwanza has done in 100 days. Don't come here to beg for more time, and don't come here to justify that it is God who did this, God is who did this. Wananchi wanalia kila mahali, alafu nyinyi mnasema Mungu ndiye anawaliza. Hiyo sio ukweli kabisa. People are in pain. And then you guys think that dragging God's name will just make Kenyans look the other side. This time hakuna look the other side. Lazima tufike katika kiini cha mambo haya. Hatuwezi danganywa siku zote. Enough becomes enough when we are ready to do what we are required to do. And this time, that time has arrived. Kenya is not going to move until 2022 is settled, and is far from being settled. And I don't think political machinations and political maneuvering is going to help this time around. Saa hii game ni tofauti kabisa. Game ni tofauti. Assassinations zitaanza, I am sure of that. And all those plots are around. But this time around, mambo ni tofauti. Don't deceive yourself to think that you can get away with everything as you wish. I envision one of these fine days, how commissioners wa IEBC walioharibu uchaguzi huu watakamatwa. Hakuna mchezo. So Chebukati, enjoy liberty as long as it lasts. You will not have a good ending. Never. You can't cause the pains and the heartaches in the hearts of Kenyans like you have done and have a good ending. No. You may end up worse than Kivuitu. Let me not release a curse, but I've said my own. Nani huyo? Bwana Leo, inaonekana your network ndio iko stable. So now I will leave you to chair. Please make sure that you are chairing fairly. Moses ataongea, and then we have our sister Nifa, and then Mato will be coming. There is Julia. Julia is in the back office. She will join after an hour or so. She's finishing up something. So Julia will be adding the people who are coming into the studio and sharing the link. But wewe leo utakuwa uliniambia wewe ni mwalimu sasa. I'm very safe. I'm a Bible teacher, and that we teachers have a way of understanding our students. So I will leave you to moderate, and then let the conversation go on. Monitor also the Julia will be monitoring the comment section. Hao watu wa kuleta madimoni wakileta madimoni yazimwe mara moja ili tuendelee vizuri. But tukubaliane, inji hii haiko kwa style poa na lazima irekebishwe. Kama kuna Mkenya anaona inji imeenda mkondo mzuri yani, one of the things that are really shocking is that William Ruto alisema kazi mtaani ni ya Sakaja. Jamhuri Day anasema sasa amechagua vijana 11,000 watarudi kazi mtaani. William Ruto alisema what is it called, land oh God the port, okay, the dry port in Naivasha imerudi nini Mombasa. Amerudi chini kwa chini, amerudisha tena Naivasha pole pole bila wananchi kujua. Hii ni serikali ya uongo, utapeli na kuhujumu wa Kenya. We will do this for how long? Let Kenyans wake up. System ya machambazi lazima ishughulikiwe na mjitahidi sana. Thank you everybody. So you will have Moses, then Nifa, and then the rest of the other guys who are coming. Then it continues until Julia now comes over. When Julia joins on the screen, she will chair ama Mato. Sawa leo?
Sawa.
Thank you.
Kesho hubiri salama, ufikishie hiyo injili.
Amina. Asante sana.
All right. Thank you, everyone. I think we can just proceed from where Bernard is leaving us. We can continue the conversation, and we all can be able to see we are looking at Kenya Kwanza'S 100 days in office. We are also seeing what they've achieved, what they've not achieved, and there's also some looming strike that is upcoming. The doctors are yet to strike, and you'll remember that when Kenya Kwanza took the government, they promised that they are going to be employing about 20,000 health workers each and every year. So we are yet to see that, and the strike is also there. So we don't know if those 20,000 health workers will replace the ones who are going to strike. And there are some other things that are also happening with our honorables. I think when you woke up today, you woke up with some news that our honorables have gone fighting in Dubai, when you people left here fighting so that your Fuliza, Hustler Fuliza can be confirmed. So let us hear from Moses as we proceed.
Okay, thank you guys. How are you? Hope everyone is fine. Yeah, how are you? Hey, where is Rhoda? Has gone? I will start with my own. I heard Rhoda talking about Amin. Yeah,
By
Amin.
the way, you can give us the true account. You are the son of the soil.
Yeah, yeah, I wasn't there, but you know, history can never disappear. We always remain there. So, according to the history, yes, there are certain things he did which were not good, but there are also good things he did, of which even now, if Bernard, you come across some Ugandans in Kenya, ask, they will tell you that we prefer him than now, because they have now realized, they have started realizing that he was good. Because during his regime, Uganda was corruption free, honestly speaking, because he came out and told them that we don't have prisons for criminals and corrupt people. Then people sorted out themselves. So, yeah. But on top of that, they blackmailed his name in order, to gain support from citizens. Not everything we are told was true, because we have his wife is still alive, and he's always most of the time on social media, some TV platforms, telling who was Amin. So we have come to realize that they just blackmailed his name, many things. But he was a good. For me, I prefer him than the current one. ah, we go to the topic now. I'm in Kenya now. There is one thing that makes me feel that this Kenya Kwanza and his government and its government, they lack what we call, I think, leadership. They don't have leadership. More so, the deputy. Because most of the time when I watch him giving a speech, sometimes maybe he forgets that he's a deputy for Kenya. He always speaks like someone who is a chairman of the village, or maybe is an MP of an area, certain area. And that one can never bring development, can never bring Kenyans together, can never bring a country together. Because for me, I expected at this time they should be doing what we call bringing the country together, because Kenyans gave them time to prove themselves. But it's like they are still in campaigns. Because now, if you go, you always talk about Mount Kenya, that we are the one who voted for the president. Everyone voted. I believe Kenya is bigger than Mountain Kenya. And his arrogance, honest, the truth should be told. I've come to realize that I was talking that Ruto, I used to believe that Ruto was not, but I think this one here, the current one, will be more harmful than Ruto. Because at least in Ruto's governance, it was a bit harsh, not that, but this one here, I doubt. And that worries a lot. Because if you cannot bring the country together all the time, you are abusing people, you are talking this and that. That one, what is it? Next one, we talked about 100 days of this government. 100 days of this government, according to me, there are like 3 or 4 things that they have managed to bring up, or they have done. The first thing, I think they have done it very well and successful, punishing those ones who were opposing them, those ones who never stood with them. That job they have done it, and rewarding those ones who were their royalities, who were their royalists. Maybe the second one, buying some of opposition leaders and bringing them to their party or their coalition, which is very dangerous in the future. And then removing cases from those criminals who were already, people. I have had many people who have been removed from. I don't know whether some were jailed, but they had cases to answer. But now this government has removed them. I don't know, it was through courts or what, and rewarded them by giving them jobs. So this government here, to me, I would say they were never prepared. They don't have any idea of running the country. Each and everything, they are just gambling. Maybe they are just testing. Can this work? Can this work out? They are just gambling with the country. So if it is a driver, they don't know where they are heading to. If a passenger asks, they will also say, no, we don't know where we are going. Maybe we shall find out from where we are heading to. So I don't see anything they have done apart from that. And dividing Kenyans, tribal issues is now becoming. I once happened to talk about Uhuru that during his more so last election, his last term. But again, we are seeing something which is very, very dangerous than what we saw before. So until Kenyans stand up and say, no, enough is enough, and this country belongs to all of us. And one of our presidents, the elected one, don't know whether you know him, he came to Kenya and told Kenyans that they had some meeting concerning human rights there in Kenya. And he told you guys that you should defend and protect your constitution before it is weak to protect or defend you. So the time is now, because to me, I don't see any hope in this government. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't see anything. I don't see this government moving forward or developing Kenya. Yeah, that is it for me. Thank you, Mr. Leo. Is it Leo?
Yeah, thank you, Moses, for your presentation. Somebody somewhere, black, is saying a Ugandan judge in Kenya. Really, I don't think it should be like that. Even if somebody is a Ugandan or American, we've been seeing our president was elected by the Venezuelans. These are not Kenyans. So what of Ugandan advising Kenyans and the Venezuelans electing for Kenya a president? Which one is is better? So apart from that, even in learning, there's normally what you call a resource learning. Somebody might be a Ugandan and they have some experience in Uganda that he has some input that when he tells you as a Kenyan, you've not experienced this, he'll tell you this one is how it started in Uganda and this one is how it ended in Uganda. So you people, if you don't change your ways, you'll also go that way. So before Nipa comes in, somebody asked earlier that somebody said, thank you. I'm Leo Nyabaya. Yeah, I come from Nyanza. Somebody said we need to identify ourselves. I come from the great county of Siaya, Ugenya. So you can locate me there. Somebody was talking about something that was hitting news today. our honorable senator. So I think the senator really depicted the picture of how the Kenyan Kwanza government is. So those people who are still busy defending and supporting UDA, I don't know where you're getting that energy. If a senator who is nominated on the same party has already given up in supporting UDA, and instead of fighting for UDA, she's gone there to fight for her man. She's gone there to fight for Samido instead of fighting for UDA. And you are busy here fighting for UDA. So maybe if I can get maybe that video, I can share it with you so that you can see how your honorables were behaving today. Let me try to get it.
Yeah, if I can respond to that person who was saying that Uganda is talking about Kenyan issues. Just a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, that person, whoever he is, he should know that this is Africa, not only Africa. I'm from Maraba, just near the border. So when something wrong happens to Kenya, it will automatically affect me. And on top of that, I have family in Kenya. Those people who were born there, I have my aunt. He went there up when I was not even born. They are Kenyans. I have cousins who are Kenyans. So it's not all about being a Kenyan, but it's all about talking the truth. Because this is Africa, and Kenya is like just my neighbor. You know, if your neighbor is not settled, you can never settle. And it has been we have been looking up to, because we used to refer, see Kenya, how they are progressing, see how they are practicing their democracy. But when things change, now we have nowhere to, so you should just take it easy and understand this Africa and East Africa, not just Africa. Thank you, man.
All right, I think Nipa, you can proceed. I'll play that video later. Somebody, Eli, you want to say something? You want to interject something? Or okay, give Eli a minute before you proceed.
Sorry, Nefa. I just wanted to support Moses' comment there. Many of us are just silent Pan-Africanists. And you should give that example to this guy who was complaining about Moses. We've had transnational leaders, people like Mudi Awori, who has family in Uganda. He was vice president of Kenya. So his family, blood brother, was a leading politician in Uganda. And Mudi Awori was vice president in Kenya, yet he has families on both sides. So that ignorant comment by whoever was attacking you there, Moses, they just need to be educated that these are just colonial boundaries that have taken our people from one part of the land to another part of the land, and maybe some people, like the person who's making those comments to you, does not know those kinds of things. Maybe he or she thinks there's only Masai in Tanzania and Kenya, and Luos in Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya, and there's nothing else happening in terms of those transnational communities. Thank you.
Nipa, you can proceed. Nipa? Oh, she's not there. Oh no, sometimes I think it's good. We have some good relationship with Uganda, and not only relationship, we are related. Some of us, our families stay there, and if you look at the history, even in the parliament in Uganda, we are having Kenyans who are there. You have somebody's brother is a Kenyan staying in Kenya and operating in Kenya, but the other family is in Uganda. Even in our football, most of our Kenyans are playing in Uganda, and most of Ugandans are in Kenya. So Kenya and Uganda is the other family, and specifically those people who interact with the ones from Busia or the ones who interact from the other end of Malaba. They can really tell you that Kenya and Uganda is one. Even me in Uganda, where I come from, the maize that we eat comes from Uganda, and that is where we do our shopping when it comes to maize. So we don't run to Singishu or Kitale. So that is how serious it is, and that is how Uganda is important in our politics. Nipa, you can proceed. We are waiting for you.
Okay, so how are you guys? So it seems like you're three guys and one lady. Maybe should I speak about? I saw about the clip about the senator, the lady, I think from Dubai, right? The lady from Dubai, Leo. Leo, you hear me?
I can hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah, I was saying, I saw about the clip. So should I speak about it first or wait until we're going to rerun it?
Maybe you'll speak about it later. We will play
Later,
it,
okay.
then you'll get some informed comments. Maybe there's
Okay.
some who've not seen the clip. So just proceed.
Not yet. Okay, fine. That's why I always have to ask. So we have to speak about the topic today, right? About Kenya Kwanza 100 days code. So to me, I think I should read them instead of, I won't go into details like what they've done, what they've not done, like what they promised wananchi. They haven't delivered yet, apart from the Hustlers Fund. But the Hustlers Fund was like it was not really, when they campaigned saying Hustlers Fund. Now it's a loan. So to me, that's nothing. So the 100 days code, I think I'll rate them 1 out of 10. 1 out of 10. So and the next one is about the doctors' looming strike. So I saw 2 weeks ago, there was a problem in Mombasa, and governor of Mombasa promised them that things are going to be fixed. So I'm talking about the doctors in Mombasa. So I don't know if you guys, you mean doctors all over Kenya or certain counties. So so if about the trade union, I don't know how the trade unions working in Kenya. I don't know how many trade unions in Kenya have. And that's under Atwoli. So Atwoli said in Kakamega, it's not even 1 week, this week, when they were in Kakamega, or last weekend, Atwoli said that although he was in Azimio and he's been rebuking and talking bad about Mr. Ruto, so they kind of, you guys, they talk together and they ask each other some forgiveness. So he said that his trade union will be better if you work with the government of the day current. So now, if the doctors are going on strike, of which also 2 or 3 weeks ago, pilots also went on strike. I don't know how they finished it. So the thing is, when these topics come up, or when Kenyans, government sectors like teachers and doctors, that's really important. And I don't understand why. And that's what I'm asking myself. Why all the trade unions? Because actually teachers or doctors are very important people, not only in Kenya, but all over the world. So if they ain't getting enough salary, or if right now the economy has really short, and so I'm asking myself, if they were promised, like the pilots, the Kenya Airways, they were promised it's not even 6 months ago, like 2 years ago. I don't know. So why is Atwoli there? And how are they? Because if any worker, or, when people go on strike, it's not only one person who has to go on strike. They have to come together and they have their representative within within the workers. So I'm asking myself, when they go on strike, how are they being threatened that they're going to be sued in Kenyan courts? So we talked about yesterday that education now, parents have to take care of their burden. It's not like the way it was 50-50, the government is paying and then also the parents are paying. Why don't parents come also and unite together, whether primary or secondary, and say, no, this is too much for us? Why? It's not coward word to use. Why sometimes Kenyans are like, oh, this is too much, and maybe not you, but my opinion, like what the doctors are doing or the teachers or what then pilots did is to show them enough is enough and we cannot live like this, because we are the ones who are, if you look at Kenya Airways, goes everywhere. So why don't they just come together and say, no, we cannot make it? Why they complaining and they cannot do anything? Because look, if I have a problem or ninaumwa mali fulani, unaenda kwa daktari, it's you to say, daktari naumwa hapa kila usiku, ama daktari anajaribu kukupima. Sasa kama unaumwa na unanyamaza, nani atakunini? Because mkinyamaza, wakinyamaza, and that's why and my thing is, I'm not challenging anybody. I'm not saying, oh, where we are living is totally different from there. But like I said, education is the most important thing. Watoto paka wasome, madaktari watu ni wagonjwa paka waende. Kama daktari alipi vizuri na serikali, apart from those who are private hospitals, I don't understand how, because mwananchi hatapata service ya kutosha. I mean, ule atasema okay, anyway, mimi silipwi, na hata kama unaumwa na kichwa ama unaumwa maybe uko na kansa ama unatafuta madawa za ARV, me to hell, mimi ni daktari sitakulini because serikali yetu hainipati. So end up watu wanakufa ama watu hawawezi. And for the government is nothing, because the government of course wanajua ama people working there, ama for example the minister, waziri wenye wamechaguliwa juzi wa education, I mean, mbona asiseme kitu? Waziri wa health, kama madaktari, mbona wasiseme kitu? So that's my take is, up here they need to stand up, like I saw in Kisumu. During Jamhuri walisema, at least those are from Nyanza, wakasema sisi kusema la haki, na ni kusema la haki, unasema kama siju wako na stages, ule mwalimu wa primary from ule wa class 1 to class 3 ama class 4 to class 7, vile wanalipwa, and then you go to secondary, of course they have this menio, but wamecalculate, wanasema hapana, hizi area hatuwezi kabisa, hatuwezi. Na kama madaktari wa Nyanza wamejitokeza, mbona madaktari wa not madaktari, walimu, mbona walimu wa nini wasijitokeze, wa Kakamega, walimu wa Mombasa, walimu I mean, that's the problem with Kenyans, and that's why ukiona when I just saw, I'm not really siwezi kuangalia kila kitu, but I saw how the nani alikuwa anaongea hiyo Mr. Ruto, because now Azimio people is not your president. Sasa when he was talking there kule kwa summit, the way he talks, vile nimemuona the gestures, the way he talks is not the same way anaongea akikuwa nyumbani. I'm talking about Mr. Ruto. And ni aibu, because vile anaanza nasema tu, I won legitimately. Wazungu wanakusikiza, unasema I won legitimately. And the opposition is saying that now this is very important. I think sijui kama leo uko nayo utacheza alafu. utacheza so that they can
Maybe
see.
I will try looking for it. I think siwezi kosa kuipata. I saw he was ringing the bell, and maybe in your presentation you can also tell us he was ringing the bell in the stock exchange on the other side. So what is the rate right now? $1 if you want to convert it into Kenyan shillings, you'll also tell us something about that. It's also important for us to know the rates right now. How is the Kenyan shilling weighing against the dollar?
No, it's not the dollar. We are francs. And we beat dollars. Dollar iko chini tu. Dollar ilikuwa tu chini since 3 years ago. but of course ni pounds, alafu euros kidogo na dollars na nini, lakini nini iko very powerful. Dollar haiko, maybe Roda wale ambao wako US, they can tell us, but us, of course, the economy imeanguka because the other day it was 125, and then within 3 days, unajua it has to fluctuate. Saa zingine inaongezeka na 50 cents ama 50 cents ama 4 cents. Huku wanasema cents. So which means inaweza ikakaa maybe ilikuwaga 118. So imagine 118 saini 128. So shilingi. So it's not the dollar actually, it's not the franc or it's not the pound. Ni shilingi ndio imeanguka. Shilingi ndio imekuwa weak. So Leo and the rest. Now it's good that you talked about it. Today I also work with the newspapers here, and today the newspaper financial ilikuwa inasema IMF and World Bank imeanguka. Really the economy ni mbaya. Na watu ambao nchi za third world countries ndio wamenini sana, zimeanini sana. Of course huku every Wednesdays and Friday, Saturday huwa wanapeana about kila nchi, about hiyo mambo ya financial status and about the inflation. So of course mambo si mazuri, but wanajaribu kufanya nini kuwe mzuri, but unajua it cannot be today of tomorrow. But the only difference is to be honest, wakubwa wa huku hawaambii watu, they don't promise people tutafanya hivi. In fact watu ambao wanaishi huko, we are not really, of course ndio unajua ni kazi ya serikali kuangalia maziwa nchi yote inauzwa pesa ngapi, mayai ni pesa ngapi, as in mtu asiuze more the way Kenyans are doing, ama watu mkipanda matatu, those are the things when ni leader, and not even specifically raisi wa nchi. Manake wale mawaziri ndo wafuasi, disciples wa huyo raisi, they're supposed to help na kumwambia okay. So they're not feeling anything. I just don't understand. They are human beings or who are they? Those waziris. I don't understand. You understand? Just to start from there. Me, I'm not a person who will start saying, for sure, I don't know who is who. But like a Kenyan, as a Kenyan, I have family there at home. We know, sisi wenye tunaishi huku, sisi, not only me, we know how people are going through rough times. And so we are like, sasa kama mambo yako hivi, watu, and not only Kenya, there's Nigeria, there's Uganda, watu wanaumia. But again, kama unaona nyumba yako ndio ina nini sana, and that's why you see forums like you guys mmejitokeza, you have to speak about it. There are Kenyans who are like, oh, me usiniambie mambo ya politics. I'm like, this is not politics. Kama uko na watu wako nyumbani, if you have brothers and sisters, it's not like politics. You have to speak. Ndio nasikia human rights ya wakubwa peke yake. Human rights ni ya sisi sote. You understand? How? Wacha nikwambie, if wananchi hawezi kulipa taxes, hao wenyewe hata pesa haiwezi kulipa. If madaktari ama walimu waseme sisi hatuendi kazi, mambo yanaharibika. And it's not only in Kenya, kila mahali. Sasa I don't know which Messiah atatoka mbinguni ama itakuwaje. I don't know, like, of course we are talking and trying to get some solution. Lakini sasa hao their coons wamekaa pale, like the way regard the that's a hard name to pronounce. We are the DP elect. The way he was speaking and addressing, because someone from the panelists alikuwa anasema mwenye anaongea na vernacular. So I don't understand kama iko kwa constitution each county ama each regional wanaongea kwa nini yao, na kama wanaonyesha wanaonyesha on television, national television. You see, vile alikuwa anaongea anasema ati I promise you my people hamtakosa kazi. Na walikuwa wanasema ati sisi tunapata ma CS, ma PS. Of course, mimi mwenyewe nilihesabu 14 PSs wanatoka kule. 10 wanatoka huku kwingine. 5 ni wa Somali. Yani it's just still in my head. 5 wa Somali. 1 Nyanza. I can tell you off head. See ati I'm crabbing, simeandika popote because nimesoma, I'm like, oh wow. You understand? 1, yani hata Pokot hakupata. Mombasa hakupata. And they are Kenyans. So unajiuliza, mbona Somali wanapata 5? You understand? How my PS. And then Rigathi is still saying, ati ndio tutapata na bado. You understand? Hiyo keki, I can show you, nikuje nikuonyeshe keki. Nionyeshe, angalieni keki, nataka kukula hii keki peke yangu. But you hautaonja hiyo keki, utaiona wow. Island anataka kukula hiyo keki yote. Sasa unafanya wenzako nini inatoka. I don't know. And one of us also talked about, I was coming there, the leadership. Mkitoka nje na mmeitwa nyinyi nyote summit. You see, hiyo summit ya African Union ambao walitwa kule, it went so pretty fast. And hata magazeti ya huku kwetu haikuandikwa because anything, kuna ile mali pa international wanasema. You understand? Hiyo ilienda pretty fast. And vile waliitwa walisema almost 47 ama 49 countries ambao waliitwa. Waliangalia, walikuwa na cherry pick zile countries zile zenye. Sijui kama Eritrea waliitwa, sijui kama Somalia waliitwa, sijui kama, you understand? Sijui. But what I wanted to say is now the leadership. Wamegundua in Africa, watu wameamuka kidogo. Wamegundua in Africa bado democracy bado haijaiva vizuri. Wamegundua na wanajua vizuri sana kuwa African leaders are still fighting one another, ambapo some are being driven na hao wanasema okay, this is the person that we want. I still ask myself, kama Uhuru Kenyatta alisema successor wake atakuwa Raila Amolo Odinga, I don't know what went wrong. You understand? I don't understand what went wrong. Kama yeye ndio, because you see, unaweza ukasema successor wangu ni nani? Ni huyu. And people have to be, I don't understand. It doesn't have to be watu wanapigana ati kwa ajili umesema, hata kama ni ulini promise. Unaona kama mtoto, ukikuwa na watoto 3, again I'm coming to that example. Alafu umefanyia mtoto mmoja birthday, mtoto mwingine, si kila mtoto, huyu mwingine akisema nataka ununulie baskeli, huyu mwingine atasema nataka ile ndege ndogo ama nataka gari. Sasa you have to fulfill. Lakini sasa my comparison is this. Najua mimi mzazi wa mtoto kuwa ni birthday yako na kununulia ile yenye mahitaji yangu inaweza. Nitakununulia hata kama si ile kitu kenye unataka. Sasa kama uongozi pia, ukisema mimi naona leo ama naona Eli ndiye anaweza kuwa my successor mimi nikiondoka. I don't understand. Sioni kwa nini leo aanze kumpiga yule Eli vita, ambapo kama mnafanya kazi pamoja. Hiyo ndio sasa the problem ya Africans. How the reaction was because mimi nilikusupport. You know guys, I saw it this way. you know, 5 years, hata sisi binadamu, 5 years, and then tuingie hiyo 10, you know, 5 and then upige 5, you're not going to be the same person. Hata ukijiangalia kwa kioo, uso wako utaanza kunini kidogo, au utakuwa kama the same. Hata ukiangalia mapicha zako 15 years ago, you understand? So my point is, unajua kama Uhuru Kenyatta na nini, kama Uhuru alimwambia yule yangu 10 yako 10. Sasa yeye pia aliona pengine, nilikuwa nafikiri ataweza, lakini hataweza, hata haezi kuongoza watu, na sasa the truth imekuja, haezi kuongoza watu. I was asking, are you guys, is it going to continue until 10 years like this? Unajua hata 6 months haijafika, itaendelea hivi mpaka 10 years kweli? Watu wengine kweli watafika huko 10 years? Haitawezekana hivyo. Haitawezekana hivyo. Now, when you come to, Rhoda talked about kweli about the faith. As a leader, we need to have faith. I'm sorry leo kama I'll have to be haraka. About faith. Faith is very important in this world. Si wa Afrika pekee. Lakini it seems, unajua vile the first missionaries walikuja, walituachia hiyo, they left us the faith. Like Mungu Baba. You know, hata ukisema Mungu Baba, nataka tu kesho, mimi nataka nilale kitandani, na nataka kesho nikiamka chai yangu hiyo imetengenezwa, mkati iko hapo, is impossible. Unatoka, unaenda kuangalia kazi. Naona? And I'm not saying ati Africans are lazy. What I'm saying is this. You know, watu wanaenda kanisani. Wazungu, how comes wazungu wameendelea? Wazungu wengi waendi kanisa. I'm asking myself, and they're successful. Unataka kuniambia Trump ni nini? Trump is a really Trump. Ama Bill Gates, wanaenda kanisa kila Jumapili, but they're successful. Kuna ile faith, unajua Mungu wako ni nani, na kuna ile unajua, okay, I'm not supposed to kill, I'm not supposed to steal. Itakiana hata nilale na bibi ya rafiki yangu, ama nilale na bwana ya rafiki yangu. There are some, yani unajua hata sijui kama ni Eli unaishi ng'ambo, unaona saa zingine ukiingia kwa basi ama kwa train, you know you're supposed to pay. Saa zingine wale watu wa kucheck wale ticket kona watakuja, hata unaweza usikuje 1 month, lakini unalipa because unajua mtu mwenye anaendesha hiyo train ama hiyo basi anafanya nini. And that's how white people, some of them are. Mimi sisemi ati nawasifu, but
hapo tutaka moja tu hapo kuwa honest and sincerity, not only white people.
Yeah, that's what nilikuwa nasema. That's what I'm saying.
In February, I was in Hargeisa. Hargeisa is in Somaliland, the other side of Somalia. So we check these buses. Nimeingia kwa basi, public van, si kuona mtu amekuja kuniuliza pesa. Basi kuna driver peke yake na conductor kazi yake ni kufungulia mlango na kufunga. You know, that's a country called failed state. Wewe unafika kwa stage, namba ya simu imeandikwa pale, they use something called EBC, Hormuz, whatever. So it is upon you pay. So the first time nimeingia kwa restaurant, I ordered some coffee. Their coffee was $1.5. You pay through the phone. So I finished. I had some Ugandan guy, nikalipa. So after that, I was like telling this guy, somebody should come. I show the message that you see I've paid. He told me, no, nobody will ask you that you paid. It is $1.5. How do you fail to pay that amount? So nobody, sio kama Kenya hata ukilipa 50 bob, anakuuliza bwana onyeshe message. There they don't ask you. Nobody will ask you to lipa. You finish paying your things, you go home. There's a day I even in shop na nikakumbuka sikuwa na simu kwa duka. I didn't even tell the shopkeeper. Mimi nilienda kwa nyumba, it was a 5 minutes walk and I paid later because people trust each other. There's that honesty and that's how the country can grow.
And I'm not saying they are wako, yani wanajua mwenye ameamuka asubuhi anafanya hiyo kazi, hata ukipewa change, not only white folks, even Africans too, because unajua it's a norm of the day, na unajua when you live in Rome you do what the Romans do. Sasa hata kama umepewa change nyingi, believe me, kuna mtu atakwambia hapana, umenipatia change mingi. Unaona? So that's why I was trying to say, hapo hawa jamaa waendi kanisa. Na sisi tunaenda kanisa, tunaomba Mungu, lakini huku behind tunafanya mambo zingine. So that's really about leadership. And vile Rhoda alisema ni kweli, mtu as a leader you supposed to mchae Mungu na ujue human beings tuko sote sawa. Tuko sote sawa. So that you can continue to spread the word, to show a good example. But again, I was shocked vile aliulizwa kule South Korea na akasema yani he just went to the message. We were serving my party, we were serving the living God, and the other side was not. Surely you cannot speak like that. The other part was not serving God, and that's why walishindwa. Sasa utaulizwa, utashindwa kwa ajili huku muomba Mungu? Hapana. So unajua those kind of na hiyo utacheza hiyo nini, I don't want to go hiyo ya US. I still don't know what Raila said. I still don't know how their conversation went over there, and I don't know kama ameshakuja, kama amesha address watu ama what's way forward. I still don't know, but white folks, not that they know that we are stupid. Wanajua Africans are very intelligent. Wanajua Africans are very energetic, and they can also compete with white children or with white people. Wanajua Africa is rich with minerals. Ama petroli, ama gold. Look at what is going on in Congo. Until Congo wamebadilisha, wamekuja East Africa. But what Africans, wanajua Africans is not stupid. For them to rule and divide inakuwa rahisi kwao, because hao pia wanahitaji hizo mineral source. Unasikia? There's no mango tree. Eli, ushaona mango tree in where you live? Ushaona avocado ama ananas? Lakini ziko, si ndio? Yeah. Sasa ile rule and divide, Mungu alitupatia pia sisi. Mungu alitupatia nini mzuri. Sasa hivi vile Eli amesema it's really freezing, it's cold. Ndio naona sasa wengine wanakuja. The first time when I came here, I asked my mom, why ikifika wakati huu kunakuwa na baridi 3 to 6 months and then inabadilika? My mom told me that's a good example, lakini sio umesoma, mujafundishwa. Nikasema because si sasa kama huko Kenya ama hizi nchi za nini, ni kuanzia hata Kenya inakuja kidogo tu, ni maji, ni mvua nje inakuja, ama upepo kidogo, you understand? Sasa if you look, ukiangalia hata Mungu alitufavor. Hebu imagine Eli, kama kuna baridi paka uvae socks, uvae na uko kwa nyumba. Imagine wale watoto wetu, wale wa street, wale ambao wanatembea bila viatu, bila nini. Imagine, unajua watu wanasema kuna joto. Mimi naambia tu afadhali joto, utavaa nguo light. Lakini hapa huwezi kutoka kwa nyumba uvae socks, uvae ile nini ya ndani, uvae na vest, alafu uvae na hiyo t-shirt, alafu uvae na sweater, alafu unavaa na koti. Unaelewa? Sasa mimi nilikuwa nasema Mungu alifavor Waafrika, lakini Waafrika nao hawajui watanini aje. So that's why hiyo poor governance ni mbaya sana. Wanajua Waafrika they can survive in all parts of the world, lakini what they lack is the skills. Hivyo ndio nilikuwa nafikiria, wanajua, they know that very well. Sasa watamwambia Mwafrika, angalia wewe uko na gold, angalia uko na maji ama uko na nini, lakini hujui, huwezi kufikiria nikitengeneza kama borehole ama nitengeneze. Wanajua hamuwezi, lakini wanajua watoto wa Kiafrika wanaenda university, wamepata masomo, wanajua vizuri sana. And then kenye kinaumiza sana ni leadership wetu, because leader akishapewa hapo kiti anajua yatakapo. Ndio unaona hata ile constitution hataki kufata nifanyie wananchi vizuri vile wananchi ndio wamenichagua, alafu nikimaliza mwingine anakuja. Maanake yeye pia hatakaa hapo maisha milele, lakini yeye atataka kuharibu na kuchange. Ndio sasa unaona I was coming to constitution again. I never knew that this Mr. Ruto will say, alafu anaandika kuwa katiba ibadilishwe. Katiba sasa, kama wanaweza kuchange katiba au waweke ofisi ya opposition. Sasa kwa nini unataka kumpatia opposition nini, na ulikuwa utaki kufanya naye kazi? Ulikuwa utaki kitu ambacho mngekaa kwa meza mseme okay, vile mmesema BBI, mimi nimekubali tufanye hiyo BBI, tutaweka nini na nini. Si yeye ndiye amekubali, wale wakubwa wote. Okay, tuwekeni nini na nini na nini. Mmechapana vita, alafu umeingia kwa kiti big brother, unasema ama big brother now, umeingia kwa kiti sasa, unataka kubadilisha hiyo katiba na watu wasiende hiyo amendment, watu wasiende hiyo sijui referendum ama sijui nini. You know, I'm thinking watu wenye wanasema wana oversight the current government, watawaweka on check. Inatakana wajitokeze, inatakana waseme, wajiweke kwa seme, alisema hii mambo ya opposition's office, amesema mambo ya subsidies kutoa, inatakikana kila wajiunge na waseme sisi tunapinga because constitution yetu haituruhusu ama haitakikani tufanye hivi. Because look, they were supposed to do that before waende kwa uchaguzi, lakini hawa watu walipinga. So my take is me, I still want to listen what Mr. Raila is going to speak and the way forward na vile wameongea kule, because mnaweza mkaongea, tunaweza tukaongea tuseme si hatutakubali sijui nini, lakini kama amekubaliana na wale, because I heard he has to seek his team, waongee na kina Kalonzo Musyoka na kina nani. I don't know how they're going to address the people. I'm not saying wakatae, I'm not saying waende wa demonstrate. What I am just want to know the outcome, because walimharibia hiyo nini yake ya kukutana na watu wake, wafuasi wake Jamhuri. And then what's really making, ndio unaona mtu wanafanya mwingine full. Wangeacha angehudhuria vile yule aliyehudhuria kule kwa Nyayo Stadium ama whatever, hiyo mambo ya Jamhuri, alafu wangekutana kule, mnaambia huyu asiendelee na nini yake na yule anaendelea nayo, and then yule hakuwaambia kuwa sijui, maybe you guys you know, because angetangaza, angesema guys, kesho tunaenda kuwa na summit ya African, because for me honestly ilikuwa ijaandikwa. Kawaida vitu kama hizo paka ziandikwe kwa gazeti.
Ukimalizia.
Nishamaliza.
All right, thank you. I know, though it has been long, but at least it's good to speak everything that you have, at least, and make it clear and open other debates through what you've said. Yeah. People can also pick it na waongeze debate ingine. Or there's something that I think people are also speaking of here about the strike, and people are asking questions. What next? You also asked about the trade unions. We have several trade unions in Kenya. I think each and every department, like if you have teachers, the nurses, those people who are working the supermarkets, they're having their trade unions. But KOTU, led by Atwoli, is now the umbrella. That is the one that now they are all under KOTU. But I don't think our trade union that is led by KOTU, which is led by Atwoli, is going to do something positive for the workers. It is clear.
Why not?
Okay, I'll tell you why it is not going to do anything constructive. I think when Ruto took power, the first 100 years, he ensured that he was looking for what is called security. So the first security was to capture the National Assembly. So the parliament is no longer an arm on its own. It is no longer an independent or the equal arm of the government, but it is a branch of the executive. The second was to capture the judiciary. So he knows, Ruto is a cunning man. He knows how to entice these guys. So the first thing he tells them, you see, Uhuru did not appoint the judges. So now I'll appoint and ensure these judges are sworn in. That's a bait that he was giving the judiciary. Now the judiciary is no longer an equal partner or an equal arm of the government. Instead, the judiciary is a branch of executive that will have to play to the tune of the executive. Then the second thing, if you look at the history of all
stop there. Is it allowed in Kenyan constitution? Can it just be like that, like not equal partner again with is it in the constitution of Kenya?
All right, it is in the constitution, but if you've lived in Kenya for long, you'll realize that we have the best constitution not only in Africa, but what happens is we have the constitution, they are written there, but do we have the will? Are they put into action? So according to the constitution, parliament is an equal partner, but according to practicality, kwa ground vitu ni tofauti. If you look at Africa, most revolutions have always been led by the trade unionists. People like Tom Mboya. Tom Mboya was one of the founders of the trade union. And it is through these trade union activities that most Africans got independence, because they were having some strikes. If today all the workers in Kenya decide to strike, the next day Ruto will not be in that office. So what did Ruto have to do? Go and look for Atwoli. It is not a secret. Go and look for Atwoli. Bring him close. Once you have Atwoli, then it means you have the trade unions in your pocket. So the unions are the ones who can match. You know, if Atwoli and all the trade unions starts and said, okay, because doctors have not been paid, we are going to strike in solidarity with our doctors. We are going to strike in solidarity with our police. We are going to strike in solidarity with our supermarket workers. The government will have to stop. So that is why he had to bring Atwoli close. Now Atwoli is in the box. The parliament is in the box. The judiciary is in the box. So the parliament, first of all, don't lower your expectations of this parliament. Most of the MPs who were elected there, they were not elected to perform the roles of the parliament. The role of the parliament to oversight the government. And most of these MPs were elected based on the amount they were giving out during campaigns. Some of them were elected because they managed the CDF well. People forgot that the role of an MP is not to manage CDF. Some of them were elected because of the charity work that they were doing there. So when they go there, minus the CDF, they have nothing to do. They cannot oversight the government. They cannot legislate. They cannot talk on that on the floor. The only time you'll see them in the floor is when they want to vote. And these votes, they have to be whipped, and they're being whipped by their party leaders. And currently, Ruto decided to buy almost a majority in the parliament. So I don't think the union is going to do something to save maybe the doctors who are going to strike. The only thing you'll see, the government will have to go to industrial court and declare the strike illegal. Once the strike has been declared illegal, they'll have to threaten the nurse. They'll tell you, if you don't report to work, we are going to sack you. You are a Kenyan, the cost of living is high, they are promising to sack you, you don't have any saving, you have got no option, you'll have to go to work. So that is
but to sack, can you sack all of them? If you sack all of them, who suffers is the government again. The kids will never go to school.
You can't sack all of them, but the only person, the only legal entity that will have to stand in their support is the union. But once you have union in your pocket, that is why you normally see Indians beating workers daily, Chinese beating workers daily comfortably, because they have the union bosses in their pocket. So nothing will have to come out of it. Nothing will have to come out of it. So basically, the 100 years of Ruto was not constructive. He didn't do anything constructive to maybe...
you mean 100 days? 100 days or 100 days, not years.
Yeah, 100 days. You've not done anything to help the common mwananchi. What you've done in 100 days is secure his future rule. So everything that you've been doing is to secure his future rule. So let us welcome Mama Mary Wainaina, maybe to say something before we go to Ellie. Julia will play the video. I think she's working on it. So let Mama Mary talk.
Yes, habari zenu ndugu zangu. I'm not feeling well, but I was listening to you the behind. Niko na jambo moja tu la kusema. kiongozi ambaye anapenda kuongoza nchi yake na anapenda watu wake, hiyo tabia iko na Ruto, nafikiri is the opposite. Kuonekana ati unaongoza watu si jambo kubwa. Jambo kubwa ni ile mambo unatendea watu wafurahie, kwa sababu watu hawana haja na hiyo kiti. Hiyo kiti ni ya mtu mmoja, na huyo mtu ambaye amekalia hiyo kiti akiwa haongozi watu vizuri, watu sisi si watoto. Watoto wako nyumbani, sisi tunajua vile mambo huenda, na kuna wazee hata kuliko yeye wanajua vile watu wanaweza ishi. And I'm telling you, when you look at that African leaders walikuwa wameenda huko White House, whatever, I don't know where, huko state, si ajabu mtaona Afrika sasa tutaacha kuongea habari ya Kenya tu, iwe sasa ni mambo ya Afrika yote. Vile unaona watu wanataabika nchi ile ingine, Kongo, pali ingine, hizo nchi za Afrika, watu watakuja kushikana na wataambiana enough is enough. Fight in your country, let's fight on this side until we get our freedom. Nchi itakuja kuwa kama nchi moja, Afrika itakuja kuwa kama nchi moja, sababu watu wana communicate, na hii mambo itaenda hivyo because control. Nchi yetu tunaona vile inaenda, watu hawafurahii maisha. Wacha hivyo, wanasema watafuta watu. Nifa amesema vizuri, atafuta watu wote. Okay, kama Atuoli amesimamia hiyo kotu, akisimamia hiyo kotu watu waondoke, atasimamia nani? Watu wanaweza kataa na waseme wacha tukufe basi. Nani atakuwa kwa ofisi? Nani atakuwa anahutubiwa? Anahudumiwa? Mwananchi hayuko huko, mwenye ofisi hayuko, wanahudumia nani? Nani atahudumu? Hebu jiulize hiyo swali. The office is empty, mwananchi wa kuhudumiwa hakuji kwa ofisi, maendeleo itakuwa wapi? Nchi imeisha. So look at that picture. So when I hear people like Atuoli, yeye ana save skin yake, akifikiria ati ni watu anafinyilia. Watu wanaweza sema tukule ile iko nyumbani, tusahau na hiyo ofisi. Sababu hata Mwafrika tumesahau na mambo mingi sana. Tunasema ati tutakuwa ofisi kama mzungu. Twende mashambani tulime chakula yetu na tutakula na tutasurvive. Kwani tulitoka wapi? Ndio ofisi zifunguliwe. We cannot be treated that way. We have got brain. We have got hands and legs and brain God has given us. Our survival is there. Hii serikali kwani ndio imekuta sisi saa hii ndio tumekuwa viwete ama tumekuwa hatuna akili? Mtu aangalie watu aone, wengine ni wazee kuliko yeye. Tuna wisdom, tuna kuelewa, tumeona mengi. Na hii mambo yote mtu anatuletea, asifikiri haiwezi kufika mwisho. Turarue na tukatae. So hawa watu wanafikiria ati wao ndio wameshikilia watu wale wengine. Nani huyo ananipeaga chakula kwa nyumba yangu ati nikule, ananiletea hapo? Hakuna. I struggle by myself. So for that reason, it doesn't mean that once I will be fired, I'll go hungry. Ni nini watu wanaogopa kusema kweli? Na yule hajaandikwa na amesoma, ana survive aje na hajakufa? Why can't we ask ourselves those questions? Kuwa fired, hiyo ni serikali yako inakufuta. Itaandika nani? Na yule mwingine hata yeye amestrike, na yule mwingine amekataa kazi, na yule mwingine ameona maisha yake inaenda hoele haele. So this is a government that should organize itself, or if not, they get out of the office. They let us do what we can. Hatuwezi kuwa tunaishi kama tumewekwa leash, kama vile mbuzi ama ng'ombe ama mbwa inawekwa leash, you are being controlled. not to do this, not to do that. Na hakuna kitu mtu ananipea. Maisha ni yangu. Shida ni zangu. Nikilala njaa huyo government hajui ninalala njaa. Na in fact right now hata saa hiyo wanatu threaten hivyo. Ni watu wangapi wanalala njaa? Ni watu wangapi wanakufa saa hii na njaa? Why can't they be that we are the provider, we are providing with everything, then they can rule us, they can control us. But you are not providing us with anything. Watu wasiwe threatened. Watu wasikubali kunyanyaswa namna hiyo. I feel very painful. Surely, our country, Africa itaamuka. I think I saw one leader there who disagreed with these other African leaders. He was angry. Na kweli kabisa mkiangalia mtaona, Ghana sometimes, they have got people who defies all this. Wanaona watu nyinyi, sisi leaders wa Africa, tunafinywa na nyinyi mnaendelea tunakusikiza hawa watu weupe. Watu wa kunyanyasa wale wengine. Wanacheka saa ile nyinyi mnaumizana. Ni nini mbaya na Waafrika actually? Hata mkiwa nchi hizo za nje, mnaona kabisa hao watu hawawapendi. Lakini wanataka kuja kwa nchi yenu, waje wawaonyeshe vile mtaishi. Mnaonyeshwa vile mtaishi kwa nini? Nchi ni yenu. Muishi kwa nchi yenu, mpendane, mkule chakula yenu ya kienyeji, na mtaendelea na maisha yenu itakuwa mzuri. Hii kuingiliwa na kuonyeshwa vile mtakaa, mnyanyase wenzenu, wa Afrika wenzenu. Kusema kweli, is very shameful. Very shameful. Asanteni ndugu zangu. Niko hapa tu tasikiza. Asante.
Anna, thank you very much. I was really happy today kuona some African leaders already wameona light and they can really stand for what is an African. Because ukiangalia the summit that was called, it is not the first one, though it is Biden's first summit with African leaders. But majorly he called them for the interest of Americans, not the interest of Africans. So if these African presidents will go there just to be flower girls and dance to his tune, then it wouldn't make sense. Because even US, they feel they are threatened economically, and most African countries have seen light. They are going east. Yes, that island.
Leo, just to add something. Actually hao pia wanatafuta, and that's why wanaona wakikuja Africa, because like the way I say, they know Africa see Africans, they have minerals, at least wanaweza wakapata, wamecompare China, what China got in Africa, and that's why wanaona wacha tu, hao pia wanaenda, they are going down now pia. Yeah, and the way Mama Mary also put it in a good way, like mbona wale wanaenda kule waliambiwa watapata kitu, ama I don't know, walipewa kitu, pesa, I don't know. Sijui in Kenya kama the desk ya huyo Ruto ama national TV ama magazeti, did they reported anything? Because unajua hii haihusu watu wenye wanaishi Europe. Sasa hawezi wakaandika kwa gazeti, but in Kenya I don't know kama waliwaambia specifically kama walipata nini huko.
No, Nifa, can I say something? Nifa, I heard that they were given 55 billion. The whole Africa, 55 billion money. Sasa, what is that? That's a peanut for the whole continent. Na kama mmepewa hizo pesa, kusema kweli ni watu wenu mnauza tena, ile slavery iliisha, ni tena mnawauza tena. Ndio sasa tuwe under colony again. This is the problem. Na kama hiyo ndio imewafutia, ndio waweze kununua tai na suit, waweze kuelekeza maisha yao vizuri. Sisi tuko taabani, sababu tunauzwa tu polepole. Tutachukuliwa tu, tuanzishwe tena. Niyo tu.
So Mary, hiyo 55 billion waligawanya because there were 47 ama 49 African countries huko.
That is what I had. And even somebody commented what kind of a peanut mnapewa na mnakubali ndio muweze nchi yenu iingiliwe? That's the comment was made.
So which means kwa nchi yetu ya Kenya they had to sign. Walikuwa na sign hizo matriti US na Africa. Wamesign.
I didn't hear the conclusion.
We don't have enough information about what has been going on in the summit. If you look at the Kenyan media, and even the president, I think he traveled with a pack of communication officers, officials. But what they are sending us is the private meetings, like the Met Biden, and in most cases they're only sending the photos, and these photos are not speaking anything concerning the trip. So that is why so far we don't know what is there for Kenyans. But what we know is that it is for the benefit of the Americans. They've seen that African countries are going east. That is no lie. We are going to China. They are going east. So Americans are also threatened. So, you know, here is the only place they can get their market for their products. Here's the only place they can get raw materials for what they are producing. So if you all run to east, then they feel threatened. And there is all these, they now want to make some treaties and now convince Africans to go back to West. That is the main reason why they are there. So other things are just sideshows and maybe to keep them busy. And they will really be happy with any leader who will play within their tune. They don't want somebody who will stand and say no. They will not like people like Malema and the late John Pombe Magufuli. That is why they are really happy to have a president like the one we are having here in Kenya. I think Eli is going to tell us more about the summit. If maybe he has some information of what is transpiring there.
Yeah, before Eli comes in, I think Kagame also ali oppose. Kagame alisema msitulete your own problems. Sasa muna lesa. I don't know kama, I don't know. Siju. Kagame also said that.
But this very time, I was shocked that even Museveni dared to go there. I don't understand what is going on.
They never used to like Museveni. And Museveni and William Ruto wako hivi pamoja.
William Ruto will unite for them all the dictators in Africa for one reason, for their own benefit, so that they can speak in one language, and the Americans will just be switching and they speak. That is why they like Ruto. Ruto will now unite all of them. After uniting all of them, they'll speak in one language, not for your country, but they'll be speaking for the benefit of the Western countries who will now be switching them and advancing their agenda. So, Eli, you can proceed.
Thank you. I don't know whether to start from back to front, but I will start from the last word there. I had a comment about Museveni from Mama Mary. Museveni has been a Western puppet for as long as I can remember. And I'll just give one example. He was part of the final departure of Muammar Gaddafi of Libya from the scene. You can read newspapers, you can research this. Museveni was involved in the final acts of basically leaving Colonel Gaddafi in the situation that he was in terms of what happens with his project of a Pan-African currency, markets within African countries being centralized, and Museveni being the person that he is, who was afraid of another African superpower, because Museveni believes that he is the powerful person that should control most of Africa. And he sees this Gaddafi taking his role and all this. Previously they were good friends. So I'm afraid to let you know, and you can find out yourself, that Museveni has been all along a Western puppet, and he continues to be. So they're happy with him. I wanted to shine a light on what has been happening in South Africa every now and again when they have a crisis in their political party machine, which is the ANC. fortunately or unfortunately. But the South Africans, they've managed to, dislodge two, I would say, powerful leaders, Thabo Mbeki, and then, recently, or maybe a few years ago, what's the name of the guy? Not Ramaphosa, but I forget his name now. What the president before Ramaphosa, Zuma.
This one, Zuma, Jacob.
Yeah, Zuma. And so we've seen South Africans being able to do what we Kenyans think we can do sometime in the future. And then the South Africans, their democracy, post-independence or post-apartheid is not very long ago, but they still manage to do this kind of things. Like, Cyril Ramaphosa might be the next one out with the claims of corruption, because apparently, his home was, there was a huge amount of money that went missing from his home, his countryside home, and he never reported this. So he had lots of cash in his house, this Cyril Ramaphosa. But he never reported this, and now he's in big, big trouble now, because they believe that he has been part of the top corruption cartels in South Africa. So when we say that African countries are unable to do anything, we also need to balance the act by saying that some countries are trying to do something. And South Africa has done it twice, because there were accusations about Thabo Mbeki and they kicked him out. And then Zuma, they kicked him out, and Cyril Ramaphosa might just be the next. So Kenyans, if we had a strong trade union movement, I am telling you, in terms of the state of the economy now and the pending bills that will affect the counties, which is also going to affect salaries in the counties, people can go on strike nationwide and say enough is enough. But the trade union, at the moment, is one of those that has been seriously captured. I remember the days back in the day when I was a teenager or growing up, and I remember we had names like Ambrose Adongo. Previously, there were people like Dennis Akumu. Those were strong national trade union leaders back then. Now, you look at someone like Atwoli, who, me personally, I have never taken this person seriously. He's just a person who is self-centered. Honestly, I've never ever, and I've been involved in industrial action, not as a shop steward of a trade union, but a member of a union. And I have seen the most, the top leaders of trade unions who don't behave anywhere near what Atwoli behaves. And look at his palatial homes. How can a trade union official have such amount of money? I know in Kenya we like this thing called prosperity evangelism, prosperity politics, and now probably prosperity trade unionism. Maybe that's what we like. And that's why we don't see a problem with such a person who is holding a high office in a trade union having so much money. And this is part of the problem which should be solved. How can Kenyans rejuvenate their past actions in terms of having strong trade unions? Because the trade unions even defy court orders. It used to be so common back in the Moi days, and they would do what they like. And when they spoke, they spoke. So I think this is one of the best things that can happen if our trade unions are strong and not just look like many political parties that are in people's pockets. It's outrageous. When you apply for jobs, some companies or public organizations will tell you on their tick boxes to alert them whether you belong to a trade union or not. That used to be a practice in many countries. I don't know if it still goes on, where they ask you if you belong to a trade union, if you're a worker. But it is the fundamental right of any person to join a trade union. And I think this is one of the problems that we have at the moment. So if we have powerful trade unions, half of our problems are solved. That's my contribution for now. I just wanted to really, really emphasize that this idea of a strong trade union is a must. And this is what we are lacking at the moment. The fact that someone like Atwoli can be in power for such a long time. Na naendanga akijigamba hapa sijui ati he's an international trade union leader, sijui what, showing off, bragging with his bling bling. And people just accept this guy. And you see, the trade union movement in Kenya at the top is a corruption cartel and is a killing machine. We still haven't had the answers why the former MP of Kabete, back then I think it was known as Kabete, George Muchai, I think he was the Deputy Secretary General of Kotu, why he was killed in such a, such an awful fashion, him and his driver and security officer. Well, he was already an MP, but of course, the rumor mill was that it was something to do with his trade union activities and the fights within the trade union. When Atwoli was asked, he just blanked it out. It was nothing to do with him. But I'm not accusing Atwoli. I'm just saying that there's a lot of dirty politics in trade unions in Kenya, and probably that's why people are afraid to put their faces out there during strikes. When you go to strike, nobody should tell you you can't cross the picket. It is your right. It's your fundamental right. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Eli, for stressing on that. As I was just saying, the only organization that can really speed up the revolution process is the trade unions. Not only in the current century, but even during the early centuries when the African countries were fighting for independence. If you look at history, you'll find that almost 80% of them, the activities that led to the independence were activities that were sponsored by the trade unionists, because they are the people who are defying and striking. And once you call the strike, any government will have to listen. But the current people we're having, even if you look, you get down to our unions, like the teachers union. The first thing the government did, the government is destabilizing them. They allow them to fight within themselves. They create other functions. So you'll find that we are having NAT, we are having COPET. The government also tried to, during the last regime, to register another organization. So there's confusion among them. So here is a situation whereby you're having one school with all of them are primary teachers. Some belong to COPET, some belong to NAT. COPET has called a strike, NAT has not called a strike. So what do you expect in these staff room? There are 10 teachers, 6 belongs to COPET, 4 belongs to NAT. So maybe these other 4, the union has called strike, these 6 are still in school. So this teacher who will fail to come to school, which picture will the parents see? They'll say, oh, why are others not striking? So such things. I remember when I was young, I'm not sure, it was around 1997, there was one of the most famous strike that was called by the teachers union in 1997. And I remember Kamodo, somebody called Kamodo was the Minister of Education. There was strike the whole country. During it was Moi's time, the government had to give in and give the teachers what they were demanding for. Currently, I don't see any union that can do that. Even immediately after we had the elections, we saw the NAT Secretary General, the one who replaced Sosion, I can't remember his name, he's having some funny or use something. They are the first people who called the press conference and said that now the elections are over. We were campaigning on the other side, and now we are now going to work with the government. The main reason why these unions are formed, they are formed to fight for the the rights of the workers. And the main person who normally humiliates and breaks and does bad things to the workers is the government. So how do you say you are going to work and be on the same table with the government, who is the main perpetrator, who is the one who is abusing the people you are representing? So how will you bargain on behalf of the people with the same government? You're on the same table, you sit together, then you want to come and say, you know, you did this to the workers, you need to add the salary, and already you're friends with them. So that is where we miss it. And I think they should not even allow these union leaders to join politics, because I saw Sosion was given an opportunity to join politics and he was nominated an MP. And I thought it was a wise decision to have a union representative in the parliament to go and represent the interest of the workers. But when he went there, he did not represent the interest of teachers. he represented the interest of the political parties and other business. Yeah, he got captured when he went there. So that was the best opportunity. You have an opportunity to go in parliament where laws are made, instead of representing the teachers there and ensuring that they make the good laws that are going to protect the teachers. He did not do that. So our union is really letting us down. And that is why Kenyans are now left on their own. The MP, the parliament is not giving you any hope. The unions are not giving any hope. Then we are on our own. We just on our own. I like what is happening in South Africa, as you just spoke. South Africa, and right now I'm told Ramaphosa is he's soon facing impeachment. He's soon facing impeachment. So if these other countries in Africa can also do that, specifically Eastern Africa, I think we can really be far. Let us welcome Lily so that at least she can tell us something before we go to Moses. Moses, you just have to wait a bit. Lily, if you are there. Lily, is she really around? Moses, you can. Lily, oh, welcome. Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself.
Hi. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Proceed. Habari ya huko uliko?
Niko sawa, niko salama na nyinyi?
Tuko salama huku. Tunaendelea tunaendelea tu kuangalia mambo ya Kenya Kwanza, wamefikisha siku 100.
Yeah.
There are some promises tulipewa za siku 100 to lower the cost of living, to protect the constitution, kupatia watu kazi 800,000 per year, of which the first 3 months inafaa kuwa tumeshapata kazi like 250,000, kujenga 100,000 houses or units in a year. Sahi we should be having like 25,000 units. So ni maoni yako tu. Alafu pia kuna the US summit inaendelea, na huku Kenya pia tunaambiwa maybe soon hatutakuwa tunapata madaktari hospitalini, manake madaktari pia wamesema hao pia wamechoka, maisha imepanda, hawana kitu mfukoni. Sasa ni maoni yako tu.
Yeah, sasa maoni yangu ya hii Kenya Kwanza, me, I can't score them because I don't know what they are doing. They have not given us what they have done or what they have achieved. Really, it has been chaotic. They've just been campaigning every Sunday. You know, they're in campaign mode still. So really and truly, I don't know anything what they have achieved. The only thing I know, they came to put people in more troubles with this hustler fund. That's the only thing I know. Nothing else. Because really, I'm really upset with them because hii pesa wazee pension fund is the nini, it's pension. za wazee nini wanakuwa wanapatiwa every month 2,000. Imagine they have not been getting it for this. I heard about 7 months now. No one is thinking about them, but they did not prioritize those people. They could have suspend the hustler fund and give those old people something to eat and drink, because maisha ni ngumu. Mimi na wewe tunaweza kwenda kibarua, lakini yule nyanyangu au yule babu yangu au ule azue nini jiweza, how can they survive with this climate, with this economic nini we have now? You know, I think it's so unfair. And now we are coming Christmas, those people, they have nothing. They have nothing. Where is their money? Hii hustler fund ilitoka wapi? Ni pesa hizo za wazee walishukua. Kuna watu, lakini mambo zingine zinafanyika nini kwa nchi. We have to look after these old people, children, you know, school fees and all this. So I don't know what they are doing. So they are looking after themselves. I think what they are doing is just they are replacing what they have spent over the during campaign period. That's all I can think of. So I can't score them anything because I don't know what they are doing. About this doctor strike, you know, I think 2 years ago, there was another strike for doctors, and they were kind of like 100 days or 90 days or 3 months. They went on strike. What good came out of that strike? And that time, a lot of people died because they were going to the hospitals, and there were no doctors. Most of them were nurses. There was no services, and people are paying this NHS. I think for doctors to strike, leaving the hospitals without no doctors, I think is morally and ethically wrong, to be quite honest. Because mtu ule anaenda hospitali, jameni, aende huko nini because anataka kwenda. Someone is sick. Someone is suffering. He need medical attention. Sa watu walikuwa wanakufa hivyo nini without no one is attending to them. Mama hata kujifungua. Some of them, they lost their pregnancy or they died because there was no medical attention. You know, I think it's so unfair. That one should not be around. Okay, well, doctors, they can strike, but not all of them. Even where I am, we do strike, but there's always there is doctors still in the hospitals, the consultants, the surgeons, because there's always an emergency case. So even if they strike, they don't strike days, they strike hours. The most they can go is only 1 hour a day. Now we have nurses strike. We still have to work. There are still nurses in the hospital in case of emergency. Because I don't know how the medical and nurses in Kenya, how it's regulated, because, you know, code of conduct. Because I cannot believe that I would leave a patient to suffer because I'm going to strike, and then you leave them like that. Even ethically, it's not, morally, it's not right. I can't. We might as well quit the job. But obviously, there is this, as you are talking about trade union, here we rely much on trade union, you know, who they kind of like intervene on behalf of us. But it's only now first time for national strike, it has been a massive strike going on. But still, we still give services because hakuna mtu anataka kwenda hospitali. Watu ni mtu atakuja nini kwa sababu ana mahitaji na ni moyo wa mtu tu, you know, it's kind of unahitaji tu, you know. I think it's not, even if they go to strike, please, they should not go the way they went for 3 months. Then it kabidi watu wale nini daktari wakaletwa kutoka sijui walikuwa I don't know where they came from. They were kind of Asian or
So they
South
came from
American.
Cuba.
South Americans. South
They
America.
were Cuban doctors, huh?
Yeah?
They came from Cuba.
Cuba, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think they did a good job because that time I went to Kenya and I happened my cousin was giving birth and they attended to her and they were very kind. They were very, very kind. So yeah. So that's all I can say for now. So I don't know what was the outcome of Baba going to America or the speech. I've not heard it. So I cannot comment on that. Yeah. Asante.
All right. Thank you. Just a reminder, hawa wazee hawajapata pesa. I think the last time walipata pesa was July, and some of them used to get this money after 2 months. I think they used to combine it and they paid a lump sum after 2 months. So that means their August and September was not paid. Their October and November was not paid. And right now they don't know if they'll get their December and January. So we know who we should be asking for this money. We cannot say that the old regime, because the budget that is running the country is a budget that was read on June. So it means all these things were budgeted for. Pesa ya wazee was budgeted for. Pesa ya kazi kwa vijana was budgeted for. Subsidy ya mahindi, subsidy ya mafuta, everything was in budget. So now all of a sudden this government has removed it. So we need to know where this money was directed to, because they were in the budget. So that is the question that most Kenyans are asking. This 100 days, the money was there. It was budgeted for. So you cannot tell us that, it is not a new budget they are working on. This money was budgeted for. It is not there. Where did you take it? Or which are the excuse? By that time when they were campaigning, they were saying, the economy is bad because our the handshake. And when we take the government, our communication, our activities will be based on reviving the economy. And they posed Mudavadi as an economical expert. Now they cannot be able to revive the economy. They are just giving us blames. They're telling us we found nothing in the treasury. The old regime took everything. They'll soon start telling us, you see, when we took the government, the Queen died. There was a World Cup effect. Raila threatened some andamano. So all these excuses are what you're going to see in the government. So process,
One thing. Yeah. So for me, I always I have my grandmother who is 89-year-old now. She cannot be able to see. If it was not if she did not have us, what would she be doing? She would just die. It's so sad. There are those people who they don't have, maybe they are old and they don't have families. Who is looking after them? For Christ's sake, who is looking after those people? I saw on television that this man, even she can hardly talk because he's hungry. Tumbo jaa. Hakuna mtu anawapatia chakula. It's so sad. Very sad.
See, Eli wanted to say something. Eli, kabla uongee dakika moja, wacha Mary Wainaina aseme, then Eli you can.
Okay then.
Lily, that is what is going on in Kenya. In Kenya, we don't have beneficiaries. We have got wale watu wanajijua wao ndio beneficiary ya pesa ambazo hata si zao. Ukiangalia utaona watu wamekuwa fashionable. Machifu wanataka V8. Masubchifu wanataka V8. Everybody in Kenya want V8. Meaning mambo makubwa. Hajali ya huyo mtu mwingine. And in fact, this one starts from the top downwards. So you don't expect anybody akusaidie. Kuna mtu ameongea hapo akasema Wakenya mko peke yenu. That is the fact. You are alone. you are at your own. Ikiwa doctors wata strike, Lily, in Kenya wana strike wote kwa sababu hakuna mipangilio na hawana hope ya mambo kubadilika. That is why they strike all of them. Na ile tabu wameenda hata mbele hiyo, wameona hakuna no light at the end of the tunnel. That is why they do that. It's not their wish. Hakuna daktari anaweza kubali kwenda kustrike just for the sake of. They are in a pinch. Wameumia. And in fact, why these people are going through this pain, you don't understand. Sababu pesa zinamwaga huko na hao wakubwa ambao wanasema wanatuongoza, instead of taking care of the very priority things in Kenya, which is needed by mwananchi. Hawa watu wazee ni priority ya Kenya. Wapewe chakula ndio waweze kujimudu, waweze kujisaidia. It's not a lot of money actually, but they feel they cannot part with that to give those old people something to eat. They don't care. Hii Kenya yetu imeisha habari ya huruma. Huruma imeisha. Mtu anataka pahali yake tu. Na ndio unaona sasa hiyo shida haitakwama hapo, itaenea everywhere. And that's why our people are dying because of hunger. Because nobody cares. Na ninajiuliza hao wakubwa wako na wazazi wa wazazi wao. How are they taking care of them? If they are managing taking care of those old people of theirs, how about those who don't have people in the government? How are they surviving? Ni Mungu tu. Kenya yetu imezorota. Na mimi hata sielewi kwa sababu pesa ziko ni kumwaga tu zinamwagwa in the wrong way. Na kwa hivyo tusi-expect ati mambo ibadilike. Hiyo 100 days imeisha, ni nini mmefanyiwa? Hakuna. There is nothing and you are not expecting anything. Wacha uone vile sasa itatokea. Raila atokele atuambie ni nini anataka tufanye. Because he was the only savior of that country. Asante.
Yes, Eli, you can say something 1 minute before tusikie kwa Moses.
Just a quick question a quick question to Lily.
Yeah.
And Lily, this is I'm not provoking or attacking you or putting you on the spotlight. Maybe I am, but from your submission there, you sound like a worker in the NHS. Yeah, are you? Do you work in the NHS?
I do.
Okay, I'll leave it there. I'll just ask you the next question is,
Yes.
so do you support the 19% pay rise for nurses in the UK? Or do you not?
I do.
Okay, so the reason why you say that the doctor strike in Kenya should not happen is probably because you think the structures of the trade unions in Kenya is different from the one in the UK, or what is it? Because I didn't really understand what you were saying there. I know that personally, I know that any doctor or any nurse, deep inside, they don't want to abandon their patient so they can go and ask for a pay rise, but they need a pay rise. So that's why I'm asking you this question. I'm sorry for putting you on the spotlight.
No. It's okay. It's a good question. So, what happened? I think it's 2 years ago when I was saying, when they went on strike in Kenya. By that time, they went completely. All of them, they went out. Then, while they strike, which I don't understand, somebody to correct me. Do they ask just for pay rise, or do they ask for betterment of the care of the patient? Because when you go to hospital in Kenya, there's no equipment. The standards are very low compared to here, and I don't expect it to be like here. Although I would expect it to be better as well. But you could see, if you go in, the standards are lower. very low. And so that's why I'm asking, when they go strike, do they ask just for pay, even good condition, or even also good condition, working conditions? But the other thing about the strike here, I know we are different and we are more advanced here because we don't strike anyhow. For many, many years, nurses have no strike because we, like nurses, they have unions, RCN, we have trade unions. So they mostly negotiate for us. They go ahead for us to negotiate with government. Whereas in Kenya, I think they don't have strong trade union based for nurses and doctors. I think it's one thing, it's one trade union speaks for everybody, I think. Is it correct? I don't know. Yes.
Yeah, just a point of information. You know, when these nurses go on strike, majorly they not only ask for the salaries or the pay rise.
Yes.
Among other things that they normally ask for is the equipments. Like if you look at the last 2 years when we are having strike, I think there was COVID. If you look at if you look at the data of those people who died of COVID, you'll find that the health workers were among the people who are victims. And these health workers were dying basically because of interaction they were having with the patients, and they were not equipped. They did not have proper equipment. They did not have gloves. Some places, imagine, did not even have gloves. They did not even have the mask themselves. They did not have those bodysuits that they were putting on. So the working conditions is normally pathetic. And some I heard were complaining, we are nurses. We are in a hospital. I've prescribed maybe some treatment. The medicine is not there. What do you expect me to do? You are subjecting me to what is called the public court or opinion court, whereby the public will see you as a doctor or as a nurse that you failed in your duties. You made maybe one of them to have died, but it was beyond your reach. You cannot just work as a doctor or as a nurse with the knowledge that you have if you don't have the equipment. You don't have medicine, you have no gloves, you have nothing like cotton. So when the patients are coming, like if you go to Pumwani, whereby you are told maybe delivery is free, when the patients are going there, there's some things that the ones who are going with the jig just for sanitation. Imagine even the soap that the nurse who is going to help you deliver is using, you're the one who is supposed to carry. So the working condition is really pathetic. That is why and the union, like in UK, where you're seeing, I think there you have some organized union, they know their work, they know how to approach the government. But in Kenya, the union is also compromised. There was a guy who was the union, I think is the one who was in charge of the union for the health, somebody, Dr. Ologa, certain Luo. This guy, what happened? Oh, the government called him and was all, young man, you need to work with the government. You know, they give you some promises. They ensure anybody who is vocal, they remove you there. And if you, they'll get away of getting you out of that place. They'll get away of convincing you. If you refuse, they'll use the same nurses, the same union members to remove you out of office. You've been seeing what have been happening in the teachers' unions. Even even the minister going ahead to aid in the registration of another union just to fight the existing one because the members the leaders are proving to be strict. So that is how Kenya's reached. Everything is compromised. Everything is compromised. So you find that you have nobody to speak for you. You have to speak for yourself. That is why even something happens for you today, no one will come and speak for you. Everybody will say, oh, no, they'll instead blame you. They'll instead blame you. So not unless Kenyans realize the purpose of unity so that we can come together and say, when things are wrong and speak in one voice, you will easily be heard. But when things are wrong and you don't speak in one voice, like you hear some people, somebody say, oh, this government, the Kenya Kwanza government is doing well. We voted this government, everything is okay. You see, such kind of energy are the ones that gives the oppressor some room to keep on oppressing you, because they use what somebody talked of initially called divide and rule. Once I've managed to divide you, then I'll be able to rule you. Like what is happening currently in Kenya, if you look at the Kenyan politics, they are trying to divide and rule. They've known that maybe those people from Nyanza, specifically Luo, are the ones who've been vocal and been successful in opposing the government. So they now want to divide them and leave them alone as an island. They now want to create a perception that these guys were, they are not opposing the government positively, but these guys are sabotaging the government. And if you look at the activities, we're having the Ministry of ICT. What role does it play? Each and every weekend, the minister, full cabinet is sent to, like today, I saw he went to about 5 constituencies. He's been given an helicopter, a chopper to fly these constituencies in the name of distributing some relief food. Yet some people are dying somewhere in Turkana and nothing is done. So you see, today I saw the deputy president went to Maragua. Some 2 old men got instant employment with the Ministry of Education. He called the minister and told the minister, these people need to get something there instantly. So we are getting back to the KANU system of rule whereby the appointments were made during rallies. I'm told during Moi, you'll wait for your sacking during the 1 o'clock news. You'll know whether you've been appointed or you've been sacked. That is where we are going to. If people can just get employed, they didn't apply, they had their CVs, the deputy president is there, they were called. In fact, he said, wale walikuwa wanatafuta kazi wako wapi, ako wapi? So the guy went the 2. Si ulikuwa mmoja tena mko wawili, sawa? Waziri ako hapa, watu siwapewe kazi. So you see, that is how Kenya is going to be run on the road shows. So, that is road show declarations. And Leo, the same will happen. And Leo, there's a commissioner was also given a car today on the road show. They just said, oh, wewe mbona unakuja na matatu? Unatembea na matatu, watu wakikupickpocket. Sasa si huyu apewe yes, uko hapo si apewe gari. That is how things are working. Just imagine.
Yeah, Leo, just my comment to top of what Lily was saying. I just wanted to add something there that maybe in comparison to trade unions in other countries, in so-called developed world, maybe the priorities of the trade unions in Kenya, for example, is not strong. It's not. I don't see a priority list there because, for example, wastage. Yeah, if you can kind of try to lobby a government to stop wastage, you even mentioned a car being given to a government official. If you go to most of these other countries, even here in the UK, ati PS ati gari nani anampatia? Uliza Lily hapo. You will take a train or a bus. It's your problem. Yeah.
Or a bicycle.
Exactly. You know that Boris Johnson used to cycle there in London. But anyway, not that he was the best leader, but you know this thing. If our trade unions had priorities to advocate for, demand for to stop wastage, it could be a start. But also, Lily, the reason why I was talking about trade unions is because I think it's one of the easiest ways now to paralyze a government that's not working.
It's true.
Yeah. Even here in the UK, you have seen how many strikes we have now this December.
Yeah, we have, because we have nurses, we have paramedics who ambulance school, they are striking next week Wednesday. We have the trains, post office, and then we have what else? Yeah, buses as well.
Yeah,
trains,
buses. Yeah,
trains. So yeah, it's a massive strike. So because here the trade union like RCN, Royal College of Nursing, is learned by nurses themselves. You see, that's why, and they don't mix. That's why they are strong and they are powerful and they are listened to by the government. But whereas in Kenya, somebody like Katuri, how does he know about nursing? What does he know about medical? What does he know about the strike? How does he, is everybody? I think everything is put in one basket. Somebody who has no clue about what is happening in those industries. It should be separate.
It's a shame because Atwali's organization, KOTU, is the umbrella organization for at least 35 to 40 different trade unions. And I think Kenya has around 45 trade unions, like official strategic organizations, there are around 45. And Atwoli's organization is the umbrella for, let's say, 80% of that. So you're right that he is this kind of powerful figure. No one can touch him because all those trade unions, they can just, imagine he has power in all those trade unions. Because
Why?
Because COTU is the umbrella organization for at least 35 to 40 trade unions in Kenya.
But here it doesn't
And
work that
COTU
way.
has been, yes, and COTU has been given even that power by the, the Labor Relations Act in Kenya. So there's a parliamentary thing that preserves COTU the way it is. But it is the power that COTU has that probably needs to be, reduced. I don't know. Something has to happen.
It has to be reduced because people, they should present themselves in their own industry, because here we don't mix. If it's railway, it's railway. If it's buses, it's buses. If it's doctors, it's doctors. If it's other company, every industry with its own trade union, and to present themselves to be heard. Teachers as well, everything is separate. But if you can't give one trade union, like, it will be presenting everybody, it won't work, because somebody will be compromised, as you're saying. He was with Baba, now he's on the other side, and he should even be political. I think that's where we go wrong. It's so chaotic.
Yeah, we go wrong because if you look at these trade unions, the trade unions are basically opposition parties in most countries. They're the major opposition to the government, because the main oppressor of workers is the government. The main employer in any other country is the government. So the trade union should not be associating with the government. But the umbrella, like what Eli is telling you, these are the trade unions. These are small trade unions, are like the bus companies. Then actually now is the SACCO. So if you want to address the owner of these small buses, you have to address them through the SACCO. So like in Kenya, there's a law. If you're having your buses, you have to register in a SACCO, so that if the government wants to reach you, they reach you through the SACCO. For the government to listen to you, they'll not listen to you as an individual, but they'll listen to you through the SACCO. They'll assign you routes through the SACCO. So Atwoli is now the SACCO, the head of the SACCO. So he's the one whom the government will have to approach. If the SACCO says no, when you go there, and you cannot surpass Atwoli's office and go anywhere. If he says no, no. And Atwoli, there's a man who is doing politics, and he will tell you, he will even brag how many MPs he sponsors and single-handedly campaigns and funds their campaign to go in parliament. The mistake we did in Kenya, these are the MPs who are supposed to make laws, because right now what we need is the powers of the court should be capped. Their powers should be reduced, so that these other SACCOs or other unions can be able to explore their interests individually and independently. But these are totally, his only role right now is he's a power broker. He is a political broker. He'll tell you in the elections he's the one who sponsored, I don't know, Malala. Currently, he'll tell you he's the one who sponsored Salasia, and he will go there and tell you, if you joke around with me, I'll put somebody in your place. So this is the kind of the person you want to go and protect the leaders. So we also have a big problem with our parliament. Kenyans need
and also, and I think I just wanted to add that I know you said that these trade unions the world over are mostly aligned to opposition parties, but also in place, we're actually been aping what is happening in the country of the former colonizer a lot. We're copying so many things, the type of parliament, even the trade union system. The British, for example, the Labour Party can do nothing without the Trade Union Congress. TUC literally owns the Labour Party.
It's true.
Yes, so when the Labour
true.
parties, when they're looking for their next leader to fight for the position of Prime Minister, the Trade Union Congress, which is one of the biggest trade unions, umbrella groups in UK, makes a big, because it's one of the biggest funders, actually. It gives Labour Party a lot of money, the TUC, okay? and then we kind of copied those things that are happening here in the UK. We haven't kind of tried to, to match our own situation. And I think this could be part of the problem. I don't know. Now, if you look at, for example, I'm sorry that I have to talk about what is happening here, but I'm just giving a historical perspective. If you look at the Conservative Party in Britain, for example, they hate the trade unions. they don't want anything to do with the trade union. And they're in power now. They've been in power for, I don't know, over 12 years or something. And you will not find them being funded by the trade unions, but they will rely on some funding from the Confederation of British Industry or something like that, which is a very capitalist organization. It's a capitalist entity. So it is not to say that the Western countries, that their trade unions are so much better than ours. But I think in our case, we've just borrowed something that happens in London, and we try to make it look like what is actually happening in London. But then when we try to apply it, it's not practical within our situations, because these guys from the agrarian economy and all that history from the 19th century to now, how much they acquired from Africa and so on and so forth, and then they built these things, and then we try to look like them. So when we're trying to look like them, we must try to find a way that fits our own situation. And for me, I think in this doctors' strike, if they're not powerful, charismatic figures, people who can just, even if you throw him a few, we need those charismatic leaders that we used to have back then in the days of Moi. Baka Moi listened to the teachers and so on and so forth. But I wish them luck, this trade union, because if they continue like this, I think Ruto has a lot of worries in his mind.
We've not sidelined you. You can take it over. Moses, are you there?
Yes, Leo, I'm there. I've been listening to Elia and the Wile. They have given us a very nice list. We have had you guys. So we have to pray for our countries. At least if we can also, if we are committed, we can also reach those levels. But the way we think, the way we like, you have talked about this guy at all. I was one of those people who, before I never knew who is Atoli. Not until when I heard him recently, starting now talking in Chinese language that we don't understand. That's when I heard it. Atoli is married to a Ugandan lady. One is our, So these are the people, we call them opportunists, They will stand with you so long as you have something to provide for them, or you can protect them. But once you are like you have nothing to offer, they will go where there is something to those one who can provide. So such people are very difficult to to believe in and to count on. So Ellie, there is one of our brother or maybe sister was talking about that why are we getting concerned of issues of Kenya? Maybe he doesn't know, but I just call those are the people who believe, who they don't see what is coming ahead of them. So I'll just take time. I wish she is still here. I'll just flash a torch on what we went through and where. Like you said, very good enough. You said it all. Ruto is a very good student of Museveni, and I know what it means. And also, they have been trying whatever he has achieved. there is also a hand of his master. So these things like we in Uganda, I don't know whether in Kenya, we are holding even a passports of East African passport, but in bracket Republic of Uganda. I don't know whether Kenya also is doing having the same. I'm not so sure. So we do businesses. By the way, more so Kenya and Uganda. It's like we are like brothers. We give you guys maize, beans, everything, vegetables. You give us more so mangoes, and you know. So when this government is bringing their first 100 days in their office, they have started with GMO. Does that concern me? Yes, of course, because it will limit me from doing business. Not Kenyans. And we have Kenyans who are like farming in Uganda. They are doing their gardens and they are renting land there and planting all kinds of stuff there. After they have it and take back to Kenya. So it concerns everyone. On top of that, you have traveled wherever you are, and also live. Before they ask you being a Kenyan, they will call you African, come here. Before you introduce yourself, no, I'm a Kenyan. They take you see where Ruto and Raila went. They did not call that we are calling Kenyans, and they said we are calling all African one. That's the image. So any development in Kenya is a development in Uganda, is a development in the Africa. Because we feel proud if we can stand and go in our own and say, no, I'm going to Kenya. Because if I'm in Kenya, the way how Kenyans will treat me is not the way how Europeans will treat me. You understand? Even the way I talk, I speak with power, you know, with like swag. I know I'm home. So, really, there are certain people, some people who are just, but before you realize it will be late, so they better start seeing now. It's early, like hours. Ruto, I think he has rushed, and that is good. Of which I don't know. I'm not sure whether he can succeed now because he has raised. Is now everyone is so suspicious on each and every steps that this government takes, and that is very good awareness. That means everyone is aware now. You know, it will be very difficult for him to at least succeed with all that his ambitions and goals that he is planning to. But of which, like one of our brothers who talked about Uganda and what, you know, why this government is ignoring citizens. Early they are trying to make Kenyans powerless, and once you have no power, you'll be voiceless. You become useless because what will you offer? Because if you look the way they are progressing, they are preparing 2027 election, not providing for Kenyans nothing like that. And what are they preparing? If they knew that they were elected, if they know they were elected by Kenyans, by now they would have been delivering, fulfilling their promises. But they don't care about that. But what they are caring about is those institutions that has a say. You understand? Now, you see, before anything, they started with the 4 IEBC. Terera 4. I think they are almost done. Once they are done with that, the parliament, of which I'm sure it is done, and that is what is happening in Uganda. We are useless. We cannot say anything. If you die, die. If you go, go. If you say, you know, because you are useless, what will you offer? If he wants something to go through, he uses the parliament. If there is a case, he will go just call the judiciary. This is what I want. If there is election, he will call election and say, no, this one give me this percentage and give the other one this. So who are you as a citizen? You are just useless, like you are just moving dead bodies. You have nothing to offer. So this is the road that Kenya Kwanza'S is taking, and which is once they succeed, believe me, you have no voice. You will be nothing to them. That's why you see the deputy is always, because if these people have the interest in Kenya, if they value them, if that these are the people who elected us. You would have seen them harmonizing people, preaching peace, election is over, now those ones, no one lose, we all one together, so let's come together, this is our country. We expected such, but they are still harming, and I believe there are some millions of Kenyans who are still having that anger because they were, what they expected is not what they saw at the end of the result. But these people are still making it, it's just they are showing them that whether you leave, whether you don't leave, for us we can progress, we can without you. That's why you see they are putting more effort in removing these commissioners. Now I saw the one who guaranteed him, who gave him presidency. Is it this madam is called? But what pains me, he was one of those under the judge, the one whom we should call a hero, Maraga. I think this lady was there, right? But what did she learn from that? She learned nothing. Because I was even very strong when the case went to court. I was like, this is a student, Maraga. No, there is something. I think the justice will come out. But from nowhere, it was unexpected, for sure. So that one is also in this Kenya Kwanza. Is now part of. I think is now. She's not a chief justice. She's like she's now in the Ruto's arm. So next, what is next? Buying all those people in the opposition, those ones with voices, then to silence them, and the parliament is already gone. If the way I see things moving, so once those three arms of government are taken, believe me, whether you like it or not, you just follow whatever they say. Because when it's time for election, you want to exercise your democratic right, you will do they will give you time, you vote and what, but for them, they just change. They just change the name. If Baba is the one who is 80%, they remove Baba, they put Ruto. Bas. Go court. They will tell you go to court. You're going to court, who is there? Is theirs. Everywhere you run to, you have no voice. So, but good enough, Eli, what I'm happy with, he has rushed things. And because at least he would have pretended to win some, Baba and some Kenyans and the citizens, they gave them opportunity, the chance to prove themselves. I believe if this guy, if they started giving services, delivering to the citizens, they would have won even people's heart. People can change them and say, what we expected is not. These people maybe they will. Let's give them time. But they started doing negative things only. I've never seen a government that is having bad comments and remarks like this Kenya government, Kenya Kwanza government. In 3 months, and 80% of citizens, they are tired of you. Then how will you finish up with 5 years, of which we expected 10 years? But how will you finish? All the help that Uhuru or the former government has been put for citizens, these people who are not well off, you have removed each and everything. Do you wish well for the country or? So we should feel concerned. For me, I don't care whether, we are talking here that being an African or Uganda. For me, where there is justice, I'm always there. Whether being this Europe or where, if something is right, I'm always happy. I don't want to see people who are corrupt, people who are injustice, people who doesn't care about others. You see me anyway, even though just I'm moving. Then one day I found a lady beating his own son like a rainbow. But I was very angry on that lady, yet I don't know how. There is that thing in me We want to see our countries also growing, and more so this generation of ours. Some of you, earlier, you have traveled, you are exposed, you see how developed countries run their countries, run their government. You know, you say, I heard you saying that demonstrations are always on. But these people, you see how they are demonstrating, they will be protected. I am sure you saw what happened in Ugandans who are in the US. They are protesting, but you cannot protest in Uganda. But you see, when they're in those countries, they can protest outside, even where they were having their meetings. Those are the things that we want. We can come up, we protect peacefully, but you vary our protest. What are we saying? Do this government, Kenya Kwanza government, listen to citizens? Of course, no. Why? They don't have anything to do with you, because they are proving to you that you never elected for them. They know who gave them the win. Like one of our colleagues or one of our brother here said that this is Venezuela president. So they know where they generated their votes from, not from you, but they got it from somewhere, so which they know the source is still living. They will get when time comes. Leave me in Kenya, at least. We use even to like we Ugandans and some other countries.
Moses, 2 seconds. It looks like the chair or the Leo, something has happened to his computer or whatever. He's not here now, and because he kept there. I think he's back now. That's good. He's back. Yeah,
And
he's back.
and me, I have to. Me, I have
Yeah,
to
he's
leave.
back now. Okay.
Yes, yes. I think
So I wish.
I lost my internet a bit and found myself at the backstage. So, but I followed. Okay.
Okay, guys. So I wish you all the best. Also, I have to leave.
Okay, so see you.
Okay.
So, hey, like I summarize now. You know, it's good. Like I myself have ever been I've ever been in Kenya, not just to be. I went there to work, to look for survival. I was there. So when I see Kenya, it's my happiness to see Kenya like progressing, developing, because that means that I cannot go to these other countries to look for a job. I just cross my neighboring country and I do whatever I want. I go home. It's better. But if we have the people who thinks like our brother was like, it's like even in Uganda we have such kind of people. Once they know you are saying the truth, the person who said
Through
that
the chair, through the chair, through Leo.
Yes, Andy.
I just want to say, okay, the person you're mentioning, Moses, is called Black on the comments there. He's a nice guy. He's been on the panel, on the actual panel, especially during the campaign period. He's proper UDA. He's in the Kenya Kwanza wing. So yes, but he's a good chap. He's a good man. Yeah, so I don't think he meant to be harmful to you as a Ugandan. I think he was just because I've seen him taking part in the panel. Sometimes he says some obviously rubbish pro UDA comments just to wind people up. So we're used to him, but he's not a bad person, Black. And actually, what I want to tell Leo, just 2 seconds, what I want to tell Leo and the people who run this show on this channel is that they should encourage the UDA people to come to the panel as much as possible, not just in the comment section.
Actually, Eli, that is true. And I was telling Ben today, there was a guy keeping a teach. There's somebody who was really irritating others at the comment section. I was saying, no, you don't need to block him. Just allow him to be in the show at least through that, he'll be able to get some truth and change his ways. Like Black, what he's doing is basically defending UD and Kenya Kwanza. He is among the few who failed to heal. You know, the people who they don't want to accept the reality. Deep in his heart, if you meet him maybe behind or besides the show, he'll really tell you how he's really disappointed. And I like it. There's so many people who come out to say, okay, when we voted, we did not think it will be the way it is. But as things have happened, it is not true. Even in Facebook, I see guys who really campaigned for UDA, including the bloggers. They're already whining and they are saying, no, we did not vote you to do this. We voted, somebody said that we voted Ruto so that he can do away with CBC. We did not vote him to go and come up with a panel of 10 people to sit for 1 month, then come with only one recommendation that grade 7 will be domiciled in the primary. That one already we knew. If you're having grade 7 and maybe grade 8, we knew they would go nowhere because their classes were available. So why would you have a panel to go and take 1 month and earn some allowances, only to come and tell you that the only thing you're changing in CBC, not even changing, they didn't change. The only thing we are making claim CBC is that grade 7 will remain in primary. So they know, they truly know that things are not the way they expected, but there are some who refuse to accept that truth. So that is why you will find them using all manner to try to defend, but you're defending something that is not defendable. If you look at when the show started today, there was a guy who really tried to defend, but it is not possible. So such people, the way Eli is saying, if we can allow them to come in the show, we give them the time to talk, at least they'll come to find out that they are making fool of themselves and they're really trying to defend something that is rotten, that cannot be defended anymore, and they'll have to change. In fact, they'll be like the souls who became Paul and preached more than anybody else who was preaching before. So we really need to encourage them. Huh?
Leo, they
Yes,
used to come.
summarize.
Before.
Let me just summarize that.
All right.
Let me just. So, Eddie, you're right. You know, I'm not one of those people who believes that someone is always right. No, but we should give credit where it is supposed to be given. You know, you cannot say I don't have any problem with UDA or Kenya Kwanza supporters. It's okay with you, but the problem I have with, don't defend undefendable. Just come and defend things. If things are right, I always say this. I'll give credit where there is credit, I'll put it there. But you cannot. Why the problem I have with these people? Don't be just a supporter that's supporting everything. They are killing someone to say UDA is not killing. You are defending things you know deep in you that this is not right. Defend the right thing. Even if Baba, if one time, if he becomes a president, I want people to criticize him where necessary and give a credit where necessary. You understand? We are people who, if we want democracy, you should allow people to speak, to tell you where you're going wrong. And like earlier you have said, encourage these people to come on this panel such that they can tell us, like me, I say, I've not seen anything developmental in this government so far. In these 100 days, nothing. So if he is there, let him come here, and maybe I did not see. He can tell me that they have done this and this and this. You understand? So we allow everyone to speak, and it's good to defend. In the world, everyone, but don't defend things that is going to bury the country. It will be you will feel so bad when the country goes where you never expected and you cannot take it back. And you were among the people who supported its direction, the wrong direction that it was moving to. So let's defend things when I give a credit. If UDA government come here, if they start delivering to people, doing things that making the country progress, I will say yes. Now they have started, but they are meaning their businesses. Like I said, for them they want to grab everything, such that Kenya will be ruled by one man, not even two, one. Whatever Ruto says, that will be, because every institution will be in his arm, in his arms. Just a call. This one should be arrested. This one leave. Like how we are living in our country. So I don't wish Kenya to go in that direction. Really, it is too dangerous. 1 second on doctors. Yeah, doctors, they should, because even though they are, the lives of people are in their hands, but they are also human. And I know when you have stress, you cannot even treat these patients well. You can even become the cause of someone's death, because you are thinking of that. Someone is demanding you, your children, they are at school, you don't have school fees, they are demanding you this way. They are not so, but they should not demand only their salary, also the equipment in the hospital, the tools they use. Like in Uganda, you go to hospital, they will it's like you go there to recommend for you what you are supposed to go and buy. You go there, they write, he tell us what happened, you explain, and this and this and that, they write for you. Go and buy this, go and bring this, go and this. They cannot even give you some hospitals, even Panadol, nothing. So as they demand for the salary increase, also they should think about the equipment in the hospital. The hospitals should be equipped. It makes their job also easy. But you find someone is not having gloves, is touching someone, is accident people. So it is very difficult to work in such an environment. So that is it for me, Leo, for now. And guys, let me go and do some work. If I finish in time, I'll come back. And,
Thank you for your great input. We wish you well as you're doing something. I think you're still on. When you come back, you'll still find us here. Lily, you wanted to say something, or it has disappeared? Maybe you wanted to respond to Moses before he leaves.
No, I wanted just to say that UDA guys, they used to come on this channel and we used to exchange, opinion, what do you feel about UDA, what do you feel about Azimio la Umoja, but I don't know why they disappeared too. So we encourage everybody to come in.
They did not disappear, but during campaigns they were selling hope, and they had something to give people hope. But once you've been given that opportunity, I don't think they believed they will get the opportunity. But once you've been given the opportunity and you realize that what you are telling people is something that is impossible, you do not have an idea of how to actualize it, then obviously circumstances will have to force you to run away, because you'll have nothing to tell them. If maybe you promise your kids, you've been promising them through the phone that, you see, I'm coming back, I'll bring you this, I'll bring you this, you video call them, I'll bring you this. And it can only happen while you are still far. But once you get the opportunity to meet them and you realize those things that you're promising them are no longer there, I don't think you will not even wish to find them awake. You will wish that you find them sleeping. Because if you find them awake, you'll have nothing to tell them. Maybe you will tell them, oh, I'll bring you this, and because you're far, they'll believe you. But now it is reality. So now the Kenya Kwanza team is finding it real that now we are now running the government. We are not campaigning, though they're still in campaigning mode. And that is why even the president himself is in the foreign country and he still keeps on talking of my competitor, our competitors. So I don't know which kind of competition that we are in right now, because even today the president is talking of the competitor. So I don't know if we've already started the 2027 competition or which kind of competition he keeps on referring to. We had Gachagua today in Daragwa. He's still talking of our competitor. The president told you to go to the other side. Somebody translated and said that thing means a public toilet. The president told you, why it not for the prayers and you people being disciplined and listening to us? Right now, we will not be having this government. Instead of telling people that now we told you not to go that way, and now we are having this government. Can't you see that now we are benefiting? They're not telling people the good things that the government has done. They're just telling them that now we are having the government, but nothing has changed. These people, there's nothing they can count. They can't see the difference between where they want and where they are. So it doesn't make sense. Mama Mary, you can proceed.
So what I was, what they could do, because they seem they don't have they didn't have agenda of anything, and Ruto was promising that when he was campaigning that they will continue with Big Five agenda, which was hijacked by Laila, which was not true, but still they're not going ahead with it. Okay, I'll let Mama Mary to come in. Sorry.
Thank you. I'm glad you guys brought that point of UDA people come to the forum and we can understand. I remember sometimes back I did comment that we need them in the forum so that we can understand them and get to understand where they are taking us. We are shouting, they are shouting, not shouting that they are comfortable. They are miserable like we are, and they are more miserable because they put their hands in that, and so they are feeling the pinch, the whole country as it feels. Hii UDA imekuwa kama, there is a movie, watu waliiba mtoto. Walipoiba mtoto, one of them alikuwa na kabuti mrefu, hii raincoat. Katika yule mtoto waliona watapatikana, so wakamficha ndani ya hiyo koti, akamficha, akamfunika kabisa haonekani. Unfortunately, huyu mtoto alikuwa na kiberiti. Huyu mtoto akahakisha hiyo kiberiti, akaweka moto kwa nguo ya huyo aliyekuwa amemfunika na hiyo kabuti. Alisikia kweli kabisa hiyo ni moto inawaka. I don't know what to do. Akajaribu kuvumilia, mara moja akafanya pap, akafungua huyo mtoto akaanguka kwa sababu hii moto imezidi kiwango. So for UDA, you reach a point that hata hao wa followers wao.
Mary, just a minute, just a second. Sorry for interrupting you. Christopher, kindly, you're requested to put your camera on so that you can be added to the show. Kindly just switch on your camera so that we know we are not dealing with a ghost or something that is not in. Proceed, Mary.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is that the UDA people, when they were, if they voted, because I don't know even if they voted, or maybe they are just ghost voters, they will still cry as we cry, and one day we'll sing the same song together. So Wakenya, usifikiria ati kama mtu ako kwa UDA akose chakula ya kukula ati ataimba huyo UDA. No, he'll be feeling the pinch, he'll be feeling hungry, and he'll be looking for something to eat. So it doesn't matter which side you are, everybody is in pain. They didn't know the repercussion after they voted, or after they did whatever they did, siding with whichever side they sided, and especially UDA. They didn't know the repercussion. So now they are facing the drama, and they cannot laugh at us. They will cry as we cry. Kwa hivyo, inchi haiko pamoja, haiko hali mzuri, iko na shida. Na kila mtu ako na shida. Awe ni UDA, awe ni Azimio, kila mtu ako na shida. Na kwa hivyo, hawa wakubwa, mi kwanza, I feel so ashamed, very ashamed when I see these people going to places. Kwanza hata hiyo mnasema ya Gachagua alikuwa anaongea. Many people are quiet. Whatever he was trying to bring up, people are not happy. They were listening, yes, but they were not applauding him. He was just talking his own stories, which is ni kama unasemea wanyama, si watu, sababu watu hana na furaha imeisha. Hiyo shangwe imeisha. Kwa hivyo Gachagua and his boss waache kutuenjoy, waache kutulengalenga. Sisi tunataka maendeleo nchi yetu, na kama sio hivyo, in fact waache kutuambia maneno yoyote. Hata hiyo mateso anasema waliteswa, we don't know. You can exaggerate anything because we were not there, na kwa sababu mumewekwa hapo. They should also be ashamed kwa sababu hata hawakuchaguliwa, ni kuiba waliiba, na wajue tunajua ni nani waliwaweka hapo. So maybe that is why they are punishing people, because wana godfather yao ile iliwasaidia wakaingia hapo wako. It's very painful for Kenyans what is going through. Tena nimeona watu wengine wamekuwa watu wa kuhamahama. Mzee kama Atwoli, I never even 1 minute thought that he could do that, whatever he did. Wanaume wengi nimewaona, aki mimi sijawahi kufikiria watu wanaweza fanya hivyo Kenya yetu. Wazi mchana tunakuona ati unachukua miguu unatembea na unaenda kuongea kwa podium. Unaambia watu nini? Really? Hiyo ni mchezo mkubwa sana tunachezewa. And it is not good. Because when people will reach a point of feeling that enough is enough, it will not be funny. It will not be a laughing matter. It will be serious. Sababu huyo mtu hivyo anahamahama, anasema hapa maneno, anasema unaudhi roho nyingi sana za watu. Ni vile tu hawezi kuchukua tu hatua kwa mara moja. Lakini Kenya inaonekana kunaweza waka moto. Me, I'm not inciting anybody, but I know what I feel many feels. And I know we are not comfortable at all. Sababu hakuna mtu anatakiwa kuwa ana rule na kifua ama na kujiona na madharau. Sababu wakubwa hao wote wako hapo wako na madharau mingi sana. Na sisi wananchi, na huyo ni mtu mmoja amesimamia watu wangapi? Watu wengi sana. How can you dare stand and talk for many people who have not approved what you are doing? It's dangerous. So for me, I don't see anything that can make us happy in that country. It's just miserable people who are in Kenya right now. Na hiyo mpango ati wanataka watu ati wanyanyasike ndio wasikilize serikali. You might be shocked. Yeah, you will be shocked. It might change to a different thing. Otherwise, mimi naombea nchi yetu iwe back to the track, ambapo pahali tunaweza furahia, tuishi maisha yale ya kawaida yetu, ile tunakuwa comfortable, ndio tuweze hata kulea watoto wetu in a comfortable environment. Asante sana, niko tu hapa.
Asante sana. I think Lily.
Yeah. Okay, nataka kusema nataka kumwambia Mary, me I feel watu wale wanataka kuhama opposition washa tu waende, lakini sisi tutakuwa watu ndio watakuwa opposition. Sasa washa watu waende, watu wale wataka kwenda waende na matumbo zao huko kwa nini kwa Ruto, lakini sisi tutakuwa opposition na is like ticking bomb. Si kuinsight, lakini tutakuwa a strong opposition. Na tutaki hiyo kitu nini ya wanasema tindi wanataka kupatia Laila, hatutaki. Wacha tukae opposition until the time comes. Yeah, asante.
Actually, wale wanaenda, at least they are also creating space for others, because ni Kenyans wanaumia, sio hao. Sasa hao they're just okay. So those people who are oppressed are the ones who will take the mantle and oppose the government. And the Constitution allows us to do that as the citizens. We have the sovereign power to march and say that enough is enough. We need back our country. And maybe very soon, as Mama Mary is saying, that will happen. Wacha tusikize Christopher. Christopher, karibu.
Thank you very much, please. I came late.
Welcome. You're not late.
Yeah. I'm from northern Uganda. I want people always to know I'm not in Kenya. When I hear when you people are talking, it's like sometimes you need some pieces of advice from external, such that when you are gearing towards your goal, you should also verify and cross-check the kind of support that people just enter into, say, I think this is the right one, let's leave it, and defending what you know it is not good. That habit is here for 35, 40 years. When they started, see how far they have gone. So you people don't stop, don't even relax. Keep the fire burning. Let them know they are doing nothing. It will ruin Kenya. This is my biggest emphasis in this group. Check Uganda, check US. US was so good, the other country was so good, and it will remain. Don't even worry so much, because that place, I was just been reading, like they say, America, interest and their properties are there. The fact that they want to the whole thing to be their side is also there, not as Kenyans want, but that one with time, it will really come a little bit fairer. But don't let these people who keep supporting what is not supportable, let me use this simple language, to keep on supporting. Like, for you people to come straight and start talking is like a debate. The other side is also there, this side is here, is a very good encouragement. Try as much as you could to win this current side, which is the ruling party. They are not doing good thing, really. If you say the 100 days, how many days have gone without even deliverance? You hear there are 10 African countries that US have today, about yesterday, selected that they are the best in Africa as per the ruling system. Ours, Kenya, is not inclusive. What do you think? You think they are not seeing? They are seeing all who is doing the right thing. They even know it. But there may be some few individuals who are infiltrating with those ill feelings of ruling, grievances for power, which is not what we think. Madam there, she's crying that let people, yeah, you are right, madam. There's something needs to be cooked up, and so that these people feel it also that they are doing wrong. Like I told you was with the Baba. After a short minute, he has changed completely. What kind of a human being is that? Some of us, we are very sorry when we are seeing Kenya is getting deeper in the deeper sea. What for? We have to stop this thing, and people should really, their eyes should open. Okay, this is all I can give for now. I was a little bit late, but I had from the middle there where I can contribute. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. We really appreciate the input from that side of Uganda. And as Kenyans, we do learn a lot from you guys, because where we are heading, you people are there. You know how it started, how you found yourselves in a country whereby one person makes the decision, a country whereby you can wake up one day, maybe during elections, and you're told that Facebook is not working, internet is not working, and life continues. But in Kenya, when some are told that it is possible to get a country like that, they feel it is a joke. But you people in Uganda, you have some experience, you've seen it. So when you speak, we seriously listen. I have several Ugandans and some from Central. I had a friend of mine, I think his father was the mayor, you call them the mayor of Kampala city. So these guys tell me some stories, and I try to look at what is currently happening in Kenya. And I feel for my country that if we don't make things change, the difference that we do have, the only difference between Kenya and Uganda is that those people who lived before us never allowed such things to happen. They stood strong. They fought for what they thought belonged to Kenya until we are able to enjoy the democratic space that we have currently. So we just need to call upon all Kenyans of goodwill that we have to fight for our country. We have a country to fight for. If we don't fight for this country, our children will blame us. they'll ask, where were we when the country was reverting back to dictatorship? Where were we when our economy was being destroyed? And these are some of the questions that will come to haunt us at our old age. We are lucky that we have people like Raila. When we go to them, they'll tell us that, no, you right now you are complaining, but during our days, you are not allowed to demonstrate, and we fought and we demonstrated. You people, the Constitution allows demonstration. So you see, such questions, we should not allow ourselves to reach a point whereby our next generation will be asking us some hard questions when they'll find a country that cannot be inherited. So as Kenyans, we just need to do everything possible. We have the power. We need to unite. We need now to unite beyond our tribal lines. We need to be united by the situation. If the economy is bad and we know the government is doing nothing about the economy, that is what should unite us. If the laws are being broken and some laws are being introduced that are not going to benefit us, that is the only thing that should put us together, and we should fight towards that cause until we realize a better country that we can be able to leave for others to inherit.
Yes.
Really, you've slept, or you can say something?
Yeah, I wanted to add on what I just little. You see, we have this experience here. I want this thing to get into you people before it is too late. You see why people come to tribalism kind of arrangement, because when the people like Atuali is doing what he's doing, and then you, the right people who think of the majority of everybody as a nationalist, that this thing is wrong, let's do like this, you will keep on like that until you will even get fed up. Like ours from here, things are becoming like tribalism. Even they can speak it straight on your head, to you, on your face. When they tell you like that for all 40 years, what will you do? People will resort to tribalism, kind of, where they understand their language, you see? So we don't want Kenya to go into that. Let's all be one as nationalists, like Baba is doing. I'm telling you, if that Muzee is not there, can you imagine since when their family has started fighting for the correct thing and the right thing to be done for its people? Not for the Mujaluo, but it's for Kenya. I'm telling you. People are watching you. You try to search from outside. Ask questions. Where are we going, you think? What do you think we as Kenyans should do? There are certain video clips that when I really be authorized to put inside here so that you people listen to. And then you check yourself from that. That is where how far and where we have come from. So US, as we talked last time, that US is still in the womb. You have bought it. You see, sometimes even force is good. If you can get force somewhere, put a little bit there, then you twist the whole thing for the correct thing. Not that you are intending to do that, because these people they're shameless. They just do things the way they. I've never seen this kind of human being. But where we are heading, one day, I think we shall rest one day, because the whole thing, like even superpower, you don't see they're even getting cranked. They're splitting apart. So fact, truth will one day be there. Few people speak the truth. Very few. You can't sit for long in a community where you don't find foolish people. Immediately, in one good one, the rest are hopeless. Can you imagine? People are greedy. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. That is really true. We need to trade carefully, because unmute yourself. Good. Because if Christopher, unmute yourself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Thank you. If you don't trade carefully, we'll find ourselves sliding back and even reaching the state you people are in, and that is not good. So we need to learn from you, and the stories from Uganda are not to make us admire and be like Uganda. they are to make us to avoid being like Uganda. I think it is really positive to hear stories from Uganda. Rhoda was having something to say. Karibu. Rhoda.
Asante sana, nimerudi. Hi everybody. Hi Mama Mary. Hi Riri. Hi Christopher Kidenga from Uganda. How me? I love people. You know, I don't care where you are, but I love all people because human being is very important. The things I hate is only dead. Dead body cannot talk. But when we are alive, it doesn't matter where you are living. You know, me, I'm like that. You know, I want to say like this, something you know, when the brother Christopher Kidenga talk about Kenya, Kenya is very recognized in whole African. That's true. Many people from Africa, they want to move to Kenya. Even like me, myself, when I'm from Kenya. Oh, Kenya is very beautiful. They tell me a good thing about Kenya. But you know why is Kenya have been very great for 10 years ago when the former president Uhuru Kenyatta, when he take the office, he have make our country very great. He built the roads, many things. Oh my, sometimes even I cry. There is a many things. I'm living in Europe. There is a many things in Europe we don't have in Kenya. Beautiful. We have a beautiful hotels. We have a beautiful, like we have a sand. We have a many, and everything is who have built. Many, even if he had a contract, he still built our country. Many things. I hope one time Kenya people they will realize that Uhuru Kenyatta have built this country. All those fruits, even people like Ruto, he is taking is from Uhuru. All those fruits, all those people are eating is from Uhuru. If it is not Uhuru who take that government, because when Kibaki left, it was good because Kibaki is the one who started square one. Because when Kibaki took the office, he went to the China to loan the money to build our country. So all things we see in our country, it's Uhuru built. In fact, former President Uhuru Kenyatta is a man need to be respected for the Kenyans. He need to be loved. Is a man need to be called our king. Can you imagine what I mean? You know, when I left, I have not been in Kenya for many years because I didn't have I'm not stable. I'm not yet have a document for traveling because in Europe it's very hard for document. Sometimes I cry. I tell my mom, do you feel proud? Are you happy? You know, I can't imagine. Uhuru Kenyatta is a man, need to be respected, need to be loved, is our king. Actually, after he retired, the man who was supposed to be, even I can never imagine, after he worked a job to spread the peace in Congo. I was expecting people like Uhuru Kenyatta, when he be retired, he will get a job like United Nations to be a chairman, because he's a man who, let me tell you, many leader, one guy from Tanzania, he told me, many people they didn't like Uhuru Kenyatta, even some leaders, many leaders global, because the way he was his personality, the way he was when he got to talk at the United Nations meeting, how he was introducing himself. He was his personality. He behaved more like Westerns. He doesn't behave like more like Africans. You see, that he told me like people like Ruto, he was broken Uhuru Kenyatta. He was fighting with him. He did what he can all the time. You know, he was giving Uhuru Kenyatta pressure for 5 years when he was in the government. When Uhuru Kenyatta bring the BBI Ruto report, everything he was, and he knew that because he knew Uhuru Kenyatta he had some weakness, and you know some people they work on the enemy. When the enemy know your weaknesses like this, he will fight for you. Especially people who are not Christian. Me, I am like born again. I cannot fight with the flesh and blood because the Bible says we don't fight with the flesh and blood. We fight with the principality, all the power of the darkness. We don't fight with the human being. We fight with every principality and power on the rule of the darkness of it. We fight with another spirit. We don't fight. But Ruto was fighting with the flesh and blood for the Uhuru because when Uhuru retired, he will not be recognized. He will not, everybody Kenyans, every eyes have seen. Like my friend is a white woman. she know Uhuru Kenyatta. She told me he looked to be kind. Why? And she have not met her life. People who are kind, people they see. Every eye can see, every heart can feel. And she told me, you are former president, he looked to be kind. Can you imagine? And she's a white woman. Let me tell you, these people from Western, they are very stupid. They are very clever. People who are not so clever is Americans. Americans, they are not clever than European. European people, you know, they not like government like Biden. You know one thing, Biden is a criminal. Biden, even to win the election, first of all, Biden is a terrorist organization. He was threatening Trump with the terrorist organizations. That's why he came to take the office in White House. Even Barack Obama, those people, they are terrorist organizations. So they were threatening Democrats with the terrorist organization. I know the secret about America. I know the secret of Biden. That's why he take the office. He make the Trump to be fear, and he steal the vote. He was not winning. He threatening American people with the terrorist. Even there is one American man, he was killed with the terrorist. A beautiful man. I was crying. And nobody know those things. But me, I see those things. I know you are using terrorists to take the power in the office in the White House. And they are the one who still they control my country, the elections. Make and say everything. What Biden he came the president of the United States of America. Terrorist. And we must speak the truth. So Africans, we are very stupid because they want to control us, these Americans, and they are the one who are more criminal. Not many countries they like Uhuru Kenyatta, like America, because Uhuru Kenyatta was against terrorist organizations. You know, he was setting our called KDF in Somalia because he knew. Even ambassador, they were saying that we don't feel safety, and he was preventing them because he wants our country to be classic and very development. Even Museveni was feeling jealousy for Uhuru Kenyatta. Those guys, they're the one who destroy our election. Museveni is a big enemy for Kenya. Many Ugandans, especially Baganda tribes, they were praying for our country. I know my friend is a Baganda. His grandmother was praying that not Ruto to win because they knew that. They knew that. Even Congolese, one guy from Congo, he was a warrior prime. Mimi napenda Uhuru. Mimi nataka Raila Odinga a win because because many people they know Uhuru Kenyatta was supporting Raila Odinga. Even people from some country, even Western, Western. It's called the West Africa. Congos, they were telling me that because Congo, especially Congo, they love Uhuru Kenyatta a lot. But we want him. We want him. We want him to Raila Odinga to win. Mimi nampenda sana Raila Odinga, afu mimi napenda sana Uhuru Kenyatta. Lakini si many African leaders walikuwa nampenda. See many leaders in the world like Biden because he was against terrorist organization. So your enemy can be your enemy. So Americans, I hope 2024, Biden will not threaten Trump with the terrorist organizations. I hope so. Sometimes we always put. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your input. I just want to. There is a Pen Nyagaka. Pen Nyagaka is saying that UDA is there for you. UDA is there. Oh, it is true. UDA is not only there for one person or for one group. UDA is the one who is now steering the government, and the government is for everyone. The 7 million who voted for UDA, the 8 million who did not vote, and the 6.9 million who voted for Azimio, they all pay taxes, and UDA is there, and they have the right to criticize any wrong that UDA is doing, and they also have the right to comment and compliment on anything good that UDA is doing. But as far as the 100 days are concerned, there is nothing that UDA has done that somebody of a sane mind can stand and say that this has been done. And I think those people who started the show, I started by telling people that if we want to talk about this government, we would better start looking at what are some of the promises that they gave us in their campaign. There are some of the things that made you, Nyagaka, and anyone who voted for UDA to vote for them. They campaigned on some promises. So we need to gauge their 100 days with the promises that they gave us. The first promise that if you look at that UDA manifesto, which I know Pen Nyagaka did not go through. If you look at that UDA manifesto in the first page is some directive from William Ruto why he was running, and he gave us three main agendas. And he said that his agenda number one will be to defend the Constitution. So how far has Ruto defended the Constitution? And he said that the Kenyan Constitution is good. What it is lacking in those people, it only lacks the implementers. How have we defended the Constitution? By introducing the office of the Chief Cabinet, by writing a memorandum to the Senate Speaker and the National Assembly Speaker to introduce the position of leader of opposition and add some 26 positions for ladies or women like Omanga and another Karen Nyamu, by ignoring the court ruling that declared CDF unconstitutional. Then look at some of the agenda. His agenda number two was about institutionalizing politics and doing away with the politics of patronage and the politics of kingpin, according to his own words in that manifesto. So how has he done away with the politics of patronage? Recently, in Western, we had Mudavadi pleading with those people in Western to rally behind him. So why are they being asked to rally behind Mudavadi if that is not making a kingpin or a patron? Today or the last 2 days, you've been seeing Gachagua running in Central, telling those people to speak in one language to get prepared for the 2027, telling them that, in 2022, we were found not ready. We did not have a patron. We did not have a kingpin. So we don't want such a situation to find us in 2027. So is that on how Ruto is dealing away with the politics of patron? Then his agenda number three was jobs. He said he's going to create 800,000 jobs per year. We are in a quarter of the year. 100 days is more than 3 months. A year is having 12 months. If you divide it by 4, it's 3 months. So we are 3 months, which means by right now we should be having 200,000 jobs. Did he create those jobs? How did he create jobs? By banning the kazi mtaani that I think employed equal number. Did he create jobs by denying wazee pesa yao? Did he create job by supporting the closure of these bars and restaurants within the estate that employs most of hustlers? Did he create jobs by removing the fuel levy that now makes it hard for these hustlers to fuel their motorbikes and make some money? Is that on how he planned to create jobs? So if you look at the 100 days of Ruto, you'll find that what he's done nothing that somebody can stand up to praise. And that is why he's now started shifting. For the 2027 campaigns will not be about economy. 2022 campaigns, you are told, was about the economy. And they introduced hustler or the bottom up. And the bottom up has already flopped. Even where they copied it, it never worked in such countries. So that is why he's now creating another narrative. And if you are careful, you'll realize that 2027 will not be about economy, but it will be about a religion. It will be about wale wa kwenda kanisa na wale hawaendangi kanisa. That is what they are going to use to win the elections. And people like Pen Nyagaka will vote to have a country without medicine, a country without better roads, and a country without hospitals, because they'll be voting to punish those people who they perceive don't believe in God. You better remain poor, because you will be voting a government that you've been shown by God. That is what is going to happen in 2027. We are yet to see the NHIF that we are told. Instead of having the NHIF for all, we are told that the doctors are going on strike. So I don't know if that is the NHIF that we were promised. So before maybe somebody says how we have UDA forever, I think sometimes we need to wait, and you need to get in and tell us. Just get in and tell us how UDA is going forever and what are some of the good plans that UDA is having. I think that one will do better and will be fair to UDA. So we don't want UDA supporters and diehards just to comment without giving us explanations. I think you can join the studio and at least so that we be fair, we don't talk of one side. You know, the show is also boring if we just talk of Azimio. We also want to hear from this UDA diehards. Come on and tell these people what you've done so far and how you're planning to make it better. At least some people will have to join your side. Somebody, Mama Mary, you want to say something? Yes, you can proceed.
Let me say this, Leo. Ukiwa hujafanyia kitu kazi ukachoka, huwezi kuiheshimu. What am I saying? These people, they were not voted by anybody. And I promise you, me, I, and myself, and many, many millions never voted for these people. They were put there by a different category of people or characters. Nasema hivyo kwa sababu kama huyu mtu kweli kabisa alivotiwa na watu, anaweza heshimu hao watu. Huyu mtu hakuchaguliwa na watu. Na kusema kweli, muamini msiamini, hao watu hawakuwa voted in by anybody. Kama walikuwa voted in, I assure you, hawa hata hakuwa wamefikisha more than 4 million. Ndio waseme wameshinda. Why I'm saying this? Because if they are really legitimate, hiyo saba ingefunguliwa, tuone ndio tukate kauri na tujue kweli hawa watu wamechaguliwa. Illegitimacy will never end. It will remain like that, and nobody will ever convince me, and my other million people will never be convinced. These people, they never had any hard time. Mpango yao yote ilikuwa ya wizi, walikuwa wanaenda wanachora, wanasema hivi ndivyo kutaenda. So they never fought for anything. Ni kama vile sasa baba alichoka akifight kwa sababu ya hiyo liberty or constitution. Baba anasikia uchungu sana ati hiyo kitu inaweza potelea chini baada ya watu kumwaga damu. That is how people fight for something, and that they wanted to remain legitimate. Hawa watu hawakufight. They did nothing. Usiku hawakuwa wanalala. Ilikuwa ni mpango. Ilikuwa ni michoro yote michafu ilikuwa inachorwa. Baba alikuwa anakaa pahali anafikiria watu wake wa Kenya vile watafaidika. The way they're gonna have good governance and the way they are going to live very good in their country. That is how good people do. Hawa ni mikora, walikuwa wanapanga mipango yao ya njama ndio waweze kuovertake vile walifanya. Kwa hivyo tuko na huzuni, na Wakenya tafadhali msifikiri ati hii vita iko mbele yetu ni kidogo. We have to fight. We have to show solidarity so that we can exonerate. Tunaweza fufua nchi yetu. Tunaweza defend nchi yetu. Kwa sababu hawa si watu ambao wanatutakia mema. Ni yao tu. Wamesema hakuna pesa. Safari ndio hiyo. Every day. Wameenda. Wanasema hakuna pesa. Wameenda kuona mpira. Wamesema hawana pesa. Wameenda matraining ambayo ni nani wanatrainiwa. Ambao ni nani hao vote in ambao hawajui kazi. Kazi yao hakuna haja ya mwanakenya awe na furaha. Na kwa hivyo mnasikia habari ya Uganda. Msifikiri ni mchezo. We have seen people from Uganda how miserable they are. It's not their wish. They would like to live in their country, but they are running away because of how they are facing the drama. The drama is big. The heat is so hot. They cannot take it. Kwa hivyo mkisikia hata wa Uganda wakituambia vile wanatuambia, they know what they are going through. Na hawa sasa mnaona wameshikana mikono. Si watu wazuri. kati yetu. Kwa sisi hatuwezi kufurahia vile tunaendeshwa na hawa watu. Gachagua mimi hata sielewi ni mzee wa aina gani na anaongea nini. Hiyo hasira ako nayo si hasira ya kuonyesha ati ako na ushujaa wa kuendesha nchi yetu. Ni hasira ya ujinga, kwa sababu yule mzee ambaye amepata shida sio hivyo anafanyaga. Ni kutafuta, anatafutaga amani ndio watu waone huyu mzee kweli alikuwa serious to govern our country. Hii maisha tunaona mbele yetu si maisha ya kucheka. Kusema kweli, wa Kenya, hii si maisha ya kucheka. Tuko mbele, tunaelekea, tuko na shida. Wazee wa kinyimo chakula watakula nini? Already wamezeeka, hakuna namna yao kuwa ati wanaweza kujitafutilia. Serikali ikikataa kuwapea, nani atawapea? Wengine hata labda hawana watoto, wengine hata labda watoto wao hata wakiwa wako hawana kazi. Watasaidiwa na nani kama sio serikali? Na ikiwa hawataki kusaidia hao wazee, tafadhali watuambie, waseme wazi, wazee mkitaka kukufa mkufe, obviously. Lakini hiyo jambo hawezi kusema. Sisi ndio tutajitatulia, tuelewe kabisa nchi hii yetu inaenda wapi. Ukiangalia uone kama yule chief sasa alikuwa anaongea huko Uasin Gishu, ati ana point chiefs, ati nyinyi kazi yenu umeshindwa, hizo kofia zote tutaokota. How do you expect the people who are hungry, who are angry, who are not happy with the country to line up there ati wakuje mkutano? Kufanya nini? Ni furaha gani inawaleta hapo? Watu wanaendaga mkutano kwa sababu wanajua kuna maana, na huyo mtu ambaye tunaenda kusikiza atatuambia mwelekeo na vile maisha yetu itakuwa. Kwa sababu watu hawaishi tu hohehahe, watu wanaishi kwa sababu wako na plan. Lakini hamwezi kuishi mkiwa doomed, hamjui nini mumewekewa, hata labda hamna hata nguvu ya mwili, kwa sababu mmekosa chakula, mmekosa furaha. Furaha ikikosekana kwa nchi ni taabu. It's very dangerous, kwa sababu kila mtu sasa anaunda kwa akili zake, ni nini naweza nipatia furaha, na kwa nini niko na huzuni, ni nani huyu ameniletea huzuni. It's very dangerous. Kwa hivyo tuache kuambiwa ati hii serikali inatuambia nini na wanaenda kutupea hapo hotuba. Sisi hatutaki hotuba. We want maendeleo. We want to hear what government is doing for us, because you are there for us. And we are here to hear what we sent you to do. If you are not ready to do, you leave. And that is enough. In fact, that is the only way we can be able to help ourselves. Hao watu watateta, watasema mambo yote, watatuchekelea kwa sababu hatuna uwezo. And I'm telling you, they are looking how they can finish people to be weak, so that you no longer say anything about yourself. You cannot defend yourself. That is their happiness. Can you imagine nani huyo mbaba ambaye anapenda watoto wake wawe hahe ndio wasimuitishe karo ama wasimuitishe chakula ya kukula? Huyo ni mtu. That's a very dangerous person to be in a country. Mtu ambaye anataka watu waishe nguvu ndio waweze kufuata ama kusikiza yeye vile anasema. Tusimalizwe nguvu, tusimame imara wakati huu tuko na nguvu, na Mungu atupee mwelekeo. Asanteni.
Exactly. You know, the government wants you to depend on, they want to make you weak so that you can see them as the only savior. Nico Diambo, I hope you're still there. Nico Diambo is saying Uhuru led a corrupt government for 10 years. Kibaki planted seeds of tribalism. Let me remind you that Kibaki inherited one of the worst governments in the history of Kenya. But Kibaki did not take his time reminding us how Moi dilapidated or how Moi destroyed the economy. Instead, he spent time in correcting the mess that the Moi government did, until we forgot that the economy was almost falling during the time of Moi because of the positive input that Kibaki put in place. So he did not waste time telling us how Moi's government was poor, how Moi did this, how Moi did this. Instead, he used the energy to build one of the best economies that even up to date people compare. When you want to compare the kind of economy that you want Kenya to have, you have to refer to what Kibaki did. So he did not waste time in reminding us, like this government, instead of, the only way you can show somebody that your predecessor did something wrong is doing it right. If you are a teacher maybe and you find that your children or your students were taught some wrong concepts, you will be doing more harm when you keep on reminding them each and every day that you see this concept was wrong, explaining how the concept was wrong. Instead, you will be advancing that wrong concept. So the best thing you need to do as a teacher, you need to teach them the right concept. So this right concept will make them forget the wrong one. So what Ruto and his team is doing right now is not correcting what they are trying to tell us, that is the mess of Uhuru. Then in Uhuru's regime, I think Uhuru inherited the most divided country, the country that was divided in 2007, the country that had some clashes in 2007. And when Uhuru inherited this country, Uhuru did things differently by embracing peace. And everybody will have to agree that is the one who saw the most peaceful handover in the history of Kenyan politics. He saw the most peaceful country. In fact, the last regime of Uhuru has been the most peaceful regime, whereby everybody felt they were part of Kenya. Everybody felt a Kenyan, apart from the leaders, even those people you see in Rift Valley and everywhere, and the Kikuyus, they felt part of Kenyans, they felt part of Uhuru's government, apart from their leaders who are tangatangering, who moving around from one place to another. But the real citizens really loved Uhuru and they felt Kenya belonged to them. And you will even see how people used to attend the public holidays. It will tell you these people are happy. The public holidays were devolved and they were being done in each and every county. And wherever he went to this county, you will see how he was interacting with people and everybody felt. You can't compare that one with what is happening currently. The government is barely 3 months in office and nobody wants to associate with it. They have to promise people scholarships when they attend, and they're only 3 years. Which kind of marriage is that? You are married today and you don't want to see each other after 2 to 3 weeks. It doesn't happen. I think people start staying away from each other after the marriage has lasted for long. So there is no way you can tell us that the government is moving in the right direction. So the moment Ruto will realize that they need to give Kenyans what rightfully belongs to us is the moment they'll stop reminding us of what Uhuru did and start showing us what Uhuru ought to have done by doing the right thing. That is something they're not doing. We are still waiting for them to do the right thing. If you're saying these people collapse the economy and you're doing nothing to revive that economy, then that talk is not helping us. It is not making sense. Yes, Mama Mary, you can.
Yes, Leo, these people who have these comments, I stopped even fighting with them. They just wanted to derail us from the real thing. Na tukiangalia kweli kabisa hata how they're the same people which I feel very much ashamed ati waliambiwa waende kwa mkutano ndio wapate hiyo scholarship waende Arizona. Very unfortunate. Those are the group that I count them. Maybe they come here just to comment those irritating comments and then they leave, or they leave us feeling like we are doing nothing. But we will never stop talking the truth. We will never stop talking what is right for our country. However, we know we have got enemies. Even where you live in a neighborhood, you have got enemies, but you don't know them. But one day, maybe they will reveal themselves even before you know. So for them to come and comment whatever they are commenting, that's their right. But we know who we are. Uhuru has done a wonderful job. I have never seen anything that Uhuru has ever thought to do that failed. He did things that really was touching to people. Attacking anybody, no. He would attack because it has reached a point of no return. But I'm saying this with due respect. Please, people, leave Uhuru alone. Uhuru has done wonderful thing in the country. He has done wonderful work to construct people to come together. That one, I'm a witness. And I know it had reached a point that everybody has felt that I belong to Kenya and Kenya is a lovely country. That point we had reached, but it has been disconnected now. We are back to where tribalism was, and it is going to get more worse. And I'm afraid of this because we need to love each other in our country so that we can build our lovely Kenya. But when we are torn, separated, put into side by side, like those people who are talking about things like Nyandarua, you see, and they didn't have a kingpin, whatever they are talking about. I don't even believe, even a single minute, that they are ready to build our country. Their aim is to tame you, to listen to what words are coming from their mouth. And if you are an idiot, you're gonna fall in that ditch and you'll never come out of it. We are facing a big problem here, Kenyans. And if we are not careful, this country will be gone. And if it is gone, it's all of us to suffer. The people who are in the chairs will just be looking at us like pit, whereby we cannot be able to raise up. We need to stand up and we need to talk to ourselves. We Raila and the raia wa Kenya na Raila waungane mikono, atusaidie tuwe na uangalifu na kuelewa.
Your voice is breaking.
Can you hear me now?
Your voice is breaking. I don't know why.
Am I there now? Can you hear me?
Yes. But though you're breaking, but we can hear you.
Is it okay now?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe sometimes there is some interference. Yeah, I was talking about Raila na raia wake. Sisi tumekushika na tunakupenda na tunataka tuendelee na hiyo mwongozo wako ili tuelewe ni aje tunaweza komboa nchi yetu. We are many, we are more than UDA. Many people are behind you. Wacha wao wanajitakia makuu, wale wanataka kukula pesa. Hawajali habari maslahi ya wale watu ambao waliwachagua ama wako kwa kijiji yao. Wao tu ndio wanajifikiria. Very sad. Lakini tunaomba Mungu ambaye ako juu anaona Kenya yetu. The few who will stand, the few who will cry, the few who will pray for our country will be risen. And God is going to listen to those few who are seriously and in deep prayer of our peace in our country. Na Kenya yetu haitaenda vile wanafikiria. Wametujanganya na mambo mingi. They have made themselves goddess, whom we don't even understand how they came to learn about God, because the way they are preaching to us and the way they are taking God, it's like their own. It doesn't belong to anybody else. Wao ndio watatugawia Mungu. Mungu wetu ako yule anapenda kila mwananchi na kila mtu pahali popote, the whole world, not only in Kenya. So we are praying for our country to be freed from those bad hands who are just terrorizing our minds, keeping us crying, weeping, because we want to have a peaceful country so that our children can enjoy. Hatuwezi kuwa na machozi ama umwagikaji wa damu as if there is another colonizer who has come to our country. Our country is free from all bondage. Na Mungu atatuonekania. Tuombeni sana na tufight na tuambie Mungu atupiganie sisi ambao hatuwezi kuona kwa giza. Mungu atuonekanie na atuletee mwangaza nchi yetu. Wale wana pretend ati wao ndio wanajua Mungu zaidi ya wale wengine. Mungu tusaidie. We pray for our country and we pray for our Uhuru. Uhuru awe pahali pema. Awe safe wherever he is. Na Mungu amlinde sana na familia yake. Raila, jitokeze, utupe mawaidha. Tutakusikiliza baba. Asanteni.
Asante sana. Public participation, put your camera on. Roda amepotea? Oh, Roda ako karibu. Roda, you want to ask?
Niko hapa tu. Yeah,
Oh,
I
unataka
just want
kuuliza
to
tu.
say that me, I used to pray for the former President Uhuru Kenyatta almost every day. Namwombea sana. Nalilia Mungu, napiga magoti. Nalilia Mungu wa Israeli. Sana. Hakuna, mimi napenda Uhuru Kenyatta na roho yangu yote. Kama vile mimi napenda mamangu, ndio mimi napenda Uhuru. Mimi tangu aingie 10 years, mimi nimekuwa namuombea. Those 10 years he was a president. Especially from 2017, I have been praying for him. Mimi nampenda sana kwa roho yangu yote. Hata Mungu anajua. Hata hata mimi, hata watu wananiuliza, huyu unapenda huyo. Mimi nampenda. Unajua kupenda mtu, nilikuwa nauliza mtu, kwa nini mimi nampenda sana? Akaniambia ni feelings. Feelings zako ziko very powerful. Unajua mapenzi ni feelings. Feelings zako zinakuwa hata siku ile mimi nitaenda Kenya. Nitaenda nimtembelee kwake na nimnunulie flower na nimpatie a big hug. Nikimpatia a big hug, nitakuwa na amani. Kwa sababu mimi nampenda. Hata mamangu anajua. Mabrother wangu wote wanajua. Kila mtu anajua mimi nampenda sana. Na mtu akiongea about yeye, you are hurting me. Kwa sababu mimi vile mimi nimeona vile maendeleo ameleta nchi yetu. Kujenga mabarabara, superway, mabasi express, akatengeneza kwa majeshi mabuildings, alafu airport imejengwa imekuwa fit. Nakumbuka last time nilikuwa Kenya, unasikia feelings zingine, unasikia wow. Unaona? Sasa mtu akiongea about Uhuru, mimi nakuanga I get hurted. Unakuanga roho yangu inaniweka vibaya sana. Nikifikiria about yeye, hata saa zingine I don't get peace. Tangu retired, sijai kuwa na peace kwa sababu yake. Alafu mtu anaandika hapa kuongea ubaya yake. Uhuru alikuwa mtu wa watu, alikuwa na respect makabila zote. Ni makabila zingine they didn't want to receive. They didn't want to receive. Hakunanga serikali yake hakuanga na tribalism. Alikuwa amechukua ukiona Minister of Treasury alikuwa na tribe ingine. Naye hakuwa anaangalia handicap. Kuna mama mwingine alikuwa very handicap. Wale wamezaliwa wakiwa very short. Na akampatia minister. Siku ingine akaleta watu wale wako handicap kwake State House. Wale wako they don't grow. Ako na humanity. Alikuwa na respect makabila zote. Lakini watu wako receive. Unajua ukichukia mtu, hata ukipatia mtu mchele ya nyama hawezi. That is a fact. Watu walikuwa namchukia, lakini they didn't want to receive. He was a president who know the leadership. Alikuwa na invite hao watu wote wa UDA. Alikuwa na invite watu wake State House. Lakini wakuwa nampenda. Walikuwa wamemplania kitu. Yeye hakuwa anajua. Kwa sababu the enemy know behind about you. Lakini siku moja watajua. Mungu alalangi. Anaona vile vitu zote zinafanyika. Kila mtu atapiga magoti. Kila kabila yote, dunia hii yote. Kabila yote ikiwa Kenya, itapiga magoti. Mimi nataka kukuja Kenya, mimi nihubiri kwa makabila yote Kenya. Wajue Mungu ni nani. Ni kabila ya Karejini, mimi niende huko niwapreachie. Wajue Mungu ni nani. Walilie Mungu, warepent. Mapenzi ya Mungu ikuje kwenu. Kwa sababu Karejini ndio ameharibu hiyo nchi yetu. Nilikuja niwapreachie. Mulilie Mungu wa Israeli.
Asante Roda. Yeah. Geoffrey Ruto, asante sana kwa maoni yako. You're saying that Kenyans don't be misled by bitter individuals crying here Kenya is headed for prosperity. But you've forgotten to tell us what you mean when you talk of prosperity. Public participation, kindly turn on your camera. You are requested to do so. So Geoffrey Ruto, there's one thing that you're forgetting to tell us. Sazile unatuambia Kenya is being led to prosperity. maybe prosperity has lost the meaning. So I don't know what you mean by prosperity, because if you look right now in Kenya, the old are crying, hao ni wazee. The youths wenye watakuwa wazee wa kesho are also crying. The women are crying. The doctors are crying. The teachers are crying. So I don't know which kind of prosperity is that, because even in church, we are normally promised some good things. We are never promised that when we do the right thing, we are going to suffer. We are normally told that when you do the right thing, you are going to enjoy, you are going to get all the benefits, all the good things that you can imagine. So I'm wondering which kind of prosperity we are headed to after 3 months, when the promises that you are told will be actualized within 100 days. What we are seeing, nothing has been done. And if you live in Kenya, or if you've been following the Kenyan news, you'll realize that currently the Kenya Kwanza government is flip-flopping. They don't know what to do when it comes to the public policies. They don't know which policies to be implemented. There is lack of that coherence. They are not working together. This person will come and speak today. The next person will come and speak something different. Like the issue of the Mombasa port, we were meant to understand that taking the dry port in Naivasha was going to deny the people of coast all their rights, and their lives will stop. And the first thing that Ruto did with all the energy was to revert the services of dry port to Mombasa. The minister, that is Murkomen, I think out of his wisdom, he realized that he can no longer lie to Kenyans, has given an order to revert the services that were being done at Mombasa dry port. They'll have to continue, and the Mombasa dry port is going to be active again. So that tells you how confused a government is. They were quick in making some judgments, and they forgot that running a government is different from campaigning. I know UDA, they are good in running campaigns, because you'll find that Kenya is normally a soft spot for the gospel of prosperity. Just as you've talked of it, Kenyans like something to do with prosperity, and they want that person who will come and tell them that, if you pray today and you wake up tomorrow, you will be rich. That is why if you look at the number of betting companies that we're having in Kenya, the betting industries that we're having in Kenya, compared with any other country in Eastern Africa, Kenya is having the most betting industries. And I think almost every prominent Kenyan that has got a betting company. If you look at your media today, your social media and your TVs, and even your comedians, they've been compromised, and their minds thinks of betting. Even the comedies nowadays is just about betting. Why are betting companies flocking Kenyan market? Because they know Kenyans want prosperity. They want things that will make them rich the next day. And that is the gospel that UD and the Kenya Kwanza came up with. They preach prosperity. They told them, we are going to remove you from CRB and give you loans. Were they removed from CRB? The Hustler Fund was introduced, and you are told they have to check your eligibility if you are eligible. How do they check whether you are eligible? The same thing. They have to refer to the CRB. Have you been listed? Do you normally honor your debts? So somebody seated somewhere thought that, when Ruto is elected, will no longer be in CRB, will be given a free loan. And I know those people who had expectations, your loan itakuwa 10,000, 50,000, only to be told that the maximum you can take is 50,000. And this 50,000, you can't qualify for it. I doubt if there's anybody who even qualified for 10,000, apart from single companies that were awarded single-handedly by the president during the launch, whereby he was giving orders, give this company this amount, give this company this amount. So there's nothing for the hustlers there. There's nothing for the hustlers. They told us that when they get in the government, they want to talk of jobs for the hustlers before angalie mambo ya watu wakubwa. Did they start with the hustlers? They started with Mudavadi. Is Mudavadi a hustler? You heard Mudavadi's worth is 4 billion. So they started with a billionaire before even going to somebody who calls himself hustler. They created an office. Right now, they want to create an office for Raila, the leader of opposition. The person they told
Lena, hello.
Yes.
Lena Nyabawe.
kuna mtu nataka kumwambia hata anaitwa sijui anaitwa, acha nicheki jina yake, anaitwa Charles Angulu. Angulu, wacha nikwambie, Uhuru, he didn't prosecute Ruto. Ruto was pray for his opposition. Ruto angekuwa mwanaume angeretired serikali ya Uhuru, angeresign. Ndio watu wanafanyanga, hata huku mimi naonanga watu wakiresign. Angeresign, aache Uhuru atafute mtu mwingine, wangefanya kazi pamoja. Ruto was pray his opposition because he knew that even me I can do that.
Thank you,
To pray
brother.
opposition is easy.
You
So
ought not
respect.
even, you don't even need to respond to that, because anybody who knows how to use a smartphone or a computer should be able to know that Ruto was the deputy president for the last 10 years. How do we know you are deputy president? Number one, he was drawing salary each and every month. Number two, he was living in the house, official residential house that was paid by the taxpayers' money until the day he left that house going to State House. So unless you just decide to become, I don't want to use words, some hard words. I don't know the better word that I can use to replace the word "the fool." But how in your right mind can you believe that Ruto was not a deputy president when he was earning and drawing his salary each and every month? He was in the government office. He branded it Hustler Mansion. This office was paid by your tax. You saw him each and every day. He was using the government vehicles, and you want to believe that he was not the deputy president. I don't know, unless today, if you say that you are maybe a doctor, you're employed by you cannot earn salary if you don't go to the hospital. In fact, if Kenyans were serious, Ruto was supposed to be taken to jail for earning salaries without working for it. So such people who still believe that Ruto was not part of the government, or Ruto was not the deputy president, I don't know, Raila aliingia akamtoa kazi. No, such people you don't even need to give attention, because they don't know what they are saying. They don't know what they are saying. So now he wasn't. Now he's the president. Now, what has he done as the president in the first 100 days? That is what we are talking of. 100. We are not talking of 5 years. He's not yet there. In the first 100 days, what has he done? He's created jobs for the billionaires. We've seen. He dropped the cases of billionaires and those people who are having money. Ever since I started following up the Jamhuri Day celebrations, on each and every 12th December, they normally release some petty offenders. There's normally a list that the president normally releases, but this year, it never happened. The offenders that were released were Aisha Juma. We saw the offenses of people like Mintika Linturi being dropped. We saw the KRA, this defaulter, there's this lady who was not even paying taxes. We saw her being given some job at the Communications Authority when she doesn't know anything to do with communication. So this is the kind of the government that you want to have hope in. And you're normally told daily, you are in a bus, the driver is drunk. The driver doesn't know where the handbrake is, or the driver doesn't know how to change the gear, then you still have hope that you will reach. You won't reach. You better shout earlier. That is why Kenyans should shout earlier and say that, no, we are going the wrong direction. Let us get a new driver. And if any case somebody, that person who took the Kenya Kwanza plan, that manifesto, that person need to be located to return the manifesto. Because as it stands, the 100 days, there's nothing. They are going back to what Uhuru did. He's been relaunching, not launching, he's been relaunching houses that were done by Uhuru. He's going back to the SGR that we are told was wrong, was wrongly done. So there's nothing new. We don't need to expect anything. We only expect him to finish the projects that were started by Uhuru. Then after that, you'll have nothing to do. Public participation, you refuse to come into the camera. So, Mama Mary, have you gone?
I think
or you're still there?
Yes,
Yes, you
I'm
can
here.
still talk to these people and tell them why they need to shout and tell the Kenya Kwanza government that we are not moving in the right direction. And even if you look at the people who are representing us in the Kenya, the priorities, they don't have any priority. Look at even the people we call honorables. In fact, somebody said we need to censor parliament. so that this term honorable should not just be used anyhowly. I saw somebody who was nominated to represent Nairobi, or to represent women, or to represent youth in the Senate, misbehaving publicly, and she doesn't even care. She is not even apologizing, really. And these are the people you trust to go and make laws that are going to protect you. The people you trust to go and make laws that are going to steer the country and steer the economy. I don't see anything happening soon. Not unless something, not unless otherwise happens, is when we can see something happening, something good. Mary, you can talk to them.
Yeah, Leo, I saw that clip and I was in a amusement. Nikashindwa. These people really, they can really show us very shameful stuff. Unashindwa hata sasa watoto wale wako huku wanaangalia mambo kama hiyo, wanasikia ati huyo ni mheshimiwa wa aina gani? Mtu ambaye hata hajiheshimu yeye mwenyewe. Kulewa ni okay, lakini ulewe na uwe na adabu. Usionyeshe watu tabia zingine ambazo hata hawaeleweki. Me, I was even ashamed as a woman having that ati amelewa na ni mheshimiwa ati amekuwa nominated. Nominated to do what? You see, these people in UDA, actually, they have got same characters of misbehaving. Watu wa kujionyesha na kujiona. Ni watu wameenda tu hapo mchezo. They are not serious to do anything, honestly. They are not serious of governing the country. The only thing they are there is because they are getting money. And it is very sad that people can go to such kind of a job just because to be seen on a camera. Sa ile watu wengine wanaumia, hawana chakula ya kukula. Honestly, huwezi hata ukafikiria ni nchi ya Kenya huyo anatoka. Mtu anacheza kabisa, anaonyeshana madharau na mambo mengine machafu kabisa. Ati na anarudi kusema nitaacha pombe. Unaacha ya nini? Endelea. You deserve it. You have the money. Na hiyo pesa ni ya taxpayer. How painful is it for Kenyan coughing this money for people to go and get drunk in a different country? Hata hayuko Kenya, ako nchi ya nje. Wanaenda kuonyeshana mambo mabaya machafu kama hiyo. Aibu sana. When we look at such kind of people, such kind of characters, we try to think, is this our country being portrayed like this? How is the other countries seeing our people behave? What is all this? That the country has no governance. Ukienda pandi hivi tuko. Ukienda pandi hivi tuko. In fact, they are like children. They don't look like responsible people. And in fact, they are not responsible because how they behave, they don't even respect themselves. I thought we have got smart people, the way they are calling them young, people who would dress up and stand and tell us good things and tell us how they are going to direct the people in Kenya and the life, how it's going to be, as God has created us with the brain. They are not using their brain. Furaha yao ni pesa. Na mjue kabisa UDA, they are not there to govern you. They are there to help themselves. To have properties, to have V8, and have all what it takes for somebody to look rich. But the poor, you are forgotten. And nobody cares about you. They will care for you when they are satisfied. And when will this be? No way. This country called Kenya is torn apart. Nobody is interested with it. Those ones whom you think you elected. And they were not elected by the majority. They are being picked, handpicked, to be put on those chairs so that they can enjoy the money of Kenya. And I'm wondering, where is this money coming from? Which the government that is there currently claimed that they didn't have money. There's no money. It's broke. Where is this money coming from? Will it be that is a debt that will be left on Kenyan coffers to pay for it, while others are enjoying their life? We need to ask ourselves many questions. And Kenyans, we shouldn't be laughing, actually. We should be serious. Because this is our problem that is being created by the few. And these people don't care about you. They mind of their own. Na hawataenda mbali, na wakienda mbali, sisi nasi tutakuwa tumetupwa mbali sana. Kwa hivyo tujikaze na tuwe na mwelekeo mmoja. Sisi wa Kenya tupendane na tushikane shoulder to shoulder. Tujue vile tutaendesha nchi yetu. Even Sri Lanka, what they did, it didn't come all of a sudden. It was bit by bit. Na watu wakafika pahali wakasema, no way, we cannot accept this. It's us suffering. It's not them. Them are living high. They are dropist, all of them right now. Mtu unaona tu ameingia kwa hiyo nini, hiyo nomination ama whatever, being a parliament MP, whatever, and all of a sudden you see their life changes. Where is this money coming from? That they have got very drastic change in their life. Na mwananchi ameishi hapo, hana hata namna, hata chakula ya kukula. Tufikirie sana, na tujue tunaelekea wapi wa Kenya. 1, 2, 3 people, when they sit together and negotiate and talk about their problem, to solve the problem, they'll come with a solution. Kwa hivyo tujadiliane. Hao wanasikia wanasupport UDA. I know you can just come here and derail our minds, but maybe you are going the same pain we are going through. Ni vile tu unataka tu kuwa una chip hiyo mambo kidogo kidogo unaleta hapo. Tuheshimiane tafadhali. Kama unajua mimi nina uchungu, tafadhali, instead of saying anything, you just pass and go home. Enda kwako ukae kwako kama wewe uko na furaha. Wachana na wale wanalia walie. Mungu wao atakuja siku moja. Asante Leo.
Asante sana. Wale wenye unasema, no, those guys are not defending UDA or Kenya Kwanza out of their heart, but what they are doing, they are protecting their pride, and that is normal. And every human, it's normally hard sometimes to change, but they are protecting their pride. But deep in their heart or back, if you follow them in the background, they're also complaining. So only few has got a strong heart to come out and express their dissatisfaction. And that is what is happening in Kenya right now. Most people are suffering. Only few have got courage to come and express that they are suffering. Most people are now feeling betrayed. Things are not the way they expected. Most people are now feeling disappointed. They don't have any hope in the future because all that they were promised has not happened. Somebody has said that Charles Agwaru is saying that, Kenya is not Europe. Kenya doesn't have enough money. We are not telling Kenya to do what is happening in Europe, but with the little they have, it is enough to serve the purpose or the needs that Kenyans need at the moment. And the way I said, we Kenyans, we are claiming, or the president is claiming that he was chosen by God. But I don't think, I think some Venezuelan God somewhere. And even if they claim that we're chosen by God and they keep on using the biblical stories to defend their win wherever they go, they should also remember that in the biblical story, we talked of Jesus who was having followers, and Jesus never allowed his followers to be hungry. He never allowed himself to preach or to give hope to followers who had some empty stomach. That is why they recorded twice that Jesus fed the hungry. He fed some 5,000. There's a point he fed some 4,000. So this lesson should be used to teach us that before you give us any hope, before you promise us of what you'll do tomorrow, or before you promise us of what you'll do in your next 10 years as he's planning, you first of all need to satisfy our stomach needs. Even Jesus did that. Even the prophets that we had in the olden days did that. Even Moses, when he was leading the Israelites out of Egypt, it reached a point that they had to be fed, and God sent them manna. So why is this God of Ruto not sending manna? And there is drought. Why is God not sending manna? Why is this God directing him that the first thing that you need to do, remove the subsidy in Unga and allow these people to be hungry as they wait? God did not do that. Before these Israelites reached Canaan to enjoy honey and milk, they were given some manna. But Ruto is not giving us that manna. The subsidy, the manna that Uhuru used to give us is no longer there. We are not being fed. So anybody will tell you that the main reason why they want you to be hungry, they want you to be weak. Once you are hungry and you are weak, you will see the government as the only option. And you'll have to do everything. If they tell you to jump, is when you can be able to get food, you'll have to jump. So they want to make you dependent on them. They don't want to do that thing that will empower you. Because if they empower you today, next elections will not be there. How did they manage maybe to get themselves where they are? They reminded Kenyans that you people, you are poor. You've been made poor by some dynasties. They created some perceived enemies. And I don't understand why majority fell on the trap. You don't make me rich by reminding me that I'm poor. Already we all know, most Kenyans know they are poor. So reminding them and telling them that you are poor and branding them as poor does not make them rich. You need to do something to ensure that they get out of that poverty. And we need to pray for Kenya, and we also need to pray as Christians. We need to pray that God reveals himself to us, that we don't follow the gospel of prosperity, that we don't follow some false hopes. And if you are keen enough and you compare what Hitler did, that is where Kenya is heading to. When Hitler created his Nazi, he used the church and he used the church leaders. That is the same thing UDA is doing. He told them that they were poor because of the Jews. That is what UDA is telling you, that you people are poor because of some dynasties and these people don't believe in God. So before they realized, the Nazi had already absorbed the religious leaders. And if you, in Kenya, before we realize, Sunday is going to be a public holiday. Sunday is going to be official government day, and soon the chiefs will be told to mark register. Those people who will not be attending the church services, you will have to report, because we even see the CS, the cabinet secretaries nowadays. They don't. Their Sundays have already been booked. They have to escort the president in these services. Your MP, you will not be seeing them on Sunday. They should be in their constituencies. They don't do that. They have to follow the president, and that's the kind of the country that we are having, and that is the kind of the country that we are hoping to develop. A country that is controlled by the Western forces. Yeah? They were called to America. Up to date, we don't know whose agenda they went to take there, though we know it was the American agenda. America feels threatened by the Eastern countries like Singapore and China, and now they want to lock our African leaders. And they cannot lock independent leaders. They can only lock leaders whom they help put in power. And when they tell you that Americans and the Western countries are the ones who gave us the president, we won't be able to doubt that, because it is evident. Immediately after the election, we've seen the trips that our president have made abroad just to go and confirm to his Western bosses that I'm really with you. I'm really obeying everything that you want. When he went to these trips, when he came, he told us we are going to bring you GMO. On the Jamhuri Day, if you listen to the speech, it was about we've brought fertilizers from foreign country. We are bringing GMO from foreign country. We are bringing rice from foreign country. There was nothing mentioned of how we are going to produce rice in Mwea or in Ahero or any other rice growing place. There was no mention of how we are going to expand maize growing in Kitale and places like Trans Nzoia, but they were talking of we are going to import, we are going to import, we are going to import. And sooner or later, we are going to be a country that is going to be importing, of whereby if we don't obey what the Americans are telling us, then our country will be finished. So we need to pray for this country. And not only praying, we need to act. We need to force Raila to push this country to the wall. We need to push Raila. I think he's the only man who can help us, not our MPs. Even our elections, our MPs have lost focus. They don't know what to do. They are just there to earn their salaries. Now the president promised them, I've given you CDF. The senators who are complaining, their package is also on the way. The trade union that can also maybe lead some strikes, their owner, Atuoli, is already in the box. So who is going to speak for you? If you, who is supposed to speak for yourself, you are also speaking for you are defending the government that is not defending you. The government that is not serving your interest. We need now to think beyond the votes that we cast. If I voted for UDA or I voted for Azimio, I need not to think in line of my vote that I made. The vote we made, those who made mistakes, they need to own up. And now we think as Kenyans and the situation we are and how we can get ourselves out of this situation. And as somebody said, it is possible. Ramaphosa is almost facing impeachment. And if the parliament cannot impeach the government, then the citizens can do. They can force the government. They can force the president to either do the right thing or leave the office. If he cannot work, then he should leave and give other people who can work that opportunity. I think that will serve right. Eh? Yes, Mama Mary, you can.
Yeah, I just want to say sijui ni nini imeendelea nchi yetu, although we have come to realize that money is exchanging and changing people's mind. Watu wananunuliwa mpaka akili zao. Unaona kabisa watu hawana mwelekeo. You see, I saw this guy, Makarina. Makarina was very vocal the time of campaign and the insults of UDA nini mambo mingi, na akaonekana kama ni shujaa ambaye amesimama na Azimio na mambo mingi sana. Jesus, only to come and find that now he's talking UDA. Nikashindwa ni kuota ninaota ama is this real? Honestly, Wakenya tutakuwa insulted mpaka lini? Hiyo ni abuse in the highest level. Yani mnakuwa abused completely. Ni nini hiyo ilikuwa inafanya watu waende wakasimame kwa laini ati wanachagua mtu, mnarudi kukuta ati huyo mtu saa hii anaongea lugha ingine. Si mtu aulizwe wewe ni kabila gani, wewe ni aina gani, wewe ni mtu ama ni mnyama? Honestly, these people who were vocal on Azimio, what is wrong with them? Why don't you stand with Azimio? Why go to UDA? Mi swali yangu ni hii. Kweli kabisa, hata ukipata pesa magunia ngapi, maisha yako hivyo ndivyo unataka kuishi ama ni aje? Kwa sababu pesa imeleta shida kubwa sana. How many people have we seen millionaires and they are dying and leaving those money being eaten by even people he didn't know or she didn't know? Really? Unaonyesha watu picha aina gani hiyo? Ati wewe umechange mind, umetoroka, umeenda pandio ingine. In our minds, What do you think we think? Huyo ni pesa amepatiwa. Can't you be ashamed? Seriously. What kind of a leader are you? Kwani hawa leaders minds zao zinakaa namna gani? Kwani mko, how cheap are you? And it's not that you are poor. You still have your properties, you still have enough. How much is much for you? Mimi Leo, in fact, for me, when I just sit down and think about those people who looked prominent, who looked like leaders, who looked like people whom you can sit down and listen, I wonder and I find myself, I'm so better off. I think I have enough brain to stand where I stand. I think I don't have enough, but I'm okay with that. Because what people have shown us is terrible. It's not like human beings. Ni kama clones. Kwa sababu, how comes today, daylight, on the TV, on the camera, you say this and this and that, and tomorrow, seriously. So even kumaanisha unapayuka tu. Okay, you are a politician, you are allowed to do that. But some of them, seriously, I don't believe it. Sometimes we have to be serious of what we are doing. How about if today it happens, it is the other way around? Where will you go? At that time, change your mind? It's very, very dirty and very shameful. I'm ashamed of those people who does those kind of businesses. Some are not politicians, actually. They are office holders like Atwoli, but he want to play politics, and he looks so dirty and so somebody whom you cannot depend on. So for Kenyans, we have got people whom we cannot depend, and we have already numbered them. We have known them. So know that we are at our own. And I will repeat again, Kenyans, you are at your own. So let's fight this fight for ourselves, and we will win, because we are the majority. If we stand and make our voice, that one person will not paralyze us. We will be able to make our day, and our Kenya will come up. Okay, Leo.
Yes. Kenyans, we are alone. That is true. No one is going to stand and defend you. The existing structures has already been compromised, and you all know. And if we are to give a scorecard for Ruto's 100 days, you realize that he really succeeded in securing his tenure for the first 100 days. His main mission in the first 100 days was to ensure that he brings everyone who is going to oppose his rule, everyone who is going to point out the mistakes, everyone who is going to be against his oppression. He had to ensure that these people are brought together. So the first thing, he decided to make the other arms of government to be under his control. He went to the parliament. That was the first thing that he did, even before swearing in, and brought all those who are in Azimio coalition, all those small briefcase parties and those independent candidates, brought them on his side. Now he has got the parliament. He can do anything that he wants with the parliament. Even if he tells them that this country needs to be solved and everyone to be evacuated, they'll have to do it. He went to the judiciary, cheated them that, you see, me, I'm your friend, I'm just partnering with you. We are going to swear in these judges. He ensured that the judiciary is now under his control. He just makes a phone call and tells them which case to be satisfied as urgent and which one not to be done. That is now on his side. So you don't have any parliament. The role of the parliament is to oversight the government. So tell me, how will somebody like Oscar Sudi oversight the executive, or somebody like Chungwa oversight the executive, or somebody like Karen Nyamu oversight the executive, it won't happen. So don't expect much from the parliament. Don't expect much from the court. It will not happen. The only structured institution that you are left with that can stand in space of maybe opposing and the evil things done by the government is the trade unions. You went for Mzee Atuoli, and right now Atuoli is in the box. Ruto can sleep knowing that nothing is going to happen. So the only person who remains is you. And the only man of the people who stood with the people in all his years is Baba. And now they want now to go for Baba by creating an office and put Baba there and tell him that now allow us to deal with these people. And I don't believe Baba will do that. So we don't need to wait for Baba to tell us what to do.
Leo.
We need to tell him. Yeah, we need to tell him what we should do. Kenyans should not wait for Raila to call you. Yes.
Let's pray for Baba.
Yes, we need to pray for him so that God can give him energy and courage and can give him the...
even protect him, because remember, who killed this guy called Patrice Lumumba, who killed Gaddafi. People must be very careful, and we have to be very vigilant. Let our Baba be protected by the blood of Jesus, and that he can come up with an idea of how to, because we are not fighting to fight anybody. We are fighting for the country. We are not fighting anybody. We just want our country to be stable. That's all. And being stable, it will be stable for everybody. It's not for one person. Even those ones who are doing those bad things, who are not directing the country to the right direction, they'll still be stable, because we are not fighting them. We are fighting for the country. And the country is Kenya, for everybody to feel at home. That's all we are looking for. We are not chasing anybody out of the country. We are not putting anybody in prison. We are fighting for the country to be free and people to feel happy living in it. Because this push and pull, it doesn't make sense in our country. Right now, people want stability, to have their life stable and have their life as they have been there before. That's all we are looking for. We are not looking for fight. But if you come to force, fire for fire. That's all I can say.
Yes. Somebody is talking of the church.
I want to say something. You know, like me, I grown up in the village, and you know, mimi nimetoka jamii ya Kikuyu. Jamii ya Kikuyu tunapenda sana Luo sana. Kuna family walikuja huko, walikuwa wanaitwa Oduor na Ochieng na kina Rose. Saa hii tukaenda shule moja primary school. Imagine wanakuwa naongea Kikuyu perfect. Huyo Oduor babake na mamake wakakufa. Walikuwa wamekuja kukomboa huko, nyumba kwetu ilikuwa very cheap. Kuna mama mwingine alikuwa na children home. Imagine huyo mama, Oduor, he was a performer in our school. He get to go to Alliance Boys. And they didn't have money. Can you imagine that woman? She pay for Oduor, and Oduor akamaliza high school, alafu akamkombolea nyumba ya mawe, akaenda high school, university. Sai I don't know how is Oduor Ochieng. Unaona? Mimi nimekulia na Wajaluo, na tulikuwa kama sister na brother. Oduor, he was the first guy who performed in my village. It was 1990 something, and I remember I was very young girl, and he make a history. Oh, Oduor. Na huyo mama akamchukua akamuadopt kama mtoto wake. Sasa mtu anakuanga anadanganya sijui wa Kikuyu nini na Wajaluo. Mimi Wajaluo mimi nawapenda sana. They are my like brother and sister, blood and fresh. na hii kabila nyingine inaitwa Luya. Tulikuwa tunasoma na kila mtu dola buka, na ni Waluya, na walikuwa naongea Kiku perfect. No, they are very smart. Unaona? When they believe them, they count the Kikuyu tribe because they speak the tribe, lakini walikuwa naenda huko kwao Kakamega. Nisi Kakamega, huko Busia. Sasa mtu ule anasemanga si wa Kikuyu sisi ni tribe. You are liar. Mimi you are liar. Kwa nini huyo mama alisomesha huyo Odol na akamuadopt? Nasikia sasa hiyo Odol alienda sijui Germany ama America na ameoa mzungu. Maisha anakaa kama paradise. So me I don't believe Kenya is ati mtu anakuja kumanipulate kabila ya jamii ya Wakikuyu. Sisi wajinga. We are not stupid the way people they think. Sisi tuna watu tumeona, we have been going a lot, we have been seen a lot in life. Ni vile huyo Ruto alikuja akawafunga macho hapa. Hawakuwa wanajielewa, lakini si wote. Kuna Wakikuyu wengi sana they vote for Raila, a lot. My niece vote for Raila. My sister vote for Raila. Yes. Hata hiyo kura bili ni nini? Si maiti. Unaona? Mimi nimekulia na Wajaluo na tulikuwa tunakula omena. Kina Ocheng, I love Jaluo. Na Waluya. Hao ndio kabila bili tu nimewaona tangu mimi nizaliwe. Nimetoka kwa tumbo ya mamangu. Mimi sijaikaa na Mkalenjini. Sijai meet Mkalenjini face to face in Kenya. Huku Europe ndio meet Chebet. Chebet ni Mkalenjini. She's just amazing girl. Akona roho mzuri. Huyo ndiye wa kwanza kummeet. Mimi sijai meet Mkalenjini huko nikiwa Kenya. Just two tribes. Luya Okluo na Kisii walikuwa wanafanya biashara huko kuuza, wako na duka ya kuuza shukari nini. Na wanao Wakikuyu huko wanakuja kufanya biashara. Kwa sababu wa Kisii ni wazuri kufanya biashara. Sasa mimi sijui about tribal. Unaona? Babangu friends zake zote zilikuwa Waluya. Walikuwa nakuja kwetu. Unaona? Mimi I don't know what is a tribal. I didn't grow up with the mambo ya tribal. Mimi nimeweza kukusikia na hii serikali ya Ruto. Ruto ni ametrodea about tribal. Unajua watu wale wa Kalenjin wanakaa Rift Valley. Hawajakujagi sana huko mambo ya Central Province. They don't come. I don't know why. Lakini Luya, they are menace. Kisii, they are menace. I've never seen Mijikenda. I've never seen Kuria. No, I've never seen any tribe. Unajua tuko kama kabila wengi sana. 42. So what can we do that we can know each other, we can, Sasa, tuweke Mungu nchi yetu, Central. Tuweke Mungu nchi yetu. Mungu ni ataweza leta sisi wote pamoja. Pahali huko, unajua Wakikuyu, we are everywhere. We are Bugoma, we are everywhere. Because Kikuyu, we are biggest tribe, whole Kenya. And we love to travel. We love. Kama sistangu mimi nikiwa nikaa Kenya, sistangu alikuwa anafanya biashara huko Kisumu. Alikuwa anaenda na basi usiku. Every Friday, anafanya biashara huko Kisumu, alafu anarudi. Unaona? Kwa sababu sisi Wakikuyu tunapenda biashara kwenda places mbalimbali. So the point I want to say, Mungu alituumba tuko 42 tribe. We cannot deny our identity. We can't. Ni Mungu alituumba. Na tuwezi deny. Ati mimi nizaliwa tribe. Wewe unajirudia wewe mwenyewe. Tusiwe tunajirudia. Ni Mungu alituumba na tuko hivyo tu tuko. Unajipenda vile uko. Unakuwa na self-esteem. Hiyo tribe yako uko nayo. Unasikia very proud. Usijichukie ati kwa sababu unaongea nini. Mimi I want to, when I come to Kenya, to travel every community to preach the good news. Because Biblia imesema, in the whole world, preach the gospel. And you preach, and you cast the demons, and people they speak a new tongue. That is my mission. I will come to missions in Kenya, and I will travel every county to preach a good news about Jesus. Jesus, he came to save the world. So God loved the world. He gave only forgotten son. He loved the world. He gave only forgotten son. Everybody believe we have eternal life. That's the message I've come to preach. Every county, Maasai community, Kalenjin community. So all those people, they have never heard. You know, there's a tribe in Kenya, they have never heard the gospel. I'll do that. That's the way because when people, they know Jesus, they're not tribal. Because when you get born again, you call the son and daughter, and you are the tribal of Judah. In Jesus' name, and that only can deliver our country. When we are free to know Jesus as our personal savior, that only can deliver our country. In Jesus' name. When we believe that, when we come election, even we don't steal we don't take advantage for other tribe. You know, or to fool other tribe to take advantage, to say this, to pray opposition with this tribe. No. When God wants when everybody's saved and to live with the light, I'm telling you, we will never have any problem with erection. Even nobody will steal. Even people like Achibukati, they'll fear God, but he's not born again. He doesn't know God. Those people, we must preach for them. They can know Jesus. Because Jesus is only can bring the light to the darkness. Is only can save you. You be the truth. You be not lie. You not do anything. You will love Allah. You will not feel outside of the community. You will not steal the vote. You stand still because you love yourself and you stand for the truth. Because Jesus said, I'm the only way, truth, and life. And no one come to the Father except him. He's only the truth. I'm not the truth. He's the Father. He's only truth, way, and life. That is a message I want to address. That Kenya needs Jesus than before. Every tribe to be saved. Because everybody knows Jesus, not this God of Ruto, true God. At you fear him, you cannot steal the vote. You cannot do you fear him. I cannot do this. I cannot steal the vote. I fear him. You not play that game to steal the vote. I'm telling you, our country will never be the same again. It's only Jesus can deliver our country. That not steal the vote. When every community knows Jesus, that is my mission. When God opened for me the door, I'll go to every tribe to preach the good news about Jesus and to deliver every tribe. Yeah. Amen.
Amen, 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 brother. We are waiting for you to come and preach. You know, people need delivery. People need to be delivered, and Kenyans need true gospel, because most people have been duped, they've been lied to, and they've followed some false religion. They think that they're following the ways of the Lord, but instead they are following their own things. We are waiting for that moment whereby the Christians will really obey the law of the Lord. And I think the book of Jeremiah talks of the laws being written on each and everyone's heart, so that when you're doing the right thing, you won't need somebody maybe to tell you this is right and this is wrong, but your heart will have to speak to you. Forget about this gospel of just claiming and reciting the Bible doesn't make you more Christian or a believer than any other person. And even the Bible records that even bad leaders were also given by God. So however much this government might claim that they are God's government, we know even bad leaders were given by God. So we are not surprised. Somebody talks of the church. I know the church is not in the equation. The church will no longer serve your interest. The church is already captured by the state, and they will always follow what the states want them to do. And recently I heard them crying that they want to be given some protection. I don't know how they want the freedom, which freedom they want. And already Kenya understands and allows the freedom of worship, and Christians are majority. I don't know which kind of freedom that they want to be put in the constitution to protect them. That is what I don't know. So we don't need to have sijahepa mtu. So we don't need to have much hope in the church. Really, we are on our own, and we can. Somebody was saying that we are lamenting. We're not lamenting. We're just reminding other people that you need to have that energy and stand and speak up for what rightfully belongs to you. When you see something happening, don't wait for your MP. You have the capacity to organize people at your village. You have the capacity to organize people within your ward and demonstrate anytime, any day that you feel like, as long as your demonstration is not interfering with other people's right. Demonstrate and take the petition to the relevant authority and let them know that you are not at peace with what they are doing. And if all Kenyans wakes up and goes on the street, I think the government will do the right thing. It is not too early to put pressure on the government. We've seen what has happened in the UK. We've seen presidents resigning. We've seen presidents being impeached. Recently, we saw what happened in Janeiro, Brazil. So Kenya, we are not special. Anything can happen, and it can only happen if we people really show that we are fed up. We don't need to suffer pole eti unaumia na usemi. It reaches a point whereby a country, people have to stand up and claim their country, and only the young people are the ones who can do it. The Railas, they had their time, they did it. They're just there to guide us. They are there to guide us. So we are the ones who now need to force them that you people, we want your guidance, we need to do it. So we are not lamenting, Charles. We are not lamenting. We are mobilizing, and soon we are going to reach a point whereby, like a cat, when you keep on beating the cat, it reaches a point whereby it has reached the wall. So it has to turn into a lion. So these lamentations that you are seeing here in Mutembei TV, it will reach a point whereby we'll no longer cry, we'll no longer complain, but we'll now have to act. So if that is what you're waiting for, then soon I know it is going to happen. Let us give it to Julia. Karibu sana na uendelee kutuongoza.
Asante, leo umefanya kazi mingi sana. You need a glass of water. Na Roda, good to see you. You people have done so good. That was a very good debate. Sijui Charles Aguaru anatuambia that we stop lamenting and we talk about good things. Charles, naomba uingie kwa studio utuambie maneno machache mazuri yenye hii serikali ya Kenya Kwanza imefanya. Pengine tunaweza tukabadilisha nia ama mawazo, tukaanza kuiangalia kwa pande nyingine, tuanze pengine kuangalia yale maneno mazuri imefanya. Mi naomba watu wa Kenya Kwanza wenye kwa comment section, mnaweza katuelezea yale maneno serikali imefanya. Nimetumiwa clip hapa na Leo, let me try and play this clip. I hope it is going to play about this lady, zile drama alikuwa anafanya huko Dubai. Anaitwa Karen Nyamu. I'm sorry, ni kama I can't play this clip. I don't know, something. Lakini sijui nyinyi watazamaji mliona hiyo story ya Karen Nyamu namna gani? I am surprised she's a senator. I don't know the kind of senators we are having from Kenya Kwanza. I don't know. Kama wananchi wameisha Kenya, ili kama kwamba those are the only senators that we can find or we can reach. Sijui wale watu wa Kenya Kwanza wenye wako hapa kwa maoni watuambie whether that is the best they could get. That is the best they could get, the best kind of senators they could get. Because I was surprised by that behavior. I was even surprised she's a senator. I am sorry, I have not been monitoring. Okay, somebody said there's one from YouTube. I'm going to look it up. I think, let me see, Karen Nyamu. Somewhere, whatever. Let me see whether I get it. Okay, I think I'll get it. Let me see it now. Sa hiyo ndio huyo ndio seneta yetu Leo wa Kenya Kwanza. I was speaking with I think Misa yesterday and someone else, and I was telling them that muliangalia the kind of people that Ruto rewarded. I mean, alipatia prizes kwa Kenya kwa Jamhuri Day. I mean, the likes of Gladys Shule, boss. You know, this lady was sacked. I think she resigned or she was sacked. She was a senior magistrate or something, and then you know she's full of drama. But according to Ruto, she's one of the heroes we should recognize on Jamhuri Day. What a shame for Kenya Kwanza. Hata kama watu Kenya Kwanza mnasema naonea. What a shame. That is one of your senators that we are watching here with all the nonsense and drama. And looking at her, really, when you become a leader, even vile huyo mama amevaa, vile amelewa, jameni, sijui leo unasema namna gani?
I think if you look at that video, it gives a reason to why we should do away with this post-call nominated and the women nominated senators and whatever. Because these people are not nominated to serve or to represent the interests of the people they are nominated to do. These posts have been misused, or we need to get some better law that will be used to determine who is to be nominated. These posts are normally used for politicians to reward their relatives and their girlfriends. People who doesn't know why they are in.
Yes, let's go there. They are girlfriends. What are her qualifications? What are her qualifications?
Karen Nyamu is a lawyer. That is, in fact, she is an embarrassment to the legal fraternity. Karen Nyamu is a lawyer, and all this drama, I don't know. You know, I heard somebody, not my words, but there's a good friend of mine who penned an article based on what happened. She said that Karen Nyamu is suffering from what she said, that her sexual market value is really low, being a single mother with some kids. So she's really fighting for some space in Samido's life, because Samido's wife is not disturbed, is more intellect, doesn't entertain some nonsense. So she wants to create some space. She doesn't have any problem with Samido's wife, but she wants to warn those other side chicks who want to join in the group. Those are her only threat.
Okay, so talk about Samido. Samido is a married man, right?
Yeah.
And is there any heroism in fighting over a married man in public?
I don't know. It happens like Samiru is a married man, and also, he's a public officer. He's a police officer, by the way, who is paid by your taxpayer money. And if you look at the ratio of police to civilian in Kenya, is about 1 police to about 308 civilians. So when one police officer is maybe sick or one police officer is on off, there are about 308 people who are not attended. So if one police officer goes in his own business of playing Mugidhi in Dubai, there's some 308 people who are left hanging there. Then all of a sudden they are going to create drama over there. So I don't know why she just has to fight for somebody's. He knows very well this guy is married. Yeah,
Yes.
the guy is having some kid with her, and Karen Nyamu is currently having in fact, during campaign, she was expectant, and she gave birth before the elections with a certain MCA from Umoja, a UDA MCA actually. So it really tells you how these nominations are normally given. They're not based on any merit. They're based
so
on some
maybe she's somebody's
relations.
girlfriend. Maybe she's one of the members of 350. You won't blame
Exactly.
me.
Not that she is. That is the picture that is there. She just happened to have replaced Millicent Omanga, who was told maybe we cannot nominate you twice. She happened to be a beneficiary. But once you're given in that position, she is now having the title honorable, and she needs to behave like a honorable member. So if people outside there are seeing that is your senator who is being frog-marched like a Kayole thief from the stage really abroad, and everybody is seeing, which kind of respect do we really have as a country? So such people should not be. If it was a serious country, people would petition for Karen Nyamu to be removed from that position. She doesn't deserve. That is an abuse of office. She
That's an
doesn't
abuse of
deserve the
office.
honorable term.
And what a shame for the country. What a shame for the person.
It is a shame, but because we are having a country whereby we are having people like Charles Agwaru who will not see anything wrong with that, they'll keep on singing and say, you see, that is good, that is good, that is good. They won't see some sense in it. That is why they're the people who are giving them that space.
Yes, that's why I'm asking Charles Agwaro to come here and tell me something about good things about KKA. I will not be surprised, Mr. Leo, to see that lady Miss Nyamu, somebody, to being rewarded next Jamhuri Day as one of the.
Next Jamhuri Day you'll see her being rewarded. In fact, it is called the burning spear or burning what? Those awards. You will see her being awarded. And you've done nothing. Boss lady is asking who is Samido. Samido is a Kenyan police officer who sings Mugidhi. He is a Mugidhi singer apart from being police officer. Though the Mugidhi he does is for his private purposes. We know in police is a disciplined force whereby they are footballers, they are musicians in the police band. But for his Mugidhi, that is his side hustle that he does. He's a famous Mugidhi singer. I think after John DiMatteo is the one who is now rocking. But he needs to read some stories in the Bible how women brought empires down, and also learn from the famous Wanjiru. He's still young, and very soon his career is going to end. And music is normally temporary. It is normally temporary, whereby you become famous over a short period of time. Then once somebody serious comes in the stage, then you're out of the stage. So Karen is taking that advantage, and Karen is also going there that now you see me, I'm a senator. Your wife is not a senator, but me, I'm a senator. You now have to give me attention, which is really
she needs the attention. So maybe we can say that the scorecard, one of the achievements of Kenya Kwanza in the first 100 days, is that one of their senators was found fighting over a man in Dubai. Maybe that is one of the scorecards that I talked about yesterday that we have different values. So those are the values of Kenya Kwanza: fighting over men like prostitutes in disco halls. I mean, I mean, Kenya Kwanza people, please come here. I don't know where they have disappeared to, the likes of Mr. and the others. Come and tell me something about your Kenya Kwanza ladies. I mean, this is really a shame. I think they'll not blame me if I say that these are candidates of 350. Maybe hao ni makasoma wa 350. Ama namna gani Bwana Agwaro?
Agwaro will not respond to you, but that is the fact that is happening in the UDA camp. And the most shameful part of it is that she's not apologetic. Immediately she went online and told people that there's nothing wrong that I did. Maybe the only thing I did, I was drunk and I can stop drinking, but siwezi achana na Samido. And she will tell you, mimi sikuwa na shida na bibi yake, kwani kuingia kwa stage mimi nilikosea bibi yake. Really? And these are the people that you want to take as role models. You're having kids who are growing. You want to tell them that it is okay to go and break somebody's marriage and come public and say there's nothing wrong with that. Alisema mimi sina, I think I have that video. Mimi sina aibu, sina kila kitu, sina aibu, lakini kitu siwezi acha niwe Samido, siwezi mwacha.
And even when she was speaking, she was still drunk. When she was speaking,
yeah, she was still drunk. I was telling people, no, I'll have to fight for my space in Samido. And you know very well, this is somebody who is married, and then the person mnataka watoto wachukue kama role model, anasema mimi nikiwa mkubwa I'll be like Karen Nyamu. It's really shameful.
So the children may say, when I grow up, I want to be a senator like Karen Nyamu. I mean, that is a shame. You see, Agwaro is still replying. I mean, Mr. Agwaro, what do I need to do to you for you to see the light in the dark?
No, you need to tell him that when you go to the supermarket, if there is nothing good that can be picked, what do you pick? There is nothing good in UDA that somebody can see. If that good thing would have been there, I think people will be seeing. But kama hakuna, what do you now want? The bad things are the ones that are there. You've gone to the supermarket, there's nothing good. So what do you do?
Yeah,
we are also thinking of the negative part because what we are seeing is bad. So we can't speak of good things. They are not there. He can come and give us one at least so that we can talk of.
Yes, Mr. Leo, tell Agwaro, I'm really trying to see good things. I'm really trying to say, leo mliona hiyo speech ya Gachagua. Gachagua anaongea matope, according to him that Mount Kenya people have achieved and they will be given jobs. And you know the jobs he's talking is about appointments. So mimi nilikuwa nashangaa, how many appointments, how many people do you have in Mount Kenya region? How many millions of people do we have? How many people have been appointed? How many people are they serving in that region? I mean, how those millions, how are they benefiting by that appointment? Yani ukiangalia Gachagua, I don't blame the prophet when he was talking earlier here said that yeye hataki kuona yeye akifungua mdomo. I mean, when Gachagua opens his mouth, this Agwaro, please tell me something good about your people. So ni kama bwana leo Agwaro hataki kuongea na hataki kuingia hapa. Charles Agwaro, bado nitaendelea kukuomba uingia hapa utuelezee yale mazuri umeona kwao jamaa wa Kenya Kwanza, lakini nimeona Kenyan with Love ameingia. Kenyan with Love, did you watch a clip we just played? Have you seen that thing about that woman? Mr. Brian Richard, can you send me the link that is in YouTube, a good one? I'll play again, then Kenyan with Love can see what our senators can are doing elsewhere. Lakini bwana Leo, mimi naona kama hao watu wako na ushamba mwingi sana. Unaona, in my community we have a saying that says kuenda ni kuona, udhie ni kuona, kuenda ni ukitembea sana, ukitembea unaona mengi, unaerevuka. Maana ya huo msemo ni kwamba unaerevuka. You learn some habits, you learn some culture, you learn how to talk, you learn what to say to who, when, you learn when to laugh and when not just to laugh over nothing. Au jamaa wa UDA, mimi niyo na wasubua jamini bwana Leo na bwana. Wacha nisikie Leo alafu niende kwa Kenya with Love.
Oh, they are not learning. You know what happens? I think kuna ukisha join UDA, there is some part of your mind that you're not allowed to use. That is why I know most people are surprised to realize that Karen Nyamu is a lawyer. If somebody tells you she's a lawyer, you won't believe. And the question you'll ask yourself, after drama yote, maybe next elections she doesn't get nominated, she'll need to go back to the corridors of justice and look for some clients. which kind of client will have to engage such kind of a character to go and represent you in court?
And I wonder what kind of a lawyer is this? Huyu lawyer amesomea wapi Bwana Leo? Can somebody find out where she went to school?
No,
I mean,
she was in New York, and I have a friend of mine who schooled with her.
okay, Bwana Leo, endelea. Which years were this?
2014, 2015, 2015, yeah. Around
Okay,
that.
next question. Was she a parallel university student?
Actually, she was a parallel university student.
Yes, now I get you. Now you understand why that behavior. I'm sorry. If anybody here acquired a parallel degree in Kenya, half of those students have fake degrees, have cheated, have stolen exams, and I'm sorry, the lawyers representing you, and I think she may have bought her way in the Kenya. She may have bought her way in the Kenya School of Law, because ukisoma unaerevuka, unacha tabia zingine za kipuzi mbele ya watu. Everybody, people drink. Even you people, maybe you drink. But I don't need to see you drunk, Mr. Kenyan with love. I mean, there's nothing wrong with drinking your drinks or having your little alcohol. But you gonna show me that you are drunk. I think it's a shame. Mr. Leo, wacha nikaribishe Kenyan in love, atuelezee machache, atuambie scorecard ya Kenya Kwanza ni nini. Maybe is some drunks fighting over husbands and men, or what do you think Kenyan with love? Tunakaribisha, karibu, endelea.
Nanisikia saizi? Thank you so much, Madam Julia. I'm so sorry. It took me more than I thought it would take me to come home. But bado sijashikanisha nini inaendelea, but I kind of saw something about, ndio maana nataka uchezeo video, so that way I can have a point of, where to start. Nimefika home, nikafungua, nikaona mko wawili, so I just came in blindly. Sorry. But the Karen Nyamu, I heard something about that. Na wacha tu niongee yenye najua yenye umesema hapo mwisho. Julia, kukunywa si kitu mbaya. Kila mtu ukunywa. Wenye ukunywa ni sawa. It depends with how you drink. It depends with what you do after you drink. You can have a person that actually drinks on a weekend, or even somebody that drinks kila time. But then again, when it comes to, and most of our politicians drink, 99.9% of them drink. But how do you run your normal day-to-day life? That is the biggest question right there. Who are you? What are you doing? What's your motive? Julia, I won't lie. There's times that I've come, here after having been in a party. Nikakuja nikakaa kwa hii session. Yes, siku moja kuna watu wenye unishika, wengine hawajui. But it's just that, what are you doing? Nataka munichezeo video ya Nyamu, because also she's a very controversial person, and someone who's
I don't know. Niko na video. I have, I think, 2 clear videos. I don't know if you can allow me from the other end so that I can play it.
Usually, sijui huwa inasumbua. I don't know how to allow.
Send it to Julia. Send it to Julia. She will play it easily from her side.
Okay, tuma link kwa private chat niangalie kama naweza download.
Because I've heard this, because even where I was today, I heard about that. I heard about that Nyamu thing. Na sijui Samido ako wapi basi hizi vita zote zikiendelea.
He was there, right?
What happened was this, Kenyan with love. Samido is there. Samido was performing in Dubai, and Samido went with the wife. So I think Karen just wanted to go and create some drama. You know, she's a senator. She has money. She can fly anytime with your tax and attend. So Samido was with the wife performing on stage. The wife was seated there. So Karen went. I think she was drinking somewhere else, just stormed the stage. So in storming the stage, you know, I think Samido did not take it seriously where the wife was, and she started fight with the wife. So it was the bouncers. You see your senator being dragged by the bouncers, and anatolewa, anarushwa, ni kama nguo hata karibu ararudiwe nguo. So Samido, what Samido did, Samido ensured that the wife was safe. Alienda akashika bibi yake mkono, akatoka na bibi akaacha huyo akisukumwa na mabouncers huko. That is what happened.
But then even before you, I mean, as you're working with the video, can I ask you guys a question? Are you guys surprised about that?
No, we're not surprised. Me, you know,
No,
I've
we're
been
not
in Nairobi,
surprised.
and I know Karen Nyamu very well. Her last born ni wa the Umoja One MCA, and that one also brought some drama. If you can remember, some time back at the beginning of the year, there was some drama based on that.
What do you mean? Her last born is an MCA?
The baby daddy for the last one. She just gave birth before the elections, and some newspapers in fact wale report vizuri wakisema a Nairobi senator aspirant campaigning, you know, she was pregnant. So there's how they package it, that she's.
Are you talking
really
about Kingsley? Are you talking about Kingsley Otieno or the other one?
No, the other one. I'll tell you the name. No, Kingsley. There's this guy, this Kikuyu. He's a DJ also. He's a DJ, yeah. He's a DJ. This Umoja MCA who is a DJ.
I wish I
probably
can tell you. I don't know, but I know the Kingsley Otieno, which is the Umoja 2 one.
Samido was really, even Samido, they had some problem. They've been fighting. Like anybody will tell you. So she's now just fighting for space. She is a senator. She's having kids.
But how do you fight when people, you know, people fight for space because they have something called inferiority complex? Just like people, you don't blame me. I had issues with this Ruto's daughter Shireen, who went. You people, did you watch that clip that she was somewhere in a meeting, and she was introducing her people who were working with them? I mean, she was introducing them like they're inferior with me. You know, her post was like, these are my juniors, and these people work for me. And then she went ahead and said, this one works in the office of the first daughter. You people, KKA people, do you know people who speak like that? They suffer from inferiority complex, because we have been here. We never knew who are Uhuru's children until one day there was a wedding somewhere with Uhuru's son. I mean, we only came to know about Jimmy Kibaki towards the end of his father's reign, or even after when his father passed. That's when we had a clear picture. Okay, these are Kibaki's children. I mean, even Moi's children, we only knew of Jonathan. Hatukujua wengi. Na hata Jonathan mwenyewe hakutokea kama ati mtanijua mimi ni mtoto wa Moi. I mean, Moi, for that one we can give it to Moi. He didn't allow that to happen. Sasa this Karen Nyamu, hii ni complex gani? Nyinyi watu, huu ni ushamba gani? Mato niko na hiyo clip. Wacha niweke hiyo clip na kama you make some sense out of it. Let's see whether you can. I found something on YouTube. Let me see whether it will work. But sasa uko na idea chenye kiliendelea.
Yeah.
Umeona huyo mama amevaa hood. Unaona, let me say this. When you become a public leader, hata vile unavaa, even if you are going to hang out or even for a drink, you even have to choose where to drink, right, Mato and Leo? And you even choose whom you hang out with. When you become a public, you are in the public limelight. Macho yote yanakuelekea. I mean, tutakuwa tukikutazama, tukiangalia mienendo yako, marafiki zako, je, ni akina nani? So this lady, how is she dressed? I mean, she's having a hood like that one of small boys. And then what is she doing? She's dead drunk. Anaenda nakalia huyo mwanaume. I mean, fellow Kenyans, hii ndiyo serikali mliochagua. How ndio members wa serikali yenu? Kenya with love. Endelea, umeona, at least you have some idea now.
So Julia, unajua, first of all, wacha nianzie mbali alafu nikuje. Wacha nianzie kwa Bush and then nikuje sasa kwa limelight. You know, Nyamu, I think we should know her from last time when alileta the baby mama drama into the limelight yake na Samido. No one ever knew vitu kama hizo. And you should understand that I think at the time I also said to one of my friends that I think she's trying to bring herself to the limelight. There's a couple of ways to bring yourself to the limelight, either controversial or the right way. And most of the people that have come to the limelight, they come controversially. That is one of them. Apparently, no one ever chose her, but she got, I think she's, Julia, she's not elected, she's nominated, right? Yeah. So eventually she got herself to there. And while she was doing that, she also got, there's a problem with, which is something that I know. She was involved in a lot of, and she even said herself at the time, about initwaji, what do you call this, like tenders, getting tenders and all that. And she had said even she did some tender, that she was helping Samido to get tender and helping people to get tenders. When you see someone that is so addicted to controversial things and they think that's a way to get on the limelight, that first of all you understand is not a leader. Now, nimekwambia nitapigia kwa Bush, nimemaliza Bush. Let me come back now and actually go to where it's supposed to be. The Constitution. And I will always talk about the Constitution. At this point, mtu kama huyo should not be a leader in our country. Why? Go back to chapter 6 of leadership. Hiyo ndio kitu Julia alikuwa akisema, hata kama unakunywaga na wewe ni you're a leader, you have to know where mali unaenda kukunywa, how you dress, how you address yourself, what you do. Controversies kama hizo sasa unaenda kutolewa kwa club, unasukumanishwa na bouncers. That's not a leader. And I will go back to when you see Uhuru. I'll just give an example. There's a day Uhuru and Raila went to, this is before elections, they went to a reggae fest. Hakuna mtu alikuwa najua wanaenda huko. And I think they were singing the, UB40. But when you look at them, they are presentable. That was a leaked video. Presentable. Hakuna. The chapter 6 of our Constitution ni moja Julia, forgive me for what I'm about to say, but ni chapter moja tumeikunia na tukaikojolea. It's about how you present yourself as a leader. You see, Julia is somebody that comes here and runs the show. But when you look at her, she comes with dignity. She sits in that chair, which we've known for a long time. And by the time she tells you order, you will feel that, yes, you have to put order and you have to listen. That is what is called leadership. That is what chapter 6 of our Constitution was meant. But today we have watu wameua, wengine ndio hawa sasa kina wanagongana huko wanatolewa hata na bouncer in a different country, and you're a leader. In some countries, Julia, just being late at a meeting constitutes you resigning. No one needs to see all this. If you want to go party, everybody wants to go party the way you're partying. But as long as you are holding a constitutional office, you're bound by the Constitution that actually put you there. It's very sad to see people who don't even value the Constitution, yet they want to call themselves leaders. And it doesn't even, Nyamo is doing what is being shown. So many leaders. There was a time Murkomen was talking to our comedians, telling them we will change the Constitution. By the time mukuje kutushtaki, tutakuwa tumeibadilisha. Because alikuwa amewapromise pesa fulani. You see, these guys acting weirdly, and they don't understand the public servant office. It's a very serious office. But also you're a public servant. Chapter 6 imeandikiwa mimi na wewe. Imeandikiwa the leaders. I've seen people that go to Julia zinaitagwa nini Christmas whatever parties. Mtu anaenda analewa, una dance na bibi ya mdosi. Either utafutwa ama kila mtu ataanza kukucheka. Now when people who are serious, like for me, I'll tell you the truth. Like for me, I rarely, if I want to go have a good time, I rarely go out with my workmates. Why? Because I want them to respect me because I'm holding something in our job, especially with a point of leadership. Especially like mostly nyinyi hata ndio maybe mmeniona hapa hivi nikiwa na mcheshi. Maybe you see me on the other side, you won't know who I am. But it's called leadership. When you're in a point of leadership, imagine our country is actually known very well, but there are other countries who are not very well known because we have, tunajulikana. Imagine you see your president or your deputy president akingolewa kwa stage hivyo. Isn't that national security issues? And you have Nyamu coming in there, anangolewa. Is she a slave queen? What is happening? Did she go to have, did she go in even if you still have a way of living your life as a national leader, especially, you're talking about that you are nominated senator. You're making the rules and the laws. Look at people like even Jalango, a big comedian. You can see his change because you're there to lead people and there's a constitution. Chapter 6. Julia, I will go back to chapter 6 and I will keep on talking about chapter 6 of our constitution, of how a leader should. carry themselves. And ladies and gentlemen, if you ever gone back and really wanted to use our constitution and really follow the constitution, I can bet you 50% of the people in power would not be. They are in power illegally per chapter 6 of our constitution. So it's either we scrap that, Julia, or we start following it. Wacha nimalizie hapo Julia, bado nikiendelea kushika rada kule mko, because I just came in.
Asante. Sasa unaongelea maneno ya chapter 6 of the constitution. Mi sijui ni nani wa Kenya kwanza naweza pita hiyo chapter 6 ya constitution, but these people knew. There was an argument earlier here that watu wa Kenya kwanza wanasema ni watu Azimio wamekataa ku accept defeat, lakini I began looking at it differently, that it is the Kenya kwanza people who are refusing to accept disappointment. They are also seriously disappointed. But I also asked myself about their level of intelligence. Vile waniambiwa ati uchumi mashinani na pesa mashinani, na they were promised the Hustler Fund without structures. Where were they expecting the Hustler Fund to come from without structures? Now, why are they surprised with this Hustler Fund now? I'm not surprised. In fact, this Hustler Fund, C Fund, it is just another scam to loot from Kenyan coffers. Yani mtasikia watu milioni fulani walipewa pesa, lakini pesa fulani zilitolewa na zijulikani penye ziko ama zilitumika vipi ama zilienda vipi. And these people will claim, we bring up allegations that people never paid back their money. And guess what? Kenya did love and Mr. Leo. Before 2027, the government will forgive all those who owe this money, because so that they cannot account for what happened to that money. So I don't know why the Kenya Kwanza people may be surprised at the behavior of their people. Me too, I'm not surprised. But I'm
2027. 2027 is far. I remember there is a court case that was filed by this organization led by Professor Fred Ogola. I don't know, they call themselves something to do with the Linda Ugatuzi. And such cases, when they go to court, they normally declare that they are normally satisfied as urgent cases, then they start acting on them. So this case has been pushed to February. The mentioning is going to be on February. Because if you look at the argument, they were arguing that this Hustler Fund doesn't have structures. There is nobody who is responsible that in case of anything you can go to and say, this office, Kenya with the Love is the one who is the CEO. These are maybe the signatories. These are people who are keeping the record. So they're just telling you it is online. Even Safaricom gives loan online, like the Mshwari. You don't go to Safaricom office, but their structures. They have their secretariat. They have somebody who is responsible, somebody who can be held accountable. So I think they know this thing is going to be declared illegal. So they've pushed it February. By the time it will reach February, that amount that you're going to be told that people have been loaned outside there, no one will be able to verify. I normally get the updates of the number of people who've taken loan from their blogger Itumbi. So I don't know how he gets the information. And if you look at the report he's giving and the ones being given by that minister and the ones that Ruto himself gives in the public rallies, they contradict. So no one knows the truth. So at the end of the day, you're just told this amount, you are borrowing 500, okay, they're selling for you, I don't know, 25, they've charged what? So this money is going to somebody's pocket. It is a scandal. It is a pyramid. So by the time we're reaching February, Kenyans will be told we can no longer continue with the Hustler Fund because this amount has been borrowed and people have not repaid it. When in real sense, you'll find that money has already been borrowed. So nobody will be accountable, nobody will be questioned, and that is how people will realize that this one was just a cash cow for some other politicians. And you will wonder, where will the government get 50 billion to give you as a loan when they don't have money to subsidize basic things that you need? So it really beats logic, and we will not be shocked. I know few will be shocked to hear that it was a scandal, but they need to prepare themselves and know it is a scandal just waiting for its maturity date.
And how did the money leave treasury? Hiyo pesa ilitoka, because we know there's something about budgeting. Kila mwaka tunasikia either tuko na kitu inaitwa supplementary budget, ama we have a budget and we know that this money has been budgeted for this 1, 2, 3. Now, if you people have watched videos being played of people, ile hazina pesa ya I think it's called ya wazee inaitwa namna gani? What is the money called? The one that the retired people, I mean, when you wazee kabisa wanapatiwa hiyo pesa. It is Kibaki who came up with that. And it has been there over 8 years, right? It has been there almost close 10 years. Sijui ni pesa ya, I don't know how
retirement fund.
It is called, it has a name. But hao watu wajapokea pesa hivi sasa kwa miezi fulani. Now, we are talking about hii serikali imetoa subsidy ya masomo. So next January, parents expect to pay so much. Now, the first thing this government did was to remove the subsidy for food, the subsidy for fuel, I mean, petroleum products. Now, see what they are doing. Now, on top of that, they can afford 50 billion? 50 billion, okay? Now, these people are thieves. I am beginning to think this Kenyan with love and Leo, that this government does not seem to expect to last long. So I think they are on a looting spree. Kama wangekuwa na mpango ya kwenda build 2027, why are they looting? How do they expect to survive beyond 2027? Unajua Ruto ameingia wakisema na Gachagua wakisema ati hakuna pesa treasury. How did Kibaki manage from Moi?
Julia, you actually brought a very good question, which is something I've been trying to say here. Julia, do you understand that the governments have been there? Do you understand that Uhuru had a government to run, and the infrastructure that he did? By the time he was leaving, all this, and Julia, allow me, because we are only 3 of us, watu wengine wakikuja, I'll go back, but now we are having a conversation. Let me ask you, I don't know if people really go back and look that there's something when Kibaki left, that Kibaki, what did you remember Kibaki with?
Okay, one thing I remember him for various things. I think Kibaki is one who made NHIF work. And I think Kibaki, we know him for universal basic education, primary school education, free primary school education. And hiyo kitu alifanya the same month he came to power. He didn't even tell us ati hakuna pesa. Unaona, hakutuambia hizo story ndefu. And then we remember him for some infrastructure, especially the super highway. Now,
that's where I was going.
We also remember Kibaki, the first term. Isipokuwa ni akina Murungaro walijaribu kumharibia. Kibaki alijaribu kuzimba mianya ya corruption. He tried. He only that he had a few characters like the likes of Murungaro. And at one time, I think Murungaro, Miraria was sacked. Mnakumbuka Murungaro and Miraria was sacked. So that is the Kibaki we saw. And the second time when they worked with Baba, who was transferred for his ministry? William Samoei Ruto by Baba. Why was he moved from that ministry? Corruption. See what I'm telling you people. Now,
Ruto was moved from the Ministry of Agriculture
yes.
and to Ministry of Higher Education. And there was some maize scandal. In fact, it was one of the greatest scandals that we had during that regime, the maize scandal. And the maize scandal, I've been haunting him soon. Hata saa hii alikuwa anataka kuanza na maize scandal hii mambo ya GMO. And I had some conversation that ministry ndio apewe. His argument was after they had campaigned in ODM and now Mudavadi was made the deputy prime minister, which in the eyes of we citizens, tulikuwa tunaona deputy prime minister is more senior than the ministry. So Ruto, there's a day I had Raila explaining, Ruto was given Ministry of Agriculture because that is the ministry that had the highest number of parastatals in Kenya by that time. That is the ministry that had the highest number of parastatals, because by that time the ministry was even in charge of things like fisheries, things like sugar, I don't know, irrigation. So because of those parastatals, he was given that ministry. It was the ministry that at least government was giving the highest budget. Akapewa, scandal, then he was removed.
So this guy is a scandal man. And then they come in with Ruto, with Uhuru Ruto. See what happens in the first term, scandal after scandal. This guy was in a looting spree. Now, the second term, amechukia baba sana. Kwa sababu gani? Ni kama mianya ilianza kuzibwa. Anasema ati kuna handshake. Na handshake inamsumbua. I understand that some of the cartels were curtailed, like nobody's business. Now, now Kenyan with love, I want to hand over back to you. Explain to me why these people are looting the government. Is it ni kama kwamba hawaoni kama wataenda 2027? Because you cannot destroy, William Samoei Ruto and his cohorts. It is him to blame for vandalizing Uhuru's government. And we have seen Uhuru government do a lot of work in the second term, especially in the area of infrastructure. So, if his one was vandalizing Uhuru's government, now he has his government now. Hajazimba mianya, amefungulia mianya. Na amenyima wa Kenya the services they were enjoying in the reign of Uhuru. Mr. William Samoei Ruto, what have you done with our education subsidy? What have you done with our food subsidy? What have you done with our fuel subsidy? Pesa ya wazee imeenda wapi, Mr. William Samoei Ruto? Mr. William Samoei Ruto, how will you account for this money you are withdrawing in the name of Hustler Fund? Are you destroying the government that which you expect to be the president maybe in the next 10 years? And if so, is it that this presidency is not sure they are going to be there for 10 years? Because kama ingerikuwa wako na huo uhakika, then wangerikuwa wanajenga hii serikali na wanazimba mianya. Ama namna gani Kenya with love na Leo? Endelea Kenya with love. So, nimewauliza na mkajibu vizuri. Kila mtu anaweza niambia saizi what Kibaki is remembered with. Kama watu wenye walikuwa hiyo time when we were going for that election, which was the rainbow election, there was a lot of roads hazikuwa zimemekiwa. And I can tell you the contractors that time went kununua spotlights. That was the first time watu walikuwa wananunua spotlights to work day and night. The bypasses that we have in our country, especially Nairobi, bypass, huko kulikuwa manyumba zilikuwa zinavunjwa. Everybody was fighting, sijui, nilipata hii nini. No, that was a road reserve. Because everything, the blueprints zilifanywa kitambo sana. Na watu wengi sana walilaumu Raila that he was the one anavunja manyumba za watu sijui nini na nini. But I can tell you today, you go to Kenya, mtu atakwambia tupitie Southern Bypass. That was where Kibaki came. When you waliingia, they landed running. It was business. I mean, when I talk about business, I'm not talking business, lucrative business. I'm saying leadership. If you are a contractor, you are not doing anything, unakulanga tembea. Ama jenga your contract, your barabara iishe. That's why we remember Kibaki today. Na Julia amesema na kuna mtu mwingine unaweza hata ukiuliza mtu mwingine atakwambia bado watakwambia Thika super highway. We never knew about super highways. Today go to Kenya. How many super highways are there now? Zingine zinapita juu chini. And let me tell you, as Uhuru has gone by the end of this year, I mean next year, mtakuwa mnasema, Uhuru alijenga Southern Bypass, Northern Bypass, walijenga sijui ya kupita juu, and all that. Why? Because as a generation and as people, we don't appreciate what we have until it's gone. And I'm telling you the truth. Even in, God forbid, Baba was to fall today, most of the people that come here and talk about Baba, even the leaders, you will see them saying that that's the president that we never had.
as a country. Now, let me go back and talk about something that Julia was asking. You see, Ruto's leadership is not leadership. I've been here saying it for a long time. I think since independence, we've had, what, 4 or 5 governments? You know, because this is the 5th, right? Actually, I think, yeah, 5th president. Since independence, and I was not here in independence time, but I'm a good student of civics, and I'm a politician. I've followed politics very well. I have never seen a government of the 5 different presidents that has been harshly judged with 100 days. This is the first. And you have to step back. Actually, like in Yake na Uhuru, there was no one thinking about 100 days. And you have to step back and ask yourself, why in 100 days there's so much that has happened that kila mtu amechanganikiwa, watu wa UDA, watu wa, you know, Azimio. We don't know what is going on. Why is it? I'll tell you why. In Mato's, kama venye Babu Owino alisema, you know, in Babu Owino's book, in Mato's book, this is what happens when you have a mafia as a leader. Because what does mafias do? They have bookkeepers. They want to make money. Everything to them is money. And with that money that they get, they wanamwagia kuku watu kidogo kidogo hivi, so that you feel that you're important. So everything is all about money. Read the story of Pablo Escobar. I've said it here so many times, I will keep on saying it again. Ruto is a mafia. Even the way he walks, how he does everything, and that's why, and I am so sorry, guys. That's why you can find Kina Rashid Chesa going to his office to make a gun deal. It's there. It's seen. Munaambiwa kina Yebei. And the person that was in that gun deal, dead. Imaradaima. Gone. Whoever wants to expose William Ruto, dead. Gone. ICC, gone. Dead. Including a lawyer. Turning into, the moment he wanted to turn into a witness, dead. Gone. Na ameshikilia. Julia, forgive me, but let me say this today. Ameshikilia Wakikuyu wa Rift Valley. Mujaribu kufanya kitu hivi. That's why Kikuyus in Rift Valley and even in Central bow down, because they know if they mess up, they'll be kicked out of Rift Valley. They are scared. That is what you call a mafia. That is how you hold people down. Because you know, if we go, you remember in the tukifanya nini, inaitwa nini, campaigns, you remember Ruto looking at a kid, alikuwa anamwambia sijui nini, akamwambia wewe unanijibu kama nani. He was just a candidate. They will not tell you, but I will talk for them. The Kikuyus in Rift Valley are scared. And he brings the other Kikuyus other places to be scared. Why? Why did he end up in the ICC? Why did everybody die that was in ICC that was going to go against him? We cannot have a mafia country. That is what we have. That's why the judiciary, the parliamentarians, and these are the things that we will not say, mi wacha niue kama anataka. But it's the truth. It's the reason the Okia Mutatas and the, Jichopevus, they go in there and then wanashikwa wanaekewa kuja. Ukijaribu hivi kutaenda vibaya. They had to run to Norway. So if you're led by a mafia industry, and by mafia I mean, let me debunk what a mafia is. A mafia is you do what I say or you're gone. Or I will mess you up. Illegally. But everything that we do as a mafia, if a mafia does anything, is all about money making. And that is why every policy that Ruto is trying to bring in this country is all about money making. Today is 2 weeks past. No, it's 2 days past the 2 weeks of the Hustler Fund. Hustler Fund, people were talking about it was 500 shillings. Apparently it was 470 what, because they want to save the other 25. Nani alianza kukusavia pesa yako nani Julia? Don't you know how to save your money? Do I have to come and save your money as your leader? Or what you pay me, and actually you're not even anything. So it's kind of like you give me money, Julia, unikopeshe, because that's your tax, umenipea. Then nikuja nikukopeshe hiyo pesa, na nikwambie nipatie na profit. Meanwhile, bado naomba ingine huko na nafanya nini na profits zinakuja. It's the most dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. And no president has ever told people that they are going, saving economics. Economics what? Go stay with your Western hotel. Save there. Which bado ni ya wizi. Na iko kwa civil, civil service, civil's aviation, civil, whatever land. Kenyans, you pay your taxes. They are there, like Raila was saying, they are there to help you and not burden you. You do not go to the government kwenda kuomba loans. You go to credit bureaus. CRB. Saizi. Watu nasikia watu wanakujiwa na machief. Because you did not pay. What? 500. What was 500? 475. What is this supposed to help you? Na acheni niwaambie, hiyo pesa yote is a scam. And the biggest scam, Julia, let me tell you, the biggest scam was the scholarship. We sat here. People have Googled it. People have seen it. It's an online course, free for everyone. So, and they're telling you 100,000. So what is this 100,000 supposed to pay, and where is it supposed to go? While the course is free. And it's just like a certificate. Also, sometimes you go online and you take a thing and, I took this one and whatever. It's all out there. So I want you to tell me, wale watu wote walienda Nyayo times na watu wenye walifanya hiyo QR code times 100,000. You know what? It's gonna be budgeted in the government, because apparently that's a scholarship, which is just an online free thing. Yani sijui kama mimi ndi mwerevu ama mjinga, lakini sijui kama Kenya watu walikuja wakakuwa wajinga na Ruto wanaelewa watu ni wajinga, that they can just come up with some BS thing to hoodwink Kenyans and Kenyans just buy it. I'm sorry Julia, today niko moto kidogo, sikuagi hivi, but inauma. Wacha niache, naona Stone pekee amekuja.
Wacha nataka kuchezea Stone PK. I just want to annoy him as he comes in. The way Bernard was trying to annoy me earlier. Lakini hiyo pesa matu hakuna, haitalipwa. Nobody will come for anybody. What if the chief used to come for me? In structure gani atatumia kunifuata? Hana records. Hiyo pesa imeporwa. That money is gone in some people's pocket. Let me play something here that that can be annoying.
Rigathi Gachagua has said he will ensure there are no political divisions between Mount Kenya East and West, a clear indication that he plans to take charge of the region's politics. Mount Kenya voters defied former President Uhuru Kenyatta in the August election by voting overwhelmingly for President William Ruto, challenging his position as the perceived regional kingpin. He vowed to unite the region and said that together with President William Ruto, they were not interested in revenging against those who mistreated them during the Kenyatta era. Gachagua spoke at Ndaragwa in Ndara County at the homecoming Thanksgiving for East African Community EAC and ASO Cabinet Secretary Rebecca Miano.
Tukaambia wetu hapa katika Mount Kenya, huyu William Ruto huyu ndio Wakenya wanataka kuwe rais, na hapo na maono na hapo na mpango, na sisi hatutaki kwenda kwa opposition. Rais aliondoka akasema watu waende kwa Azimio, mimi nikaongoza mlima. Mimi na William Ruto president wetu, hakuna kitu tuliandikania na yeye. Mimi nilimwamini na akatuamini. Ametuita akasema, Nyandarua nilisema nitampatia waziri, munipatie majina 10. Tukampatia. Akaangalia hiyo watu 10, akaona anayofaa zaidi ni huyu mtoto wetu Rebecca Miano. Ni muungwana si muungwana?
Stone, sijui wewe ulipoa nini? Umegawia kitu, umegawia, unaona hiyo. I'll find the other one where he was talking in mother tongue. Nitatafuta hiyo. Alikuwa anaongea matope na mother tongue. Lakini mimi nashangaa ni nini? So Miano amepewa kiti. So watu wa Nyandarua wamefaidika namna gani? That is my question. You know, I really find Gachagua something else. I have seen deputy presidents, lakini Kenya with Love, Leon na Stone PK na watazamaji, I have not seen a deputy president of that kind. I'm beginning to ask myself, huyu jamaa alisoma kweli Stone PK? Stone PK, karibu.
Thank you, Julia, our moderator today. Mambo namna gani? Wazima? Naona leo Nyambaya, nimekuona tangu mchana bro, umeng'ang'ana kweli. Good job. Mimi nilikuwa nimechoka. Haya nani Mato? Oh, Kenyan with Love. Great to see you. Sasa, it's true, you've really annoyed me. And you know very well what annoys me. You know what makes me feel like puking? You know, I don't understand what has happened, but I'm told sometimes history repeats itself. Nasikia kuna siku moja Wakenya wote walikuwa wajinga. Nilisikia hivyo. I was told hivyo by one of the very old mzee. Until 1954 something, 50 something. Ndio wakarudi wakaona hapana, kumbe we are not normally fools. Yani kupoa tu tulikuwa tumepoa. That's when there was an uprising. And they decided watu wataenda bush. Wengine wakaogopa, wale walikuwa wanaitwa maemungati. Wa traitors. Ndio walikuwa wanakuja wananyongwa usiku. Then the few, and by the way, Mau Mau was not led by majority. It was led by the few who said enough is enough. Mzungu cannot just think all Kenyans are fools. Yeah. So this time around again, somebody has emerged. Akafikiria wa Kenya ni wajinga. Hata amesahau wa Kenya walienda shule. Amesahau ya in the age of 20, inaitwaje century 2022, 21st, 22nd century. Anatudanganya kama watoto wadogo. Hata mtoi wako ule mdogo wa miaka 3 huwezi mdanganya hivi. You know, the things that are happening and people are seated clapping, that's what is worrying us. That you see watu wanadanganywa openly. Juzi they have been paraded, being given online free courses. Zinaannouncewa as if it's something. Which country in the world does that? Ujue sasa yenyewe labda hiyo miaka what goes around comes around. Hiyo upumbavu watu walidhani tunayo 1940s. Nafikiria imerudi 2020s. Sincerely speaking. And even Gachagua talks with finality and sahi amesema aliongoza mlima. Yeye ndiye aliongoza mlima kuambia rais mzuri ni huyu. The guy is really bull-essing the former president, you know, and he wants to show that he is the one who showed the people, alionyesha Wakikuyu the right direction. The tribe that we think, wacha tuongee tu, hiyo si ukabila. The tribe that Kenyans have been looking up, wanaangalia, wanajua, hapo Mkikuyu akisema tusipitie, si pazuri. That is the trust Kenyans have had for over long period. Wanaamini mulima. Ni kama vile tunaamini muhindi. Ukienda town yoyote ukose muhindi, usianze biashara hapo. That is, it is known. Anywhere you go and you don't find an Indian, don't even, hata usiombe maji hapo, enter to the next town. The same thing with Mount Kenya. Anything you find a mulima person telling you, hapa paendi, kibiashara, kimaendeleo, kimaisha, it's been proven they don't guide people wrongly. Hata mochari ukienda, ndio wengi. Ukienda kwa maduka, ndio wengi. Ukienda, which means there is something that they walianza, walipeleka miguu. Wita wate kutabuki tomakinya bere. You know, sijui kama mato umeelewa hiyo na Kikamba inasema kutambukia kidogo Nyabaya, hiyo sijui tunasema aje kwa hiyo lugha ingine. Mtu kama alianza ka step mbele yako na mnaenda walking, huwezi patana na yeye. It's like if somebody was born an hour ahead of you, you'll never ever be the same age. Aliona jua mbele yako, alilia mbele yako. So there are those who dared fast, and they can tell you. So basically, when someone comes and tells us that the Mulima had decided it is Ruto, well, I know there are those, of course, Tumbo. Unajua now pia, as much as we say wako mbele, pia Tumbo kwanza, Besha bere. So there are those who say them they want money, it doesn't matter, whatever, and he did that. Now the most disappointing thing is that now they are all crying, but they are crying without wanalilia ndani, wanalia machozi inaingia ndani. So they are going to erupt. Watakufa na maalsas, watakufa na makansa, because when you are parading somebody who has been employed as a PS, of what benefit is a PS to the community? Just let me know. I would want someone to tell me that the more PSs you have, the more you think your development will come to that country. We are past those ages. That is all gone, unless we are going back to that, whereby that the PSs and everybody else would influence money to come to other places and not the rest. Unless now they have dismantled the constitution completely, they have decided there is no equity distribution of resources. Yeah. So if they are doing kangaroo thing, ile ya kugawia pesa pale kwa nini, then of course it will, communities without any of those appointments will suffer. And then my question is to Kenyans, why would you wait for that to happen? Why would you wait to be taken to the altar for slaughter? And you know very well, you are being fattened to be slaughtered. Yeah, that takes me to the 100 days. What 100 days of what? When I try to enumerate, there is nothing, and I'm being very fair. I'm being very fair as a teacher can be. Ile unasoma hii composition ama hesabu, wacha tuseme hesabu, mwalimu wa hesabu Julia ako hapa. Ile hesabu, the answer there cannot be two answers. Unless mahesabu ya siku hizi sijui, mimi hesabu zile nimesoma tulikuwa hatuna answer mbili. Answer ni moja, ile tulikuwa tunapiga double line pale. Kisha piga hesabu, mpiga meenda teremka hapo chini ANS. Hiyo. That answer, ukiwa ulikosea formula kule juu, hakuna cha kusema ati you see your answer was nearest to, hapana. If you missed the step kule juu, you are done. Nikiwa mwalimu nikikuta umemiss steps mbili na huku unaanza ya ukweli, hiyo nilikuwa nafunga macho na weka X. Because there is something umecook mahali, ulicopy either something somewhere. Yeah. So basically, the economy is the same. We are not seeing the formula of reconstructing this economy. We started on the wrong footing. You start with removing. Where's the Kwanzaa development by removal? No country has done that. Akuna. In fact, what you do, you run. It's like when you are replacing your tires of a car, you don't go and put it on stones, then unaenda dukani na miguu kununua tires. You drive the car to the tire dealer. Mato. Kenya with love. You drive the car to the dealer. Hata ikienda ikipasuka inakufikisha hapo. Then now you do badilisha hiyo, badilisha. Because you already are there and you've reached. So the economy of our country was not dead. There was nothing wrong with continuing to give those who possess that money for a while as you figure out. If you are talking there are cartels, you don't have to stop in order to uplift or to dig out the cartels that were there. No, you just come in. You can even put a parallel system immediately because you are the governor. Okay? Who was the chief, whatever, could distribute your pesa? You put somebody else. You are the governor. Put a parallel thing, like the way the UN and Akina UNDP works. When they want to help you, sometimes they see you are too corrupt. Everyone is put an understudy. You know, you are there, two of you. You are the chief finance, whatever. There is a finance guy from the other side. And then we make sure that that money is delivered. So basically for me, I don't even want to go down the scorecard because the scorecard is so miserable. I know UDA people are saying, oh, he was launching this. Those are not his projects. He disowned the government since 20 what? After the first term. He disowned the Jubilee government. So there's nothing there he can even attach himself to. Of course, now he has to launch or open because he's the so-called president. But that does not legitimize him. Yeah. Let us have that open page with juxtaposing the manifesto that he sold to us. The manifesto says what? Loan Yabure, Hustler Fund Yabure. Is it there? Yabure? No. What changed? Ilikuja imekuwa the XYZ. Right? XYZ all the way down, and Kenyans, you will see that totally we are on zero. In terms of scoreboard, huyu jamaa anatakiwa awekwe chini. Hata hatakiwi kuongeza. He should not even be promoted to 101 days, unfortunately. That is where I am, and that is what I think. It would be a waste of time to try and give this guy whatever. Because he even doesn't have the tools. He will not get it right. You see, people are now in Dubai fighting for women. I mean, for men. Those are people you have appointed.
For men. For bwana za watu.
Kwa bwana za watu. Those are the people you expect to sasa wana brain sober that could deal with the policies. Sincerely speaking, what policies can such people make? You know, it is crazy. It is crazy, and Kenyans, you are on your own. I keep on saying on this studio and everywhere else, it's up to you. The choice is you as Kenyans. Mkitaka kukaa hivyo, mtakaa hivyo. Now, I'm happy with the doctors, what they are doing, and I hope also they will not be bought. Not only the doctors, because right now, every other sector.
Question, PK. These doctors are ni wa Kenyatta ama ni wa wapi? What is this strike all about?
From what I heard, this is actually all the doctors, mainly I think the ones that are really hurt and the ones that fight are those ones in the civil service. Our serikali.
Our hizi zinaitwa level what hospital hizi kubwa kubwa.
Yeah, zote hizo.
Hizo ndio za national government.
National government, yeah. Wale private sectors who are the strikes I've seen.
Hata wale wengine si private, kuna unajua siku hizi the health was devolved. So kuna madaktari wenye wanalipwa na county government na wenye sijui wako under the national government. Huwa sielewi ni hospitali ngapi. I think Kenyatta is one of them. I don't know how many hospitals. So I'm asking myself, which doctors? Is it all the doctors? I mean, including the ones who are under the county government? Ama, which ones? That is what I don't know. Ama ni wa serikali kuu, ama county government, ama wote.
You know, the schemes are the same. Initially, actually, there is nothing that changed as much. Kama umekuwa handed over to the county,
lakini mshahara inatoka kwa county, kwa sababu utasikia Nyandarua hawajalipwa, Nyeri wamelipwa.
Yeah.
Si mshahara inatoka kwa county.
Inatoka kwa county, but pesa ilitoka wapi?
Sasa hiyo pesa, see, the money now the county government has to budget to pay their doctors.
Yes.
So there are counties that don't pay their doctors. Others pay them. Sasa that one really messed the health ministry in Kenya, because I think now there is so much instability. Kila mtu anafanya chenye anataka. I mean, I don't know what you people think.
Yeah, because we need to see. We need to see, because I was thinking when I saw that chairman talking, I thought it was going to be the entire civil service. Yeah, madaktari from national all the way to the county level. Yeah.
Stone. Just to stress on the strike. The strike is going to be. It is not for maybe specific hospitals. The notice was given by the KMPDU, whereby there is a CBA, and this CBA is the one that should cut across to all the doctors who are under that union. So whether you are in the county hospital or in these referral hospitals, whether you're being paid by the national government or the county government. So they gave a notice, if that CBA is not affected by 29th of December, then it means from January, as we are going to start our 2023, no doctors will be in the hospital, whether county or village hospitals, as long as they're members of KMPDU. So it is going to cut across the counties. It is not a matter of maybe a county that has failed to pay the doctors. It is a matter of the CBA, the agreement that they want to be upgraded, so that I think some increase in salaries and some terms of service that have not been affected.
Okay, that's good clarification. So my question is to you people, at this rate, PK, as you go on, mniambie ukweli, unaona wakati wa Kibaki na Uhuru hatujasikia kama walimu wamekosa mshahara na ama mshahara imechelewa. At least I was a teacher under Kibaki, and I can say that I can talk about good things about being a teacher under the Kibaki. Now, at least hatujasikia kama kwamba kuna walimu wamekosa mshahara, ama we didn't hear those things even in Uhuru's term. Okay, Uhuru tried to do stuff, I mean, to give us infrastructure, but we didn't have those things. Now, this government is on a looting spree. Tell me, Stone, Leo, Kenyan with love, how much they're even going to say, if they cannot give our education subsidies. Uhuru could afford to do that. Uhuru could afford to give her fuel subsidies, food subsidies. Pesa ya wazee, Inua Jamii, nimeambiwa inaitwa Inua Jamii. It is a social protection fund. It was there. These people are getting that money. I mean, now all that money is not there, and we can see scandals coming. Muniambie kana kwamba tutafungua mwaka, kama hatutafungua mwaka na strikes from doctors to teachers, name them. Stone pikaendelea na ujibu hilo jibu, naomba.
Stone, kabla uendelee, please useme Stone, dakika moja tu, pole kukuingilia. You know, last Christmas, and I will say this again, last Christmas I traveled from Nakuru all the way kupitia Runyenjes, all the way nikakuja kutokea inaitwaje Nyeri na nikarudi. Julia, I saw youth wakiwa wanakata nyasi kwa barabara, kazi kwa vijana, and I saw employment. Na hizo barabara ukipita huko, by the way, kwanza ukikuja kufika hapa hivi Nyeri kwenyu, hiyo place inakaa vizuri, highways inakaa vizuri, kila kitu, but walikuwa wakilipwa. So now that tumetoa hii Stone, ukimalizia kwa nilikuwa nataka kuguzie hiyo, what is this government telling us? Turudishe barabara zikae vibaya? Hizo vitu zote tulikuwa tumepatia youths, na hiyo kazi yote tulikuwa tumefanya. What are we doing? Stone PK, endelea. Naona ni kama I think
Stone ni kama ameenda. But what happens, hiyo kazi unasema kazi kwa vijana was not only benefiting vijana wenye walikuwa wanapata pesa, but the county government, the national government was also benefiting, because walikuwa wanasafisha barabara inakuwa safi. The estates walikuwa wana log out, unaona hizi masiwa lines zenye zimeblock, walikuwa wanazi unblock. Then the good thing with that kazi kwa vijana haikuwa inafanyika Nairobi peke yake, hata in the villages. So at least vijana, every youth alikuwa na feel ako included, so ilikuwa inakata across the country. So this government ilikuja ikaitoa, wakasema wanataka ku replace na watu kujenga these affordable houses, and these buildings houses hatujaona mali imeanza kujengwa. The ones Ruto amekuwa akienda ni zile zenye already they were launched and they were started by Uhuru, meaning already kuna watu walikuwa wameshapewa contract pale. So there's no way utatoa wenye walikuwa pale itesa hii kazi tunapatia hawa vijana. So hii pesa hatuwezi wakasema
hiyo pesa imeenda wapi? Hiyo pesa
hii pesa was budgeted for in June.
Yes.
The budget you're using sahi ni budget ya June. So hii pesa ya wazee yenye social protection fund ni 2000, wanapewa 2000 per month, but they don't receive it like each month. Huwa inakuwa accumulated, they're being given after every 2 months. So ukisikiza hao wazee wanasema the last time walipata hiyo pesa ilikuwa ni July. So inamaanisha hawakufaa wapate pesa August. Ilifaa pesa ya August na September wanapata September. Then after that kuna hii ya October na November wanapata November. Then kuna December na January. So we know September hawakupata hiyo pesa. September tumejua. So easy.
And that money Leo was budgeted. Imeenda wapi?
It was budgeted for. The treasury under Ruto haijapeana hiyo pesa. Ile ya kazi kwa vijana was budgeted for. Haijapeanwa.
Hata ilikuwa kwa check, because people, you don't just wake up and pay money, you draw a check. Hiyo check imeenda wapi? Au ni majambazi? Stone PK, endelea utuambie hiyo maneno.
Thank you Leo for clarify, shedding light on that the doctor maneno. Hiyo maneno ya madaktari itaenda hivyo, and I don't know of any doctor who actually practices in Kenya and is not a member of that national organization, national union that really takes care of them. So ukisikia strike ya madaktari, hiyo ni kama vile usikie strike ya walimu. Ni noma. Na when a country is in problems, those are the indicators. Those are the indicators. When we are talking of replacing systems, the best you can do, you don't stop, you don't cut off. Okay, unaletanga system inakuja sambamba, then you face off the other one that you think is not working. Then if you are a really good manager, you come and read whatever that is happening, what ilifanywa namna gani, and you know it because you are not landing from utopia or from the space into the country. Hii maneno ya vijana, pesa mashinani, kazi kwa vijana, it is because you've been here, you're just supposed to improve on it. Au vijana wote huwezi kuanza kuhamisha uwapeleke kwa construction site, yet you don't have those sites. Au vijana walikuwa based on their vijijis, based on their estates, if it was in the cities. Sasa umeanza kujenga manyumba kila estate so that you observe. For example, if you go to Kibera, umeanza manyumba huko, zinatosha hao vijana wote ambao walikuwa wanaosha masiwage, wanafanya fungua nini, wanasaidia kwa roadside and all that? Can all of them be transferred to the construction site? It is very crazy and mediocre thinking. Yeah, that vijana wale wako kule Kiamutogo kwa mfano, wengine wako kule mashinani wanatengeza barabara zile za kule ambazo zamani tulikuwa tunaziita rural access roads. These are the kids or the young boys and girls that have been kind of inaitwa nini, maintaining those roads. Mvua ikinyesha kutokea gali, they are the ones who wake up in the morning and ensure that wameweka so that matatu that carries food stuff for that village or carries the stuff from people from that village to reach the next town, they have their normal routine and their normal access. So basically, it is only somebody who really is up to destroy that would not see what role these people are playing. For me, if I'm asked, I would have just come in and empower and improve on it. If there was any infiltration of that money going into the wrong hands, those are the ones that I would have dealt with, but not stopping the work from continuing. I would have also spelled on what more you expected them to do. For example, if they were working only up to let's say 2 o'clock, then let them work up to maybe 3 or 4. Then also have supervisory structures. I grew up when the Nairobi City Council, when Nairobi was actually called the green city in the sun. Nairobi was perfect. Nairobi hata barabara zilikuwa zinaoshwa. Mitaro ilikuwa inaoshwa. And I would see, you wake up in the morning, you find garbage imewekwa hapo nje, then you would see a truck that we used to call Camero coming around and inabeba hiyo. I would see people going for night shift. Kutoka huko mtaani, we used to know baba nani hawa wanaendanga night shift tao in the city to do the normal jobs, the cleanup. Ukiingia tao asubuhi unakuta a very clean city. What was happening? I would see people kwa barabara, they are there. They were organized in groups na walikuwa na watu walikuwa wanaitwa nyapara, supervisors. Unaona nyapara wa mguu, alafu unaona mwingine anakuja na baiskeli na kuna mwingine anakuja na pikipiki ama gari. Okay, that was the network that was working. So for me, I would work on such network, but in a modern way to have all services delivered. Not to cut everything short, ati unafunga kila kitu and you pretend that you are correcting that. Kumbe ni pesa. Pesa ya kwanza ile unaiba ni hiyo, the budgeted money. It's all gone. It's all stolen. There's no excuse about it. Hiyo pesa yote wameiba, wisha kabisa. They have stolen, and they have stolen with their eyes wide open. Wakiwaangalia hivi. Lastly, speech ya baba, that was ilikuwa ni killer speech. Very good speech, not expected, even he surprised even the US people because he dwelled on what ails Africa, and that cancer cannot be cured unless there is a different change of approach. Aliwaambia right into their face that when we have corruption in Africa, it's not an emergency, okay? But when there is corruption in their countries, ni emergency. Hiyo hata unaweza nyongwa asubuhi na mapema. When it is Africa, they invoke all the maneno ya human rights, constitutional, you have to be democratic, you have to follow the law, the rule of law, you have to exhaust all those kind of a thing. What does that do? It creates wezi sugu kama how tuko now. And what has it eventually done? It has put our wezi into power, to control power. And there is nothing people can do, because that is what wenzetu wanataka. Wanataka mtu mwizi, mtu ambaye anapenda pesa, mtu ambaye ataambiwa sasa population yako iko kubwa sana, tunataka tu reduce na 5,000,000 na tuta reduce hivi, we tutakupatia hii pesa, we kubali tuwamalize. That is what we have. That is what we have. Ni kama kuweka mrogi akuwe yeye ndiye anasimamia jamii. Mnachagua mrogi ndio chief. Mnachagua mrogi ndiye anasimamia chakula ya Christmas. Atawaroga wote, because raha yake ni maiti ngapi, ni watu ngapi ameua. Wacha niposa hapo kidogo as I refuel.
Asante PK. Sasa umetuambia tumepea mrogi inchi, ama tumepea shetani, ama tumepea nani? Si watu wanasema ni watu wa kanisa na wanapenda Mungu. Wanajua Mungu sana. Now you are telling us we are doomed. It's really sad. Let me play this as Jeremiah, please toka kwa giza, takupatia chance. I saw the clip that I was looking for. I don't know, I'm looking for where Gachagua was talking in mother tongue. I hope nitampata. That's because I still want to annoy PK. Father, asikie anasema yeye ni tribes ni kingsman ama ni kingpin.
Nashukuru watu ya Mlima Kenya kwa sababu walinisikiza. Leo kama hamngetusikiza, tulifuata rais aliondoka. Ndio tigerarele la Kioro. Tigerarele la Kioro ndio. Na watu ya mlima wamechanuka. Sisi tunaona mbele. Na sisi tuko na akili, tunafikiria. Sisi hakuna mtu anaweza kutupanga kama hatuna akili. Lazima hata kama unatupanga ujue tuko na akili. Na ndio tulikaa chini tukaangalia tukaona hii kijana ya Sugoi, huyu alikuwa anauza kuku. Huyu mtoto ya kawaida anaelewa shida ya watu ya kawaida, na hapa Nyandarua inataka kiongozi amezaliwa na shida, kwa sababu iko shida Nyandarua. Washa tujipange na Rais William Ruto. Na Nyandarua dimwire adwadaraguan mwatu ikileweka maana mwatu ikileweka matwale hado hacheke twale hacheke ni manyitaga buraide makande kia mandema na kenga yetu ngai ndio kana ndege ya jeshi igari jeshi anyitaga ticio cinangirire ngai etoke na ngemera hindi yo ngemera ngai ndere ya ngima na ndakoma kayone katiguo ngemera mwana wa mau muranyita buraide uyu nduo kamutongoria na ngemera mutikajuragora mwagire JM nimwaigwire ngemera
phone charging slowly.
Sasa PK muniambie huyo ni deputy president wa Nyandarua
Julia,
ama Mount Kenya region ama
Julia.
Let me ask you a question, then you'll say something. Is that the deputy president for Kenya? I mean, for Kenya or for Mount Kenya region or for Nyandarua County? I mean, whom does he represent? And then what is this nonsense he keeps calling himself mtoto wa mama? Mtoto wa mama. Anajangalianga sura kweli. I mean, are we even sure that that man is a Kikuyu? Hiyo sura ya and then amesema something ati Mungu si wa Kayore. Watu wa Kayore si watu. People from Kayore, they are not people. I mean, you people, what is wrong with Gachagua? Did he realize that the press was recording him and that he was going to speak on national TV and Kenyans were going to watch him? We have over 42 ethnic communities in Kenya, and he is the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, not the deputy president of Mount Kenya. Akina Stone, akina Kenya with Love, na Leo, na Jeremani, ni nini nasumbua Kenya? Black, what is wrong? Black, I can see Black. What is wrong with your deputy president? I wanted people to see that is really me. That is so archaic. That is so uncouth. That is so uncultured. That is so barbaric. Everything he was saying is so barbaric. He's swearing and swearing that he's the Mau man. He's a Mau son. So what? Who cares? Who is not a Kenyan? What is the difference between being a Mau child and not being a Mau child in Kenya? We are all Kenyans and we have equal rights. Whom is he swearing to? And now he's bragging, he's saying that the same police that used to arrest him, that they are now escorting him and guarding him. You people, can you see the level of primitivity and barbarism and uncouth and uncultured characters I was describing earlier? You won't blame me if I say that Kenya Kwanza is made of uncouth, uncultured, primitive, uncivilized characters. I'm sorry for using strong words, but that is what I see. Looking at huyu Nyamu woman who was messing around in Dubai. Sasa nikiongezea Gachagua, au watu PK sijui walitoka msituni gani. Sijui wametoka msituni gani. Kenya with Love, you have something to say, then I go to PK, then Jeremani. Endelea, Kenya with Love.
Julia, you've already said everything that I wanted to say. You know, I saw this thing during the day today. I saw that video that you just played. And the questions that you just asked is everything that went through my mind, that even when you were talking right now, I was like, are you reading my mind? Or did we watch this thing together? Or what is happening here? Because the same questions that you're asking is the same questions I asked myself. Because Julia, I hear Kikuyu because I have some Kikuyu blood in me, and all my aunties, most of my aunties are Kikuyus. So I hear Kikuyu, I just speak it very broken, kidogo. And I can understand what this guy is saying. Ladies and gentlemen, do we have a president, a vice president, or do we just have a central vice president to just face that? Because Julia has already preempted me of what I wanted to ask. Is he a president of the Kikuyus? I mean, vice president of the Kikuyus? What is this whole thing? And then Julia, there's, I think later on he went to say, Mandela and everything. And I don't understand that this guy understand that being a vice president is for the whole country. Because now he was looking down on the Mandela people and in our Twingine. Does he understand really that he's not a DO? He's the vice president and the vice president of Kenya. And Kenya extends to Kisumu, Machakos, Mandera, Moyale, go down to everywhere. What is this thing that he wants to show in Mount Kenya? Julia, and for the person that is going to come in, do you know Central is such a small place in Kenya that if we wanted to close it down, and even Rift Valley, the other counties left after those two will be way bigger than those two. There will be just kitu kidogo tu iko hapa katikati ya country nyingine. Hence the secession. If the rest of the country wanted to shikana na tuseme unajua nini, hii kitu ya Rift Valley na Central, bas watu wakuwa kitumia passport, kukuwe na passport ya Rift Valley na Central, sisi Kenya ingine tutakuwa poa. Unajua inaweza baki kitu. Have you ever looked at the map of Kenya? Itabaki kitu kako hivi tu kamebaki. But again, that's not what we are looking for. And that's why I said that this is the time that we are all so much united as Kenyans, that we have people like Julia here. We have Kalenjins that come over here and say that we don't agree with what these guys are doing. We agree with the rest of Kenya. There was a point that we were supposed to achane. It's an abusive marriage. We wanted to create a Kenya of ourselves, na tuache Central na nini na Rift Valley wakae kivyao. Ukikuja hiyo side ingine, hizo counties zingine, even though mko katikati hapo, unakuja na passport. So Julia, as you guys talking and the Kikuyus and the people from the Rift Valley that can actually talk to the Rift Valley people, the rest of Kenya is bigger than you too. And they're watching. Join Kenya or go away. Sorry. Join Kenya or go away. Kenya is not Central and Rift Valley. But Rift Valley and Central is Kenya. We're not going to be playing these games. Italipuka, ilijaribu kulipuka 2007, saizi ilikuwa almost kulipuka, tunaishikilia, baba anashikilia, anasema sitafanya chochote. Let me tell you, if Baba tried to say something right now, italipuka. And this guy, Ruto, is not a president of Kenya. He's not understanding what the Kenya wants, and is dragging Mount Kenya with it. Is all I'm asking. Pole Julia, hapo nimeenda, lakini leo nilikuwa nimeamua kumbaya cause nika weekend pia nataka kuwa mkali kidogo. But I think is the truth. That's what it is. So sorry, Julia, for cutting short on that.
Okay, asante. PK, you have something to say about that? Niambie Jeremani aongee ama wacha aongee kwanza?
Wacha Jeremani aongee kwanza.
Jeremani karibu. And we have more on there's about the scorecard, UDA, the looming strike by the doctors, and anything else that you'd like to talk about. Karibu Jeremani.
Asante sana. I want to say thank you kwanza to Leo Nyabaya. But Leo has conducted the previous session very, very professionally, very engaging. I enjoyed listening. I didn't join in, but I was listening because I was getting the wisdom that was coming in through the discussion. When I get to the topic, as you suggested, one of the first things I'm trying to look at is, and this is something I've been doing from time to time, I've been asking the question, what makes us Kenyans? And I've always been asking various people that I meet, what makes you Kenyan? Most of the times I get the answer, because I have a Kenyan passport, or because I have a Kenyan ID. And I always find that intriguing because I always ask a follow-up question. If I take away your passport, you cease to be Kenyan? If I take away your national ID physically, do you cease to be Kenyan? So it appears to me that the aspect of the element of being Kenyan is mostly on intrinsic or physical things. And I find that to be a dangerous thing because it means your Kenyanness can be taken away very easily. Now, I keep coming back to this point. I always talk about sovereignty. And in last evening's discussion, I posed the question, or at least I made the statement, that we as Kenyans have never known how to exercise sovereign power. We know the last sovereign. The last sovereign for Kenya was the Queen. But the powers the Queen had, we as individual sovereigns have never known how to exercise it. And that's where most of our problems start. So allow me to go to some history, a little bit. The history of Kenya, as I see it, or modern day Kenya, many people start, or let me start from where conventional everyday person starts looking at Kenya. We start looking at Kenya 2002, or in the 90s, or in the 80s. I want to take it further back. I want to go as far back as 1895, and maybe just before that. I pick 1895 because it's a momentous period, but I want to go a little bit back and say before the Mzungu came to what we now call Kenya, the territory was largely, or at least the region we know as Kenya, was mostly on the coastline, Mombasa. So the Mzungu used to come, trade, exchange goods, go to the hinterland, hunt, retreat, get to the ships, take off. The coastline at that time was ruled, and we all know this, by the Sultan. So the Sultan of Zanzibar had dominion over that area that we call the Kenyan coastal strip. Today we always talk about the 10-mile strip. 10-mile strip, for the few who do not know what it means, is essentially anything from the beach up to the police station at Makupa. That is a 10-mile strip. So if you're anywhere near Kilindini Harbor, all the way to Makupa, that's what we talk about as 10-mile strip. That area was divided by 3 powers. And the way they did it was, the 3 powers I'm referring to are the French, the British, and the Germans. There was a rush to the hinterland to find out what is in there and how can we take advantage of what is in the hinterland. The Germans were really approaching very fast from the Arusha side upwards. And people like Mackinnon, we all know about Mackinnon Road. So Mackinnon, who was part of the Imperial British East Africa Company, was saying these guys are so rushing, the Germans are rushing to the hinterland faster than we can get there. And if they get there, that's their territory. So we need to expand there very quickly. Hence the borders moving from the previous Naivasha, which was from Naivasha all the way to the coast, was the East Africa Protectorate. And then the borders was expanded towards Uganda, to the lake. And Mackinnon had a project where he was actually saying he wants to have a ferry service in the Lake Victoria to also show presence of the British in that area. The Uganda Railway, which was built, was not built for commercial reasons or to enable the commercial expansion of the territory we now call Kenya, but it was built to quickly rush military personnel into the hinterland being towards Lake Victoria, so that the Germans do not expand that way and also claim that as their territory. We were coming from a period where might established rights. I say this because we may not be seeing it very obviously, but some of that history is what contributes to some of the challenges we have in present day Kenya. We are seeing a recurrence over generations of might establishing rights. I take it further. 1895, as I said, was a momentous period because the coast was under the dominion of the Sultan. And in 1895, there was something called the Mazrui Rebellion. So the Mazruis were called the Liwalis. They were the governors of the coastal region on behalf of the Sultan of Zanzibar. Now, the Liwali, which is what the Mazrui family carried as a heritage, was bestowed upon them centuries before. And the Mazrui family were the Liwalis for a period of about 165 years, if I didn't get that wrong. And this comes from the period when the Portuguese were trying to establish themselves in the Kenyan coast. And they needed people to represent them while they were away in Goa and India. That, in a way, is a history or heritage that we have drawn from. I take it a bit forward. In 1897, a gentleman called the 4th Baron, called Mondley, or people call him Chomley. 4th Baron Chomley is what we popularly know today as Lord Delamere. Lord Delamere came to Kenya via Eritrea. It's interesting because people ask, I thought if you're coming by ship or steamer, as at that time was known, your destination would be Kismayu or thereabout. No, we didn't have those boundaries then. So it was possible for someone to come through Eritrea into Kenya, and Lord Delamere's path is traced through Lake Rudolph. Lake Rudolph is what we call today Lake Turkana. So from the north, Lord Delamere went southwards, and he could see all this territory, and he could see what could be done with it. Lord Delamere had an estate back in the UK. It's called the Vale Estate. But he was not making the most of it. And he wanted to explore and venture out. So he made a tour with a gentleman called Dr. Atkinson. They came hunting, they explored the land, and he saw the potential in the lands around Laikipia, going southwards to Naivasha. There's a time that Lord Delamere was invited to dinner by a gentleman called Ainsworth. Ainsworth was if you may call, an administrator of the colony. And he invited him to dinner and said, Lord Delamere said, I'm unable to attend because I do not have the attire necessary to attend an evening dinner. What am I saying here? That Lord Delamere at that time had nothing to his name. But by 1905, Lord Delamere was having thousands of acres of land in Naivasha, where the railway passes through Lord Delamere's land, or what was Lord Delamere's land. Lord Delamere was gifting his brother-in-law. His brother-in-law is whom we know today as, or where the Egerton Castle is built. That was a donation by Lord Delamere to his brother-in-law. So effectively, Egerton was Lord Delamere's brother-in-law because Lord Delamere had married Lord Egerton's wife, sister. Where am I going with this? It's important to understand the history of our nation, how things have come to be, how things have been put together, and how we, as sovereigns today, are just moving along without appreciating that some of the history of things that occurred in the past has a bearing today on most of the things that we do. The choice of Nairobi as a capital city was not by what we may call then the native Africans. But today, we call that our capital city. And we have never thought, is Nairobi still an appropriate capital city by geographical location? Or do we need to also explore other areas and see how do we build up the new Kenya going forward with a consciousness that we are the sovereigns. And as sovereigns, we can make certain determinations going forward, having understood our past. I took a bit of time to go to history because I now want to address the question that moderator Julia had asked me to also address. Kenya Kwanza, first 100 days scorecard. When you look at the history, as I've tried to narrate or to paint the picture, when the British wanted to take over from the Sultan, to take over the hinterlands, and if you allow me to just point one thing, the Maasai today, we know them to go all the way to Namanga, but the Maasai also used to have grazing lands all the way to the place we now call Eldoret. Eldoret is derived from the Maasai word Eldore. Eldore in Maasai means stony river. So Laikipia, if you just take your time and pause, you can hear some of those names. They have a Maasai inclination. The Maasai traversed quite a bit of land in what we call today Kenyan territory. In the 1960s, when we had the first, second, and third Lancaster House conferences, the Maasai had said, led by their leaders, Oloi Tip Tip, and I'm forgetting the other gentleman's name, but the Maasai delegation said the 1909 agreements, first Anglo, second Anglo agreements with the British should be nullified, and we want our land back when Kenya becomes an independent republic. We want back our territory. The Luya nation, led by a gentleman called Amalemba, who had the political party called the Abaluya Political Union, said, we also want the land that belonged to the Nabongo, the Sakwas, to revert back to the Luya nation. The Northern Frontier District, Somalians, said, hey, we also want our portion where we are domiciled to be an independent state. And there was this debate if all these parts, and I'm trying to tie this into what Kenya with Love said, that Central Province is a very small area. And this is a question. If all those Maasai unions, Luhyan unions ceded or seceded and became their own independent nations, would we have Kenya as we know it today? I'd leave that for your thought, but I want to conclude on this point. In 1895, the colonists wanted to make sure they keep the Sultan at bay, they keep the Germans at bay, so they do not encroach in the hinterlands. When Kenya became a colony in 1920, it was by virtue of an organization called the Imperial British Colonists Association. They wrote a petition to the king at that time and said, we want this area to be treated as a colony of Kenya, not subjected to the rule under the India or the governor in India. That's how Kenya became a colony. Taking it forward, Kenya became a constitutional monarchy sometime in the 1960s, very briefly, and that is 1963, before it became a republic in 1964. We inherited all that history, good and bad. We have never taken time to dig through it and say, okay, what do we need to discard from this? What do we need to revise from that? And I now come to the presidents. So in 1963, we inherited the presidency or republic from the British. What was the first thing the first president or his government wanted to do? Most of the time, if we look at it back critically, we'll find that there was an element of consolidation of power. It is not well known today, but there are so many intrigues that are still tucked away in the archives that if were made open today, most of us Kenyans would really pause and wonder, is this really our history? What was the intention of the succeeding president, that is President Moi? President Moi also wanted to consolidate power. We all know about the change the constitution movement. It was a thorn in his flesh. We take it forward. What was the intention of President Kibaki? President Kibaki came in, said zero tolerance to corruption. That was a ringing or a banner motto for him. One of the first things he did as well was to bring free education. And that can be considered a legacy that many people enjoy to date. We take it forward and ask the question, what was the first thing President Uhuru Kenyatta wanted to do? Was it projects? Was it consolidation of power? And then we ask the same question, and this is where I leave it in asking Kenya Kwanza'S first 100 days. What is the intention of the current government in its first 100 days? Is it to fulfill their campaign pledges? Is it to consolidate power? I leave it for each one of you to filter. Thank you, Julia.
Asante, that was very exhaustive. We really appreciate, and I think our members will give us answers to those questions. So you've outlined to us what President Uhuru did. President Kibaki did. So we are asking ourselves, what is the intention? What is the agenda of this Kenya Kwanza government for the first 100 days? Is it to consolidate power? Is it to create as much wealth for the nation or for themselves? What is it? And what is it we are seeing? Those questions, those rhetoric questions are really awesome. Kenyan Love will come back to, but allow me to go to Stone PK. He was supposed to respond to something. Just a minute, Kenyan Love. Stone PK, you're supposed to respond to something until when you asked me to allow Jeremiah to speak.
Yeah, let me rewind and get. There's something I wanted to respond. Let me try and pick it from my mind. Someone else can go.
Okay, Kenyan with Love, so that we go to Makiadi.
Yeah, I it's actually a question. It's a question, a very well-directed question. I wanted, Jeremiah, thank you for that, because people need to understand actually the history of our country. And what you did, that was really exceptional. I really appreciate that. Can you please explain to people what the city under the sun and who actually the city under the sun, which is what we call Nairobi, because I understand now that you know actually the history, what Nairobi means and who it belongs to.
So, from the basic reading, Nairobi, as you all know, is what the Maasai call the land of cool waters. And the land of cool waters is derived from the Nairobi River. The Nairobi River itself, as we know, comes from what we call the uplands area. So all the water that collects in the uplands area drains through Nairobi in what we call the Nairobi River. And that water normally comes, if you've looked at the geography of Nairobi, the west side of Nairobi is on a higher plane than the east side. That's why we have our recycle plant all the way in the east towards the Ruai side. So the west side of Nairobi is on a higher plane than the east side. Now, Nairobi is on the eastern escarpment of the Rift Valley. There are places that when you go down, if you've ever, I know many of you have done this before, but if you've ever driven down Mombasa Road, as you're going towards Machakos or Athi River, you're likely to see exposed sections of rock. And that exposure or strata will tell you that Nairobi, or at least from what I've come to dig through, Nairobi millions of years ago, or let me not say millions, but a couple of hundreds of thousands of years ago, I don't have the number right on top of my head right now, is established on what we call Precambrian rock. Precambrian rock is the oldest form of rock that geographical people studying geography will tell you exists. Precambrian rock was established, essentially says there were a series of volcanic eruptions in what we call Kenya. And that is the oldest form of rock that we know today. Sorry, Kenya would love to go into this kind of history.
No, that's fine, because I know what you're talking about. It ends at Lukenya. I know what you're talking about.
There you go. Thank you. So
yeah, but can you tell people who actually Nairobi belonged
to? So to come to it directly, the Maasai were the original inhabitants of that particular area that we call today Nairobi. And Nairobi itself, as I said, means land of cool waters among the Maasai.
Thank you. That's what I wanted you to say. I mean, not that I wanted you to say, but I felt like when you're giving people, because a lot of people, young people, really do not understand the history of our country. But I wanted you to explain that because you already went to that trajectory. I wanted you to actually put that education into people, because at the end of the day, we come here to educate people. And once you bring that kind of perspective, I wanted you to bring it to that. Yes, and that rock ends at Lukenya, which starts the Mua Hills, and that covers the other side, which was supposed to be the Machako side, which was supposed to be the first. I mean, that's where they thought everything was gonna be. Tell me if I'm right. That was where the city, or the capital city, was supposed to be, on the Machako side, on the other side of Mua Hills, which is the escarpments of that side. So it's good. I just wanted people to understand that Nairobi is a borrowed from Maasai and is actually a part of the escarpment.
If I may add one more thing to it, the original capital city of what we call Kenya today was Mombasa. So Mombasa was the original capital city of the protectorate. And then there was need to push it to the hinterland. And Machakos was the next thought option. But because of the seasons, Machakos gets very dry. It then became, the land of cool waters became the next best option. That's how we have Nairobi today as capital city.
Thank you so much. That is really informative. So I think that is part of history. But a lot of that, I think, is taught in history and government. The Kenyan kids learn two types of history. They have history from the rest of the world, and then they have history and government, history, which is Kenyan. They have two papers of history, especially those who are in the high school. They have two papers. One paper talks about Kenyan history, where we come from, I mean, who settled where, I mean, which tribes came from where, who settled what, who was where, which is really a good thing. And I like the approach you gave us. I think you are just trying to remind us that we are Kenyans. And I think we cannot go the trajectory of secession and saying who should live where, who should not go to which part. I think that was what the message, your message in Jeremiah. You're trying to remind us that we are all Kenyans and that we cannot claim to, I mean, we cannot say who should live where and who should not live where. We should look at each one of us, at each other as Kenyans. I think this conversation came from Gachagwa's statements. I personally didn't like it that he can speak on national TV in mother tongue and he's a deputy president and every other Kenyan is watching him and not everybody understands Kikuyu. I thought that was very uncalled for. And I think that is what somebody needs to speak to Gachagua to stop that. It's really coming out a bad thing. I don't know, Jeremiah, you want to say something that I welcome Richard Makiadi? 2 minutes or 1 minute?
Yeah, just a minor one. Now that you brought in the history that is studied in schools, I find that, and this is my opinion, I find that the history that is studied in schools is quite constricted, leaves out a lot of key or material information, and appears to want to steer the minds of our young Kenyans towards a predetermined conclusion. The real history of Kenya, when it's relayed properly in a book that is unflattering, or in a textbook that is unflattering, will invite a lot of questions. And I think that's something that we also need to consider, that the history we have of Kenya is very constrained, constricted, does not give us a real picture of some of the things that have happened. And we owe it to ourselves in the future to actually dig into it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jeremiah. We hear you. Thank you so much. Maybe I think the people in charge of the curriculum maybe should invite people with expertise like you to give more contribution. Otherwise, naona Makedi ametutembelea leo, sijui nilikuwa nafikiri alihama Kenya, akaenda Sudan. Sasa pengine anaongelelea kwa siasa ya Sudan huko. Ama Stone Pike ulikuwa unafikiria nini? What were you thinking about Makedi? Maybe he had gone somewhere.
Ya, nani bro alichoka na Kenya akasema kwendeni huko na Kenya yenyu.
Ama alipigwa simu na Ruto. What do you think? There are many things that could have happened. Maybe he received a call from KKA, maybe alichotewa, maybe alihama. So Makiadi, karibu utueleze what exactly happened. Welcome back.
Julia chunga anaweza kuwa amekuja kama spy.
Sijui kama mnanisikia. Okay, good. Microphone yangu. Unajua nilisema Julia, acha nikusalimie Kenyan with love. Nimeona Jeremani hapo na Stone PK. Good to see you team. Unajua nilisema last time mahali ninafanyianga hii siasa yangu huwa navunja studio kama kusea. Nabeba microphone inaenda kwa kazi nyingine. Sasa nimerudisha mitambo, naona bado mnashikilia hapo. Let me first of all congratulate you team. Naona mnafanya kazi mzuri. It's been a while. I have to say that nimepotea kidogo, lakini bado we are still together. Ile kitu nataka kusema ni hii. I think it's been unfortunate, Julia. I told you timu yako ya Morocco hakuna mahali naenda. Ukaniambia ni kama sijui ile kitu nasema. Sijui kama umewakatia tikiti.
You are a prophet of being Makiadi. Can you stop spoiling my mind? I was having a good time until you came in.
Sijui kama umewakatia kitu inaitwa tikiti. But
they did well. They did well, Makiadi. Let's congratulate them.
Yeah, at least they reached a place where no African team has ever reached, which
is
semi-finals. Semi-finals. So they have made history. Until everybody wants to associate with them, from the Arabs, the Arab world, to the African nations.
From the Arab world to the African to South American, you know. I know some people who are like, they either want Morocco or Argentina, nothing else.
Yeah, so tomorrow is the big day, which is Argentina versus France. But I have no dog in this fight, like I said here. Whichever teams wins, I think that team deserves it. But I want to say this: I would wish also to see Lionel Messi lift that trophy before he retires. It has always been my dream to see that. I think he has played soccer for a long time, football for a long time. He's a pro, he's a professional, and this is one thing that he has dreamt for a long time. So I wish him all the best. Our vijana wengine wakina Mbappe and all that, they still have more years to play now. Already walishinda hiki kombe, so hata wakiachia mwingine hakuna shida. So that's too much for politics. I mean, for soccer. Let me come back to politics here. And unajua mi wanga ninakuja na library, so mniachilie nicheze moja hapa, alafu sasa ndio nitoe maoni yangu. I think my library is full from what I collected over the weekend, so allow me just to play one video here, alafu tuendelee nitoe maoni yangu tafadhali.
Taarifa hiyo moja kwa moja kutoka katika kaunti ya Meru. Tukiendelea na taarifa zaidi, basi binti ya Rais William Ruto, Charlene Chelagat Ruto, bado anaendelea kuzua utata na mjadala mkali katika mitandao ya kijamii kutokana na ziara zake za mara kwa mara. Safari hii, mtazamaji, utata umeibuka baada ya Charlene kuonekana katika ukanda wa video akitaja uwepo wa afisi yake, yani binti wa rais, ama Office of the First Daughter kama alivyotamka yeye mwenyewe. Sasa imemlazimu Charlene kufafanua alichokimaanisha kwa kusema kuwa afisi hiyo ni yake binafsi na wala haitambuliwi na katiba au kunufaika na mali ya umma. Chris Tairu anaarifu zaidi.
Mr. President, please repeat after me. I,
William Samoei Ruto. Tangu babake kuchukua uongozi wa taifa hili kama rais wa 5 mwezi Septemba mwaka huu, Charlene Ruto ambaye ni binti wa Rais William Ruto amekuwa katika harakati Ziara za mara kwa mara ambazo zimekuwa zikizua utata kila kukicha. Alianza kwa kuzuru kaunti mbalimbali na kukutana na viongozi mbalimbali, lakini ni jinsi anavyoendesha ajenda yake kwa kishindo na matamshi yake hivi punde kwamba anayo afisi yake anayoita afisi ya binti wa rais, au kwa maneno yake Office of the First Daughter, ndio imezua utata hata zaidi.
This is Jermaine Momanyi. He's the head of trade and investments at the Office of the First Daughter. And this is
Charlene Ruto alikuwa akihutubia wajumbe katika mkutano wa kilele wa vijana mwaka 2022 jijini Arusha, Tanzania. Alipotamka maneno hayo, hadhira iliyokuwa katika mkutano huo iliagua kicheko, huku wengine wakishangaa kama kweli kuna afisi aliyokuwa akizungumzia Charlene Ruto.
I don't get what's funny. So this is Zach Mosabi. He's a youth director at... Okay.
Kisha ukafuata mjadala mkali kwenye mitandao ya kijamii, wengi wakimshambulia kwa maneno. Kwenye barua kwa vyombo vya habari, Charlene akaamua kujitetea akisema ofisi ya binti wa rais aliyokuwa akizungumzia ni afisi ya kibinafsi na kuwa haipokei pesa zozote kutoka kwa walipa kodi, na pia wafanyikazi wake hawalipwi na serikali. Aidha, anaweka wazi kuwa japokuwa ofisi hiyo inajitegemea, imeshirikiana na viongozi mbalimbali nchini na zaidi kuhakikisha kuwa maoni ya vijana yanasikika kila mahali. Tangu babake kuingia madarakani, Charlene amejitokeza kama mwanaharakati wa mabadiliko ya hali ya anga na sauti mbadala kwa vijana.
Because as leaders, we are the ones who need to set the example, and that's why I've also been going around the country planting trees. We all need to support our president in what he's doing. He's one man, he's a great man, and he's doing a lot. But each one of us as Kenyan citizens, we need to play our part so that we can achieve the plan for our country.
Hata hivyo, wachambuzi wa kisiasa wanahoji kuwa huenda anajitayarisha kuingia kwenye ulingo wa siasa, na hiyo isiwe ajabu akitafuta nafasi ya uchaguzi baadaye. Wiki chache zilizopita, Charlene alizua kioja kingine pale alipodai kuwa akiwa chuo kikuu alikuwa akiuza smoki na kachumbari kujipatia riziki. Wakenya wengi hawakuamini hilo.
I remember when I was in university, I started a business of selling smoky kachumbari. I was in Leicester University. Na hiyo ndio kitu ilikuwa inauza sana, smoky kachumbari.
Awali kulikuwa na ripoti kuwa Rais William Ruto alikuwa akimtayarisha mwanae wa kiume Nick Ruto, ambaye ni wakili wa mahakama kuu, achukue hatamu za uongozi wa kisiasa kutoka kwake. Lakini inavyoelekea, huenda ni Charlene Ruto ndiye anayepania kuchukua mikoba hiyo. Chris Dairuke.
Ndugu yangu Black ananikumbusha Makiadi, we are past that story ya Charlene Ruto. Asante Black.
Wewe umepotea sana, yani story sana.
Asante sana Black kunikumbusha. Unajua program yetu ya Saturday inakuanga kama ile kipindi ilikuwa inaitwa Dunia Wiki Hii. Sijui kama unaikumbuka Julia na Stone PK. Na kipindi ilikuwa inaitwa Dunia Wiki Hii. Tulikuwa tunakutana kusummarize the whole week, eh? So Black, nisamehe sana kama sikuongea juu ya hii. I think that was interesting. I think the topic today is about the 100 days za Kenya Kwanza. So allow me to also speak on that. We are talking about the scorecard of Kenya Kwanza. And I think we are seeing the first of the kind in so many things, you know. Siku hizi sipati usingizi bana. Napigiwa simu kila wakati nikiambiwa ya kwamba Nabii alipiga kengele Nairobi Stock Exchange in the past 2 months, last month but one. Na pia Nabii amekuja New York na akapiga kengele. Sasa hakuna usingizi Stone PK tunapata bwana. Ati president wa Kenya ameenda kwa New York Stock Exchange akapiga kengele. So it's a very big thing to Kenyans. And tunakumbushwa kila siku ya kwamba this government is doing miracles. Yeah. So it's funny because as much as we want to say that the Kenya Kwanza government has performed dismally poor, I think there are some things that I'll give credit to them, and one of them is their shuttle diplomacy. Kama kuna serikali ambayo imezunguka tangu nione serikali zikitungwa kwa nchi yetu ya Kenya ni hii serikali. Busybodies all over the continent doing nothing, zero work. Hawa ndio watu ambao nimeona wa kwanza kwa serikali kufanya kazi hiyo. I am looking at a government that is all over the place. Wanazurura kila mahali. You look at the team that is moving around with the president all over the place and you ask them, hawa watu wanazunguka na pesa ya serikali wakitafuta nini, wakilipiwa na serikali wakitafuta nini? I am surprised that we've been talking about the public debt and looking at the numbers. I was just reading something about how the public debt of the Kenyan government will let me just pull that article. So Julia, tumekuwa tukiongea maneno ya Kenya kukopa pesa hapa. Some people hapa wanasemaga sisi hatujui ile kitu tunasema. So it is said that the Kenyan debt is set to hit 9 trillion by January 2023. Trillion tisa. And these are the same people that have been crying out every day.
Tell Black to ingiza Black by force hapa.
Black hawezi karibia hapa because people like Black and the other guy, what's his name, Duke, they come here with no facts. And Mise, they come here with no facts.
And Muzalendo, I don't know where they went today. Muzalendo, Mise, wherever you are, come back here quickly.
These are people who come here with no facts. Wanangojea kitu moja mzuri kifanyika kama William Ruto kutunikiwa sijui being admitted in the body sijui ya nini in America. That is something that really excites them. When Ruto gives a speech to people who are selling stock in New York, that is something that they really get excited about. And you'll see them all over the place here. Black anasema ya kwamba I didn't know. Oh yes, Dunia will wiki hii. Oh, came on Saturdays. Yeah. So you will see these people, akina Black, our friend, and Mise and Duke. Utawaona hapa vitu kama hizo zikitokea. Lakini when you come here with things like what the public debt is all about, where it is going to be in the coming couple of months, you will not see them here because these are real facts. Hivi nilikuwa ninaona video nyingine ya wazee, pesa kwa wazee. Wazee wanalia. Wazee wanasema ya kwamba pesa yao imesitishwa. The people who woke up saa 12, some minutes to saa 12 asubuhi kwenda kupigia kura Nabii ndio nani aondoke. Naitwa nani? Nabii mtoto wa tajiri wa dynasty Baya aondoke. Ndio sasa wameanza kulia hata hawana pesa ya chakula. But we are telling them this. When Uhuru Kenyatta was in government, there are some things that he did wrong. And there are some things he did right. And one of the things that we have been talking about here for a long, long time, ni history ya subsidies. Subsidies have helped Kenyans for a long time. Subsidies za mahindi zimesaidia Wakenya kupata chakula ya bei rahisi. Subsidies ya mafuta imesaidia Wakenya kununua mafuta bei rahisi. Subsidies Julia za stima zimesaidia Wakenya kununua stima kwa bei ambayo si ghali sana. Although power is very expensive in Kenya, we have listened to recently a statement coming from the government saying that Uhuru's 15% cut on power prices will expire this December. So from next month, ile 15% cut ya power kwa wewe mwananchi wa Kenya inaenda kukatika. And these are the things that we've been saying here all over. That we agree with what Kenya Kwanza has done. They said they are going to cut these subsidies so that they save money. Well, that's good. But then after they do this, you find out that the prices of these commodities go up and they have no backup plan. Hawana backup plan. So saizi, the people who have invested a lot of money in stocks za KPLC ni watu kama akina Ndindi Nyoro. They are the majority shareholders. ndio watu saa hii wanaenda kurip from Kenyans through this expiry ya subsidies za electricity. But what are we to say here? Kazi yetu ni kuangalia macho. Mlisema tukikuja hapa tunapiga kelele. Tutawakumbusha ya kwamba our national pride, which is the KQ, Kenya Airways, we know people have called it a cash cow, sinkhole, watu wanasema imekuwa ikimeza pesa and all that. Nabii ameona wacha auzie some so-called investor in the US. So most likely KQN in the next few months itapata mwenyeji. Lakini kazi yetu ni kuangalia because
American Kenya Airways or something.
Investor, umeona nimeweka vidole mbili hivi, inaitwa investor because hii kitu ya investors tumeiona sana. Hata tuliona wakati Safaricom ilikuwa inauza share zake. Kuna watu ambao walitokea huko wanaitwa Mobitelea. If you go to the registrar of companies, utafute who the owner of Mobitelea is, what his address is, where he lives, or anything about Mobitelea, hutasikia ni nani. They have no records about Mobitelea. It's just a Kenyan investment company, a Kenyan investor who comes up and buys the majority of shares from Safaricom in bulk. Lakini ukitafuta mwenye kununua mwenyewe hujui. And these are the same people. Hii story mingi mnasikia ati sijui president ameenda US kutafuta investor. Hii kitu already imepangwa. And you know KQ has been one place where people have really struggled to invest mabwenyenye wa Kenya. It has been a small club ya watu wachache ambao wamekuwa kikula pesa kutoka nini. But right now we said when you change one government into another government, what you do is not transform a country, is you replace cartels with new ones. And for Kenya Kwanza, unfortunately, it is what we are seeing. We are seeing a new crop of cartels coming up. And these cartels have no business other than to buy all the so-called non-performing government companies. You know, the likes of KQ, unasikia inataka kuuzwa sasa. Kenya Power hii yenye unasikia kina Ndindi Nyoro hata hawezi, you'll never see the likes of Ndindi Nyoro moving a bill in parliament any day ya kusaidia Mkenya wa kawaida kupata stima kwa bei rahisi. Kwa nini? Because they actually benefit from Kenya people wakiuziwa stima ya bei ghali. So Nabii amefanya kazi. Wakenya wale ambao walikuwa naumia, sisi tunataka kusema namna hii, brace yourself. January is coming. It's only a few days. Waenda kula Christmas ukijua hata ukikuja January, ile subsidies ya school fees, even to university students, there is nothing like a subsidy again. Ile pesa yote ulikuwa unasikia serikali inasema wacha tupunguzie gharama mwananchi wa kawaida, inaenda kukatika. But we have to learn from these things so that next time when we come here and tell people to vote using their brains, watu watakuwa na two choices. You know, you make a choice when you go to a polling station. You make a choice. Julia, I don't know if you have noticed that Nabii has become the favorite of the West. Nimeona cartoon ya Gado leo imemchora kama amekalia. Enda uangalie cartoon ya Gado, amekalia lap ya mzungu. Sijui kama mliona hiyo. He's being lap, yeah. Unaonanga vile so mzungu amekalia kiti kubwa. It's like mzungu huyu ni kama represents the United States, alafu Nabii ndiye amekalia lap ya huyo mzungu. Na huyo mzungu anakaa ni kama huyo mtu wa president wa Marekani, yeah.
Kama nyamu Dubai.
Yeah. So it's like,
did you watch that? Hiyo ya nyamu.
No, I didn't get an opportunity to watch that. So Nabii is the favorite son of the West, and that is why you see the US is happy with Kenya, because they can do whatever they want with Nabii. And let me say this. Don't PK, the other time I told you, we discussed here that the electoral body of Kenya, which is IEBC, received money from donors. I realized, na sijui kama mliona hii, pengine mimi nimechelewa kwa sababu unajua sijakuwa hapa for a week, that it is confirmed that donors wired 12 billion B, not 2 ile tulikuwa tunaongea. So now inajulikana ya kwamba donors waliwire 12 billion to IEBC for the August 9 general election. And I think when you see the way these guys are behaving, it's like they own this presidency. You can see the US ambassador is all over the place. Kuizi ya umkosi State House, kila wakati yako huko. Ni kama saa hizi America ina pull the strings, because it's like these people reaped what they sowed. They are making policies for our country. They can tell us what to sell and what not to sell. They can tell us what to import and what not to import. And so the government of the day is being controlled, pulled strings. You know, Raila Odinga said that this election of 2027, as much as people don't want us to keep on saying this, was actually manipulated by some figures from somewhere. Na wengine wetu tukasema Raila Odinga. Sasa ndio tumeanza kuona hii pesa yote yenye Chebukati alikuwa nayo kuprint extra ballot papers, ya kwamba kila polling station iko na 34A, iko na 34B, a pair moja inawekwa kwa sanduku, ingine inatumika. All this money yenye tulikuwa tunaongea hapa sasa ndio tumejua ilikuwa inatoka wapi. These people ensured that they finance a fraudulent election. A fraudulent election. Ndio waweke mtu wao pale. Na finally, because they have their man, Kenyans cannot do anything at this moment. Kazi yetu ni kuangalia. We will be treated to these dramas every day. Watu wakitoka, ikifika ni Jumapili, watu wanaondoka wanaenda kusema Thanksgiving. Sijui leo alikuwa Nyandarua huko, inaitwa homecoming party, homecoming ceremony ya minister, sijui anaitwa Miano ama nani, mtu kama somebody Miano. And then Gachagua passes somewhere, anakaa chini kwa nyasi. Minister wake wa education na suti yake anakaa chini, alafu I don't know how these people plan, lakini Julia, we niambie, huyu cameraman mwenye anakuaga tayari kupiga hawa watu picha namna hii ndio atume kwa internet, analipangwa ama ni nini? What do these people do? I mean, you have to give this to this government. This government is full of theatrics and PR. Hawa watu wanajua kitu inaitwa PR. Na tulikuwa tuna discuss kwa forum nyingine tukasema maybe the one thing that Uhuru Kenyatta failed to do is apply some PR during his administration, because the kind of PR ninaonaga kwa hii serikali kila siku, ati lazima mtu apigwe picha kama amekaa kwa nyasi ndio itumwe kwa media wasema Gachagua is very humble. Unatengeneza jina na PR, while the things that really affect common mwananchi, this government does not speak about. It's all about PR. Kila siku ni PR. Ukienda William Ruto ni PR. Wakati nilikuwa hapa tulikuwa tunaongea juu ya Hustler Fund. Na unaona hii kitu inaitwa Hustler Fund. Some of us thought this thing would be a success. And the problem is people do not want to question. Watu wanakujanga hapa wanatupatia story mingi sana. Ukisikiza unaona, you try to do the math. I was trying to listen to what the president was saying about the money that they have already wamekopesha watu na ile pesa ambayo wamerudisha, and the kind of numbers yenye wako nayo ya watu ambao walikopa pesa na wakarudisha. So if you do your math, unaona about sijui ni 5 billion ama ni 15 billion imekopeshwa sijui for what. If you do the math, you take the number of people that have copied that pesa, alafu uchukue ile pesa yenye imekopeshwa. If you divide, it is an average of 500 shillings per person. But ile PR yenye imewekwa kwa hii kitu inaitwa Hustler Fund, ukisikiza tu kabisa, you will say this money is transforming Kenyans lives. Ina transform maisha ya Wakenya kabisa. It's about PR, and they have people who are always ready with the camera. Ukienda kusoma kwa Twitter, ukienda kusomea kwa mtandao zingine, you will see how the nice headlines appear. Everything that the Kenya Kwanza government does has some kind of inapakwa mafuta ndio ionekane, but it is all hot air. Hakuna kitu ya maana kwa hii serikali. Let me say that. I'm looking at the promises they made. The things they promised Kenyans watakuwa nafanya in 3 months. And we played that video here. Ile ya 50% government appointments women. 0. Kuna diaper hapa, tuliambia watu, hata mimi nilipigia marafiki zangu simu nikawaambia ikifika Disemba bana, kama hujapata mtoto ng'ang'ana. Pambana kabisa, iko diaper zinakuja bure. Niambia watu iko diapers zinakuja za bure. Unakumbuka ile ya laptops yenye tuliahidiwa? Niambiwa laptop standard 1. Watoto wakarudia mwaka ya kwanza wakingojea laptop, hazikukuja. Standard 2 hata saa hizi last year ndio watoto wengine wametoka standard 1 after 10 years of jubilee. After waiting for 10 years wapatiwe laptop ndio wamemaliza standard 1. Sasa wameona there is nothing like laptop, wakaamua kusonga standard 2. So it's the same thing. Mimi nimepigia watu simu, nimewaambia serikali iliahidi ya kwamba mtaletewa diapers. Wewe umekuwa ukiniambia kwamba maisha ya kuraise watoto imekuwa ghali sana Kenya. Sasa tafuta watoto, diapers zinakuja bure. Hii serikali imeamua ya kwamba majiko yenye mama wanapiganga nayo chakula huko inatoa vumbi. The government promised that it will do away na hizi majiko kabisa. Itawapatia jiko ambazo zitakuwa zinawapikia chakula vizuri without even destroying the environment, kuharibu environment. Hiyo vitu yote ilikuwa imeahidiwa within the first 3 months. Show me one thing ambayo imekuwa fulfilled yenye ilikuwa promised, within the first 3 months. And except this hustler fund ambayo tunasemaga hapa ni hot air, because 500 shillings Julia, we have discussed here. Na ule mtu ambaye aliweza kuexplain hustler fund vizuri kabisa ni ule jamaa nilimleta hapa, akasema hustler fund ni ya kununua kuku. That is the only person who ambaye amesaidika na 500 kwa wale watu wote mimi ninajua. Watu wana support UDA. Mtu mmoja peke yake, ule mwenye alisema atanunua kuku, na hiyo kuku itaanza kutaga baada ya siku 3. Na siku 3 hizo anatarajia hiyo mayai. That is the only person who benefited from the hustler fund. And a friend of mine said, huyu jamaa hakuweka gharama hata ya mwewe hapo. There are some things he overlooked, the risks.
And the cock, the chicken needed the cock.
No, alisema the cock ni unajua ukisema cock. Okay. Anyway, alisema jogoo, acha niache kutumia maji. Alisema jogoo already iko. Kwa hivyo yeye hana shida na jogoo kwa sababu jogoo iko already imenunuliwa. Hiyo mahali ameweka kuku anatarajia kupata mayai kwa siku 3. And these are the jokes zenye tulikuwa tunasema hapa. People are not serious. People are not serious because the people who are suffering out there understand that they had some hopes. The people who, wale ambao tunasemanga ni watu wa bodaboda. Wale watu ambao wanasema mama mboga, mtu wa mkokoteni. The people who really fell for this hustler narrative have not benefited yet. What they are doing right now is complaining. They are complaining all over the place that life is hard. They cannot buy unga. They cannot buy mafuta taa. They cannot, travel because they cannot afford transport. Bodaboda ile yenye ilikuwa inakulipisha 50, sasa haiwezi kulipisha 50 kwa sababu hiyo 50 hata liwezi eka lita moja ya mafuta. Imekuwa ghali, kila kitu imekuwa ghali. So sisi tukikuja hapa tunasema ya kwamba Kenya Kwanza is a failure. A complete failure. And what these people want to do is rubber stamp the 2027 election. That is what they are trying to do. Right now, mnaona ile comedy inaendelea na story ya kina Cherera huko. Kati ya kina Cherera waliondoka, we thought maybe hii story itaisha. But they want to prove a point. And I'm happy because as much as they want to prove a point here, we also want to see what will happen after that tribunal, which already has a predetermined conclusion, will do. What we are hearing from Masit, who has decided to fight throughout this tribunal, is that, number one, she has beans to spill. Ukisikia mahali wanasemanga niko na maharago ya kumwaga, hapo ndio mimi nataka kukaa. I don't know what happened with the other people. Walitoroka lakini ni sawa tu. They have their rights to resign before that, because that is one option. I want to hear how this Masit thing will go. Hii story mingi ya media kutuambia hapa ya kwamba sijui ati kuna visitors walienda sijui apartment 21. Sometimes I listen to what the stories the media, Kenya media tells us, na ninaona if you know somebody went to apartment 21 na umtaji jina, unatusaidia na nini Julia? What kind of lazy journalism is that?
It is suspected that Masit is on the side of Kenya Kwanza. and she had to remain there because she's going to now to make that thing work. What is it called? Tribunal.
The tribunal.
Yes, she's going to make legalize the tribunal, like make it look like they did the right thing. Because if she resigned too, then the tribunal had nothing to do, and the process was not going to be followed. So if she resigned, the tribunal was going to be disqualified. So now she has to be there, and it is suspected that these beans she's trying to spill, like she's on the side of Kenya Kwanza. She's coming up with her own analogy and to explain how the four tried to rig the election. That is what some analysts are trying to say.
But my question is this: if she is the one going through the tribunal, because every person atahojiwa yeye peke yake kibinafsi, kama ni yeye atakuwa anahojiwa, how does she even bring others into the story? Because mimi niko pale sure ni kwamba yeye atakuwa anajaribu kujitetea.
She may be, do they call them hostile witness or something? She'll be a witness. I mean, because if she didn't resign, is because she wants the tribunal to work. The others resigned to disqualify the tribunal. And it kind of worked. If they all resigned, what would the tribunal be doing now? So that process would have been a failed process. But now with her not resigning, the process is not going to be failed because there's one person appearing in the tribunal. And those beans she's spilling is not beans she's spilling to support what the Chireras were doing. It is beans on the other side. That is what is suspected. And I really want to believe that.
So is that the same thing? I was reading somewhere that Irene Masiti says the Cherera 4 tribunal has no jurisdiction to probe them. So what is the story behind that?
Then why is she appearing if she thinks so? What is she doing?
Because the lawyer is saying that the tribunal has no jurisdiction to probe them.
And what is she doing there?
It is an illegal tribunal.
Because if that is what she believes, she would have resigned like the others, like they have no jurisdiction. So the tribunal has no work to do. If she did that, then the tribunal would be meaningless. So the process would have been incomplete. You see, that is why the others resigned. But now you see she's there, she's appearing. So she's justified, she legitimizes there, she's making it legitimate.
Yeah. So let me wait for what will happen with the tribunal, but I think this is a circus.
Even Alex is saying here. Alex is one thing that she's a mole. Actually, that lady is not on the side of the Cherera 4. She's going to come out with all those counter allegations because you see they are talking about people met in a hotel. All that stuff happened after Chebukati announced the results. So whatever happened, they were free to meet wherever they were going to meet and deliberate on the way forward. So it is inconsequential. It doesn't affect what Chebukati did.
And Chebukati is the chief witness, right?
Yes, and Chebukati is the chief witness.
I think we are being treated to a circus that is a waste of time. If Chebukati was the other day awarded with the honors from the president, sijui inaitwa OGW man, inaitwa nini Julia? Wewe pia najua uko nayo. Ulipatiwa ile enzi ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Inaitwa OGW man, nini inatokanga order of sijui what. Iko kitu inaitwa sijui order of what.
What about Gladys Chulaya alikuwa nini?
All these thieves, hii watu yote waliiba kura wenye tulikuwa tunaona huko nini wakipeleka makaratasi usiku. We played the videos here, all of them, all the thieves wenye walishiriki kwa kuiba kura wamepatiwa award.
Are you suspect nani atapewa? Huyu mama alikuwa Dubai atapewa next December.
Nani? Nyamu, the senator mwenye nimeona akiwa mlevi akipigana kwa bar kama mgani. Yeah, this government is home and dry. This is the kind of government we are telling you about. The people that stole the election, the people that facilitated the fraud that was in August 2022 have all been awarded. Sasa we niambie, nikikuuliza swali, mtu kama Gladys Sholei, what has she ever done to contribute kwa anything in Kenya?
She was
even fired.
Yes,
corruption.
she was fired for corruption.
The judiciary.
And then she's rewarded for that. Ruth was shamelessly decides those are the kind of people he needs to reward.
I even saw Deputy Nabi and the wife wamekuwa rewarded. Sijui kama uliona hiyo.
Unajua ubaya wangu si kufuatilia maneno kama hizo kwa sababu sipendi kuharibu siku zangu kama hizo. Afadhali nikae hapa nikiona soka World Cup.
So Deputy Nabii na bibi yake walipatiwa award pia president. Sijui ni nini ya maana walikuwa wamefanyia wa Kenya, but it is good, you know, some things zimekosa maana. When Uhuru Kenyatta started rewarding the likes of Dennis Itumbi, sijui with state honors, that is where I realized the Kenya is gone.
Dennis Itumbi was rewarded by Uhuru. Uhuru is also
Yeah, he was rewarded. He was rewarded. These likes of David Itumbi and the likes, that is mahali nilijua this total. Unajua zile siku za kina Kibaki,
Yes.
ukisikia mtu amekuwa awarded by the president, the likes of Manu Chandaria, you know, hata kama ni mbeberu kiasi, kuna kazi yenye amefanya, amecreate employment, you know, kuna mahali ya kusaidia watu. So we knew these recommendations za president and awards za presidents zilikuwa ni vitu za maana, you know, people who have contributed something to the society. Right now ukiangalia zile group za watu, sasa mtu kama Ndindi Nyoro amefanyia nini wa Kenya? Mtu kama Kimani Ichung'wah. Yeah.
Ndindi Nyoro was rewarded.
Yeah, he was awarded also. Ndindi Nyoro was awarded presidential honor sijui ya nini ati kwa sababu ya kutumia CDF vizuri. You know, the likes of Ichung'wah ati yako na award OGW sijui OG sijui CGH sijui nini. You know, this recommendation, it is our country is like gone. Ni kama you see watu wakina Waititu ndio utaona siku hizi wanapatiwa awards na president, you know, the people wenye walikuwa wanasema tusongeshe mito instead ya kubomoa nyumba ya mtu ambaye amejenga karibu na mtu, afadhali tupatie mtu muda asongeshe mto. These are the kind of people William Ruto wants close to him, you know, the people who cannot tell him anything. Yeah, kwa sababu ni watu wamejaa dhambi. Unajua unaweza enda kuambia mtu akuulize wewe na mimi tukiangaliana ni nani anafaa kuambia. Yani they are more even they are dirtier than
William Ruto, so he's safe.
They are very dirty. Wamechafuka hata kumshinda. Sasa hata hawezi mwambia anything. Unaona all these corrupt leaders, ma leaders wote corrupt, sasa wamepata, they have a safe haven in Kenya Kwanza government. But let me just say this as I give somebody else also an opportunity to speak. I think January is going to be probably a month whereby Kenyans will either take it ama waseme, you know what, we are done with this government. Simple. January hii yenye inakuja. Because wakati wazazi watarudi shule kukutana na school fees ambao si subsidized yenye wamezoea, wakati bei ya stima itaenda kupanda juu, wakati mkulima wa Mwea Julia, nasikia kuanzia sijui ni February ama ni lini, iko mahindi na mchele inawachiliwa sasa.
Iko mchele imeingia, iko mchele, wakulima wa Mwea they are up in arms.
We are trying to encourage them. Waliambiwa nikiweka tu Biblia chini namna hii, nikiweka Biblia mumenipatia kiboko.
Hao wakulima wa Mwea, they deserve it. They deserve it because they decided to play deaf. We persuaded them, those Mwea people. It serves them right. It is paid back time.
These guys waliambiwa mumenipatia kiboko. Sijui kama unakumbuka hiyo speech ya Meru. I think hata Banada alicheza hapa sometime. Mumenipatia kiboko. Nikiweka Biblia tu chini namna hii, hawa watu ninaenda kuwanyorosha. Wakapiga makofi. Unajua these people, mimi nashanganga watu wanaenda kwa kanisa kusikiza injili ama wanaenda kupigia mapolitician makofi. Wakapiga makofi wakasema namna hiyo. Punde si punde iko mchele imeachiliwa inakuja. Sijui ni tani 1,600, 600,000 tons zinakuja February. Wewe mkulima wa miwa, my friend, ulikuwa unapiga makofi, sasa kula ujeuri wako. Wale watu walikuwa nalia mahindi sijui mahindi, tuko na mahindi, tutachoma mahindi. Si uliona kuna jamaa tulicheza video yake hapa juzi tu akisema atachoma mahindi yake kama serikali itanunua. Sijui kama alichoma, amepanga magunia amejaza mahindi, anasema
ningemwambia achome.
Anasema hii mvua inanyesha, ikinyesha kama serikali bado nunua hii mahindi nitachoma yote. Sasa ndugu,
na tungempigia simu tumwambie achome.
Ndugu yangu mahali uliko sasa, wewe jiandae na kiberiti. kwa sababu ile mahindi ulikuwa unatutisha unataka kuchoma, hata usingoje, na tunataka utupigie video pia
na utuambie umechoma,
utueleze umechoma, na sisi ndio tucheze video hapa, tuambie watu iko mtu anaitwa sijui nani kutoka wapi,
anaitwa Kiprotich Ngeno,
alikuwa anaitwa Kiprotich Ngeno.
Yes,
tuseme iko mkulima mmoja ambaye ni shabiki mkuu wa serikali ya Kenya Kwanza, ambaye amesirishwa, si hata amesirishwa zaidi na serikali kuagiza mahindi kutoka nje, na kwa sababu hiyo huyu mkulima ameamua kuyachoma mahindi yake. Alafu tuweke video hapa tuseme sasa, kula ujeuri wako, kula ujeuri wako ndugu. Hiyo mahindi yenye ulikuwa unasema Uhuru Kenyatta anaachilia mahindi kupitia kwa Minister wa Agriculture, Uhuru Kenyatta akasema basi kama mnaona Mwangi Kiunjuri ndio shida, wacha nitupe nje. Akatupa nje, akaweka minister kutoka Meru. Minister kutoka Meru akasaidia hapa, akasaidia hapa. Finally wakasema huyo minister ni mbaya, ako na makatel, wakatuambia tuende nyumbani. Akatuletea minister mwingine, replaced minister from Meru by a minister from Meru, so that we can bring something we call regional balance. Sasa huyo minister from Meru ambaye amekuja hapo hana sauti. Minister wa Trade and Industry ndiye anasema ninaenda kuagiza mahindi and I'm giving you 3 days. Kama mtakuwa mmeuza hiyo mahindi msinilaumu. Wameanza kusema the president should intervene. My friends, wewe ngojea mahindi kutoka nje. There is a lot of maize coming from outside. Kama wewe ni mwerevu saa hii, you only have about 2 weeks kabla tuingie Januari. Tafuta mahali unaweza kuuza mahindi yako haraka sana. Tafuta. Kiprotich Ngeno anasema kuja Eldoret saa hizi wakulima wamelipwa. Watu wanalipwa cash kama hauna habari. Asante sana Kiprotich Ngeno. Tafuta ule jamaa alikuwa anataka kuchoma mahindi, umwambie asichome basi, aende auze huko Eldoret. Sijui ni wapi huko Eldoret.
Aende auze huko Eldoret.
Ni wapi huko watu wanalipwa cash, Julia? Sijui kama huko na hiyo habari.
Ask Kiprotich Ngeno.
Unajua ni vizuri, sometimes we say this, it is good if you have information kama hiyo unatuletea hapa, kwa sababu mkulima wa mahindi hayuko Eldoret peke yake. Kuna wengine wanalima mahindi Kitale, kuna wengine wanalima mahindi pande ingine huko. So we want to direct all these people, wapeleke mahindi yao mahali Eldoret watu wanalipwa bure. Kiprotich, hebu tueleze ni wapi huko watu wanalipwa cash, tupeleke hii ujumbe huko nje, ndio at least watazamaji wetu wafaidike na hii information. This is good information. We want to make sure that when the maize that is being imported comes into the Republic of Kenya, at least watu watakuwa get rid of their maize na wako na pesa mfukoni. Ndio tusiwe tunapiga hapa siasa bure na tusaidii watu. So I want to say this, Julia, wacha Januari ikuje. By the time Januari inakuja namna hii, watu wanalipa school fees namna hii, stima inapanda bei, nini, mafuta bado iko pale namna hiyo. Sasa ndio tutaona wale walikuwa wanajiita hustler wako wapi. Bado
mnaendelea na mchere ndio hiyo imeingia.
Na kamchere, wewe ulisikia Rigathi alisema iko wakati wa kula kamchele na nyama. Sasa hatuko tunajua kamchere ni ile inatoka ng'ambo.
Mchere na nyama.
Mchere na nyama. Ndio hii mchele sasa imeagizwa 600,000 metric tons za mchele.
Yes, sasa you should tell watu wa Kirinyaga na Nyeri tuko na habari mzuri, kwa sababu mchere na nyama zimeingia 600 tons.
600 tons zinakuja. Wacha ninyamazie hapo kwa sasa. Najua Stone PK pia alikuwa ukingoni anataka kutoa maoni yake. So back to you, Julia. Thank you.
Asante. Wacha nikaribishe Stone, then Makedi will take over. Stone, karibu. Umekumbuka chenye ulikuwa unataka kusema? Karibu.
Hata nimesahau kwa sababu
Sasa kwa nini unasahau, Stone? What is wrong with you today?
I'm retiring from, vile Makiadi amesema, ninaombea wa Kenya kila laheri. I think come January I want to be away kabisa, sitaki kupigiwa masimu. Unajua sisi wengine huko tuko, ukiwa ground wewe ndio unaona nisaidie na 100, 200, 300, because Kenyans watajua hawajui. It is good. I'm happy for that, because again, mtoto akililia wembe mpe. Some of these people whom you are seeing making those very tired comments is because They are selfish. And as we have always said, this country will be destroyed, and it has been prophesied by the leaders who are at current, who are currently at the helm. It has been proven. When I was doing my submission, I said, it is like history is repeating itself. And as they always say, what goes around always comes around. This was around 24 years. Total destruction of country called Kenya. And I was so touched when Jeremiah was trying to, to refresh people's minds and trying to teach people who don't know history what Kenya is all about. I would want to kind of reiterate that there is no value in being Kenyan today. There's no pride in being Kenyan. Now, because the pride of a citizen is when there is prosperity. And prosperity begets happiness. When you have the populace, jubilating, populace being happy because of what is happening within themselves and without themselves. Happenings in the families, happenings in the communities. If there is no happiness in such, then there is nothing worth celebrating and worth calling yourself atio na Kenya. There was a time when tulikuwa tumeanzishiwa, and I thank Mutua for once. That's all what I remember him for. Alipoanzisha maneno ya tujivunie kuwa wa Kenya. That was a very nice slogan, and it was doing quite well because it was a time when people are so happy. And I remember even Kenya ilikuja ikawekwa as one of the top happy nations. I think ilikuwa among the 50 or 100. Ilifanywa ikakuta wa Kenya walikuwa happy. How about if that was taken today? 100 days of change of regime. How do you have 100 days of change of regime and Kenyans are lamenting? Kenyans are screaming. Kenyans are mourning. People, I'm really perturbed, and I can't comprehend that somebody can be seated somewhere and it's articulating how things are going well. Unashindwa huyo mtu ako nchi gani? Ako hii nchi ya Kenya, mahali tuko tunaangalia na macho mawili, na si hatukuzaliwa jana. Hapa hakuna mtu wa mwaka moja, mwaka mbili. All right. So for me, I'm just saying two things. One, that there is no pride in being Kenyan. Of course, it cannot be taken away from you because you are Kenyan. But there's nothing to go around, kind of pridely talking and showing. If it's education, we are destroyed. If it's judiciary, we've destroyed it. Politics, we've destroyed it. So what would you go out there? Atunaongea kama sasa, like when we were working with, organizations out there, you're in another country, and when somebody says, are you Kenyan? You'd stand with neck high, feeling very proud that umetajwa, umetoka country moja noma, very well respected. That country, remembering what happened in 24 years, and now it has come. The same regime. Hii regime ya Ruto is not different from regime ya Moi. I know most of these people who are even on this comment side, they were toddlers during Moi time, so they know nothing. Okay? So the regime it's copyright. It's just an elongation of the 24 years of Moi. The narrative is exactly the same. It is copy-paste. It is destroy, destroy, destroy. Yani vunja, vunja kila kitu. I remember, Jeremiah, now I've remembered what the question you asked, and I wanted to respond. Unfortunately, Julia has gone. You asked a question as to what is the first, I mean, what is the objective of this government in its first 100 years, I mean 100 days, okay? We said the other one was, there was one that was, you know, kind of consolidating power. The other one was doing X, Y, Z. This one, according to me, is not even consolidating power first. It is destroying anything that gives life so that they're able to steal everything, disconstruct it completely, dismantle anything that is breathing. Then you overrule dead things, destroy all the systems that work. Because how do you loot a country? You only loot a country if you destroy anything called the system. Okay? Destroy system yote, destroy legal system, destroy parliament. Parliament now, do you say you have a parliament in that country called Kenya? Nothing. Do you want to say you have judiciary? Nothing. Hizo zote zitakuwa hapo. Wakitaka kuprosecute Jeremiah, Stone PK unaappointiwa. Bwana Guru, karibu sana, unaappointiwa. You are one of the justice. Rich Makiadi, prosecute Jeremiah. Within 20 minutes, Jeremiah umefungwa jela, you pronounce guilty. Kwisha, tunalipwa, it is dismantled. Kangaroo courts. And I can assure you, for me from January, I will not be here to talk about how things should run. I'll be here to laugh and laugh at how people are suffering. And I'm asking God to forgive me. I'll just be coming here to ask, huko Meru kumekuwa namna gani? Lakini Meru naona wamechanuka. Waliona walishika makaa, wametoa. And people are blaming them for sacking Kagueria. They've realized. They've realized something which you people who are not in Meru munatumia tu ile superfluous feeling at, oh, you know, blah, blah, she's a woman, she's right, she was elected. But they have realized this was a wrong number. 60 something out of 67 out of 69 or something. Only 2 people didn't, and they I think, yeah, 2 people didn't vote. It was a unanimous rejection. You can't blame that. Ati unasema ati ni makatel nina nine. No. So if this country called Kenya had realized that, hizi siku 100 ndio tungeng'oa huyu mtu. Ama tumwambie, baba, endelea kutuchinja, ni sawa sawa. And we keep on clapping like the way we were clapping at Gachagua's meeting. Yeah? Gachagua, people are clapping at when he's talking that kind of rubbish. So basically, let me stop there, Bwana Makiadi, so that we welcome those others who have just come. I've seen Bwana Guru. Uko kwake kumekucha. Makiadi, back to you.
Sawa sana Stone PK. Naona Jeremani ameinua mkono. Let's give him a minute before tuende kwa Guru. Thank you, Stone.
Thank you, Bwana Makiadi. I wanted to ask one minor question to Guru, Stone PK, and yourself, and this pertains to the doctors' looming strike. In the past, we have had doctors going on strike. Then the doctors went back to work. And then again, we've had another season of doctors threatening to go on strike. My only question at this point is, were the issues that were there before resolved satisfactorily or resolved subjectively? And what is the cause of the current threat? I just wanted to be enlightened. Thank you.
Okay, I think Guru might have the right information for us with regards to the doctor strike. Your Guru anafuatanga information kutoka kwa ground. So Guru, kuna hiyo swali imeulizwa na Jeremani. I think when you do your submission, tafadhali you can address that also. Karibu.
Habari ya washikadau. The doctors have had very many problems, and some of the problems have to do with the devolved system of government. There is a lot of discrimination around ethnic lines in even employment and even remuneration. You will find that I don't know why Kenyans are obsessed with this issue of tribalism, to a point whereby you want to pay doctors who come from your locality better than those who are coming from other counties. These are bad practices that are there in our country, and they are part of the reason why there is discontent across the board. There are also those counties that have not taken the matter of health seriously, and the doctors feel constrained when they have to deal with patients that they don't have facilities and equipment. Therefore, it's a myriad of grievances across the board, and that's why they were demanding to have a national service body like that of the TSC and the Public Service Commission at the national level. They if you remember very well, in the BBI, they put up strong case that they be brought and a common body that will employ them and look at their terms across the board. So today you find every county employs its own doctors the way it wants, and that has been a big problem in the country, because ethnicity has come in to influence some of the decisions that are made in this crucial sector. And therefore, you are going to find even some counties have very few doctors, basically run by when we devolved our systems, we never really took account of the fact that disease control and surveillance is a national issue, where you have a consistent research or study of the trends that are taking place across the country, especially for contagious diseases. And therefore, you are going to find a situation whereby every county is doing its own thing. And because of the mobility of people these days, a disease can move from Rift Valley, in specifically maybe Bomet, to Meru within 2 weeks, because of the manner in which people interact and move around the country. So there are so many problems in this sector. Some of them have to do with the remuneration and some terms of work for the doctors, and others have to do with the administrative issues on matters of health. So I do not know what specifically they will be striking about this time. Thank you.
Okay. Inaonekana the two chiefs are not there. Wacha tushikilie dau kidogo. Jerumani, are you okay with the answer given?
Yes. I wanted to make one follow-up, if you allow me. And this maybe I'm directly to Guru. I've always had this notion that 47 counties is very uneconomical. And I've always thought that the 47 counties are a burden to the taxpayers, number one. Number two, they are a burden to the fabric, social fabric of the Kenyan society, because they create more fractures than cohesion. I've always thought that we should revert back to the eight provinces and to make those the counties. What would be your view? I think Guru is out, but if Stone PK can also give some input on that, I'll be grateful for your knowledge.
Okay. Yeah, Makiadi, you are back. Jeremiah, yeah, you are taking us back to the big debate that we had when we were beginning and when we were going towards the path of devolution. You see, the reason why it might feel, in my own opinion, and that is what we were arguing that time, that oh, Guru, I'm trying to answer your question. There's a question that was directed to you. Did you hear it, Bana Guru?
I think I answered that question, and I don't know whether I repeat the answer again. I think Jeremiah heard what I said. No, I saw him give a thumbs up.
Yeah, there was the other question. He was of the opinion that the 47 counties have become both socio-economic, administrative burden to the country, and he was seeking, what is your opinion? He was thinking we should revert to the 8 provinces. I hope I've reported it verbatimly.
Oh, actually, to be precise, the initial suggestion in the country was to maintain the 8 provinces and then subdivide Rift Valley and Eastern, that route to be, and maybe Northeastern. I'm not very sure about that, but the total number of regional governments would have come to about 14, 13 or thereabouts. But knowing our political elite, they saw opportunities of having their own ethnic enclaves rather than viable economic blocks that can be able to maintain themselves. So I read somewhere that one of the things that they considered was that some of those regions could become very powerful and make the hands of those units to kind of operate like they are autonomous, which will disintegrate the country. That is one of the reasons that was given for disintegrating our country into 47 ethnic enclaves, because that's what I would call them. Very, very, very funny reasoning. Otherwise, if you go to the initial suggestions that were made at the Bomas during the constitutional making sessions, the suggestion was that we have about 13 or thereabouts regions that can be able to stand on their own, their financial viability being the main thing. But some people drew the spanner in the works and went towards politics more than anything else. You can imagine that is the reason that was given at Bomas, that some of the regions, by their sheer amount of resources, could become hard-headed towards the center and even maybe ask for autonomy. I don't know the truth about that, but I read somewhere that was underlying reason for the kind of situation we have, where we have 47 counties and there are 5 more regions, or is it communities, that are now demanding that they have their own counties, including Kuria, which has, I think, 1 or 2 constituencies. So that is basically what it is. But truth be said, when you look at what has been happening in the for those years we have had counties, the counties are coming into what they are calling economic blocks. For easier administration, and especially on matters of economics. And that tells you that the idea of having the kind of counties we have is just for political purposes rather than anything else. It has nothing to do with making lives of the people better. Because sincerely, when you look at the kind of situation we have in Kenya, we just have a lot of resources going to, manpower that would otherwise would be less. What we need are more teachers, we need more nurses, we need more policemen. Generally, we need a more vibrant civil service, which now seems to have been emasculated and weakened by the kind of structure that we have. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, Guru, this issue about counties and regional divisions has been something that all of us have been talking about here for a long time. And I think last time we had this discussion was when there's an MP from Kuria who was suggesting that they need their own county because they don't feel like they fit in Migori County. But my question to you guys is this: I don't even think that it's all about like, let's say, having a region like Rift Valley feeling that they can go autonomous and something like that. I think the framers of this constitution thought about devolution in terms of bringing the so-called government services closer to Mwananchi. But now, when you look at what is happening with the county government, they have sort of tribalized everything. I was listening to an MP from Thika Town. I think she's called Alice, Alice. And it's a big issue in terms of employment of teachers. There are teachers who have been teaching in Thika. Thika is a very big constituency, and Thika, I think it's Thika Town or whatever she's an MP of. I think they are.
Yeah, Thika Town constituency.
Yeah, it's a cosmopolitan constituency, and there are teachers who have been teaching there for a long time in private schools. Now that the government is employing teachers, these people that are not natives have been sidelined. They are being told they cannot be employed in Thika Town. Now wamekuwa wakifunza pale watoto kwa muda mrefu sana. And this is the same thing that is being reflected across the country, that as long as your name does not align to a certain region, regardless of whether you are a doctor there, you're a police officer there, then you do not fit in that society. I think that's a bad precedent. And it was not, people did not think about the county government in terms of, kwa sababu Guru, wewe unatoka Nandi town, ati lazima uandikwe kazi Nandi. Nandi County. Lazima uandikwe kazi Nandi County. It was the framers of the constitution thought about a country which anybody and anybody can work anywhere in the country, regardless of whether you were born there, you were raised there, your ID reads that is your home county or not. That was the imagination of the framers of the constitution. But politicians have turned this thing of devolution into a circus of appointment of their tribesmen. And, regardless of whether these people are competent or not, we still have a situation whereby they are being given jobs. We can even rewind our thinking into the issue about Moi University and the vice chancellor, the so-called Airo, alikuwa anaitwa Airo, the guy who became #1 in the interview, and he was appointed for a few days. Tukaona MPs plus the governor from Uasin Gishu County wamefika huko Moi University wakisema this person does not belong to this to our community, and these universities in our community, and so we are not going to allow this person to be the VC why university. And they literally chased him away from the university, literally. After a few months waka appointed the guy that they wanted. After a few months tunasikia Moi University imecollapse kwa sababu iko na madeni mingi sana. Tenda ya mayai tunajua mahali ilikuwa inatoka. Mayai moja ilikuwa inauzwa sijui 100 ama ni ngapi. Shule haiwezi kuji sustain because the people who were appointed there were political appointees and they had an agenda. Wakati walifika kwa hiyo kiti, they had to reward the people who made them VCs. So we have institutions in counties which are government institutions, they want to be run like tribal institutions. And this thing is not going to stop right now. I don't know what we are going to do as a country, but it is very unfortunate because some of the things, sasa tuseme kwa sababu mko na tuseme uwanja ya ndege kwenu Guru, let's say Meru meundiwa tuseme ama Tharaka or wherever Guru comes from, you cannot appoint mtu kutoka sehemu mwingine kwa sababu hiyo kiwanja ndege iko kwenu, kwa hivyo lazima iongozwe na mtu kutoka area yenu. I think that is a very backward mentality. Sijui Njerumani unalipi la kuongeza?
Makiadi, I think sorry.
Yeah, Jeremani, go. Yeah, go ahead, Kwanza.
Okay. Thank you, Makiadi. The reason I was asking about the county governments is because, as you can see, it appears the strike of the doctors is also linked in a way to the lack of cohesion at that level. And I was thinking, maybe it's time that we also start thinking what other critical services are being impacted by this fragmentation of our country into county governments. Because I wish there's a scenario where someone would come up and say, okay, this is the economic viability of the following counties. The fear that was implanted in many of us Kenyans is that some counties will become bigger and hard-headed, as Guru put it, and start becoming overlords by saying we have more resources, so we have more say. Well, we know today Nairobi generates almost 60% of the revenue. But Nairobi cannot become hard-headed because you need all the other parts of the country to work in a way that makes Nairobi generate that revenue. If you concentrate your internet, for example, on Nairobi alone, Nairobi has only a population of 4.5 million people. I'm using internet as an example. So you need all the other parts of the country to use that internet for it to become a viable product. So the fear that was planted back in 2005 or 7 in the run-up to the new constitution is something that we really need to reevaluate and say, okay, we have had this constitution, it has worked for us for about 10 years now. What are the areas that are not working well? And to me, one of the top areas is that we have so many county governments, and at some point they start working at cross purpose. The the doctors' strike is a very good illustration of such a point. Thank you, Makiadi.
Thank you, German. Yes, Guru.
It's unfortunate that the issue of how to deal with workers was never given serious consideration when we were making the constitution. Today, you are going to find MCAs who have not even reached Form 4, or they are just barely Form 4s. They are the ones who are determining and even determining the fate of professionals like doctors in the counties. If you are to hear some of their talk, you'll be surprised that what happened to our country. Because basically what it is that the professionals feel demeaned in the manner in which they are being treated, and basically there's a feeling that things did not go very well, especially in dealing with their terms on service, or more on the bodies that should be looking at their terms of service. It is one sector that has constantly been in turmoil since we adopted the new constitution, and I do not know why the government does not seem to take a keen interest in this sector. At one time, some MPs have even suggested to get back the health sector to the national government, because the health issue, just like education, cuts across the board. I'd leave the counties to just give the facilities and so on. To be a kind of a shared responsibility. But you are going to find people who have been sacked right, left, and center are doctors across the various counties. And that calls for a keener interest on what exactly is happening in this sector. The constitutional experts, the framers of our constitution, had tried to solve the issue of ethnicity. In fact, if you go to the constitution, you'll find a requirement that every county must reserve 30% of the positions that become available to people who are not indigenous to that community or to that county. But that is no longer followed. It is not there. It's not practiced. And that even meant if you are from Meru, you can get a job in Bomet, the 30%. But who is there to cross-check and enforce these constitutional requirements? The politicians have hijacked the whole process. They now even want to determine who will be employed by the Teacher Service Commission. It's a breed of politicians that want to take us back to the Moi days when you could not get a job if you are not well connected politically. Because basically what they want is to reward their sycophants. And that has its consequences, because what it means is that the teachers will no longer leave their birthplace to go and teach elsewhere. The other day, the Ruto had a meeting with the readers from Northeastern, and they were requesting that the boys and girls who are taken for teacher training from their region be rewarded the entry requirements. When you find regions wanting to be treated differently from others, then you know the country is in trouble. I'm happy that the president told them actually what they will be doing is to lower the standards of education in their region. Because the argument is that those students who score even a C in Northeastern and those regions don't want to go into teaching. So the argument was that this requirement can be taken to as low as D+. To cover for the shortages that do happen because of the nature of the security issues that happen there, and which frighten people or teachers who don't come from that region. These are the kind of problems the country is grappling with. But I also think when the Constitution amendments are made, one of the areas that should come into focus seriously is how to deal with manpower in the counties. Because one other thing that happened immediately after we adopted the 2010 Constitution is that the staff who had already been employed by the national government were sidelined. Some of them have even resigned in frustration. Others are staying in one job group for years on end. They have never been promoted since we went to counties. And the bottom line is that they come from different regions. They are of different ethnicity from the county where they are working. There is a lot of discrimination currently going on in the counties. And this has bred resentment and bad feelings, especially for workers who don't come from that particular county or community. So it is a big national problem that a government will need to look into seriously so that the civil service can be productive as it was there before. Thank you.
Yeah, go to this issue about the civil service. I think there was a report that was produced by I think what they call this body that deals with the national cohesion. I think the one that was once led by Kibunja, was it Kibunja Mzalendo or something? I can't remember his name. But the government of the day actually distributes most of the positions, and it all begins at the top. When you have a CS from a certain community, then you can see down ministry lanes that all the major appointments in that ministry goes to that community. And this is what our country has been going through for a very long time, that people are fighting to get into government, so that necessarily because they have a person at the top like a CS, a PS, then huyo PS anaenda village yao na kuleta village mates wake wote na anaandika kazi kwa ministry. And this is it is a problem that has also gone down to the counties. And I think it's going to take a long time before we transform our country back to where Guru, kama umetoka Kericho, unaweza enda kufanya kazi Meru kama Mkenya wa kawaida. Unfortunately, as it stands right now, we are not there, and I don't think we are doing anything to head into that direction. In fact, we are getting worse, because now hata ukiona politicians wakiingilia, all they demand is kwa nini mnauliza mtu wetu, kwa nini it is a norm right now that even if a politician has been pinpointed for doing something stupid, as long as he comes from your region, you will not participate in any motion to question that politician. And that is something that has been rubber stamped even from the top. You know, we saw it with the ministers in the previous government. We are seeing it even right now, that people cannot be questioned as long as you align yourself with the government of the day. Angalia zile makesi saa hii zenye zinatupiliwa nje na DPP. You can hear the people wenye waliiba pesa kitambo, the people, zile pesa zilikuwa zinaibiwa wakati wa KPLC kule kitambo. You know, the names are coming out. Koti ilikuwa imefunga hawa watu. But because somebody ambaye ako top seat saa hii ni mtu kutoka kwao, DPP ni kama alisema hata mimi lazima nichunge unga yangu. So right now the DPP, in fact I can advise the DPP, the best thing the DPP anaweza fanya ni kwenda kufungua rumande, aachilie watu wote, because now the country is like bora tuwe unaweza pigia president simu, then you are good to go, you can do anything you want. Unaona, sijui kama Guru imeona ile video ya mtu mmoja hapo, ni investor ako na baa yake sijui ni Kitengela ama wapi, anaambia mfanyikazi wake hakuna mahali unaweza nipeleka. Sijui kama uliona hiyo video. The reason is because I talk to the president directly. Mimi naongeanga na president direct, so sitakulipa pesa yako na hakuna mahali utanipeleka. You know, simple. Na hiyo ndio mahali nchi yetu imefika, ya kwamba wewe unaweza, you know, there's a president who said, sitaki nimtaje jina, alisema anaweza simama sijui inaitwa 4th Avenue ama ni wapi, na apige mtu risasi na hakuna mahali mtampeleka. So that is where our country imefika, ya kwamba as long as you have direct connection, you have direct link to the president, you can do anything that is illegal na hakuna mahali utapelekwa. That is how low our country has sunk. And the judiciary is happy. Martha Koome alipatiwa bilioni 4. Ile kitu Martha Koome anafanya ni kurandaranda, akifanya seminar all over the country. Utamuona Mombasa ameenda huko, sijui kuko na mkutano ya judges. Amemaliza hiyo akisema tu ninataka 10 judges, kesho kutwa wanaapishwa. Akisema nataka 15 wanaapishwa, kwa sababu yeye alifanya kazi yake na akapiga rubber stamp. So everything right now in the country rests with the executive. The executive is the alpha and omega. When the executive sneezes, it goes all the way down to the MCA, simply because they have the power. Sorry, they have the military, they have the judiciary, and to make it worse kabisa, they have the likes of Ndindi Nyoro in the legislature. Ni watu ambao walikuwa nasemeka, sijui kama ulikuwa unajua Wamasai, and I saw this even with the Somalis, they have a lead cow. Wafugaji wa Kisomali wanakuanga na ng'ombe ambayo inakuanga imefungwa kengele kwa shingo. Hiyo ng'ombe inakuanga mbele, inaenda ikipiga ding 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 ding, na hizo zingine zote zinafuata hiyo ng'ombe. Hapo ndio mahali bunge yetu imefika. Kuna ng'ombe kubwa imefungwa kengele kwa shingo, ikisema ni right, hata kama ni mbaya, ni pande hiyo ni right, kila mtu anafuata. That is the leadership we have right now in the legislature. Hakuna kitu, let me tell you Guru and Stone PK, Jeremiah and Julia, there's nothing that will come into this parliament we have right now ambayo inasaidia mwananchi na imekuwa rejected by the executive ambayo itapita. I can tell you for real. Hizi vitu zote niliona hata Ndindi Nyoro akisema ati anaambia president, Mr. President, naomba tafadhali uruhusu parliament iweze kuachilia sijui ni pesa zaidi, tununue tear gas ama nini. No, tununue refreshment. Ndio wale watu wa upinzani wakienda maandamano, tunawapatia refreshment, wanaandamana, wanakunywa refreshment, ndio wanarudi. This is the same guy a few years ago, 10 years back, alienda kwa Twitter akasema ya kwamba Kenya needs a benevolent dictator. Sijui kama mnakumbuka hiyo statement yake. Anasema Kenya needs a dictator. Uhuru Kenyatta needs to be a dictator ndiye aweze kudeal na rogue judiciary. Few years down the line, hiyo dictator alikuwa anatamani ikakuja kumgeuka. Sasa saa hii he is again in power, amesahau ya kwamba power inapita. This power hii yenye unashika saa hii, mnafikaga huko mbele mnaanza kukosana wenyewe. You forget about what you said. So right now, because they're in power again, he's forgetting, anasema waachilie, Mr. President, we urge you to let parliament, listen to that language, Guru, we urge you to let parliament set aside funds for refreshments, so that these people wakienda maandamano tunawanunulia refreshments, wanamaliza maandamano wanakunywa refreshments alafu wanarudi nyumbani mpaka siku ile watachoka. Yes, Guru, you had something to say before tupatie Stone PK.
I don't know whether you can get a clip. One of the most telling statements that Ruto ever made was when they nominated Raila as a presidential candidate in 2007 elections. He told Raila, my brother, you got it. And whoever wants to read an orchestra must turn his face away from the audience. I don't know whether you can get that clip that tells you very clearly the kind of the kind of thinking. When you are reading an orchestra, the audience can only see your back. So if that is the thinking, then you don't have to belabor the point here. Dictatorship comes in small doses. What looks innocent is entrenched and becomes a norm. And people adopt it as a way of life. We started singing for Nyayo when he took over, lining up as he was visiting the villages. Then graduated our language to Juju Zaindi. And the rest is history. Now, there are very strong telltale signs that we are headed there. If you look at the history of one Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi, he used the church very well to entrench his dictatorship. The church, unfortunately. I hope, and I would have wished that Bernard is here, because I understand he's a clergy. But the church, it's like what we'd call a painkiller. You administer the doctrines slowly and make people believe that whatever is happening in the country is the will of God, that you cannot challenge leadership because it is put there by God. And there is quite a big population of Kenyans that believe so. Now, look at what happens in countries where dictatorship have taken root. They strongly bring their family members into the system. Very strongly. Either their wives, their daughters, or their sons. Okay? The other thing is to anchor the administration on the religion. Everything tuombe, Mungu asifiwe, and so on and so forth. The other one has to do with making compromises. Right now, those who are being, their cases are being dropped. What do you expect? Who do you expect they are going to work for, wherever they will go? So slowly the society is dulled. Nobody wants to talk against the top man. And then scenarios are created. The brainwashing takes place slowly. You can imagine today we have a parliament of almost 349. men and women. But what we have today, nobody talks about the pains of the people in their constituencies, in their wants, and therefore we go to a situation of paralysis where the media is the only thing that remains to go down and actually bring out the voices of the people to the platform, like happened with the other day with the elderly who have not been given their monthly allowances for the last 3 months, and the government says nothing about it. So here we are dealing with a situation that perhaps the likes of Raila and the mother understand much better than most of the Kenyan population. But you know what? The youth think they know everything. That is one bad thing that has happened to this country. Julia, you are a teacher. Although we are under an oppressive regime, the kind of education system that we went through had some elements of prompting critical thinking. And one of them was literature, history. Although the government trying to, suppress some of those subjects when we went to the university, even calling political science government. But I don't know whether the situation also has been worsened by the kind of education that has come later, because it seems to have robbed the generation of a critical mind. People who can dissect issues and deeply and challenge the leadership. Today, you hear of an MP saying he wants to stay close to the president so that he can get development funds. Honestly, then what was this about changing our constitution in 2010? I thought one of the issues that we wanted to solve was to remove national resources from the hands of one man, instead of the MPs making sure that we get allocations that are adequate. They think that by, gravitating around the center, and particularly the president, they will get favors for their people. By the way, that is one key element of dictatorship, because if it is you who is giving, then people have to sing your song. They have to, assuage and kind of, they have to keep you happy. Let's say that. Because after all, if you are holding the knife and the arm, they have no option. So basically what it is that slowly our country is gravitating towards dictatorship that is disguised dictatorship. You'll not hear the leadership talk on the things, but they'll do it in a silent way and against the wishes of the people. Because when you look at even some things that are being suggested, take the issue of GMO. And by the way, I have a clip of certain scientists who has said that food can also be used to contain population. This GMO thing, if you look at the way it is being cheekily introduced in the country without public participation, then you understand what we mean by subtle dictatorship. Nobody wants accountability, but you have to do what you have to do anyway because you are in power, you know? And you know what? I remember one statement by the retired president, Uhuru Kenyatta. He told the people of Central, you people, I joined Matiba and Rupia to fight for your rights because there is a mistake we had made as a country. But where you want to go, I'm not very sure I'll join you. I'll be too old to join you to fight to regain your freedoms. Thank you.
I just let me read a statement here before I lose it just quickly. This is a statement that I wanted to read to you earlier on. So it says President William Ruto has been inducted into the American Academy of Achievement at a Golden Plate Award ceremony held in Washington, D.C. The American Academy of Achievement is a non-profit foundation that recognizes extraordinary individuals in public service, science and exploration, the arts and business. The president, Dr. Ruto, was cited for his inspiring journey from a village in Kenya, owning his first pair of shoes at age of 15. President Ruto rose through politics, studied to the highest level of academic achievement, inspiring a generation in the art of what is possible. With hard work, faith, and determination, said Kathy and Wayne Reynolds, chairman and woman of the Academy. Dr. Ruto joins an illustrious group of achievers such as President Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, Ronald Reagan, Jimmy Carter, George W. Bush, Gerald Rudolph Ford Jr., and astronaut Neil Armstrong. Others are Dr. Nelson Mandela and Archbishop Desmond Tutu. President Ruto thanked the Academy for the recognition. Nimemaliza statement. Ni nani huyo alikuwa anataka kuongea? Julia, go.
Okay, congratulations to President Ruto. And now I'm here in America and I'm beginning to think otherwise about so many things. And I'm beginning to think that sycophants don't only live in Kenya, but there are many sycophants even in this country. That's what I'm beginning to think. Now, I wanted to comment about Guru. You said something about the education system, and the teachers were good. That is one. And then I'm not saying the teachers are no longer good, but what has ruined the problem-solving capabilities of our children is one thing, this academy thing, that children have gone to private schools. Guru, have you ever taken your child to those private schools? Do you know what goes on there? Drilling. Do you know what is drilling?
No. Let me tell you, Julia, that I have never taken my children to academies. Never. And the reason is they are just drilled to pass exams.
It is not even teaching. It is drilling. And sometimes they are helped to cheat exams. Okay? To steal exams. Many times they are helped. And many times those children are asked to help each other. And the invigilator is bribed and the supervisor is bribed by the school principal to go blind as the children get assistance. Then, so those children go to high school, because I taught in Kenya when those children found me teaching. And guess what happens? Guru, I want to tell you what happened. I was in a school where that was admitting marks kama 340 to 390. And the kids who had 370 to 300 to up to 400 were from private schools. Then we had kids from public schools with 340. Unajua hii affirmative action kwamba kuna shule, hii shule inachukua marks za juu, lakini pia hiyo shule lazima ichukue marks za chini from public schools. So these schools take like 340, even 310 from public schools. Then guess what happens when those kids come from one? The tables turn. There's a time our best kid in Kirinyaga County had 358 KCP. She came from a public school in Nairobi. She had 358 in KCP. And she was position 25 in the whole country with a clean A, 8 A's. And my dear 390s and 380s and even 400, some of them sometimes didn't qualify to join the university. Because these kids are drilling. Now, these people end up sometimes because they go to good schools like that one. So they could end up those days. This is the generation you're talking about. They could end up with a C+. And because their parents have money, would pay for parallel degrees. And did you know that some of those parallel graduates are fake graduates? And some of them stole exams? I met a teacher trainee who was helping students cheat exams. And when she was questioned, she said her professor could give her leakage, could leak exams to her. And she was very bold to the principal. You know, she didn't know the next few minutes she was going to be chased from the school. But she thought she was so innocent. She said, why are you making a big deal out of this? Our professor used to give us the leak. And the principal could not believe this is somebody training to be a teacher. So that generation is there, plus the massive exam cheating. So what happened? Now, the Kenyan secondary schools, that when they realized that their students were not doing well because the students were coming from a drilling situation, they also decided to start cheating in exams. So we have many students too who had A's and B's because they cheated exams. Guru, did you know some of the school principals paid the neck boss a lot of money to change the results? Walikuwa wanatoa kama 500, anaulizwa unataka mean grade ya nini? Anasema mean grade yangu ya last year ilikuwa B-, sasa nataka ikuwe B. Sasa hizo grades zinakuwa upgraded, mtoto wote wanapita. So that's the generation we are having, unfortunately. So you are asking yourself why they don't have problem thinking, solving skills. That is problem number one. I also want to talk about, you people mentioned about teacher hiring, and you say you are concerned that now we have this tribal thing. It's a sad thing. And I want to confirm to you that I have no doubt this tribal thing has come in more during Uhuru Ruto government, and now going to the Ruto government. Now, Kibaki is the one who introduced the hiring of teachers through the Board of Management. And so TSC began hiring teachers through the Board of Management, but TSC has an outlined marking scheme of how teachers are supposed to be hired. And the marking scheme is very clear and it's not controversial, such that a teacher from any part of the country should be able to be hired from in any part of the country as if she's qualifies. Because the first points those teachers are supposed to get is because of the number of years of experience. And the years of experience are looked at from the year of your graduation. And the difference is a tune of 5, even I think to 10 points, Guru. Because kwa hivyo kumaanisha kama wewe uligraduate 2011 na mwingine 2010 anakushinda na kitu more than 5 points. Automatically hakuna kuongea hata kama ni wa diploma ama ni wa degree. So if the more the years you have stayed out, the more your points are. So when those graduates are outside there waiting to be interviewed, they already know who has the highest points. Now, even when they go in, it is not controversial because their questions there are no technical questions there. The questions are present your certificates. I've been those panels many times. So you look at Guru Nwa 2011, Alex Nwa 2010, Makedi Nwa 209. Makedi gets the highest point. Then they look at between Guru, Makedi, and Alex, who has a bachelor's. And kama watu wako na bachelor's, then yako na first class honors, pia hapo kuna point, then yako na second class honors, upper division, lower division, then yako na diploma distinction. Diploma distinction earns the same points with bachelor's degree, second class honors, upper division. nani akona masters, huyu akona points mingi. Then from there they go, responsibility. Guru has been studying for the deputy, akona barua ya deputy principal somewhere ama HOD, akona points. Hakuna controversy hapo. There are only 5 points that they can debate on. Only 5 points only. And in those 5 points, each one of those participants already has 1 point. So the other difference of the 5 points is decided by the panel according to the way you carried yourself during that interview. Otherwise, usually kuna kuanga tu na difference na wamejua hata wenye wako nje hapo wanajua nani amepata hii job. So what if Nguru gets the job and Makedi was supposed to get the job? And the rest of us know it was Makedi who was leading. What is Makedi supposed to do? Makedi is supposed to not even to argue with the panel. She's supposed to go to the Teacher Service Commission and report that I went for this interview at Muranga High School, and I was the one who qualified because I had this number of points. Makedi even knows his points. And in the event of tie, you are supposed to explain to the interviewees how you broke the tie. You know, how do they tie? They tie because they graduated the same year. They have the same degree, maybe honors, first class honors. They have responsibility, each one of them. Therefore, they have a tie. So the panel should explain to the people they are interviewing, how did they break the tie? And they should tell them that we broke the tie like this. So if Makedi was not convinced how they broke the tie, he should go to the Teacher Service Commission and present the papers. And you know what's gonna happen? TSC should cancel that interview. And TSC did that many times. And the principal is served with a letter of warning, the school principal. And TSC did that too many times. So the many times I sat in those panels, those things never happened. We employ teachers from Western, from wherever, because how could you deny that teacher a chance when he was the one who was leading the points? You couldn't even do it. The differences were so big. Unaona mwalimu mmoja akona 20 points ahead of the others, akona 80. Juu kuna walimu walienda Sichos, wakakaa Sichos and Botswana, wakangojea, wakapata experience, wakakuja wakafanya interview. Sasa wanajipata wakona 20 points ahead of the others. How can you deny them a job? You can't. They're ahead. So in the event they discover mumewanyima job, wanaenda kwa TSC. That is what used to happen when I was there. That is what used to happen. And the interviews were very clear. Even interviews for promotion, because I think I went for 1, 2, 3 interviews. We could go with your qualification. Unaenda na results za KCSE. Na wezi danganya results za KCSE. Unasema, I taught in this school this year. And this was my class. Wanaangalia kwa neck page. Wanaona, hii shule ilikuwa na mean score ya hii na huyu mwalimu ako na mean score hii. Points zako ziko mbele. Hakuna argument. By the time you leave that interview, you know you are in this job group. But now I'm very disappointed to hear what is happening in Thika. And I don't think the government will do anything about it. Because why am I saying this? People, I played for you a clip about Gachagua. What was he saying? Nyinyi mulipigia Ruto kura. Kwa hivyo, sasa nyinyi mtapata hizi kazi. You know, you are being rewarded. So I do not think TSC will do anything about it. So this drama, this nonsense began in the Ruto government, and I think it is going to be worse. So I want to ask the members of the panel today, do you think devolution is helping Kenyans, or is devolution making our situation worse? So what next? Which way? What do we do as Kenyans? Do we just sit and do nothing about it? What can Kenyans do about this? Asante Makiadi.
Aya, naona iko mkono hapo. Alex amekuja na Kenyan with love. Let me give Alex kwanza. Jerumani nitakupa nafasi pia.
Yeah, what I was listening, sikuwa nataka niingie leo panel, but the statement you read imefanya nikaingia hapa. When Americans are comparing Ruto with the gigantic personalities ambao nyinyi wote mnajua they are above the bar. You cannot compare Ruto with Obama. You cannot compare Ruto with Reagan. You cannot compare Ruto with all those personalities. That's a lie. I think Americans have decided there is something insidious they want from Kenya. And now they are grooming Ruto so that they can control our country. It is immoral for them to compare Ruto with those personalities, especially Mandela. Makiadi, can you compare Mandela with Ruto honestly? Hiyo ndio imefanya nikaingia hapa. But hiyo conversation ya shule, let me also comment kidogo. I went to Lugulu Primary School. Those times, Elijah Mwangale was the Minister for Education. Before, yeah. And so, when we did our class 8, tulipewa mtihani usiku, asubuhi tukafanya. And all of us got A's. And we were admitted to very good schools. The issue of cheating in exams was choreographed by people like Onyonka when something like Mosocho Academy was one of the best schools, Mumias. So the issue of stealing exam is so rampant in Kenya. Form 4, tulipewa tena mtihani. Usiku tukafanya. But some of us read very well. Kuna watu walifika university wakafukuzwa kwa sababu they did not qualify, honestly. So the issue of cheating in exam is so rampant. And I don't think even after Matiang'i ametoka, I think it's going to resurface again. Because I just spoke with my nephew, alikuwa anafanya mtihani, akaniambia walipewa mtihani. Papers. So that's what I wanted to make, those two comments, and then I will talk later.
Aya, kumbe Alex Media, hata wewe umeumwa na ile kitu yenye mimi ninaumwa nayo. Unajua Julia ametupilia tu mbali kwa sababu hataki kuchafuka roho. Mimi nikisikia mtu anakuwa analinganishwa na mtu kama Nelson Mandela ati kwa sababu alivaa viatu akiwa na 15 years. Naona ile upuzi yenye inafanyika.
You know what I think, Alex and Makiadi? I think Kenyans in the US should petition that organization and just parade them because it's a shame to the American culture. I think Kenyans in the US should parade them and just we petition, sign and narrate who William Ruto is. Look at his records in Kenya and his scandals, and we ask them, do you think in your normal senses, in your normal heads, you had the audacity to compare? You know, I think Kenyans in the US should do something about it.
Wairimo Nderito hapa anasema ni vile tu kuna holiday season, but I think this is what she says, but I will call this academy on Monday. We will need to start a petition to remove his name there. We cannot allow him to rewrite
Yes. And Wairimo and the others, let us all sign a thing. Let us make it public in the press. They can take it to the Fox and the others. Let this organization also go public that they did a shoddy thing. Wamekuwa washi pia. Wanajifanya washi na wako America. You know, it's really bad.
Yeah, I support you, Wairimo. If you need a signature from some of us here, tuko tayari. You know.
Me too, Wairimo, niko tayari. If you need a signature, let me know.
Yeah, we cannot rewrite history like you've said. How can you put somebody there, mtu ambaye hajaipigania anything in the country? Nothing, zero. He has never fought for anything in his life. Hakuna. Huyu mtu alitolewa tu kwa shule huko na kupatiwa kazi.
And the worst part of it, they are saying that he is excellent. PhD yake is false. He did not do his PhD. And they start telling us that those things. Wakenya tuambiane ukweli. This thing, we must petition it.
Aya. So iko namna hiyo. So ukihitaji signatures, many of us are here ready. Tuko tayari kuandika hapo, tuweke kidole yetu hapo, because we cannot even stay here every day accuse people of fraud, alafu mnakuja kutuongezea mtu mwingine who is a fraudster. on top of that, alafu you tell us how successful he has been since he got into politics. Akavaa viatu na 15 years. Julia, kama tungepeleka watu wenye wamevaa viatu Washington DC, Washington DC wenye walivaa viatu even after 15 years, I think Washington DC ingekuwa na mahali ya kupita. If that is the only whatever kipimo ya kuonyesha successful people in Kenya, then I think these academies are fraud. You can see how can you compare the likes, how can you compare the likes of Johnny Carson, people who have akina Johnny Carson unaweka akina Desmond Tutu.
Can you believe it? Nelson Mandela.
Alafu natuambia tumeweka huyu kwa sababu alivaa viatu na 15 years. Guru, ngoja tupatie Njeremani hapa dakika moja, alafu tutakuja kwako. Hata naona Mato hajaongea. We'll give you an opportunity also.
Thank you, Bwana Makiadi. I always like going back to history because, you know, history gives the catapult to launch forward. And I want to approach it from the perspective of the question that Julia posed. The civil service in Kenya, how was it established? When Kenya was getting independence, people like Tom Mboya, who had led the dock workers strike union, the dock workers union strike back in the 1950s, were asking the question, how should we fashion the public service? And the debate was ignored for some time for this reason. We know the gentleman called Sir Michael Blundell. Blundell used to live in Nakuru. He was one of the settlers who made Nakuru or the Egerton campus very famous. And what Michael Blundell said is that he was seated in the office of the colonial secretary in London when a telegram came, and the telegram said, Belgium has agreed to give Congo independence. And Ian MacLeod, who was the colonial secretary, quickly said, my God, we're going to be the last as opposed to being the first. So the independence movement started with that history, that it was not, Kenya was not supposed to be independent at least until 1975. But because Belgium was granting independence to Congo, there was a need to also for the British to also be first in that race as opposed to being last. So that's how Kenya was getting independence. In the rush to get the independence process going, the question of several questions were put in the back burner. One of the questions was, what kind of public service or civil service should Kenya have? That was put in abeyance because this process of independence had to be rushed through, and then the rest will be handled later. That's also how the question of the 10-mile strip was left until so late that it was now President Kenyatta who was going to negotiate with Shamte, the Prime Minister of Zanzibar, representing the Sultan, and saying, we are going to negotiate some of these components after independence has been granted. In that rush, so many errors were made because when you're in a rush to get through a process, there are certain things you do not discuss exhaustively. And in the 3 Lancaster House conferences for the independence of Kenya, or for the Constitution of Kenya, some of these questions were always hanging. Now, where am I going to with this? for the public service, one of the things that people like Tom Mboya were lamenting is that the public service was not fashioned to be a professional body. It was fashioned to accommodate tribal expediencies. That is what we inherited at independence. With time, then came the element of who is gaining a lot from being in the civil service. And it emerged that the proximity to the civil service granted you certain favors. And so everyone wanted to get close to the civil service. At that time, the colonial secretary said we should make the civil service to be in such a manner that people in government do not benefit from business that accrues from civil service. So that if you're in government, you're in government. You should not have any other business going on outside. The Ndegwa Commission came in the 1970s, and they decided civil servants should also be allowed to do business. And this brought a new wave. People who were in government now had the prime of plum opportunities within their grasp. And they could see what business opportunities there were. And they were the first ones to take advantage of them. Given that scenario, the trend continued into Moi's era when he took over in 1978. By 1990, or the mid-90s, when Richard Leakey was coming in as secretary to the cabinet and head of civil service, one of the things he did was he tried to do a sweep. He organized for raids to take place in the Attorney General's office to nab some of those corrupt fellas that he had pinpointed. It only lasted for a few, because we know what happened to Richard Leakey. When we got into the new system, or after the 90s, we have never really asked whether the civil service serves the purpose in which it was intended. And if the purpose intended was to serve the sovereigns, I still go back to that term, the sovereigns, the Kenyan citizenry. That has never been properly addressed. It is my submission, and I make this in closing, that we should find a forum to make the civil service a very professional body, a blind system of recruitment, do away with the regional balancing. Let's get the best person, even if 10 of them come from the same tribe. But let us also create safeguards that say, if you're in the civil service, this is a professional unit. Professional in such a manner that you are held to account by performance. You will not be promoted because of the education you have accrued, but because of the performance that you deliver. For this, I say that for this purpose. If the teachers, as Julia has pointed out, are being promoted because you either have a diploma or a degree or a higher degree, the question should be, does the master's teacher with a master's deliver more than a teacher with a higher diploma? And if that is the case, then why should we lay a lot of emphasis on the level of education, on the level of education, as opposed to the level of performance? So that we should have in the civil service things like performance contracting. You are held accountable for what you produce, as opposed to what you accrue at an educational level. Thank you.
Stone PK alikuwa amelala nini? Are you still with us, Stone PK? You've been quiet for a while now.
Yeah, I've been listening to you guys. All what we are saying, very, very good. Jeremani, fantastic submissions. But the bottom line here is, and that's why in my earlier discussion I said, I think come January 2023, I don't think personally I will want to engage in anything critics or anything suggesting that this should be done, this should not be done. Why am I saying this? It's because all what we are talking about, the bottom line, the devolution, the civil service Jeremani is talking about, those beautiful systems, can they be made done by Arab Samoei Ruto government? It's an absolute no. Total nonsense. Arab Samoei Ruto being honored and equated by a college, which I don't know I don't want to talk about that college. I don't know it, but sincerely speaking, would any college equate such honors to Arab Samoei Ruto? Since when? Again, this is the nonsense in Kenya. Oh, chagua huyu kwa sababu ni mtoto wa maskini. Chagua huyu kwa sababu ni mtoto wa single mother. What criteria are these that Kenyans have gone into? When did we become that rubbish? That your leadership is measured by wewe ulizaliwa maskini, wewe ulizaliwa sijui ulisoma na kiatu moja, wewe ulisoma na suruari moja, wewe kuona socks ukiwa. What kind of nonsense criteria is this? Oh, ulikuwa unachoma mahindi, now we hear hata wengine walikuwa wanauza simokie at the university to make pocket money. It's disgusting, honestly. It has reached that level. In fact, it's so sad to listen even to some of these news in the Kenyan